Chapter 130. Huh. Gong Mujin's eyes met the person outside the door. Gong Mujin watched the person outside the door carefully. A little lower than average. But her adorable face combined with her small stature further enhanced her charm. With her hair braided in the form of a flower, she looked like a goddess. Although it was a shame that she wore warrior clothes, she was adorable enough. The lovely woman, with a tray in her hand, looked at Gong Mujin with an expression of surprise. Huh. The tray was full of food. Looks like she brought breakfast. But there were some strange things. First, though times have changed, a woman who visits a man's room in the morning is not something that can be seen with good eyes. Secondly, the fact that you came to prepare breakfast for someone you barely know is not common either. And thirdly, the biggest problem was Seolwa. The person who was outside was Seolwa, the disciple of Gong Mujin. Master, what are you doing here? Why are you here? For a while, they looked at each other quietly. Finally, Seolwa bowed her head and quickly entered the room. She left the food on the table and left the room quickly. Clack! The sound of the door was heard closing. Oh, food. Wi Yeonho began to eat the food that Seolwa had brought without hesitation. The face of Gong Mujin, who watched the scene, began to tremble. Swish! Gong Mujin slowly drew his sword. Huh! Wi Yeonho frowned at Gong Mujin, drawing his sword. Are you going to cut the duck? Gong Mujin had drawn his sword because he had nothing to cut but the roasted duck. Hey! Yes. On second thought, it seems that dojo is not so important. A warrior never knows when or where he will have to draw his sword, so the idea that training must be done outdoors is a misconception. To achieve mastery, one must break with those misconceptions. Can you sum it up? It's too long. Gong Mujin nodded. Summarize it. You have to sum it up. Wong. Hike. Gong Mujin's sword rang wildly and fell upon Wi Yeonho. Wi Yeonho, surprised by the sword that suddenly appeared while eating, retreated. What are you doing? A voice full of rage came out of Gong Mujin's mouth as he swung over Wi Yeonho. I won't give you my disciple. That was the day Gong Mujin, the plum blossom sword spirit, discovered love for his disciples. Seolwa looked with concern at an egg. Are you okay? Seolwa gently rubbed Gong Mujin's bruised eyes with an egg, with an expression of concern. Coo! Gong Mujin groaned. Master. Seeing Seolwa rubbing her face with an egg, her heart felt warm. They say a father realizes the love for his daughter when the time comes for her wedding. Until now, she had only considered her disciple, but after what happened this morning, Gong Mujin realized how adorable and beautiful her disciple was. Look at him now. Even his expression of disgust is adorable. A tenderness incomparable to that of his coarse male disciples of the main sect. But on the other hand, Gong Mujin saw an unpleasant face. Why do you draw your sword in the morning? Gong Mujin's body trembled. Just that guy? Objectively, Wi Yeonho is a great warrior. He attacked an unarmed guy, and this was the result. As he was struck with the sheath of the sword, he only ended up with his face bruised. If he had drawn the sword correctly, his head would have split in half. There's no one with that martial ability at that age, so as a warrior, he's an extraordinary character. But, as a person, it's garbage. Yes, Gong Mujin, unwittingly, let his true thought slip away and shut his mouth tightly. He couldn't see it with good eyes, even if he wanted to. No, if Wi Yeonho were not related to him, he could have defended his laziness, considering his martial ability. But, Gong Mujin's gaze turned to Seolwa, who, while rubbing his eyes, was sneaking a look at Wi Yeonho. There are so many men in the world, why Wi Yeonho? If he marries a guy like that, he can't even make a living. Where did you say it was your house? Guangdong's Wei family. Then they must have money. Yes. Failure. Unfortunately, the economic problem was solved with a rich family. The fact that such a guy has a good family is a problem. Gong Mujin, who concluded that a disciple of Manhwa, a pure place, should not be involved with the rich, asked again. Are you the eldest son? I'm the second son. Things aren't going the way he wants to. Finally, Gong Mujin exploded. Before the earth enters my eyes. The phrase I won't allow it didn't come out of his mouth. Splash. The egg that was rubbing in his eyes fell and dripped. Master. Gong Mujin looked at Seolwa with an egg-filled face, with a stunned expression. It was not intentional. It seems that she lost control of her hands by surprise at Gong Mujin's words. That's too bad. Wei Yeonho licked his lips when he saw the eggs. He wanted to eat all the eggs. Well, maybe it's better. What kind of person he is. If he says something wrong, he could die. Gong Mujin, who did not want to die at such a young age, sighed and wiped his face with the towel Isilwa had brought him. Where are you going? To Luoyang. You're not going to Manhwa? I've considered it. Have you considered it? Wei Yeonho asked with a serious expression. Manhwa is a Taoist sect. An expression of amazement appeared on Gong Mujin's face. Is there anyone who doesn't know that Manhwa is a Taoist sect? At least someone who lives by the sword should know what to ask and what not to ask. So it's a Buddhist temple. Don't Taoists eat meat? It's not recommended. Then there are only herbs there. Gong Mujin, shut up. Then why don't you want to go to Manhwa? I can't live alone with herbs. There are countless people in the world, and each person lives for his own reasons. Of course, as Manhwa receives many visitors, many resist going there for various reasons. But, of all those people, will there be any who refuse to go to Manhwa because there is no meat? Is it so important? Yes. What is more important than eating and sleeping? That's right. It's true, but why does it sound so sad? What are you going to do in Luoyang? I haven't thought about it. So you don't go to Manhwa because you go to Luoyang without a purpose. No, it's for the flesh. This guy's no good. This guy definitely doesn't work. How could Wei Zhonghan have such a child? As they say, a son who doesn't look like his father. No, Wei Yeonho seems stronger, so a son who looks like his father. But that's not right either. Oh, my brain. Then we'll say goodbye here. Clack. Wait. You could see that Isilwa was pressing the hand with which he was rubbing the egg. As a trained swordsman, he could realize the subtle movements of his hand. Although it wasn't for this that I had learned that skill. If he said something wrong, he might end up washing his face with eggs again. Gong Mujin raised his head and looked at Isilwa. His expression was unexpressive, but, what do you like? Gong Mujin thought he had kept Isilwa on the mountain for too long. As he had only seen his brothers on the mountain, his vision of men was distorted. She had only seen warriors dedicated to martial arts, and was surprised to see someone as unusual as Wei Yeonho. But that is not affection. If I take her back to the mountain, there will be trouble. Affection is a subtle thing. Even if it is not true affection, it can become true affection. If he takes her to Manhwa now, she could develop affection for Wei Yeonho. The best way was to let Isilwa observe Wei Yeonho longer, so she could stop feeling affection for him. Gong Mujin was sure, because it was Wei Yeonho. Even if she were blinded by affection, if she saw Wei Yeonho being lazy day and night, she could not bear it without burning that affection. Then we will also go with you. Yes. You said you were going to Luoyang. Wei Yeonho nodded. Since it's an experience trip, it would be nice to show Silwa the righteous heavenly alliance. Don't you think? Isilwa nodded. Yes, I want to see her. In that sense, I would appreciate it. You didn't even ask me my opinion. Ha 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 ha. It will be beneficial to both. It seems we have different opinions. Don't worry. Even if I do, I know Wei Zhonghan, and I can't just let her son go to Luoyang unprotected. Protection. Even without being told, Gong Mujin knew that what he had said made no sense. Protecting Wei Yeonho. It would be more realistic to worry that a tiger will be defeated by a rabbit on the mountain. Martial arts are not everything. You are vulnerable to poaching and poison, so I can help you with that. I don't have to worry about poison. The martial world is a dangerous place. Can you say you have no enemies? Yes. Hey, Wei Yeonho said calmly. I don't think I have enemies. Although Nok Mokpung and Guak Dosan would vomit blood if they heard that, Gong Mujin did not know. Ha 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 ha, you haven't thought it through. Are only your enemies important? You must think of your family. Wei Yeonho had to admit it. In his family, there was someone who had accumulated a grudge like a mountain, and had even built a grudge tower on that mountain. Many people hold grudges against the great master Wei Zhonghan, especially the members of the demonic cult. They will not attack you openly. So if you come with me, you can avoid those threats. Gong Mujin smiled triumphantly. What do you say? Wei Yeonho smiled and responded. I don't want to. Cool. Gong Mujin was no longer surprised. Chapter 131. About the incident at Na Mountain. Before the words of Saha, the historian, Guang Guzengai nodded without hesitation. Yes, I know. Was it really the struggle for the legacy of the Sword Emperor? Didn't you know? I knew there was a bloodshed on Mount Na, but I didn't know it was because of the legacy of the Sword Emperor. What do you really know? Saha made a very hurt expression. Although he did not know much about other things, he could confidently affirm that in the history of the martial world there was no one more versed than he. Of course, he could not compare himself to those who lived at that time. But, on the other hand, he had more information about the world than they, who had not experienced it. So, isn't history accurately transmitted? Gwang Guzengai nodded. That's right. That's also the fault of those guys. Yes. When Gwang Guzengai narrowed his eyes, Saha closed his eyes tightly. He had only made one comment, and now they looked at him as if he were a charlatan. With that, how could I speak without fear? Listen. Yes. Do you know how many people lived in the demonic cult? It is easy to think that the demonic cult is a group of warriors formed by demons, but its essence is more like a religious organization. If that place was a cult of evil demons, why would they live under their protection? But in history belongs to the victors. Gwang Guzengai shook his head. So that's also those guys' fault. Yes, if that guy had done a bit of order, he wouldn't have gotten so complicated. But as he got carried away by laziness, what could have gone well? Do you mean the radiant martial sovereign? That's right. Gwang Guzengai nodded repeatedly. Anyway, he's a guy who doesn't do anything right. He always causes trouble along the way. But in the case of the bloodshed on Mount Na, it wasn't your fault, was it? Don't you think so? Yes. Think about it. If Wi Yeonho had known who the Sword Emperor was, the bloodshed would not have occurred. Oh, when I thought about it, I was right. If Wi Yeonho had known that the Sword Emperor referred to his teacher, Baek Muon, he could have informed Gong Mujin that there was no legacy there. That cannot be considered a mistake. Saha made a subtle expression. It wasn't necessarily a mistake, but I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. If that's all, then it's a relief. Yes? Saha's face began to twist slightly. He now knew Wi Yeonho enough to anticipate what he was going to say. That's the way it is. When someone thinks of misfortune, it doesn't come, but when it doesn't, the misfortune sneaks up. Don't you think so? The problem is that this misfortune always surrounds that person. What makes it even more unbearable is that, in the end, that person is not affected by misfortune. How would you feel seeing someone who brings misfortunes around you, but leaves without harm? Huh? Why are you insulting me? Isn't that an insult? Didn't I hear it wasn't an insult? You want me to hit you? People today, TSK. Wi Yeonho felt strange. On a quiet and sunny afternoon, it is clearly a great pleasure to be able to rest in a comfortable bed while others have to walk dusty roads. Particularly for a lazy man like Wi Yeonho, it was an ideal situation. However, he could not smile in this pleasant situation. With such a beautiful climate, if you stay locked in the carriage, you won't be able to enjoy the energy of the sun. So, what if you go out and breathe fresh air while reflecting on the true martial path? A skilled young warrior like you shouldn't waste your time like this. It would be a great loss for the martial world and for these central plains. Wi Yeonho covered his ears with the blanket. Plum Blossom Sword Spirit. Who the hell gave him that nickname? It was not the Plum Blossom Sword Spirit, but the Plum Blossom Mouth Spirit. He had never heard of a mouth technique on Hua Mount, so this seemed like a new technique developed to attack demons. Kaok! Wi Yeonho screamed out. Are you not sleepy? Oh, well said. If it is said that a warrior should have little sleep, a human can only spend about 12 hours a day. But it is said that there are people who sleep up to 4 hours of those 12. It is really unfortunate. If a person sleeps 4 hours a day at 12, the usable time is reduced to only 8. If you exclude the time to eat and attend physiological needs, the real time a person can use is... Wi Yeonho got under the blanket. It was better not to say anything. That's why I said I didn't want to go with you. He couldn't stop someone who insisted on following him. How could he stop someone who was determined to follow him? If it were a demon, it could just hit him and leave him. But this was a famous master of Hua Mount, and Gong Mujin, who often mentioned Wei Zhonghan, would not stop. I will be beaten. Unilateral relations exist in the world. No matter how strong it becomes, there is always a heavenly order. If Wei Zhonghan decided to attack him, he could do nothing but run away. The problem is that his father, Wei Zhonghan, had spent half his life chasing and beating the demons that escaped. Even demons fleeing for their lives are trapped, so a lazy man who just wants to run would have no chance. Should I run? There was no other way out of this discomfort, but it was obvious that this guy, Gong Mujin, would not separate from him, and I'd probably keep asking him to fight tomorrow and night. No matter how hard he tried to ignore it, the technique of his master, Gong Mujin, had reached an impressive mastery level. He had come to the conclusion that it would be easier to beat him than to endure his constant provocations. That's why it was exhausting. I need a special solution. But it was annoying. Although he felt that he should come up with a plan, he knew that he could not think of a solution or carry it out. With the warm sun coming through the window and the comfort of the blanket, what else could I think? I just wanted to sleep. Tomorrow will be a new day. When Wi Yeonho began to dive into the dream, suddenly the carriage shook and stopped. It was strange that the carriage stopped in the middle of the journey. Let me ask a question. Seomun Daeyeon nodded when he saw the people in front of the carriage. Although he might have ignored those men, his warrior clothing was very familiar to her. A practical white warrior suit, and the embroidery of a dragon on his shoulder. That was enough to deduce where they came from. She had also been part of the same sect until recently. They were the officers of the Righteous Martial Alliance. What are Righteous Martial Alliance officers doing here? At the question of Seomun Daeyeon, the men holding the carriage turned their eyes to her. Are you part of the alliance? I am from the Biuyang family. I understand. The one at the front stepped forward and showed up. Nice to meet you. I'm Sangwon Hong, from the Crouching Dragon Academy of the Righteous Martial Alliance. Seomun Daeyeon showed surprise. I have heard rumors about you, young man. You are the famous sword dragon. It's just a name of no importance. So what brings you here? Sangwon Hong looked back with a worried face. Seeing his companions give him a sign, he sighed and continued. It's embarrassing, but it seems like we're lost. We're on our way to Na Mountain, and I'd like to know if we're on the right path. Seomun Daeyeon narrowed his eyes. Have you lost yourselves? It looks like we're new to this. It's kind of strange. Seomun Daeyeon opened his mouth slowly. Why are you going to Na Mountain? And alliance officials shouldn't leave without permission, right? If they don't give me a clear answer, I will consider that they have broken the rules and left without permission. Sangwon Hong shook his head with anguished expression. No, that's not it. We're on our way to Na Mountain under the orders of the Righteous Martial Alliance. Support. Yes. It is said that the situation on Mount Na is very bad, and they want to ask for help. The Alliance has already sent support, but since the help of each sect has been delayed, we decided to send a small group of officers urgently. We are on our way to Mount Na under that order. I see. Seomun Daeyeon looked at the three men in front of her. So it's them. Officers of the Righteous Martial Alliance generally did not join immediately, and it was common for them to take about 4 years. Thus, promotion is determined, and the top 5 are recognized before graduation with Dragon and Phoenix titles. Although they often do not like that title, tradition has been respected so far. Since the name of the Alliance of Officers is Dragon of the Sword, it is natural for them to have that title. Then you are the 5 dragons and Phoenix. The men agreed to Seomun Daeyeon's claim. If the Alliance sent out external support, it was natural for them to be the designated ones. That's right. Just as Seomun Daeyeon was about to speak, Gong Mujin, who was on the roof of the carriage, intervened. Are you the sword dragon? Senior, you seem to have a great impetus. I am Gong Mujin. At that time, Sangwon Hong's eyes opened wide. Are you? Gong Mujin, the plum blossom sword spirit. He was the swordsman who represented Hua Mount. Nice to meet you. When Sangwon Hong bowed quickly, Gong Mujin laughed cheerfully and jumped out of the carriage. Chapter 132. Sangwon Hong, the eldest son of the Sangwon family, currently held the position of deputy head of the family. Just because he was the deputy head of such a famous family as the Sangwon family meant that few people would dare to despise him. But Sangwon Hong was not a brat who trusted in the power of his family. He was best known as the Sword Dragon, the most promising leader of the officers of the Crouching Dragon Academy, rather than the deputy chief of the Sangwon family. In other words, Sangwon Hong was currently the most promising officer. However, no matter how promising it was, it still had to show respect for the standing figure in front of him. Gong Mujin, the plum blossom sword spirit. A swordsman who is said to be the pride of Hua Mount, known as the best in using the sword. He is considered to have outstanding talent among the many plum flower swordsmen. As much as Sangwon Hong held outstanding skills among the officers, under the name Gong Mujin, it could only look like a firefly before the full moon. It's a great honor to meet a senior like you on this side of the road. I think I'm very lucky. Ha ha ha. Meeting a promising junior is also a pleasure for me. It's a journey full of joy. While they exchanged compliments, Sangwon Hong's gaze was fixed on the carriage. The carriage was driven by a beautiful woman from the Biuyang family. On the roof was Gong Mujin. So who else would be inside the carriage? Could Hua Mount's leader be traveling in that carriage? That wasn't likely. Hua Mount is a sect of warriors. Even the leader would not travel comfortably in a carriage. However, thinking logically, he could not be another person worthy of being there. He's not an older person. If the person were of a higher rank than Gong Mujin or older, he would not have been seated on the roof of the carriage. Therefore, he should be someone of a similar or lesser rank than Gong Mujin. How many people in the martial world would meet those requirements? You're not going to introduce us to your friends behind. Sang Wenhong suddenly felt guilty and lowered his head. This is a great oversight. Regardless of who was in the carriage, it was an undeniable fact that Gong Mujin could not treat that person with contempt. But by distracting himself, he had violated courtesy. My apologies. These friends are from the Crouching Dragon Academy, like me. I am Guan Riyong. I am Du Riyong. Then, two other women, known as Jianbong and Mubong, showed up. Haha, Siwa. Yes, master. Come here. It would be good if you greet someone your age and have an exchange. Yes. Isiwa quickly came down from the coachman's seat and ran. This child is Isiwa, my disciple. Guan Riyong's eyes lit up. Gong Mujin, the plum blossom sword spirit, was known for being extremely arrogant. His disciples were also considered the best talents in the world. Then this girl must also be a talented swordsman. She was very beautiful, adorable, and cute. But if she was a disciple of Plum Blossom Sword Spirit, she must have extraordinary abilities that would not be seen in the naked eye. He was really adorable. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Guan Riyong of the Sword Dragon. Yes, it is a pleasure. Guan Riyong's eyebrows moved. Although she said it was a pleasure, Isiwa did not seem happy at all. Rather, her expression clearly showed that she wanted to get out of there quickly. That fact hurt Sangwenhong's pride. This is the first time I have received such a reaction from Mubong. Mubong, who was standing behind him, was famous for not being interested in anything but martial arts. Moreover, Mubong was too young to meet a man. But apart from Mubong, there was no woman who looked at him that way until now. His appearance, background, and skill were impeccable. It was undeniable that Sangwenhong was a flawless person. It is a great honor to meet a disciple of the great Gong Mujin, known all over the world. I think it would be a great honor if you would allow me to see the arts of Manhwa. He made a formal request for a fight. You don't seem to know anything about me. Although Manhwa is known for being Taoist, in the sects of warriors, there is often a lack of knowledge about reality. Therefore, he had to prove his ability. A fight is a good thing, but since I have suffered recently, and I am not in my best condition, I prefer to leave it for the next time. Isiwa politely interrupted Sangwenhong's application. What happened to you? I ran into a demon. Oh, something bad almost happened to you. And what happened to that demon? Isiwa turned around without responding. Sangwenhong's gaze turned to where Isiwa looked. What's that? Is he a person? Sangwenhong's body trembled. In his vision, there was a person with a head that seemed to have grown twice its original size, like a bun. How can a person look like this? Few people could remain like this after being beaten. Even more surprising was that that person was still alive despite being in that state. How is it possible that someone has been beaten to that point and is still breathing? What crime did you commit? When Isiwa hesitated to respond, Gong Mujin responded instead. It was a crime that was probably embarrassing for a woman. He is a depraved one. I see. Sangwenhong nodded. If he was a depraved, it was understandable that he would have ended up like this. So, are you taking that depraved to the righteous martial alliance? In a way, yes. Gong Mujin did not provide much detail. It's a pleasure to meet a talent on this path, but it doesn't seem like a good time to talk. Did you say you were looking for a nearby village? Yes. I don't know this way well. Seeing Gong Mujin's expression of difficulty, Siomun Daeon nodded and responded instead. If you follow the straight path, you will find a village and an inn about 30 li from here. You have not strayed, so just keep going. Thank you. Sangwenhong bowed to Siomun Daeon. Gong Mujin felt good. It was nice to meet a promising young man who understood courtesy and respected his elders. Although that would be normal, he had been living with people who were not so reasonable, so that simple action generated sympathy for Sangwenhong. If you're not in a hurry, I'd like to join you and chat a bit, but as you're going to Na Mountain, it may be difficult to join you. It's a shame. I too am looking forward to asking for advice, senior. Sangwon Hong showed a genuinely disappointed expression. It wasn't a mere formality. Meeting a swordsman like Gong Mujin is not something that is often present. Also, winning the sympathy of such a swordsman is even more difficult. However, it was evident that a man known for his arrogance showed clear sympathy for him. Losing this opportunity would be very unfortunate. I see. Gong Mujin looked up into the sky and then said to Seomun Daeyeon, "Is there an inn ahead?" "Yes, senior. If you go ahead, you will find an inn about 30 li. In fact, I plan to stay there tonight." What do you think? Although it would be hurried to go to Na Mountain, the sun will set soon, so today you could stay at the same inn as us. Sangwon Hong lit up. The comrades in the back also nodded with their heads. It also seemed that they did not want to lose the connection with Gong Mujin. As the great Gong Mujin invites us, how could we reject it? Ha ha, will you really accept? Gong Mujin smiled sincerely. Meanwhile, his eyes turned to Isilwa with a glance. It's an opportunity. Gong Mujin's intention was different. Although he felt good to meet his young and educated juniors, he was not a man who let himself be carried away by those emotions to the point of wanting to travel with them. However, the reason I wanted to go with them was to show Isilwa what a true human being is. The 5 dragons and Phoenix were the best warriors in the generation of Isilwa. If they spent a day together, Isilwa's eyes would also open. I will never give my disciple to a guy like that. Was he really going to give his disciple to someone like that? The mere idea of Isilwa joining Wi Yeonho and having a son gave him chills. Gong Mujin squeezed his teeth. Senior. Yes. Anyway, if you invite me, I can't refuse it. Gong Mujin smiled. Then come on. When the carriage was set in motion, Gong Mujin climbed back to the roof of the carriage, and the 5 dragons and Phoenix walked next door. Seomun Daeyeon adjusted the speed of the carriage to coincide with his steps as he began to speak. How is the great Master Jean? It's still in full shape. In fact, it's fun tormenting apprentices. Keep it up. But the great Master Jean has always been very protective of the talented. With the dragons and Phoenix, it is possible that the great Master Jean is particularly excited. Sangwon Hong nodded. It's true. If the great Master Jean has sent support, he is probably excited. We must consider that those who have talent like you should be well cared for. Sangwon Hong showed an expression of sadness. Unfortunately, it is said that we are not good enough compared to the previous ones. Don't you feel disappointed? Normally one should be disappointed, but the reality is this. Seomun Daeyeon smiled. He seemed to understand the anguish of Sangwon Hong. There is nothing to be disappointed with. We, who are from the same group, have also heard similar words. That's true. If you have to blame someone, it's not the great Master Jean, but that person. That guy is too arrogant to be a junior. Sangwon Hong nodded. The one who had been the best graduate of the Crouching Dragon Academy in history, and who was said to be the best of officers, was Sangwon Hong. But, by his condition, he was inevitably compared to the great Wi Yeonho. The legacy left by Wi Yeonho at the Crouching Dragon Academy was overwhelming. It could not be said that Wi Yeonho was not the best among the graduates of the Crouching Dragon Academy. But if only the graduation results were compared, there was no doubt that he was the best of all time. It's a comparison that needs to be made. And Sangwon Hong's eyes shone. Now, while I recognize that I'm not that good, I will definitely get over it. Huh. At that moment, a soft laugh came out of the carriage. Chapter 133. Sangwon Hong looked inside the carriage with his head tilted, intrigued by the moment the laughter was heard. Sangwon Hong's gaze turned towards the interior of the carriage, causing Seomun Daeyeon to change the subject in haste. How is the great Master Sangwon Chongwon? Do you know my grandfather? I met him in the past. Sangwon Hong nodded. His grandfather was a man who, like the wind, had woven a wide network of connections everywhere. It was not strange that Seomun Daeyeon was part of that network. Seomun Daeyeon looked discreetly back. What interesting guys. Even considering the difference of generations, if it were the 3 dragons and a phoenix, their abilities had already surpassed theirs. However, perhaps because of their youth, their faces still preserved a youthful air. Sangwon Hong, the sword dragon. Peng Do Hyong, the dragon of the way. Ian Hyo, the dragon of power. Namgung Hai, the phoenix of the sword. And Zhang Miria, the phoenix of war. Is it strange that they seem adorable to me? If it had been a little while ago, he would have gotten tense seeing them. But now, they just seemed adorable to him. Seomun Daeyeon knew the reason. The snoring from inside the carriage made her blush. With the children present. What a lack of decorum. Seomun Daeyeon shook his head. Actually, Wi Yeonho was not so different from these young people. Considering the age, Sangwon Hong was probably older than Wi Yeonho. However, Wi Yeonho had already faced Gong Mujin, the plum blossom sword spirit. Thinking it right. What kind of monster is that guy? By age, he should be in the same group as them. However, at that age, Wi Yeonho already possessed the ability to defeat Gong Mujin without suffering injuries. It was so absurd that until now it didn't seem real, but seeing them, reality hit her hard. She didn't know she was transporting someone who would leave her name in the history of the martial world. And I will remain in history as his coachman. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. As if to comfort her sadness, a village and an inn soon appeared. We will stay here today. Before Seomun Daeyeon finished speaking, Gong Mujin jumped out of the carriage. Then let's reserve rooms. Won't they help your senior to unhook the horses? Of course, sir. Sangwon Hong nodded with a smile. Normally, the children of noble families would not be willing to help with horses, but having the opportunity to learn from Plum Blossom Sword Spirit, they would not doubt it. Sangwon Hong and the others helped the innkeeper unhook the horses from the carriage. But isn't there someone else inside the carriage? At the words of Sangwon Hong, Seomun Daeyeon and Gong Mujin frowned at the same time. Leave it for now? Sangwon Hong shook his head, and Seomun Daeyeon explained. When he wakes up, he will come out just because he's hungry. Don't wake him up. He's someone who makes things worse if you wake him up. Sangwon Hong frowned. The more he heard it, the less he could imagine who the person inside the carriage was. After organizing the carriage and booking the rooms, everyone went down to the first floor for dinner. Gong Mujin received the young officers with a kind smile. It is a pleasure to meet the future leaders of the martial world. It is an honor to meet such famous people. Sangwon Hong bowed his head. It's just an empty reputation. Ha ha ha, you are too humble. Sangwon Hong smiled bitterly. He sincerely believed that his reputation was empty, as being the best officer of the Crouching Dragon Academy did not mean being the best in the martial world. In general, those who joined the Crouching Dragon Academy were among the 5 large families, excluding the 9 sects. Although occasionally, some key warriors of the 9 sects joined, most tended to train within their own sects. This was due to the fundamental difference between the 5 large families and the 9 sects. The 9 sects had innumerable techniques in addition to the representative techniques that were publicly known. Even Hua Mount, where Gong Mujin was located, was known by the technique of the plum flower sword, but also possessed techniques of fist and other martial arts, as well as movement techniques based on the technique of the purple cloud. On the other hand, the 5 large families, although they did not lack representative techniques compared to the 9 sects, had few techniques beyond those. Even the Namgung family, considered the best in the world, possessed the technique of the Emperor's sword and the 24 techniques of the Iron Sword, but few people know the fist techniques of the Namgung family. Therefore, joining the Crouching Dragon Academy had become essential for the exchange of experience and martial arts. For this reason, the title of Best Official of the Crouching Dragon Academy meant being the best among those who were not key officers of the 9 sects. If it's not too much trouble, can I say something? Zhang Miria, the Phoenix of War, spoke. Gong Mujin looked at Zhang Miria with interest. While he was interested in Sangwon Hong, the sword dragon, the person he was most interested in was Zhang Miria. While the origin of the others was clear, Zhang Miria's origin was almost unknown. Yet, she had achieved the title of Phoenix of War through strong determination and rigorous training. Gong Mujin, who valued perseverance and passion for martial arts, could not help but take an interest in it. The fact that she seemed even younger than she had heard also aroused her interest. If she had achieved the title of the Phoenix of War at that age, her martial skills should be far more outstanding than she seemed. I have heard that Hua Mount's sword is the best in the world. As a swordsman, I cannot miss the opportunity to witness the Hua Mount's sword. Despite her soft voice, her request was not trivial at all. Gong Mujin said with difficulty. Considering Zhang Miria's age, Isilwa would be the right opponent. Although Isilwa was his older sister, his ages were relatively similar. However, he could not ask him to fight when his internal wounds did not yet appear to be fully healed. If she gets hurt. Earlier, I would have pressured Isilwa to fight, saying that a warrior was only to fight when he was in perfect condition. But now, thanks to Wi Yeonho, Gong Mujin had learned that love for his disciples was as important as love for the country. Unfortunately, Sealwa's internal wounds have not yet healed. Zhang Miria slowly denied his head. Although I would love to fight Miss Sealwa, if the situation prevents it, there's no other choice. But she's not the only person here who can use Hua Mount's sword. Is she? Gong Mujin's eyes narrowed. Seo Mundayan and the others also paled slightly. In addition to Sealwa, there was only one other person who could use Hua Mount's sword in this place. Zhang Miria was defying Gong Mujin, the Plum Blossom Sword Spirit. Are you asking for a fight with me now? It's not a fight, it's a learning request. Haja, it is said that the Phoenix of War is ambitious in its martial arts. Gong Mujin laughed with resignation and then hardened his expression. I will appreciate your determination, but you should reconsider it. I am not someone who sympathizes with his opponent in a fight. If you want to face me, you must be prepared to lose your mind. It wasn't something to be told to a junior. That meant Gong Mujin was pretty angry. What swordsman would be glad that a young man challenged him to a fight? If one dies chasing martial arts, that would be the most appropriate death for a warrior, don't you think? Gong Mujin nodded. His anger had diminished. Zhang Miria's serious attitude toward martial arts had pleased him. However, as the Hua Mount sword had been challenged, he could not simply face it with indifference. Good. Go outside. I will show you the greatness of Hua Mount's sword. Gong Mujin and Zhang Miria faced each other on a wasteland outside the inn. Seeing that, Sealwa said with concern to Seo Mundayan. Sister, shouldn't we stop them? I think we should, but... Seo Mundayan sighed deeply. She had heard that Zhang Miria was passionate about martial arts, but she did not expect it to be too impulsive to challenge Gong Mujin directly. I hope nothing bad happens. Gong Mujin was unpredictable, but one thing was certain. It was the Plum Blossom Sword Spirit, and people don't change so easily. Although he seemed a kind man with Wi Yeonho, if that were his true personality, he would not be known as the Plum Blossom Sword Spirit. You better be careful. My sword is also sharp. Seo Mundayan secretly approached Sangwon and said, Shouldn't we stop them? Sangwon sighed and shook his head. You can't stop Mubong Zhang Miria. If it's martial arts, it never goes back. When she obtained the title of Phoenix of War at such an early age, she thought there should be a good reason, but she did not expect it to be so. Passion is good, but this was too much. I'll give you 3 chances. Then, immediately, he drew 3 swords toward the sky. Gong Mujin's eyebrows moved. What are you doing? I have used my 3 swords. Gong Mujin laughed with resignation. If seen positively, it could be interpreted as a desire to witness a true sword rather than a mere formality. Do you dare to underestimate me? Gong Mujin, the Plum Blossom Sword Spirit, was a proud man. This act could only be seen as provocation. I thought of going calmly. Well, I will show you the true sword of Hua Mount. A purple aura began to emanate from Gong Mujin's body. It had unleashed Hua Mount's purple energy. Sealwa's face paled. In her opinion, her teacher was very angry. Then, the fight would not end without young Mubong getting hurt. I must stop them. But who could stop an angry Gong Mujin? Sealwa's eyes moved. He saw the carriage at the end of the wasteland. Could Wi Yeonho help? It might be a good idea, but unfortunately, her plan did not work. Before I could get there, the carriage door opened suddenly, and Wi Yeonho, with an expression of irritation, came out vaguely. Oh, why so much noise? I can't sleep. Everyone looked at Wi Yeonho. Who is that guy? As Sangwon frowned, something strange happened. Gong Mujin spread all his inner energy, coughed, and looked at Wi Yeonho. Have you woken up? Have you awakened? Sangwon eyes were wide open. His tone was too soft compared to what Gong Mujin had shown so far. But that wasn't all. The real change came from Zhang Miria. Zhang Miria's expression was markedly hardened when he saw Wi Yeonho. Chapter 134. The departure of Wei Zhonghan's group was delayed. Although they wanted to reach Xinyang, also known as Xinyang where Wi Yeonho was, as soon as possible, Jin Yiren got in their way. Your health is very deteriorated. Right now, it may not seem like a big problem, but if ignored, it could cause long-term problems. You need rest for at least 3 days. Otherwise, no doctor will be able to reverse the damage to your body. Hearing this, Wei Zhonghan had to delay his departure. As dear as his son was, Once his survival was confirmed, he could not pursue him at the expense of his wife's health. Also, if he said they could leave and treat her later, his eldest son, with his eyes full of anger, would probably draw his sword. Do you have a vindictive spirit that pursues you because of your lack of filial piety? Faced with the determination of Wi Yeonho, who convinced him with the intensity of someone who would kill him if he did not receive treatment, Han Sanga finally had to give in. If your body is not healthy, even the best intention will be compromised. I understand your plight, but someone who neglects their own body has no right to worry about others. It was a statement with which it was difficult to disagree. How beautiful she is. Han Sanga shown to see Jean Yeren applying acupuncture to his body. She had also lived many years and met many people. But even after remembering all the people she had met in her life, none was as beautiful as the woman before her. You could say it was the embodiment of beauty. To think that such a beautiful person was walking around in those clothes made her worry that she might be attacked. After Jean Yeren finished the treatment and said he would return in the evening, Han Sanga took Wi Yeonho to his room. Do you feel better? Actually, it wasn't that bad. I just thought it was necessary for someone with experience to treat me. Well, let's take care of your body for now. That young woman. Isn't she too beautiful? Wi Yeonho coughed hard. His response would determine the type of food he would eat over the next 10 years. If he made a mistake, he could end up eating only herbs for 10 years and be expelled from home. Sanga, to me, there is no woman more beautiful than you. Wi Yeonho made an expression of pride, but Han Sanga responded with a look of disdain. I asked you if she was beautiful. She is beautiful. I am worried that such a beautiful young woman will be alone in a poor neighborhood. It looks like there's someone watching that young girl, so I caught him and hit him a little. Han Sanga nodded. He said he was protecting her at the request of the Hao clan. I found it strange, so I asked Miss Imo, and it turned out that the client was Yeonho. Han Sanga was happy. Isn't that right? Yeonho, looks like he's grown up a lot. He even thinks about these things. Han Sanga snapped his tongue. What kind of person is she to do something so annoying? He didn't do it out of kindness. Surely, he must feel something for her. Wi Yeonho tried to deny it, but he shut up. It was true that Jean Yeren was extraordinarily beautiful. As a man, Wi Yeonho could not help but be attracted to her. Moreover, she had a kind heart. How about his daughter-in-law? I totally agree, but Wi Yeonho expressed his true feelings. The truth is that, as a person, one must be conscious. Jean Yeren is too beautiful and kind of Wi Yeonho. Although he is my son, our Yeonho is lazy, very lazy, extremely lazy. If she had parents, she would have nothing to say even if she was stuck with a sword in her back. Are you done? I'm just telling the truth. It is better not to speak so freely. It seems that it will shorten your life. Wi Yeonho remained silent, realizing he could die if he said anything else. It seems you don't understand it. Human affection is not based on conditions. I have researched discreetly, and it seems that this young woman also has feelings for our Yeonho. If I hadn't, would I have come running to hear that I'm Yeonho's mother? Wi Yeonho nodded. However, he could not get rid of an uncomfortable feeling. He felt like he was staining a white pearl. Stay still. I will take care of everything. We have to marry him. Wi Yeonho, unable to say anything, could only nod his head. I wonder what Yeonho is doing now. You'll see him soon. Wi Yeonho felt an even greater desire to see Wi Yeonho that day. Why are you making so much noise while someone is sleeping? There are several reasons. First, there's no other place to train near here, and second, in fact, isn't it weirder that you're sleeping at this hour? When the sun sets, people must sleep. Don't you know it's the natural order? Then you should be awake when the sun rises. Although she had much to say, 100 words would be useless to Wi Yeonho. Isil was sighed. With the appearance of Wi Yeonho, her master had dissipated the murderous aura. If the combat had continued with the same atmosphere as before, Zhang Miria would probably have been seriously injured. Anyway, now we're in the middle of a fight. Couldn't we talk later? Wi Yeonho shook his head at Gong Mujin's words. After looking at those in the courtyard, Wi Yeonho asked with disbelief. With this young woman? Wi Yeonho grumbled at the woman Gong Mujin pointed to. No. Are you part of some committee to trample sprouts? All the people who ask for a fight are younger than you. If you have decorum, you should fight with people your age, instead of fighting with children who are not your opponent. Didn't you choose that nickname for that? You're like a child molester. A child molester. Gong Mujin was furious. It was this young woman who asked for the fight first. Not me. Children can be impulsive. Instead, you should have rebuked her calmly. And then you got angry and said, well, fight. When Wi Yeonho looked at Iseolwa and Seomundaeyeon, they nodded discreetly. Gong Mujin was on the verge of madness. A child molester. In fact, Wi Yeonho was too strong to be considered a child, and Zhang Miria was the one who challenged him. But receiving this kind of treatment was unfair. Isn't that right? When she sought the approval of Seomundaeyeon, she smiled bitterly. What young Wei says makes sense, but in this case, one could say that the young woman received too much kindness from Gong Mujin. Zhang Miria's sword fell to the ground. The sword of a swordsman rolling down the ground. Seomundaeyeon could not help but wonder if his words had been too strong. No, miss what I meant. Seomundaeyeon tried to say something, but stopped. Zhang Miria's face trembled as if he had seen a ghost. What's the matter with him? Not only was Seomundaeyeon surprised, everyone was surprised by Zhang Miria's reaction. Is Mubong showing emotions? The three dragons and a phoenix, except Zhang Miria, were also surprised. Mubong was said to be so insensitive that he seemed not to be human. However, she was now showing remarkable emotional instability. They couldn't understand what was happening. And he threw his sword. Sang Wenhong felt the situation was unusual. Although he was younger than him, Zhang Miria was a swordsman he could learn a lot from. A swordsman would throw his sword, which is more important than his own life, to the ground. Is he your enemy? You couldn't understand that reaction any other way. Zhang Miria looked at Wi Yeonho as if he saw a ghost, and began to approach slowly. Wi Yeonho narrowed his eyes as he saw the woman approach. Is this the first time I've seen her? Although she seemed familiar, I definitely didn't know her. If she were such a beautiful woman, I wouldn't have forgotten her. Why are you coming? And why is he shaking so much? Wi Yeonho frowned at the incomprehensible situation. Zhang Miria, who had approached Wi Yeonho, held his chest and breathed deeply. Then, with a trembling voice, he asked, May I know your name, young gentleman? I am Wi Yeonho. He had no reason to hide his name. He had never committed a crime that prevented him from sleeping peacefully. However, Zhang Miria's reaction was strange. As soon as he said his name, Zhang Miria's face began to distort as if he were a demon. What kind of scary expression does that woman have? Just as Wi Yeonho was about to snap his tongue, Zhang Miria slowly opened his mouth. Wi Yeonho. Just as Wi Yeonho was about to speak, Zhang Miria stepped forward and struck him. Wi Yeonho exclaimed, surprised to see the blow directed to his cheek. The problem was that this woman was about to hit him for no reason. Wi Yeonho's body reacted automatically to the attack. This was something Wi Yeonho could not control. It was something he should claim from Baek Muon, who had beaten him for 5 years. Even if he tried not to, his hand moved unconsciously when he felt a blow. Although it was a problem for such a young woman to get the blow from Wi Yeonho, what difference does it make? Since she attacked him first, she wouldn't complain if she got hit. Wi Yeonho calmed down. But that didn't happen. Something completely unexpected happened. An impact sound so loud that it unconsciously squeezed his hands, and Wi Yeonho flew out like a top. With a strange cry, Wi Yeonho, who had gone 3 times in the air, fell to the ground. The eyes of those present were filled with unbelief. Chapter 135. Iseolwa screamed. More than a cry, it was an exclamation of unbelief. Wi Yeonho had been hit. It was Wi Yeonho, who had not even been brushed by Gong Mujin, the spirit of the plum flower sword, even using all its strength. And now, he had received a blow from a young woman without being able to dodge it. Even if she had been a warrior empress, it would have been impossible. But that impossible had just happened. Seomundaeyeon and Gong Mujin were just as surprised. Everyone who knew Wi Yeonho was amazed, watching the situation. But none of them would be as surprised as Wi Yeonho. Wi Yeonho shook his head, stunned. Unbelief invaded him before anger. His usual reaction, so precise in any situation, had not been activated. Since he developed this habit, how many times had he been beaten more by unconsciously counterattacking each time Baek Muon attacked him? A blow for having dared to raise his fist while his master scolded him turned into dozens of blows. He had made many efforts to correct this habit, realizing that it would only increase the number of blows he received, but he had not been able to overcome it. And now, Wi Yeonho's hand was still, as if it were tied. Will it be for being a woman? That was impossible. Wei Yeonho was a pacifist. For Wei Yeonho, who loved everyone equally, there was no distinction between men and women. If someone touched him, he was struck. Had he not learned deeply the lesson that there is no distinction of gender or age in a fight? Thanks to Baek Muon. Why didn't he move his hand? Why did you hit me? Wei Yeonho suddenly rose and shouted. How dare you hit me, a woman I barely know? Do you think I have no hands? If I hit you seriously, you will die? How dare you hit me? The fact that he could not counterattack was a problem, but so was the fact that a woman he saw for the first time slapped him without warning. But Jong Miria, being rebuked by Wei Yeonho, only trembled with an even more serious expression. We barely know each other. Wei Yeonho trembled. That was almost a murderous aura. What grudge could this woman have against him to show so much anger? He reflected, but Wei Yeonho had never had that kind of grudge in his life. Before Wei Yeonho could continue, Jong Miria fell upon him without saying a word. Wei Yeonho squeezed his teeth. He did not know the reason, but he was not holy enough to bear a woman who attacked him without explanation. Indeed, Wei Yeonho was the least holy person present. Wei Yeonho, tired of being beaten, didn't want to get any more. Determined to show his power, Wei Yeonho punched Jong Miria, who swung at him. But this time, Wei Yeonho's hand didn't move, and Jong Miria's fist hit his chin directly. Wei Yeonho turned in the air like a top. Jong Miria fell upon Wei Yeonho, who had fallen to the ground, and began beating him savagely. Slap, 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 slap. Speak to me. God damn it. But Jong Miria continued to beat him without stopping. Although she did not use internal energy, her blows had a force comparable to that of someone who did use it. The present watched the scene with disbelief. What an incredible beating. Sang-Wen Hong was about to applaud without realizing it. The beatings of Jong Miria, who was on top of Wei Yeonho, were impressive. Are you going to kill him? But why do you do it? Are you mortal enemies? If they were mortal enemies, he would have attacked her with a sword. He would not have struck her with a mixture of affection and malice. Gong Mujin and Ai Seolwa were just as surprised, but their surprise was different from that of the three dragons and a phoenix. Why do you let him hit? If Wei Yeonho wanted to, with Jong Miria's skill, he couldn't even touch it. Of course, Wei Yeonho also felt strange, as they thought. Why can't I fight back? His body reacted automatically, but for a while, every time he tried to hit Jong Miria, his body felt paralyzed. Her mind wanted to teach that insolent child a lesson, but her body refused to hit her. Why? At last, you showed up. Why? Jong Miria, who was beating Wei Yeonho, shouted something incoherent. Explain me. Please let me explain. Oh. Wei Yeonho screamed. Don't hit my face. Don't hit me where you've already hit me. Jong Miria slapped Wei Yeonho, who was screaming. Wei Yeonho's anger increased. Wei Yeonho, now really angry, looked up to attack. But at that time, Wei Yeonho lost the strength in his hands. Tears began to spring from the eyes of the woman above him. How much I have sought you. Why are you crying? What did I do wrong? Did I do something wrong? Although he did not know the reason, the situation indicated that he had done something wrong. The others also seemed to think the same thing. I don't know why, but you're a piece of shit. You have hurt a woman's feelings. Breaths of reprobation were heard everywhere. Wei Yeonho shook his head and resisted. No, it's not true. Wei Yeonho swore that he had done nothing wrong. But even Gong Mujin wasn't on his side. If a man does something wrong, he must take responsibility. I didn't see you like that. You're too much. Ai Seolwa looked at Wei Yeonho as if he were an insect and said. Wei Yeonho wanted to go crazy. Wei Yeonho, who had lived in a cave, how could he have met such a woman? Before Wei Yeonho could scream to stop them from misinterpreting him and giving him an explanation, Jong Miria fell upon him. Jong Miria hugged Wei Yeonho, began to cry. Wei Yeonho's eyes were filled with disbelief. Hey, well then. After a while, Jong Miria stopped crying, and Wei Yeonho, after cleaning his face and wringing his nose, finally heard it. Wei Yeonho, sweating as he comforted Jong Miria, who was about to cry again, caressed Jong Miria's back, or rather, Wei Suryun, and continued. Suryun, then, are you my sister? Don't you recognize your sister's face? Well. The truth is, if a person changes so much in 5 years, even his mother wouldn't recognize her. A girl who reached her waist now reached her chin. How could she recognize her? Are you really Suryun? When Wei Suryun clenched his teeth, Wei Yeonho nodded. Her face and expression were exactly the same as her mother's. Wi Yeonho, discovering the blood bond, caressed Wei Suryun's shoulder and said, "Why did you use that name?" "Because of my older brother." Wei Suryun's explanation was as follows. When she entered the academy, Wei Sanho's name was already known, so if she entered under the name Wei Suryun, she could not help but attract the attention of others. Wei Suryun, feeling uncomfortable, decided to hide his name and family. "My older brother told me. He said he would have to leave the academy to look for our brother, and that would bring attention to me. He said that if I wanted to focus on my studies, it was better not to reveal our relationship." Wei Yeonho nodded. "What have you been doing all this time? Do you know how much Mom, Dad, and your older brother have been looking for you?" Wei Yeonho sighed. "I ran into a demon. I can't explain it in 3 or 4 days. So let's go in first." Wei Suryun, so happy to meet his brother after 5 years, held on to Wei Yeonho like a leech. Was Mubong always like that? The 3 dragons and a phoenix, who had been traveling with Wei Suryun until recently, looked at Wei Suryun with disbelief. Mubong was someone with whom there was not much interaction because of his passion for martial arts, his inexpressive expression, and his cold personality. Mubong did not have the childish behavior that would be expected of a girl his age. But the fact that Mubong became a little girl in front of Wei Yeonho was incredible. And Wei Suryun wasn't Zhongmiria, but Wei Suryun. So she's Wei Sanho's sister, the demon-expelling sword. Mubong had shown a level of skill that was not appropriate for her age. There were doubts about her achievements. But now, knowing that she was Wei Sanho's sister, everything made sense. So, Wei Yeonho is also Wei Sanho's brother. He had never heard of Wei Sanho having a younger brother. Sangwon Hong, about to say something, clumsily lowered his hand when he saw Wei Yeonho, who, completely ignoring him, entered the inn with Wei Suryun. Gong Mujin, who had gone out to train and had witnessed the reunion between brothers, also coughed with discomfort. "Then let us come in as well." They felt something strange had happened. "Brother, eat this too." Both the person who ate eagerly and the girl who fed a man. Is everyone in the Wei family like that? Sangwon Hong could not help but wonder. He did not want to have prejudices, but it was difficult to ignore what he saw. "Oh, look how much my brother has lost. I used to be as chubby as a pig. It's because I've been through many difficulties." Yes, that's what it looks like. "Eat meat. Meat my brother likes." Gong Mujin, who had been watching the situation, spoke. "So, Mubong is the younger sister of the Wei family. So the Wei family has produced the demon-expelling sword and the phoenix of war. And that monster too. Do the Wei family grow ginseng in their front garden? Or do they have a well that sprouts bluestone milk?" It was a family he couldn't understand. Chapter 136. That doesn't exist. Of course not. I didn't even ask if it really existed. Even if the great Master Wei has exceptional talent, in his youth, he did not even reach the level of Wei Sanho. The day the Wei family shakes the world is getting closer and closer. Wei Suryun frowned at that. "I don't think my older brother can help, do I?" "Haha, you don't know? My brother doesn't leave the house." "Uh-huh." Gong Mujin's expression became gloomy. "I didn't think of that. It was true. What good is it to have martial arts that can shake the world if Wei Yeonho doesn't leave the house?" Suddenly, something seemed strange. The Wei Yeonho I had seen so far was someone who even hesitated before moving a finger. It was strange that someone like that was traveling to Luoyang without a purpose. As I had seen Wei Yeonho travel from the beginning, this discrepancy had not occurred to him before. "Then why are you traveling?" "Because my teacher asked me to." "Did he ask you to travel?" "He said that martial arts are finally perfected through experience, and that he should see, listen, feel, and understand the world." "Oh." Gong Mujin nodded repeatedly, as if something had struck him. "That's right. Martial arts develop through personal experience. Seeking a higher level within the sect is not bad, but it's static. If observation, listening, and experience are limited to a confined space." Gong Mujin began to murmur something into the void. Sangwon Hong, horrified by his appearance, shivered and breathed deeply. Then he gestured to those around. They all nodded and slowly surrounded Gong Mujin. "Huh." Only Wei Yeonho looked around with an expression of confusion. "What's going on?" Wei Suryun took his hand to his mouth and gently pulled Wei Yeonho. "This way?" "Huh." Wei Yeonho, without understanding, was dragged by Wei Suryun. "Brother, It seems that he is reaching enlightenment, so don't interrupt him. Lighting. Wei Yeonho had heard that term occasionally. Wei Yeonho had experienced that several times, but it was the first time he heard that that moment should not be interrupted. Anyway, my teacher is. His teacher explained everything thoroughly, even the most insignificant details, to prevent Wei Yeonho from being affected to the point of recording it in his mind and body. But in situations where Wei Yeonho could harm others, his attitude was one of indifference. Well, it can happen. What will they do? He is my disciple. It was the example of all teachers. Whoosh. The surrounding wind began to gather around Gong Mujin. Gong Mujin closed his eyes, remained still, and then opened them suddenly. Wong. The light emanating from his eyes lit up the inn for a moment. Congratulations for your great achievement. Congratulations for your enlightenment. All present congratulated Gong Mujin. Master, congratulations on having overcome the barrier. Ha 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 ha, thank you. Gong Mujin smiled kindly upon receiving the congratulations of Isiowa. But Gong Mujin looked at Wei Yeonho with a serious expression. Overcoming the barrier that had tormented him for so long was something worthy of celebration. Although there was no immediate improvement in his skills, now that he had overcome the barrier, with constant training, his development potential was unlimited. After all, he had embarked on this journey to overcome the frustration of being stuck. And he had found Wei Yeonho, a good opponent, and had dedicated himself to training with him. He had overcome the barrier at once, so it was great news. That was a good thing. But why? Gong Mujin couldn't accept it. Had it been recently, I would have hugged Wei Yeonho and danced with joy saying that I had found a treasure. But now it was not so. I see what was in his mind before Wei Yeonho. If I thanked Wei Yeonho, I would feel that I was accepting the relationship between Wei Yeonho and Isiowa. That can't be. Gong Mujin, after recomposing himself, bowed to Wei Yeonho. Thanks to you, young Wei, I have been able to overcome the barrier that has tormented me for so long. As a warrior and swordsman, I deeply appreciate your immense help. Wei Yeonho frowned his lips. Just words. Grit. Gong Mujin squeezed his teeth. Look at him. Look how this guy talks. He had just finished talking and was already waiting for a reward. Let everyone see his lack of manners. He looked at Isiowa with a supplicating look, but Isiowa only rolled his head, without understanding. What a frustrating guy. Don't you feel anything when you see your lack of manners? A normal person would say something like it's not a big deal, or how could it be because of me? What a lack of education for someone from a noble family. Gong Mujin breathed deeply. He could have said all that at once, but now he was clearly indebted. With so many people watching, if he got angry, the rumor would soon spread that Gong Mujin was an ungrateful one. Gong Mujin calmed down and continued. I am deeply grateful for having conveyed to me the words of your teacher. If I could, I would like to thank your teacher personally, but since young Wei does not want to reveal the identity of his teacher, I can only express my gratitude in my heart. Wei Yeonho barked his head. Hey, what do you say? Did you notice? He had said carefully. I thank you, but it is thanks to the words of your teacher, not to you. Still, I appreciate your effort, so I thank you a little. But Wei Yeonho seemed to have grasped the hidden meaning. My teacher is dead. Yes. I've told you several times he's a ghost. I thought you meant someone like a ghost. I've told you several times. He's a ghost. Wei Yeonho hit his chest with frustration, and Gong Mujin scratched his head ashamed. It's a shame I can't thank you personally. No, just thank me with words. Do you accept paper money? The coin paper refers to the money that burns for the dead. Okay. Wei Yeonho sighed and sat down again. The atmosphere became a little uncomfortable, but Sangwon Hong and the others again congratulated Gong Mujin, cheering the atmosphere. You are now known as the best swordsman in Hua, and now that you have overcome another barrier, you could soon be known as the best in Central Plains. At the words of Sangwon Hong, Gong Mujin coughed with discomfort. No, that's impossible. In another situation, I would have gladly accepted. But saying that in front of Wei Yeonho made him uncomfortable, even for Gong Mujin. Best of Central Plains. He couldn't defeat that young man. How could he be the best in Central Plains? In order to compete with Wei Yeonho, he would have to overcome 3 or 4 more barriers. And by then, Gong Mujin would already be Hua Mount's best swordsman, not just by name. Ha 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 ha. Before becoming the best swordsman in Central Plains, you will have overcome me. Sangwon Hong responded humbly. That's impossible. Time is right for everyone. As long as I'm strengthened, so will you, even faster. I don't know that. While everyone exchanged compliments, only 3 people did not participate in the conversation. 2 were Wi Yeonho and Wei Suryun. Brother, this is delicious. Uh-huh. This is delicious too. Uh-huh. The cook at this is good. Brother, you must eat a lot and fatten up. Ultimately, my back hurts when I sleep in hard places. Before I didn't. You must have been through a lot. Wei Suryun's eyes shone. Those present were amazed to see that. Wi Yeonho seemed perfectly fine, but according to Wei Suryun, he seemed to have been starving for a month. Talking about it, Sang Hong looked at Wei Suryun with a strange look. Zhang Miria, or rather, Wei Suryun, was it always like that? Although he did not have a strong nickname because of his age, if he were older, he could have been called the Cold Heart Witch or the Kree Heart Sword. The fact that Wei Suryun was looking after his brother like a bird mother to his chicks was a strange thing. Brother, what are you going to do? Hey, why? Your older brother will try to kill you if he catches you. That's true. Last time, he was so drunk he said he would kill you if I found you. What a character. Why that guy can only express his affection with his fists. That's also a personality disorder. Wi Yeonho scratched his head and spoke. What difference does it make if he hits me? I just have to deal with him. To deal with him. Yes. Well, Wi Yeonho smiled. My older brother also has 3. He did not know how strong Wei Sanho had become, but he was probably no stronger than Gong Mujin. However, Wei Yeonho treated Gong Mujin like a child. Perhaps my teacher was right. Baek Muhan had proudly said that hardly anyone could face him in the martial world. I thought it was an exaggeration of a man from the past, or just a brag, but the more he used his martial arts and fought others, the more he noticed. Baek Muhan's martial arts had a force that transcended the ages. Brother, can you beat your older brother in a fight? I think so. Wei Suryun smiled at the words of Wei Yeonho. Brother, wake up. Chapter 137. Sang Hong, with a slightly serious face, looked at Wei Yeonho and continued. Wei Sanho, the demon-expelling sword, is considered superior to all officers of the academy. Saying you can beat him means that, among all present, except the great Master Gong, no one could stand up to you. Wei Yeonho was confident. He had no reason to hesitate to tell the truth. While others might lie out of courtesy, Wei Yeonho was a man of his time, with the courage to tell the truth unscrupulously. How many times had he argued with Baek Muhan, being beaten for 5 years for it? Had he only controlled his tongue, he would have received half of the blows. Sang Hong's eyebrows moved. So, you claim you can beat me without even trying my sword. Wei Yeonho maintained his confidence. However, that trust was not received in the same way by all. Gong Mujin, for example, was skeptical. Telling the truth can be so irritating. Even so, Gong Mujin was relieved that Wei Yeonho had not said, "No, I was wrong," including the great Master Gong, all of you. Considering his age and position in the martial world, it would be a very embarrassing situation. Although sooner or later everyone in the martial world would find out about Wei Yeonho, Gong Mujin did not want to be the cause of the news spreading. He had to stop the rumor from spreading that a prodigy had appeared that could defeat him. That's why Gong Mujin kept quiet. On the other hand, Isielwa thought it was natural. Comparing Wei Yeonho, whom even his teacher could not control, with the officers of the academy was absurd. To tell the truth bluntly was an essential virtue for a man. Isielwa smiled slightly as she looked at Wei Yeonho. Sang Hong and the other 2 dragons and a phoenix were very upset. They were the 3 dragons and a phoenix, considered the strongest of the Crouching Dragon Academy. The academy was not weak because of the absence of the 9 sects. It was a place where the most prominent officers from all over the world met. Only the heirs of the most prestigious families, with exceptional abilities, could enter the academy. As the academy was a place where skills were compared and objective evaluations were carried out, sending someone without talent could damage the prestige of the family. They were the top 5 among the selected ones. And yet, a stranger said he could easily defeat them. Finally, Wei Suryun was very nervous. Her brother, during the time he was missing, must have lost common sense. Seeing the rigid expressions of Sang Hong and the others, Wei Suryun pinched the side of Wei Yeonho. Oh, hurts. Why? You don't need to brag so much just because we haven't seen each other in a while. Whoever you are, you're my brother. Even though I know them, not even the great teacher Zhang Sanfeng could make you an expert. It was a fair assessment. Everyone who knew Wei Yeonho would think the same thing. And Baek Muhan, with his relentless training, had done his best. Baek Muhan refuted the saying, "You can take the horse to the water, but you can't force it to drink." Because in this life, suffering alone really learns. Binding the horse by the water and hitting him until he is exhausted, until he drinks water for tiredness or for believing that he has done something wrong. That was Baek Muhan's philosophy. And that philosophy was being demonstrated with Wei Yeonho. But Sangwon Hong didn't know that. They say that even a dragon can be controlled with words. Are you willing to prove it by receiving my sword? Wei Yeonho shook his head, making Sangwon Hong angry. I'm challenging you to a fight. I've always wanted to learn about the Wei family sword. I wanted to ask young Wei Sanho for advice, but since there are two people here who know the Wei family sword, this is a good opportunity. It was a rather rude request for combat. Normally, an application for combat like this could end up in a duel to death. Therefore, Sangwon Hong expected Wei Yeonho to accept his challenge. Normally, challenging someone inferior that way is a bad thing. But since Wei Yeonho had already done the provocation, no one would blame him. Sangwon Hong thought he had perfectly caught Wei Yeonho, but Wei Yeonho was different from any other warrior. Wei Yeonho immediately replied to Sangwon Hong, "I don't want to." Sangwon Hong looked at Wei Yeonho with a stunned expression. Normally, because of pride, one would accept a fight. You say you don't want to. Sangwon Hong asked without understanding. May I ask why? If you refuse this fight, everyone will call it a coward. And the honor of the Wei family will be stained. Is it still okay? That will not happen. May I ask you again? Wei Yeonho sighed, as if he could not believe that he did not understand it, and kindly explained. It doesn't matter if everyone calls me a coward, and the honor of the Wei family won't be tarnished because of me. For my older brother will restore him. Sangwon Hong had to admit that Wei Yeonho was right. The rapid rise of the Wei family was largely due to the prominent figure of Wei Zhonghan, the sword of the just hero, and to the appearance of Wei Sanho, the demon-expelling sword, a successor who rivals the title of the best swordsman. Where there is light, there is darkness. Normally, when an exceptional successor appears, his brothers should also be exceptional persons. But if the figure of the older brother is too imposing, many younger brothers deviate. Therefore, even if Wei Yeonho is a coward, most warriors would not despise the Wei family for it. Namgung Hai, the phoenix of the sword, supported Sangwon Hong. That means you're admitting he's a coward, right? It was something that could be very humiliating. For others, at least. When Wei Yeonho looked back, Wei Suryun nodded. My brother is a little scary. It's better to be afraid than to die young. It's better to be a little scared. Namgung Hai's lips trembled. What kind of family was that? For her, raised in the strict Namgung family, the actions of the brothers were incomprehensible. And there is another problem. I have not learned the sword of the Wei family. So, if you want to see the sword of the Wei family. When Wei Yeonho looked at her, Wei Suryun denied with his hand. Brother, I can't either. Dad said the sword of the celestial flying dragon isn't suitable for women, so I learned another technique. Wei Yeonho nodded. Have you heard it? What a pity. Sangwon Hong's face turned red. Seeing the Wei family sword did not mean seeing the secret martial arts of the Wei family. So, you don't want to fight now? That's right. Why bother? Wei Yeonho said as if he couldn't understand. Both Gong Mujin and Sangwon Hong seemed anxious to fight. Now that I think about it, my family is the same. Wei Zhonghan, who left home to train and still suffers the consequences. Or Wei Sanho, who throws wooden swords and shouts, "Show me your skills." Every time he sees Wei Yeonho, everyone is just as incomprehensible. Why do they like to fight so much? At that time, Gong Mujin spoke slowly. But didn't you say you would always accept a challenge? The last time, and the last time. Since he himself had been defeated the last time he heard those words, he could not forget them. That's when they challenged my sword. This time it's Wei family business, so I can ignore it. Gong Mujin smiled with resignation at the words of Wei Yeonho. Normally, family is more important, isn't it? Wei Yeonho scratched his head. My family has my brother and father. But my teacher died alone, so if I don't, no one will protect his honor. That was the moment when Baek Muhan, the elegant young man and the elegant old man of the martial world, became a lonely old man. If Baek Muhan were alive, he would have been furious and would have killed his disobedient disciple. But unfortunately, the only person in the martial world who could correct Wei Yeonho's behavior had already passed away. I don't know if the teacher would be happy or angry to hear that. Although he would surely have been angry, Gong Mujin, who did not know Baek Muhan's temperament, could only say that. Sangwon Hong did not miss the opportunity to hear what Wei Yeonho had said. Do you accept all challenges to your sword? Although he didn't like the idea of a challenge, the reality was that if I embarrassed him with a challenge, his initial plan would fall apart. Sangwon Hong smiled ironically and spoke. So what if I challenge his sword? Not to the Wei family's sword, but to Wei Yeonho. I, Sangwon Hong, challenge him. Now you will not be able to escape. Seeing Wei Yeonho's face hardening, Sangwon Hong rejoiced in silence. Gong Mujin sighed at the scene. If he wants to die, throw himself into the fire or the Yellow River. Why does he have to die so miserably? Gong Mujin prayed for Sangwon Hong's soul as he watched Wei Yeonho. But Wei Yeonho, who was expected to accept Gong Mujin's challenge, sighed with an expression of discomfort. What's going on? I'm a little confused. Hey, what's up? I don't know how to say it. Wei Yeonho looked at Sangwon Hong and spoke slowly. Chapter 138. I received the challenge, but Wei Yeonho couldn't help but doubt. If a hunter hunts a tiger, he is considered a hunter. If he hunts a fox or a rabbit, he is also considered a hunter. But can he be considered a hunter if a hunter catches a fly? Similarly, Wei Yeonho doubted whether he should accept this challenge as such. Would my teacher like to fight with him? Your teacher would not be happy, but would be angry at the lack of decorum in fighting someone like that. After all, Baek Muhan was extremely arrogant. It was Baek Muhan who rebuked Wudong's swordsmen by calling them inexperienced. It's annoying. By the time Wei Yeonho was considering what to do, Wei Suryun suddenly rose. I will apologize in your place. Huh? Wei Yeonho looked at Wei Suryun with disbelief. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Sangwon Hong seemed to have the same thought as Wei Yeonho. It's not the lady's business. It's my brother's business. Why isn't it my business? My brother doesn't know the world well. I hope young Sangwon understands. Wow. Wei Yeonho sighed with disbelief. Suddenly, he had become someone who did not know the world. Although he had been living in a cave for 5 years, it was not entirely false. If you are not satisfied yet, I will fight instead. If you want to see the Wei family sword, my sword will suffice. Wei Yeonho snapped his tongue. As a child, I was always anxious to train, and now that she's older, she has become someone like my older brother. Why does she like to fight so much? Wei Suryun's face was contorted. It's not like I like to fight. No matter how lazy his brother was, and no matter how uncontacted for 5 years, he was his brother. She could not allow him to be injured in a fight with Sangwon Hong. But Wei Yeonho, not knowing or caring about his feelings, yawned, nodded and said, although it doesn't seem like a formal challenge, I have to follow the basic rules. I accept the challenge. Brother. Wei Yeonho spread a finger in front of Wei Suryun. You have always been very meddling. Don't mind my business. Oh. Wei Suryun sighed with resignation and sat down. From now on, she could only observe and stop it if things got dangerous. I didn't think Wei Yeonho could beat Sangwon Hong, but intervening would damage Wei Yeonho's pride. I will not forgive him if he gets hurt. I Seal was sighed at Wei Suryun looking at Sangwon Hong with eyes full of hate. Are you ready? They both fought in the same wasteland as before. Instead of fighting between Wei Suryun and Gong Mujin, Wei Yeonho would fight Sangwon Hong. Gong Mujin was grateful for that. Almost a disgrace occurs. Although she said they hadn't seen each other for 5 years, they seemed to have a very close relationship. If Gong Mujin had continued his anger, Wei Suryun would surely have been hurt. Almost a great misfortune occurs. As Gong Mujin knew how strong Wei Yeonho was, he couldn't help thinking about how scary it would be if he got angry. They say that when someone who doesn't usually get angry, it's even more frightening. If Sangwon Hong received Wei Yeonho's anger, there would be nothing left of him. Gong Mujin felt sorry for Sangwon Hong, who would have to suffer instead. Why did he provoke a fight? Gong Mujin could also be to blame for not warning him. But even if he had made a mistake, he couldn't say, that guy is going to attack me too. Sangwon Hong spoke looking at Wei Yeonho. I am Sangwon Hong of the Sangwon family. Today, I will witness the sword of Wei Yeonho. Ah, yes. Wei Yeonho yawned repeatedly, as if he were bored. For Wei Yeonho, who suffered from chronic fatigue due to the technique of the purple cloud, it was an inevitable physiological reaction, but it was natural that Sangwon Hong did not understand it. You better be careful. My sword is sharp. Yes, I understand. I'm telling you again. Wei Yeonho stretched out his hand. Huh. Wei Yeonho slowly took his hand out into his mouth, pretending to cover his mouth. If you draw your sword, the words are unnecessary. I am tired and want to rest, so I would like it to end soon. Tired? Yes, of course. Gong Mujin frowned. He always said that before a fight. To the end. Sangwon Hong, really angry, pulled his sword out of the sheath and started slowly approaching Wei Yeonho. If I defeat you, Wei Sanho could come looking for me, so I won't be lenient. Wei Yeonho sighed. I couldn't understand why he was talking so much. Sword. So. It's okay. Huh. I will go myself. If he was going to talk, why did he draw his? At that moment, Wei Yeonho moved quickly, appearing in front of Sangwon Hong. Hike. Sangwon Hong turned back in horror, but that was the beginning of his real misfortune. Wei Yeonho's leg, which was going to kick Sangwon Hong's stomach, ended up beating him in the genitals due to the jump of Sangwon Hong. Sangwon Hong grabbed his genitals and jumped into the air. Ow. Wei Yeonho stared at Sangwon Hong, stunned. Oh wow. Ugh. Peng Do Hyong and Ian Hyo, also belonging to the Three Dragons, unconsciously grabbed their crotch. You are too cruel. It was a scene they never wanted to see again. Ugh. Gong Mujin also shivered at the scene. It would have been better to kill him cleanly. What a cruel guy. Wei Suryun could only open his eyes with amazement. The movement she had just seen was clearly that of an expert. It was a movement technique she could never replicate. Lightning step. Wasn't that a technique that even Wei Sanho had recently mastered? Wei Yeonho had easily demonstrated that technique. Then why did he get that hit before? If he had that technique, couldn't he have dodged the attack? Wei Suryun was about to cry, a mixture of emotion, disbelief and relief from Wei Yeonho's return as an expert. But Wei Yeonho, despite doing something so impressive, cautiously approached Sangwon Hong, who was twisting on the ground, grabbing his genitals, as if his condition were more important. Are you okay? You wug. I'm really sorry. It wasn't intentional. Really. Wei Yeonho knelt next to Sangwon Hong and hit him on the back. They say this helps. It hurts. Stop. Stop. No, they say this helps. Stop. Sangwon Hong's heartbreaking cry resonated on the wasteland. Ku. Sangwon Hong straightened out and again wielded his sword. Sangwon Hong challenges Wei Yeonho to a fight. Click. There seems to be a strange noise. There is nothing. Sangwon Hong's face trembled. Normally, Wei Yeonho made anyone pay for hostility, but this time, he understood the hostility of his opponent. Are you okay? I'm fine. Wei Yeonho showed his concern, but Sangwon Hong responded with irritation. How could I not be? He had been hit directly in his private parts by Wei Yeonho's kick. It was a miracle he was still alive. Sangwon Hong, who had been complaining for a while, was finally able to get up, return to her room, practice internal energy meditation, and leave. Are you really okay? I said yes. I know an exceptional doctor. He's young, but very good. Well, this is a little embarrassing, but I know an even better doctor. But I think it would be difficult for you to get treatment from him. Why? Although he thought he shouldn't get in, Sangwon Hong finally couldn't resist his curiosity and asked. Because she is a woman. Given, well, the affected area? I told you I'm fine. Yes. Well, if young Sangwon is okay. Wei Yeonho interrupted his phrase and stared at Sangwon Hong's intimate parts, before timidly saying, Can I call you Sangwon Hong, or should I call you Miss Sangwon? I will kill you. Sangwon Hong drew his sword and ran to Wei Yeonho with all his might. Sangwon Hong. Yes, at that time he was famous as the Sword Dragon. Saha, the historian, waved his head at the words of Gwang Guzengai. Why, haven't you heard it before? No. I think Sangwon Hong was quite famous back then. So what? I know the facts of Sangwon Hong, but I never heard it related to the radiant martial sovereign. It seems they had a relationship. A relationship? Gwang Guzengai smiled ironically. It could be said that Sangwon Hong was more related to Wei Yeonho than we were. Yes. Saha asked stunnedly. Then why is that fact not known in history? Gwang Guzengai scratched her cheek. This is a delicate story, but if you promise not to write it in the annals, I will tell you. Saha, after thinking about it, nodded. What was important was the radiant martial sovereign, not Sangwon Hong. I will. Gwang Guzengai responded immediately. In fact, we could say that we are partners with Wei Yeonho. I, the spirit of the sword, the monk, we have all been reprimanded by Wei Yeonho, but we were friends. His friendship is famous. That friendship has been manipulated in history. Anyway, we were friends. But Sangwon Hong, well, it wasn't that kind of relationship. What do you mean? Gwang Guzan guy shook his head. That's why it's important to start well. Sangwon Hong is a shame. If he hadn't gotten involved, he would have been a great talent, but he got involved with Wi Yeonho. Sa didn't want to hear anymore. He could already imagine what Wi Yeonho had been doing. Then what happened was, a naughty smile appeared on Gwang Guzan guy's face. Chapter 139. Do you know Sangwon Hong well? In his time, Sangwon Hong was the eldest son of the Sangwon family and entered the Crouching Dragon Academy with high expectations. Back then, the Crouching Dragon Academy was considered a place where influential families and sects should send their best talents. The fact that many of the graduates from previous generations of the academy had become famous in the martial world played an important role. However, sects, known as the 9 sects, generally did not send their disciples. This caused some friction. Me? Well, I went because the beggar boss asked me to. As you know, the beggar sect has many martial arts, but apart from the 18 techniques of the dragon and the percussion baton, it lacks other techniques, so sending disciples to the Crouching Dragon Academy was not a bad choice. I also made a lot of contacts there, including Sanho. For those of the beggar sect, connections are vital, so they won't starve wherever they go. Sangwon Hong. Oh, the conversation has gone astray. Anyway, Sangwon Hong was considered a great talent in his time. Although he was overshadowed by Wei Sanho of the previous generation, Wei Sanho was an exceptional case. Sangwon Hong was considered a talent that could aspire to be the best in the world. Well, that's until that day. Sangwon Hong, losing control, fell upon Wi Yeonho. His eyes burned and breathed with difficulty. Actually, it was reckless action. The movement of lightning step that Wi Yeonho had shown moments earlier showed its strength. Although it did not end decisively, the warriors who risked their lives in every fight could not have overlooked that technique. Anyone could see that Sangwon Hong could not defeat Wi Yeonho. But who could blame him for his anger? All the men who watched him supported him. Show him what you're worth. He punishes that shameless man who did something unforgivable for a man. But Gong Mujin was sighing. I couldn't even resist for a second, even in its normal state. A swordsman should not get excited. Unlike martial arts and fist techniques, the sword is a very sensitive weapon. Speed and precision are more important than strength. The first thing you learn when using a sword is to keep it steady. Therefore, it is important for a swordsman to remain calm. But someone who has not yet reached that level was losing control by emotion. Normally, Gong Mujin would have frowned at that scene, but this time, I understand. No one could imagine how someone would feel about being provoked that way. Although he felt some compassion for Sangwon Hong, his assessment should be objective. Should I observe it a little more? At that time, Sangwon Hong approached Wi Yeonho. Wi Yeonho tilted his head as he saw Sangwon Hong lowering his sword to his head. Is that a deadly attack? If Wi Yeonho didn't dodge it, his head would split in half. Considering the force and cruelty of the attack, it wasn't a combat technique. TSK. Wi Yeonho snapped his tongue and turned quickly to the side. Whoosh. Sangwon Hong's sword cut the air and nailed it to the ground. You better calm down. Wi Yeonho also had some decorum. Although punishing someone who uses a deadly attack is something that must be done, Wi Yeonho acknowledged that he too had some of the blame. So, kind Wi Yeonho tried to calm Sangwon Hong. You seem very angry, so? At that time, Sangwon Hong's sword jumped off the ground like an explosion, heading to Wi Yeonho's neck. Wi Yeonho sat softly, dodging the sword of Sangwon Hong. Whoosh. No. Whoosh. I'm telling you. Whoosh. Hey. Wi Yeonho's eyes shone. He's using deadly attacks, even though I'm trying to calm him down. Grab. Wi Yeonho, after dodging the sword, grabbed Sangwon Hong by the neck and threw him away. That's it. Sangwon Hong, who flew out like a bird, lost his balance and flew to a pillar. Wi Yeonho's expression changed. Those present shouted horrifiedly. It can't be. Impossible. It can't be. It can't be. But the direction Sangwon Hong was flying towards was obvious. If I flew like this. Crash. Wi Yeonho covered his face with his hands. He couldn't keep an eye on where Sangwon Hong would fall as he threw it. Wi Yeonho, not wanting to hit him or stab him, had simply thrown him to regain composure. But there was a pillar right where he threw it, and Sang Hong flew towards him with his legs open. Wei Yeonho slowly approached Sang Hong with an uncomfortable expression. Seeing Sang Hong trembling as he clung to the pillar with both legs and face on the floor, a mixture of emotions invaded him. From afar, Gong Mujin's sigh was heard. The Sangwon family, with its long history, will end here. Shudder. Wei Yeonho's body trembled at hearing that. Do you have a brother? Gong Mujin responded kindly to Isealwa's question. I think Sangwon Hong is an only child. Oh wow. Isealwa's last words were like a final blow. Wei Yeonho trembled because of the guilt. Guilt. Wei Yeonho, with his strong mind and brazenness, had rarely felt anything more than discomfort despite constant reprimands. Wei Yeonho's guilt was something surprising. Wei Yeonho slowly knelt down in front of Sangwon Hong, who was twisting on the ground. Then, he did something he had perhaps never done in his life, a sincere apology. I'm sorry. Really? How's the situation? Peng Do-hyung asked, and Gong Mujin looked at the room with an expression of sadness. Sangwon Hong was resting in the room after receiving medical treatment. How can I put it? Yes. The eyes of the two dragons and a phoenix stood on Gong Mujin. As it seems, there are no serious injuries. But as for what worries? Yes, everyone wanted to listen, but at the same time, they didn't want to. Fortunately, what we feared did not happen. There seems to be no problem with succession. Oh, what a relief. Peng Do-hyung and Ian Hyo rejoiced as if it were something of their own. Namgung Hai and Wei Suryun did not know how to react and remained silent. It was hard to be happy. What a relief. But what's the problem? Gong Mujin said with difficulty. How can I put it? The main problem is solved, but he has serious internal wounds and needs rest for a while. It seems he will not be able to continue his mission. Inner wounds. That's right. Peng Do-hyung said without understanding. Sangwon Hong's wounds are severe, but she didn't get an internal power attack, only external injuries. How come she also has internal injuries? It's not about the attack. Then, the doctor said it's stress. Peng Do-hyung nodded unconsciously. If he had been in the same situation, he would probably also have suffered stress. So he suffered a crazy attack. Gong Mujin nodded to Namgung Hai's question. You could say yes. However, it is not so serious, and it is expected to recover completely after a month of rest. I agree with that. What a relief. Everyone wondered if it was really a good thing, but no one said it out loud. Then, thank you for your help, Grandmaster Gong. It's nothing. Gong Mujin went to his room while he denied his head. I failed. The doctor said there were no problems with the succession, but the future was uncertain. Gong Mujin removed Sangwon Hong from the list of potential couples for Isealwa. What do we do now? Namgung Hai asked, and Ian Hyo made an expression of difficulty. As Sangwon Hong was wounded, he was the one who should lead the group. We should go back to the academy, shouldn't we? But our mission is to go to Na Mountain. It's an inevitable situation. How about we send back to Sangwon Hong and go on our own? That's an option, but he suffered a crazy attack. Leaving it that way is not correct either. Besides, I wouldn't want to leave it that way. They all nodded. Although they were known as the Three Dragons and a Phoenix, they had developed a friendship. Leaving a wounded companion was not something they could easily do. Then let's go back to Sangwon Hong. But there is a problem. What? Ian Hyo said with difficulty. If we abandon the mission, we have to report on the reasons. Everyone understood what Ian Hyo meant. How would they report that during a mission, they met a strange guy, fought him, and Sangwon Hong suffered such a serious injury to his intimate parts that it made it impossible to continue the mission? Even telling the truth, there are problems. We must consider the truth to protect the honor of young Sangwon. This is complicated. They all sighed deeply. What kind of person is he? It was completely incomprehensible. Everyone knew that none of them could throw Sangwon Hong as if it were a toy. Not even Wei Sanho, known as the Academy's greatest talent, could have done that. They seemed to have similar ages. If what they had seen was true, a talent had appeared that surpassed Wei Sanho in the Wei family. Now they understood what Gong Mujin had meant when the dispute began. Gong Mujin's words did not refer to Wei Sanho, but to Wei Yeonho. Although they did not want to admit it, an expert with unimaginable skills had appeared for his age. Namgung Hai looked at Wei Suryun and asked, Zhang Miria, or rather, Wei Suryun. Yes, sister. What kind of person is your brother? Wei Yun remained silent. He is a slacker. Even telling the truth could cause trouble. Chapter 140. Do you think it's possible that someone who pops up suddenly defeats Sangwon Hong so easily? Of course not. Sangwon Hong is not just a stray dog. He is not someone you can beat so easily. Then Wei Suryan's brother is an unimaginable expert. But why was he not known until now? If Wei Sanho's brother were so expert, his name would not have remained unknown. Of course, Namgung Hai's question was impossible to answer for Wei Suryun, who found a simple solution. Bang! Brother. Wei Suryun found an efficient solution to ask the interested party. There was no need for her to try. Wei Suryun fell over the huge cocoon in bed and took off his blankets. Wei Yeonho moved and resisted, but he could not avoid the hands of Wei Suryun, who had taken away his blankets for years. Brother, wake up. Why? Wei Suryun pulled off the sleeve of Wei Yeonho, who raised his head with his eyes still half closed. Brother, where did you become an expert? You could be even stronger than our older brother. Wei Yeonho frowned. Did you wake me up just to ask me that? Yes. Wei Suryun smiled innocently, making Wei Yeonho sigh. I found a ghost. A ghost? A ghost? A demon? Someone like that. Explain it in a way you can understand. Wei Yeonho sighed and began to tell what had happened to him. Wei Suryun's expression changed constantly as he listened. So that's what happened. Wei Suryun looked at Wei Yeonho with disbelief and asked. Then, in short, after you separated from our older brother, you fell into a strange cave where you met a ghost who claimed to be the best warrior of 300 years ago, and you learned martial arts from him, correct? Exactly. Wei Yeonho was about to cry. Wei Suryun was the first person to understand and accept his words. Wei Yeonho felt the family affection and was filled with joy. It's hard to believe. Wei Suryun looked at Wei Yeonho with a subtle expression. Although his story sounded absurd, there was no other explanation for the rapid increase in Wei Yeonho's skills. Wei Suryun also understood that Wei Yeonho was not someone who would train of his own free will unless he found a ghost. To her, he was her lovely brother, but to the others, he was an unbearable slacker. Brother, it is better not to tell this to anyone else. Yes, I suppose. Yes. They probably consider you crazy. Let's say you met a hermit in the mountains and learned martial arts from him. That's what I thought too. Wei Suryun nodded enthusiastically. I don't know who that person is, but it's not a good situation. It appears that the martial arts that were originally not intended to be transmitted had come into the hands of Wei Yeonho. If the descendants of his master appeared and demanded those martial arts, Wei Yeonho would have no choice but to deliver them. He's not lying. Based on Wei Yeonho's testimony, it was obvious that he was not a common warrior. Moreover, the change he had experienced in 5 years proved to be true. Let's keep the same story. Yes. Well, whatever. Wei Yeonho looked at Wei Suryun as asking if he could sleep now, and Wei Suryun nodded slowly and left the room. I wonder if there will be problems. What doesn't fit always causes trouble. Isn't it strange that a lazy person has those skills? However, Wei Suryun smiled and dismissed his concerns. Well, he's my brother. If he were someone else, he could cause trouble, but his brother was too lazy to cause trouble. Therefore, Wei Yeonho would not cause problems in the martial world. But Wei Suryun didn't know. Wei Yeonho had already caused many problems and planned to travel and gain experience to survive. Get me out of the carriage. Seomun Daeyeon watched Wei Yeonho's expression and desperately sought words of comfort. For now, you are a patient. Yes, but Wei Yeonho was shaking. This carriage was special. It was a comfortable and luxurious carriage that Wei Yeonho had customized for his travels. And now he had to walk to Luoyang. It was absolutely impossible. But Wei Yeonho looked at Sangwon Hong, who was limping. Seeing Sangwon Hong looking at him with hatred, his heart softened. It's unfortunate. Although it was not intentional, it could have caused the Sangwon family to end. In addition, Sangwon Hong could not walk, nor ride. Walking would be better than horseback riding, as something terrible could happen. Wei Yeonho remembered the pain in the groin when Wei Sanho forced him to ride, so he couldn't ask Sangwon Hong to ride. There is no choice. Wei Yeonho was lazy, but he wasn't ruthless. It will be comfortable. Coo. Sangwon Hong trembled every time he saw Wei Yeonho. Wei Yeonho received that look boldly. If someone else had looked at him like this, Wei Yeonho would have checked if he had ink in his eyes. But at this time, Sangwon Hong was the only person, besides his family, who had the right to look at him like that. Finally, Sang Wenhong looked away. Be careful as you go up. Sang Wenhong nodded to the words of Ian Hyo, who helped him, and opened the carriage door. One moment. But someone stopped Sang Wenhong. Isiolwa ran, and, before Sang Wenhong, put his head in the carriage. Isiolwa, who had taken several things out of the carriage, quickly climbed up and began to place them carefully. Mantis. Sang Wenhong opened her eyes with amazement. Why were there blankets there? Why were there blankets in the carriage? And why was he putting them on the roof of the carriage? Gong Mujin noted with satisfaction how Isiolwa accommodated the blankets. I raised my disciple well. Look, he even put up blankets for his master to travel comfortably. I should have treated her better. Pressing her didn't improve her abilities. She had behaved too harshly. Determined that Isiolwa had a better future, Isiolwa finished accommodating the blankets, got out of the carriage, and, without looking at Sang Wenhong, approached Gong Mujin. Oh, it's okay. But Isiolwa, ignoring Gong Mujin, looked at Wi Yeonho, who was behind Gong Mujin, and said in a somewhat abrupt tone, I'm done. You can climb the roof. Oh, Wi Yeonho got into the carriage with joy. As he met the soft blankets, he felt great satisfaction. Wi Yeonho, who had been sleeping until that morning, got into the blankets as if he hadn't slept in 2 days. Gong Mujin opened his bewildered mouth. Isiolwa. Yes. Do I have to walk? Seeing Isiolwa looking into the sky without responding, Gong Mujin closed his eyes tightly. Was it tears that flowed from his eyes? Raising a daughter, or rather, a disciple, is of no use. Gong Mujin sighed deeply when he saw Isiolwa avoiding his gaze. Yes, you can. Gong Mujin, who had learned love for his disciples and for the country, did not blame Isiolwa. But you shouldn't. Stealing the place from an older man and rejoicing. Are you sleeping? Already. How long has it been? He learned the technique of sleep. How can he sleep so deeply just touch the pillow? Even after sleeping all day yesterday. He felt a sharp pain in his stomach. A warrior with a stomachache. Great Master Gong. Gong Mujin turned his head weakly when he heard Seo Mundayan's voice. I think we should leave. Gong Mujin understood what Seo Mundayan meant. Isiolwa would sit in the coachman's seat, and the others would walk. I asked him what he would do. Would you walk with the other officers, or? Gong Mujin turned his head weakly. Gong Mujin made eye contact with Pungdo Hyong and spoke. Hey you. Yes, great Master Gong. Go buy a horse. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Gong Mujin felt miserable. Horses have always been valuable. The price of a good horse far exceeds that of a house. Therefore, there was no decent horse market in this town, and all I could find was a donkey about to collapse. Gong Mujin, riding on the donkey, following the carriage, felt a wave of emotions. Why is this happening to me? Think about it. This is Gong Mujin. Gong Mujin, the plum blossom sword spirit, is recognized as one of the best swordsmen of his time. He should be riding an impeccable white horse, but in reality, he is riding a donkey and wobbly along the way. This is all that guy's fault. Until recently, Gong Mujin believed that meeting Wi Yeonho was a blessing, but lately, he had changed his mind. I could be a god of calamity. Gong Mujin trembled at the idea that he might have met a demon who attracts misfortune. If it were just him, it wouldn't matter, but seeing that even his disciple was being affected, he decided that he needed a solution. How? At that moment, Gong Mujin raised his head at once. What? He saw 2 people walking slowly toward them. Gong Mujin's body was strained. Just by seeing them, his muscles tightened, preparing for battle. Who are they? Who could make Gong Mujin feel that way? Gong Mujin turned his head discreetly. He wasn't the only one here, so even if there was a crisis. Are you sleeping? Gong Mujin was furious to see Wi Yeonho sleeping peacefully. Chapter 141. A big problem. Wi Yeonho sighed as Jang-gil walked in, kicking down the door. Would he get sores in his back if he came in calmly? He had to make such a fuss when he came in. Relax. If I see you, I don't know if I'm in a hospital or on a battlefield. It's a big problem. Why? Wi Yeonho was indifferent. Jang-gil tended to exaggerate things. If only Jang-gil was heard, even the birth of puppies in the next house would become a big problem for the whole town. Stop saying there's a big problem and explain it to me. You will have heard that there was a bloodshed on Mount Na? Yes. The problem has become much greater. Still, Wi Yeonho remained indifferent. Yes, I see. Despite the bloodshed that shocked the martial world, Wei Sanho seemed uninterested, but his reaction to what followed was different. You shouldn't take it so calmly. Yes, yes. They say Yeonho could be in danger. What? Wei Sanho fell over him like lightning, holding him by the neck before he finished the sentence, making Wei Sanho sigh. But that was not all. Bang. What? Crash. What did you say? Breaking into the door is understandable to Wei Zhonghan. But how am I supposed to understand Jin Soa, who came in breaking a window? No, what I meant. Don't stutter, speak plainly. Jang-gil couldn't help but cry when he saw Wei Sanho screaming with murderous aura. Then, they say the secret legacy of the Sword Emperor has been opened. While the others showed their disinterest, Jang-gil explained the situation firmly. It seems that a book of secret techniques has been found in the legacy. It is the legacy of the Sword Emperor. Did your lunch feel bad? You look bad. Do you want me to put a needle on you? What? I'm explaining something important. And then, still, Wei Sanho kept listening to him. That book of secret techniques has fallen into the hands of Guak Chiol. Guak Chiol, the swordsman who destroys mountains. That's right. Guak Chiol is known for his sword. That he has obtained the legacy of the Sword Emperor. A new master of the sword will appear in the martial world. Jang-gil shook his head with weakness. It's not like that. The swordsman who destroys mountains, Guak Chiol, could not keep the book secret for an hour, and was stolen by Suk Imyong, the 8th-section cane master. What about Guak Chiol? You must be lamenting in the afterlife. I see. So, Suk Imyong, who has nothing to do with swords, is also looking for the legacy of the Sword Emperor. Will he become the master of the sword of 8 sections? That 8th-section sword master died at the hands of Gong Bang, the fine sword master. Gong Bang died at the hands of Zhongsan, the master of the great sword of the north, and Zhongsan died at the hands of Gongmong, the master of Fox Hook. And Gongmong. Enough. Hey, don't you want to hear more? There are about 30 more people left. Then who has the secret book now? Now, the secret book is in the hands of Zhou Wichang. At that moment, the door opened suddenly, and a beggar came in, whispered something to Jang-gil, and came out. No. Now, the secret book is in the hands of Yeep Munwee, the 7-star swordsman. Crash. Another beggar came in, making Jang-gil scream. Stop it, you beggars. Give me everything at once. Yes. After the beggar came out, Jang-gil resignedly said, So, who has the secret book now? Where did I leave it? Zhou Wichang. That's enough. Wei Sanho shook his head. They seemed to spend all day saying names. Although he expected a great struggle for the legacy of the Sword Emperor, he did not expect it to be so intense. That's not all. That's just the list of those who got the secret book, and the number of dead is 10 times higher. It's a real bloodshed. This is serious. As Wei Sanho began to realize the gravity of the situation, Wei Zhonghan asked, as if it were no big deal. And what happened to Yeonho? Yeonho is the problem. Something much more serious is happening. Wei Zhonghan, as if Jang-gil was talking nonsense, wiped his ears and blew. A big problem. Wei Zhonghan snapped his tongue and continued. Have today's young people not experienced great problems? Blood shedding in the martial world is normal. When he was involved with demon worship, 1,000 people died a night, and we said, well, fewer deaths than usual. It was difficult to replicate him, as his prospects were so different. After all, what could those who had not experienced the war against the demon sect say? Then explain to me what this has to do with Yeonho. Yes, even he, being so strong, could not challenge Wei Zhonghan. Wei Zhonghan, who at home was a householder subjected to Han Sanga, was a hero and a respected warrior in the outside world, who had performed countless feats in the war against the demonic sect. Unroll. Jang-gil deployed a map. Here is Mount Na, and here is Luoyang. It seems that Yeonho is traveling along the road to Luoyang. We received information that he visited the branch office of Shenyang and got a carriage, so it must be true. Oh, Jang-gil, despite being a beggar, seemed to have good information. Wei Zhonghan looked at Jang-gil with approval. And this is the secret book route. This is where Guak Chiol died. This is where Suk Imyong died. And here? Wei Zhonghan's eyes were wide open. The points Jang-gil was marking were moving towards Luoyang. Damn, these guys should fight each other. Why they're getting closer to where Yeonho is. More precisely, they do not approach Yeonho, but rather the Covenant. No matter how strong an individual is, he cannot avoid or stop a crowd. Even if he escapes from here, unless he hides in the mountains, he cannot escape. That's true. But if they seek the sponsorship of the Righteous Martial Alliance to investigate the secret book together, the situation changes. The alliance will actively protect those involved, obtaining benefits and legitimacy. For those who own the secret book, they can also gain benefits and security. Everyone wins. That's true. Now I understood why the secret book was moving towards Luoyang. Then these guys are chasing Yeonho like rabid dogs. Yes, it is. The beggar, as if he had finally said everything he wanted, nodded with satisfaction. They could pass by, or they could get involved. But, how do you put it? It's dangerous, and I have a bad feeling. What should we do? Bang. The answer came from behind. Han Sanga, with a fierce expression, entered the room and looked at Wei Zhonghan. Your son is in danger. And you, as a father. What? What should we do? No. Sanga, that's not what I meant. Shut up. Yes. Wei Zhonghan went to a corner and stared at the wall. Jangil approached him and asked. Okay. Jangil. Yes, great Master Wei. Marriage must be something serious. I will remember. What are you murmuring about? Wei Zhonghan was surprised at Han Sanga's scream, ran to her, and stood next to her. Get ready. If anything happens to my son, we will destroy them all. But Sanga, the distance. So what? No. As the distance is great, we must prepare quickly, Jangil snapped his tongue at Wei Zhonghan. Who will believe that the sword of the righteous hero has come to this? Wei Zhonghan, the sword of the righteous hero, was more fearsome than a ghost to evil martial arts practitioners. Who would know that he feared his wife more than a ghost? Jangil. Yes? Jangil was startled to feel the aura behind him and turned around. What is wrong with you? What? No. His expression was inexpressive, but why was it so scary? Wei Sanho, radiating an aura suffocating those present, told Jangil. The shortest route. Find the shortest route to where Yeonho is. I will use light martial arts. I need the fastest way. Yes, understood. Wei Zhonghan was intense, but Wei Sanho was even more intense. Although Wei Yeonho had been missing due to Wei Sanho's negligence, this was already an obsession. What are you doing? Get ready. Yes. When Wei Zhonghan also shouted, Jangil quickly began to deploy the map. Why am I doing all this? Jangil had become the servant of the Wei family. While extending the map and analyzing the route, Jangil seemed to remember something. Jangil said unimportantly. It's somewhat irrelevant, but when Yeonho visited the Alliance branch in Shenyang, there was a woman with him. A young woman. Clang. Jangil raised his head when he heard a noise. Jean Yeren, who was walking, dropped the medicine bowl he was carrying and sat on the floor. Are you okay? Han Sanga ran quickly to help Jean Yeren. Yes, I'm fine. I just got dizzy for a moment. Be careful. But Jean Yeren's eyes were fixed on Jangil. Could you repeat what you said? Yes. Which part? When Jangil hesitated, Han Sanga gave him a subtle sign. The part that Wei Yeonho was with a woman. Jean Yeren, without saying anything, picked up the medicine bowl and got up. You said something big had happened on Na Mountain, right? Yes. Then there must be many patients. Yes, I guess. Jean Yeren looked at Han Sanga with a fiery look. There can't be patients without a doctor. Can I come with you? Han Sanga, unable to avoid it, nodded. Chapter 142. Are you sleeping? Gong Mujin couldn't understand it at all. Wei Yeonho is an expert, a formidable expert. Although it is not something that can be understood logically, the difference between Wei Yeonho and Gong Mujin is not simply a barrier, but a difference of dimension. Even if Hua Mount's best expert, the master of the sword of the plum flower, arrived, it would be doubtful that he could defeat him. So, if Gong Mujin felt it, Wei Yeonho should feel it too. In fact, he should feel it. But he's snoring his expert's approach. This is unforgivable. Is it insensitive? Or is it that this level of expertise does not pose a threat to Wei Yeonho? Gong Mujin could not understand Wei Yeonho's way of thinking, whether it was laziness or excessive trust. Ahem, Miss Wei. Gong Mujin, uncomfortable by calling Wei Yeonho directly, called Wei Sir-yun in a soft voice. Yes? Wei Sir-yun, who was laying down his brother's head to clean his ears, turned his head to look at Gong Mujin. That girl is not in her right mind either. Although it was understandable that she was excited about the reunion with her brother, being so in the midst of this situation was exasperating. The fact that Isielwa kept looking up made things worse. Please wake Wi Yeonho up. Wake my brother up. Wei Suryun looked at Gong Mujin as if she were shocked. Is something so important? Most people who know their brother wouldn't try something like that. That's true. But the current situation was too much for one person to handle. It looks like we have unwanted visitors. There could be problems, so wake up Wi Yeonho. Wei Suryun was no fool. After looking alternately at Gong Mujin and the two approaching people, Wei Suryun nodded and began shaking his brother. Get up, sleepyhead. Wei Suryun, who had been pampering him before, was now firm when he woke him up. Ah, why? Why? Again, why? The great master Gong said to wake you up. Huh. At Wei Yeonho's glance, Gong Mujin looked up at the sky. How can you talk to someone like that? Why? Wei Yeonho was so charming and shameless to ask that Gong Mujin felt a great affection for him. He was so adorable that he wanted to bite him. With his fangs. Don't you feel it? Are you a monk? No. It's not that. No. Gong Mujin, trembling, pointed his chin toward the end of the road. There. Don't you see those people approaching? Huh. Wei Yeonho shook his head when he saw two people walking towards them. So what? Don't you feel her aura? You shouldn't be unable to feel that. Wei Yeonho made a grimace. Is that why you woke me up? That's why? How important is it for two elders to approach who seem to break with a touch? Yes, I guess. Gong Mujin's eyes were inexplicably moistened. If those experts broke with a touch, how weak would he look in the eyes of Wei Yeonho? Gong Mujin, who had never been treated as weak in his life, felt a wave of sadness at this unknown treatment. Gong Mujin felt in his own flesh the saying of the martial world. If you feel wronged, become an expert. Wei Yeonho got angry, covered himself again with blankets, and lay down. Gong Mujin couldn't stop him and only sighed repeatedly. Death is better than suffering. I'll kill you. If you just got close to Isielwa, I'd kill you. No, I can't kill you, but I would definitely stop you. No, that would kill me. Gong Mujin hit his chest with frustration when thinking about his situation. A father who must watch impotent as a lazy man approaches his beloved disciple. Why did heaven give you martial skills, but it didn't give you good personality? Though he lamented bitterly, heaven, as always, did not respond. Meanwhile, two people who previously seemed to be far away approached their carriage. Gong Mujin's eyes narrowed. Although they walked slowly, as if they were walking, with each step they advanced several meters. They're not normal. Although he had already felt it, when he saw it with his own eyes, he realized it again. But to be frightened was strange. Seeing how they came along the main road, they did not need to hide. If so, they could be the greatest of the 9 sects. Gong Mujin came down from the donkey and stood on the floor. The elders also stopped. The elders looked at Gong Mujin and spoke. Are you from Hua Mount? Just by seeing the white uniform with embroidered plum flowers, it was easy to guess the identity of Gong Mujin. That's right. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to know their names. Our names. The two elders looked and laughed. Why are you laughing? No, it's nothing. The elder, rejecting Gong Mujin's words with a gesture of his hand, responded with an expression of difficulty to contain laughter. I can't help but laugh when I hear you calling me old man. Really? Ancient. It's a very interesting phrase. The old man seemed to think about it for a moment and nodded slowly. It's a unique experience for a young man from Hua Mount to call me old man. So I'm leaving today? Yes. If we have the chance, we will meet again. Take care. Oh yes. Gong Mujin nodded unconsciously. They seemed to have the power to keep people from resisting. With a stunned expression, Gong Mujin made way for them, and the elders struck him on the shoulder before leaving. Sirs, your names. Ah, you don't need to know our names. Anyway, you wouldn't know who we are. It was a nice meeting, so let's just keep the good memories. Then, Gong Mujin, suspecting there was some reason, nodded and fired them. Gong Mujin rolled his head as he watched the elders walk away with a smile. They don't look evil. His smile and manner of speaking seemed kind, but why didn't they reveal their identities? There are 1,000 reasons why people do things, so they didn't push them, but they felt a strange restlessness. One moment. Gong Mujin raised his head. Wi Yeonho was sticking his head out of the carriage. Old people. Hearing Wi Yeonho call them old men, the elders frowned. Haha, thanks to you calling us old men, we wanted to let it go, but a brat like you is causing trouble. It's not us who caused this, so don't blame us. Well, I'll tell you. My name is Gong Chi. The other old man also spoke. My name is Biafang. Gongqi Biafang. I couldn't know who they were just by their names. It seemed they weren't known by their names. I told you you wouldn't know them. But don't worry. I'll tell you myself. The world knows me as the ghost demon. They call me the devil of the sword. Gong Mujin's face paled. The ghost and sword demons. You know well. Do you understand why they should die? Gong Mujin looked at them both with a tense expression. Why have these demons returned to the martial world? They were famous in the martial world before the demonic cult became powerful. Back then, the ghost and sword demons were so infamous that even the children stopped crying when they heard their names. Since they had not appeared since the rise of the cult, they were believed to have died or retired, but now they had reappeared. Are you also looking for the legacy of the Sword Emperor? The ghost demon nodded. Of course. Although we are elderly with little movement, the legacy of the Sword Emperor is worth it. At your age, how much more can you accomplish? The way of martial arts has no end, young man. Don't call me young. I've never had teachers like you. Ha ha ha. You called yourself young, and now you say something different. It doesn't matter. You won't be able to call us teachers anymore, or you. The dead don't speak. At that time, Wi Yeonho walked forward, pointed to the ghost demon, and said, I should ask them what they were doing before. Chapter 143. You're a pretty cheeky brat. Although we like kids, we don't like rude ones, so you'd better be careful. If I'm careful, will they spare my life? You will die a little less painfully. Wi Yeonho smiled ironically. It's the same. No, it's very different. The ghost demon, with a sinister smile different from the previous one, took a step towards Wi Yeonho. If you hear the screams of those whom I have painfully killed, you will be paralyzed from fear. It's a shame that you can't hear those screams. Or, will I hear your screams soon? Yes. Understood. Wi Yeonho gestured with his hand, as if he were bored. So, I'd like to know what you did before and what that blood is on your sleeves. Huh. The devil of the sword spoke quietly. What would you do if I told you I was hunting rabbits? Ancient. Wi Yeonho continued to call him old man, even though he had been asked not to do so. Do you know why I called you? I don't know. You're the first person I've ever seen with such a strong smell of blood. Oh, the sword demon looked at Wi Yeonho with interest. The smell is so strong that it disgusts me. Gong Mujin's expression hardened. The smelling referred to by Wi Yeonho was not a literal smell, but the murderous aura emanating from them. What did you do? Gong Mujin's voice also hardened. The ghost demon frowned at Gong Mujin's reaction. TSK, that's why we wanted to leave. But if you react like this, we can't contain anger either. Although we have a lot of patience, we're not so holy as to tolerate the insolence of a brat who hasn't even lived half our life. I know. So tell me what you did before. The ghost demon let out an ironic laugh at Wi Yeonho's words. If you want to know even if you die, I will tell you. The ghost demon caressed his beard. What you're thinking didn't happen. I just did what I had to do. What did you have to do? Yes. Maybe I was practicing the teachings of Manhwa. Gong Mujin's eyebrows moved. What do you say? Do not Taoism seek the natural order of the world? As death and burial are natural, it is not exaggerated to say that I have followed the teachings of Taoism. Huh. Gong Mujin firmly grabbed the handle of his sword. Blood smell. A town. And people sent to death. With just that, it was easy to guess what had happened. Cursed. You will receive the divine punishment. Gong Mujin drew his sword. Divine punishment. Do you think you can punish me? Speaking of that, I haven't seen the blood of Mount Hua in a long time. The sword demon said that the blood of Mount Hua smells like plum blossoms. I've never smelled that scent. I should smell the scent of your blood. Shhhhr. Gong Mujin drew his sword. He was so angry that he could not think clearly. The ghost demon and the sword demon were not opponents he could face alone. How could he face experts who shocked the world 50 years ago? But I couldn't go back after I heard that. Master. Isielwa drew his sword and stood beside Gong Mujin. Seeing Isielwa's face, Gong Mujin's anger calmed down. Gong Mujin, with his cold head, spoke. Isielwa, listen to me well. Yes, those villains are stronger than us. If we fight like this, we have almost no chance of winning. Yes, but if we close our eyes and cover our ears before those villains, what is the sense of having learned to use the sword? If you are a warrior and consider yourself a vigilante, there are times when you must use a stone to break an egg. I will remember. The two dragons and a phoenix, after hearing Gong Mujin's words, approached discreetly and stood behind him. Very inspiring words. I feel enlightened. A vigilante must be so. Namgung Hai drew his sword and spoke. Ian Hyo smiled and added, I felt that we lacked a reason to return, but this is perfect. The heads of the ghost and sword demons are a sufficient reason, aren't they? They say that life goes around many times. It seems we have a great opportunity to do a great feat. They all nodded to Ian Hyo's words. Truly, Gong Mujin could not help but admire the two dragons and a phoenix who supported him. If they knew anything about the ghost demons and sword, they would know that even with the help of everyone, they could not guarantee victory. However, they were all full of determination and supported him without hesitation. The justice of the martial world is still alive. But, alas, Wi Yeonho sat on the footrest of the carriage, as if he could not stand. That is neither collaboration nor lack of it. He began to doubt how to evaluate that. These brats are quite entertaining. The ghost demon laughed and raised his hand, which had been hidden in his sleeve. Gong Mujin's expression was darkened when he saw his hand shining in a bluish-green color. It's almost dark green. The ghost demon was famous for its secret technique, the green demon hand. It was said that the darker the greener the hand was, the more powerful the user was. When the ghost demon was active 50 years ago, his hand was of a light green, not as dark as it is now. So now he must have an incomparable power. Even so, you will help me, won't you? Gong Mujin was not reckless. If Wi Yeonho were not here, he would have fled instead of fighting the ghost and sword demons. He could not risk the lives of his disciples for a useless battle. If you hadn't been so ambitious, you would have kept your life. What changes with getting the legacy of the Sword Emperor at your age? What? The ghost demon said with disbelief. Do you know who the Sword Emperor was? I have heard that he was the best swordsman of all time. Child, you don't know it. The calamity of the demonic cult stole a lot from us. The Sword Emperor we met in our youth is very different from what you know now. If you knew who the Sword Emperor was, you would understand the importance of getting his legacy. The sword of Manhwa is not inferior to that of the Sword Emperor. TSK, 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 TSK. The ghost demon looked at Gong Mujin with disdain. Even if an expert came back to life, he wouldn't dare say that. What arrogance of a brat. The sword of Manhwa is not comparable to that of the Sword Emperor, not even mine. That was it. Although he expected them to continue speaking, the ghost demon, without showing his former tranquility, fell upon Gong Mujin like a demon, using his green demon hand. Ku! Gong Mujin clenched his teeth and held his sword firmly. He used the sword of plum flower technique, Flores de Ciruelo falling, the most efficient for defense, but Guema's green demon hand easily crossed Gong Mujin's impenetrable defense. Master, Isielwa drew his sword to help, but could not stop Guema's hand. Tat! At that moment, with a brief scream, a sharp dart came out from behind Gong Mujin. When a red dart and a blue sword aura arrived at the same time, Guema stopped his hand that was going to grab Gong Mujin's neck and diverted the dart and sword aura. The Peng family dart and the Namgung family sword. Guema, who identified his attackers with one exchange, shook his hand. Monty Hua, the Peng family, and the Namgung family. I don't know if I found a flower or a phoenix. Unlike Guema, who had regained her composure, the others had worried expressions. Now I understand why they are called the old monsters. Even if all those present attacked together, it seemed difficult to defeat Guema. But here is not only Guema, but also the devil of the sword. If they both attacked together, even if there were more people, it would be a sure defeat. Gong Mujin blushed. I didn't expect it to be like this. His sword, perfected throughout his life, had been crossed effortlessly. It was natural, since the ghost and sword demons were famous in the martial world even before his birth. Did you take ginseng? Guema frowned. As you get older, your inner energy naturally increases. Even a talented young man can't get over time. Hearing that, Gong Mujin's gaze went to a peculiar place. What do you think? Wi Yeonho responded kindly to Gong Mujin's question. It's not wrong. Oh, even I can't beat a 300-year-old ghost. Maybe I could beat him if I trained another 300 years, but that won't happen, so I can't beat him in my whole life. I see. I understand you mean your teacher, that 300-year-old monster. So, what did your terrible, ghostly teacher say to you when he met people like this? Wei Yeonho responded with a serious face. Ignore them. Huh. You are not a judge, nor anyone who decides the order of the world. Everyone has their own life, and if someone is evil enough to be eliminated, someone else will. So focus on your affairs, he said. What was your teacher's name? Even if I tell you, you won't know? Wei Yeonho sighed, rose and began to draw his sword. Gong Mujin, surprised by the discrepancy between his words and actions, spoke. Why are you drawing your sword? It is simple. I am a disciple of my teacher and also a son of my father. My father is the sword of the just hero, and if I tell him that I passed by these demons, he will scold me for 3 days and 3 nights. That's true. Just hero sword justice is famous in the martial world. And my teacher also said, huh, what you decide if you use your sword is your state of mind. What does that mean? Well, it's a long explanation, but the point is simple. In short, if you're in a bad mood, just pull out your sword and kill them, he said. Wei Yeonho looked at the ghost demon, slowly drew his sword, and approached. And right now, I'm in a really bad mood. Chapter 144. The ghost demon was surprised to see Wei Yeonho approaching. What's not is this? Unless he's completely crazy, no one would dare draw his sword in front of him. But this guy was doing it with total peace of mind. Besides, no one was trying to stop him. What's going on? He had been in the martial world for over 100 years, but he had never seen such an absurd situation. Not even a mouse trying to catch a tiger with a toothpick would be so absurd. Young man, you should learn a little bit about fear. Yes, I know that you are very afraid. What? Wei Yeonho responded calmly. You devils boasted of his power, but when the cult was strengthened, you fled quickly, and now you have returned. Unless you are very afraid, you could not have done that. This brat. Before the ghost demon could speak, Wei Yeonho raised his hand to stop him. There is no need to fight with words when you have a good sword. Let's fight. We have wasted too much time. The ghost demon let out an ironic laugh. A brat dares. At that moment, the ghost demon saw something strange. Wei Yeonho lifted his sword and slowly lowered it. What are you doing? It might seem like it's just warming up, but the ghost demon felt a chill, and that chill saved his life. He felt intense pain in his hand, which he had unconsciously lifted up in front of his face. Do I hurt? How long has it been since I felt pain? Besides, his hand was insensitive to pain. Wasn't his hand where all his power was concentrated? His hand, harder than steel, could tear iron as paper, and now he felt pain. But it was still too early to be surprised. Snap! A strange sound. The eyes of the ghost demon went down. On the ground, there was a familiar finger. Or rather, family is not the right word. Although his appearance was familiar, it was the first time he saw his own finger on the ground, a finger that had been attached to his hand all his life. The ghost demon, who still did not understand what was going on, groaned as he looked at his hand. 4 fingers, from the forefinger to the pinky, had been cut off. What is this? What happened? How was it possible that his fingers, which had perfected the hand of the green demon, could be cut so easily? Good. Wei Yeonho shook his head, as if he were tired. Well, that's good. You shouldn't die that easily. The ghost demon looked at Wei Yeonho as if he were a monster. He could not understand what had happened, but it was obvious that Wei Yeonho had cut off his fingers. But how? React. Ghost demon. The tense voice of the devil of the sword woke him up. He is a top-level expert. This could be our end. When he heard the devil of the sword, the ghost demon squeezed his teeth. It was still hard for him to believe that that dumb brat could cut off his fingers in an instant. But in the martial world, things like that sometimes happen. Who are you? Wei Yeonho sighed. What changes if you know who I am? The ghost demon ran out of words. That was true. Wei Yeonho had already cut off his fingers. From the beginning, the ghost demon had no intention of letting him live. What would change now if they knew who the other was? To be honest, I'm not interested in people like you. Unlike my father and brother, I have no interest in justice. I'm not diligent enough to persecute and punish someone I don't know just because he committed a crime. The expression of the ghost demon was distorted, but I'm not nice enough to let someone come and cause trouble. I've been feeling a lot of anger, so I think you should join me in my relief. Unhum. The eyes of the ghost demon began to tremble. He was the ghost demon. The ghost and sword demons were so infamous that even the children stopped crying when they heard their names. And now, 50 years after his reappearance, A brat dares to vent with them. It's not. At that moment, Wei Yeonho's sword moved again. This time, it was clearly visible. The sword, which seemed to move slowly, suddenly accelerated and cut the chin of the ghost demon. The ghost demon realized something. That seeing the attack doesn't mean being able to dodge it. He tried to turn his head desperately, but Wei Yeonho's sword cut off his ear. An intense pain in the side of his face. Thud, and a family ear fell to the ground. The ghost demon, with an expression of anger and disbelief, looked at his fingers and his ear on the ground, and shouted as he threw himself at Wei Yeonho. Demon ghost. The desperate cry of the sword demon was heard from behind, but it was insufficient to stop the ghost demon, who had lost control by anger. It's not. Using his remaining hand, the ghost demon used the green demon hand and attacked Wei Yeonho. Brother! Wei Suryun shouted with all his might. The looks of Guema and Wei Yeonho crossed. At that moment, Guema felt a chill as if she had fallen into an ice pit. It felt like all his blood was cold. What kind of look? The sword of Wei Yeonho, who looked at the ghost demon with cold eyes, moved. Humans. Guema's arm was cut off and flew out. You must understand the principle. His 2 legs were also cut off and rolled on the ground. Of being human, Guema, who fell to the ground when he lost his legs, looked at Wei Yeonho with disbelief. Blood sprang up like a cascade of his arms and legs. His consciousness quickly faded. If you ask me if I have seen more evil people than you, I would have to think about it. But one thing is certain, none of them killed for fun. You. Death like this. A quick death would be a luxury for you. Guema, who tried to speak, could not do it and died. It was a regrettable death for Guema, who had terrorized the world. Wei Suryun looked at Wei Yeonho with disbelief. Is he really my brother? The brother she remembered was always lazy and cunning. Wei Suryun had never imagined that he could show such a masculine image. Wei Yeonho looked at Guema's lifeless body. Guema's body, with its eyes open, cooled slowly. Wei Yeonho dropped his sword on the ground. It was his first murder in the martial world, but he felt no restlessness. He just felt that he had killed someone who deserved to die. Wei Yeonho's gaze turned to the devil of the sword. Demon ghost. The devil of the sword trembled, unable to believe in the death of Guema, with whom he had spent his whole life. Are you sad? Faced with the calm question, the devil of the sword looked at Wei Yeonho with fury. Do you think the relatives of the people you have killed do not feel that way? If they did, there would be no sadness or resentment. What do you know? I don't want to know. Wei Yeonho raised his sword and walked toward the devil of the sword. If you are so sad, you can meet him in the underworld. Don't worry, I will send you there immediately. The devil of the sword looked at Wei Yeonho with sad eyes. Where did this monster come from? Even the leaders of the most powerful sects could not guarantee victory against Guema. Indeed, unless they were elders of the 9 sects, they would not dare face Guema. But this young man had defeated Guema. Not only that, he had sent him to hell as if he were a child playing. That's impossible. But he had seen it with his own eyes, so he couldn't deny it. Shhhhr. The devil of the sword drew his sword. One moment. Wei Yeonho stared at the devil of the sword, who said as he held his sword, Wait a minute. I'm not ready. Waiting won't change anything. I am not waiting. As a warrior, I want to give my best at my last moment. Oh yeah? At that moment, Wei Yeonho's sword flew to the forehead of the devil of the sword like a ray of light. Ku! Clang! The sword demon raised his sword to block the attack, but Wei Yeonho's white sword moved swiftly, pointing to the neck of the sword demon. Techniques. I didn't have time for that. Every attack pointed to his life. If he took a little time, he would go straight to hell. Guerrero. Wei Yeonho let go of a mocking laugh. The expression of the sword demon was horribly distorted. It is ridiculous that you, who use your martial arts to kill civilians, call yourselves warriors. A death worthy of a warrior. You cannot expect that luxury. Despite everything, the sword demon continued to block the attacks. But what made him suffer even more was not the attacks, nor the fact that he was struggling desperately, but the fact that Wei Yeonho had the time to talk while pressing him to the limit. That meant Wei Yeonho could kill him at any moment. Aya! The sword demon screamed as it desperately blocked the attacks. Thud! Taking advantage of the moment when the sword was diverted, the sword demon used all his inner energy on his sword and changed his posture to a downward attack position. Then an attack. With a force that seemed able to divide the world, the devil of the sword lowered his sword. But Wi Yeonho recovered his sword calmly and smiled. A death worthy of a warrior. Wi Yeonho's sword began to shine. A pure white light. Wi Yeonho's sword, radiating a pure white light, spread forward. And the devil of the sword saw a glow that covered everyone. It seemed like everyone was covered in pure white. The devil of the sword, seeing that, remembered a name. The place where all the swords of the world exist. And the place where there is the sword that rules all the swords of the world. Millions of swords. But before he could finish the sentence, the pure white light covered the devil's body of the sword. Wi Yeonho muttered as he watched the scene. You couldn't live like a warrior, so you should at least die like one. That was the end of the ghost and sword demons, who had terrorized the world. Chapter 145. Gong Mujin felt a strange sense of restlessness. Of course, the ghost and sword demons deserved to die, so I had no problem with Wi Yeonho sending them to the underworld. But to see how a legend of a generation was so easily defeated by a young swordsman was an image he did not want to see, especially now that he was approaching middle age. Even without mentioning the cliché of the new waves push the old ones, it is natural that previous generations are overcome by the later ones. But this was not like a wave, but like a storm coming from behind. Defeat the ghost and sword demons as if they were children. He knows Wi Yeonho is strong, but that force had been evaluated through practice duels. How Wi Yeonho would behave in a real battle was unknown even to him, and his impression of that real battle was a monster. Gong Mujin shook his head. Will people believe this? Gong Mujin looked back, and Wi Yeonho shook his head. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, I cannot believe it. No one will believe it. That's true. In life, a wolf may kill a tiger. Although some would find it hard to believe, others would accept it. But if anyone said a rabbit killed a tiger, he'd be considered crazy. Gong Mujin looked at the rabbit who had just killed the tiger. Oh, after all that effort, my back hurts. Wi Yeonho kept his sword, wrapped it in a cloth, and, carelessly, led it to the carriage. Creak. At that time, the carriage door opened, and Sangwon Hong shook his head. What is it? Seeing Sangwon Hong, who seemed half dead, the two dragons and a phoenix exchanged glances. It is a miracle that he is alive. It's lucky it ended this way. Friend, don't be sorry for what you've lost. At least you're alive. It's nothing. Gong Mujin approached Sangwon Hong, patted him on the shoulder, and pushed him back into the carriage, as if he was removing something annoying. That's it. Wi Yeonho climbed into the carriage and lay down, and Wei Suryun jumped too. Or brother. What? Brother, why are you so strong? Your brother has always been strong. Brother, you are incredibly strong. Your brother has always been incredibly strong. Although Wi Yeonho was calm, no one dared to refute him. He defeated the ghost and sword demons as if they were dogs. At this point, even if Wi Yeonho said, I'm not really your brother, I'm your rejuvenated grandfather, half the people would believe it. The two dragons and a phoenix and Gong Mujin had to strive to regain the sense of reality by seeing the corpses of the ghost and sword demons. Why is it so irritating? Wi Yeonho had the gift of irritating people, without even boasting or boasting. We're not leaving. Wait a minute. Leaving the corpses on the road was also a problem, but burying them was complicated, as it was difficult to bury the corpses of demons with respect. Let's move them into a corner. Wi Yeonho and Peng Do-hyung moved the bodies into a corner. The animals will take care of them. Gong Mujin came to that conclusion, considering that giving them a proper burial would be excessive. Great Master Gong, but yes, we have to inform our superiors about the defeat of the ghost and sword demons. But what do we tell them? Gong Mujin's expression was distorted. They could not say. A lazy man who joined us by chance drew his sword and defeated the ghost and sword demons as if they were dogs. If they reported like this, the answer would be, these guys were lazy. Do you think the ghost and sword demons are dogs? Let's say we fight and defeat them. But that is a lie, and the one involved will be angry. Gong Mujin looked at Wi Yeonho, who was already lying in the carriage. It seems you don't care, and I will explain it to our superiors, so report it that way. Okay. Well, what else can we do? Gong Mujin felt like a liar since he met Wi Yeonho. Is it okay to do this? The appearance of an exceptional successor was welcome, but there was a typical image of that successor. A handsome young man in a hero's uniform, or a sharp man with a sharp aura. There were many images, but none included a young man with legit eyes who did not even bother to draw his sword. Is it okay to do this? When he looked again, he saw Wi Yeonho lying with a blanket over him. Gong Mujin felt like crying. He felt a dark cloud hovering over the future of the martial world. Eat this. At that time, Isiawa offered some snacks he had prepared for Wi Yeonho. Oh, Gong Mujin felt a stab at seeing Wi Yeonho eating the sandwiches offered by his disciple joyfully, and kicked the floor with frustration. The future of the martial world, and even the future of its disciple, was covered with dark clouds. Is this the right way? I told you so. Are you sure? I am Jangil. I am Jangil the beggar. Don't you trust me? Whatever went well when we believed you. Jangil, without words, opened and closed his mouth like a fish before getting angry. This time I'm sure. This is the way. But why isn't there an ant on the road? The civilians would have hid in their homes when they saw the warriors, and the warriors are following the legacy of the Sword Emperor. Then hurry. Do not think only of yourself. Your mother and Jean Yeren in the carriage will no longer be able to bear if the carriage moves much. Right. I didn't think of that. Jangil looked at Wi Yeonho, who was grasping his thigh anxiously, and snapped his tongue. How in a hurry he is. With Wi Yeonho's abilities, even if the demonic sect attacked, it could protect his life without problems. Although Jangil explained and confirmed with the ghost lady, Wi Yeonho still refused to believe it, saying, "My brother can't be that strong." I understand. Seeing what Wi Yeonho did, even Jangil could not understand how he had achieved that level of skill, so it was no wonder that Wi Yeonho, who had always been watching Wi Yeonho, did not believe it. I wonder if that guy will really get involved in this. Even if you are traveling in the same direction, it is not easy to find yourself in the vast central plains. That's why I'm telling you. My brother has the gift of attracting misfortune. Always, when I committed a crime or caused some trouble, I or my father would find out. At first, I thought it was because I was clumsy, but it wasn't. Wait a minute. I don't understand. Wi Yeonho sighed. For you to understand, it seems that he has a magnet in his body, attracting all the incidents around him. At the same time, Wi Zhonghan popped his head out of the carriage window and agreed with Wi Yeonho. That's true. It definitely has that quality. When Wi Zhonghan also agreed, Jangil said seriously, "Is it possible that a person is like that? My brother is like that. My son is like this." Then a soft voice came out of the carriage. "Then we must go fast. Can we go faster?" "It's possible, but is it okay?" "Yes, it's okay. Then I'll go faster." "Be careful." Jangil took the reins and tried to speed up, but he tilted his head. He thought he had been talking to Han Sanga, Wi Yeonho's mother, but the voice was sharper. "Is it Jin Soa?" But that lady was going to see the patients who were passed out on the road, right? Why are you reacting to Wi Yeonho being in danger? What are you doing? It's nothing. Jangil whipped the horse's ass when he was rushed by Wi Yeonho. Run. Horses. Then, of course, he got involved in the incident, didn't he? Do I have to say it? Guang Guzengai responded while cleaning his nose, and Saha nodded, as if he was no longer surprised. I'm afraid this has become so normal. It is so? Then there must have been a great slaughter. Why? As Wi Yeonho, the successor of the Sword Emperor, met with those seeking the legacy, something must have happened. Something must have happened, as the true successor of the Sword Emperor is the great Master Wi Yeonho. Well, yes, but... Guang Guzengai smiled, showing her yellowish teeth. But it's not like that. Saha, the historian, smiled without understanding. Do you mean the great Master Wi Yeonho is not the successor of the Sword Emperor? No, it's not that. Yes. It seemed like a big problem was going to happen, but that guy solved it amazingly. What do you mean? It's a very strange thing. How much do you know about this massacre? To be honest, not much. Yes. Isn't it strange? This massacre began with a great slaughter. Then, it should get worse and worse, but you only know of the existence of this massacre. If it were a struggle for the legacy of the Sword Emperor, the road should be full of corpses. You're right. It's all that guy's fault. Did another problem happen? It's complicated. Saha said with frustration. Please explain clearly to me. Guang Guzengai scratched her cheek. If we rely only on known facts, it is true that Wi Yeonho solved this issue in an incredible way. So everything went well? But there is the grace of life. Saha barked her head. What does that mean? Well, I've given enough introduction, so I'll tell you. As you thought, the legacy of the Sword Emperor is in the hands of Wi Yeonho. In the end, it was... No. Huh. Gwang Guzengai laughed. I told you not to wait for him. That guy is unpredictable. What he did with that secret legacy was... Gwang Guzengai continued his explanation with a fun expression. Chapter 146. In short, the massacre originated in greed. How many people threw themselves like rabid dogs to get the legacy of the Sword Emperor? Where did they go? That's a silly question. Would you mention this if it wasn't related to Wi Yeonho? Of course, they went after Wi Yeonho. What? Oh, of course, there's no reason. They just went there, and Wi Yeonho was there. An accident. Yes, an accident. If so many people had faced Wi Yeonho, it would have been a disaster. And you know it. The fact that the legacy of the Sword Emperor appeared, something that was thought impossible, necessarily implies a conspiracy. At that time, I did not know that Wi Yeonho was the successor to the Sword Emperor, so I did not think about it. Huh. Yeah, that's right. There were those who secretly conspired. The problem arose when Wi Yeonho got involved. That the conspiracy was thwarted by Wi Yeonho's intervention. It's not like that. While things went wrong, saying that the plan was completely ruined is inaccurate. That's why I said this incident is difficult to assess. Do you want me to explain this clearly? Ahem. I've been talking for a while and my throat's dry. There's a good tavern nearby. If you're not in a hurry, come on. How's the situation? His voice was very low, with a strange echo. Everyone present focused on his words. The legacy has been discovered. Many warriors are fighting for it. Well, they have spread the rumor enough. Even Wudong and Shaolin have mobilized. The Righteous Martial Alliance is trying to control the situation, but it will be insufficient. The legacy of the Sword Emperor is too tempting. That's true. But the man's voice did not sound cheerful. We have been searching for the legacy for more than 200 years. If we had abandoned the search and tried to reach its level, perhaps we would not have suffered this long humiliation. That's right. The man quieted down for a moment, as if he were thinking, and then spoke slowly. The great plan has already begun. You must make sure that this plan does not have problems. The legacy must fall into the hands of the strongest warrior. I will remember. The man nodded slowly. What are those two doing? Do you mean the second and third children? Yes. The second son has abandoned the matter and is resting. Abandoned? He said it wasn't profitable. That guy always looks for efficiency. But he's good at finding opportunities, so he'll be fine. And the third son remains focused on the affairs of the palace. It has been said that he will be called to the main house. The man made a sound of disgust, and the underling who was kneeling asked cautiously, "Don't you like the third child coming to the main house?" The man's thick eyebrows moved. "Do you see me as a petty person? That is totally false. How could a subordinate have such thoughts?" The man smiled and said, "Although he is an illegitimate child, I have never questioned his origin. If he has talent, he must be used, no matter his origin. That's right. The strong survives. That is the law of our family, and all that matters. Origin and status mean nothing. The only thing that matters is whether it is stronger than me or not. And that law is only for me." The subordinate nodded slowly. "You can retire." But, The man looked at the subordinate kneeling with an expression of doubt. Normally, he was not someone who added more words. "What's going on? It's something I've been hesitant about, whether I should report it or not, but I think it's better that I do. Speak." Information about the person who interfered with the plans of the second and third children coincides. Man's eyebrows moved. "Coincidentally." "Yes, it is." "Inform me." "Yes. His name is Wi Yeonho, Wei Zhonghan's second son from the Wei family. He disappeared 5 years ago and recently reappeared. As soon as he reappeared, he went to Hanrim Academy to stop the third son's plans, and then went to the Sacred Hand Hall to make the second son abandon his plans. His martial skills are at least peak level. I don't know how to say it. He seemed to doubt whether he should say it or not, and then he spoke with difficulty. They say, he's the biggest loafer in the world. Man's expression subtly distorted. Then, the man hesitated for a moment and continued. "Do you mean that because of that loafer, the plans of the second and third children failed?" "I'm sorry, but it's true." The man had to think about what instructions to give, something he had not done in a long time. Although he was proud of his quick decision-making, this matter was beyond his comprehension. The possibility that he knew about our plans and deliberately interfered. It's null. Are you sure? Yes. Even his visit to the Sacred Hand Hall was thanks to a letter of recommendation from Moon Yuan, Hanram's scholar. The only possibility is that Moon Yuan knew about our information, but we have not found any evidence. It's strange. So, the two sons failed because of him. Once it's understandable, but twice. If he gets involved once more, even if he was sent out of heaven to stop our plan, I couldn't help but laugh. That's why I tell you. What else? The whereabouts of the secret legacy are related to him. Huh. The path of the secret legacy follows exactly his steps. It seems that they will meet in one day. Really? Why would I lie? The man rubbed his face with his huge hands. It had been a joke, but now that the situation had come to this, he felt a bad feeling. It's strange, very strange. The man caressed his beard. There are always problems in any plan, but such obvious problems are rare. Although I consider it a coincidence. Coincidence and success are the work of heaven. Coincidences are the scariest. You said he was the second son of the Wei family, right? Yes. Wei Zhonghan, the sword of the righteous hero, is a dangerous man. I don't want to meet a poisonous snake. When I secretly plan, I prefer to avoid the Hao family, the beggar sect, and Wei Zhonghan. For now, let's wait and see. Yes, understood. Wi Yeonho, did you say? The man made a serious sound. Did he interfere with his brother's plans? His brothers were so strong that they had no rivals of his age. Had he been born a few years earlier, he would not have been able to guarantee victory. The fact that they have failed means that Wi Yeonho's skills and strategy far exceed the level of academy officers. We must be careful. The man firmly recorded Wi Yeonho's name in his mind. Sometimes, waiting is better than looking for a solution. Let's see what happens. If it's like you said, you'll soon find the secret legacy, and I wonder if you can survive among those desperately seeking the legacy. Understood. The man caressed his chin and lay down in his chair. And your father? Ultimately, he goes out into the garden frequently. He says he feels comfortable seeing the flowers in spring. Have you had any new understanding? The man trembled. How far does his father intend to go? Don't worry about small failures. The important thing is to maintain balance. As long as my father exists, and our swords exist, we won't have failures. Yes, sir. The eyes of man were darkened. Wi Yeonho. Despite his confident words, he felt a strange oppression in his chest. You're not going to eat? Gong Mujin's face blushed. Eating, sleeping. Eating, sleeping. Eating, sleeping. Gong Mujin shouted. You do nothing but eat and sleep. It was a severe reprimand. If anyone else had heard that, he would have been ashamed and denied it. But Wi Yeonho was different. That was Gong Mujin's misfortune. You don't eat or sleep, Grandmaster Gong. Yes, I eat and sleep. If you do and so do I, why are you scolding me? Because I do more than that. There is no one in the world with a life as comfortable as yours. If life is comfortable, what difference does it make? It seems much better than a difficult life. Ugh, this brat. His body is lazy, but why is his tongue so sharp? And there was something else that irritated Gong Mujin. Isielwa took out her belongings and discreetly placed dried meat next to Wi Yeonho. Seeing the brightness of the dried meat, it was obvious that it was of better quality than the one he had eaten before. Isielwa. Gong Mujin sorely swallowed the tears coming out of him. He gave hard-dried meat to his teacher, who no longer had good teeth, but gave high-quality dried meat to Wi Yeonho. Why him? Why? Before I met Wi Yeonho, she had a strong character, but now, she was so docile. Oh, that's not it. Gong Mujin clenched his teeth and shouted at Xiaoman Dayan. How long before the inn? We'll be there soon. But, at that time, Wi Yeonho spoke with an expression of disgust. Chapter 147. How long before we get to Luoyang? Xiaoman Dayan responded to Wi Yeonho. I think we'll be there in 3 days. It's too slow? Xiaoman Dayan frowned. If they had used light martial arts instead of traveling by carriage, they would have arrived by now. Why are they taking so long to get to Luoyang? I'm going crazy. If his martial abilities were weak, she could have done it herself, but after seeing how she defeated the ghost and sword demons, she didn't dare challenge him. Besides, it was pretty impressive. Xiaoman Dayan's face blushed. Although it is not compared to Wei Sanho, who is an incomparable gallant, Wi Yeonho is not unpleasant either. His usual appearance and laziness hide him. But when he saw it seriously, he realized something he hadn't noticed before. We'll be there soon. Increasing the speed of the carriage would be awkward. Are you okay? Uncomfortable. A little bumpy. Wei Yeonho responded laughing. My brother can sleep comfortably anywhere. Don't worry about it. Yes. Seomun Daeyeon, who was about to increase speed, shut up when he heard a groan from the carriage. Ah yes, she's there. As she was hidden in the carriage, her presence was minimal. It will be difficult. There's one wounded. Wei Yeonho frowned, looked down, and sighed. He could not scold him. Well, there's no choice. Wei Yeonho shook his head and lay down. Gong Mujin snapped his tongue at that. Don't train. I've never seen you train all the way. If you sleep 10 hours a day and neglect your training, you'll lose everything you've earned. Training. They're calling you. Huh, not that training. Wei Yeonho yawned and turned his head. I really don't want to do it. It was natural for others to think that he was loitering all day. But Wei Yeonho did not want to explain, because explaining the technique of sleep training was very annoying. If he tried to convince them that sleeping 10 hours was the same as training 10 hours, they would consider him a liar. What a talent. His master was an enigmatic character. There's the inn. Wei Yeonho popped his head to look forward. He saw a large wooden building in the distance. Finally, I can eat something decent. Brother, you seem to have more appetite. You weren't fussy about food before. I was a fool, Wei Yeonho said with nostalgia. I didn't know Mom's food was so delicious. I noticed after eating moss for 5 years. It's not possible for anyone to eat just that for 5 years. If I at least ate that, it was lucky. Wei Yeonho trembled as he remembered his life in the infernal cave. And Mom doesn't cook. The maids are the ones who cook. Yes. If you eat Mom's food, you will miss the moss. Mother, why can't you cook? However, once we enter the inn, I will be able to eat and sleep well. Traveling by carriage is also exhausting. I thought I just had to sit down, but I don't. Wei Yeonho nodded and looked at the inn. Juff. He was short of air. His inner energy had run out, and every step he took felt like needles were stuck in his abdomen. But he could not stop. If he stopped, those who pursued him would kill him without mercy. I just have to get rid of them. Even if he was tired and suffering, once he got rid of his persecutors, a new world would open before him. The feeling of the book in his arms held Guak's son. Ugh, blood kept coming out of his throat. Guak's son swallowed the blood and kept running. He felt a burning pain in the long wound on his back, but he had no time to complain. How did I get to this? He only felt greed for the secret book. The legacy of the Sword Emperor was a treasure any warrior would wish to have. I didn't think I'd get it. Although I had tried, I had expected some luck, but never thought I would really get the secret book of the Sword Emperor. Humans have things they should see even if they don't reach them, and Guak's son had only looked. But luckily, the secret book fell into his hands. The two people who were fighting for the secret book killed each other, and he quickly took the book. That was lucky. But then hell began. People he could never face started chasing him. He couldn't rest for a moment. All he could do was run away until his inner energy ran out. No, he felt the urge to get rid of the book every time his inner energy ran out. If he threw it away, he could survive. No one would chase him. They would just chase the book. Ugh, Guak's son, with trembling hands, pulled the book out of his coat. The Treasure of the Sword Emperor. Only the title, written with vigorous calligraphy, suggested the incredible content it contained. The method of becoming the best warrior in the world was in this book. But should I give that up? Just to survive? I can't. Guak's son murmured bitterly. I will kill. Juff. I will kill. If he could get rid of his persecutors and hide in the mountains. Only 5 years. At that time, he could decipher the content and become the successor to the Sword Emperor. Then those who pursue him would not dare to look him in the eye. He couldn't keep living like a nobody. He had been in the martial world for more than 20 years. How long had he suffered at the hands of the powerful? And now should he return to that life? No, never. Guak's son clenched his teeth and kept running. But despite his will, his body gradually weakened. His body, without internal energy, moved like a deflated balloon. His hands trembled so much that it seemed that he was going to drop the book. Ugh, blood kept coming out of his mouth. It was dark blood, not bright red, indicating that his internal wounds were severe. His vision clouded, and he felt dizzy. I have to be strong. Guak's son knew what was happening to him. His body was rapidly losing its vitality due to the exhaustion of internal energy and an attack of madness. If he continued like this, he would die alone. But he couldn't stop. Just a little more. There was a house within walking distance. He could hide among the people and get rid of his persecutors. That would confuse those who pursued him. I just need to get there. All the way over there. I couldn't moan anymore. Guak's son, with his eyes lost, stepped forward, and another. How long had he run? He saw a big white carriage. Enemies. All he saw were his enemies. Even if they were not their enemies, the moment they knew they had the legacy of the Sword Emperor, they would become enemies or thieves. Then I didn't have to hesitate. Guak's son, with trembling hands, drew his sword with difficulty. His hands were so weak that his wrist trembled. Trembling legs. Blood constantly coming out. Guak's son laughed bitterly. Is it over now? Although he had bravely drawn his sword, his body could not use more than one technique. Good. Guak's son squeezed his teeth. At this point, he could not become the owner of the legacy, but he had no intention of handing over the treasure he had obtained. Guak's son blinked with blurred eyes and looked at the person in front of him. The young man in front of the carriage was entering the inn without paying attention to him. What's going on? Ku. He could not articulate a whole sentence, but at least he could groan. The young man, who was entering the inn, turned his head to look at him. Does something hurt? At that moment, Guak's son was about to wipe his ears. If his hands had worked, he would have nailed his sword to the ground and cleaned his ears. I was starting to hear things. It was a clear delusion. There was no way anyone would ask him what hurt him after seeing someone bathed in blood, clothes soaked in blood, and full of wounds. If such a person existed, he would be the dumbest in the world, or someone who had just woken up and didn't understand the situation. No, I won't. Unfortunately, Guak's son did not have the energy to keep thinking. He only had the idea of protecting the legacy and his pride. I won't. The young man waved his head and looked at Guak's son's face. Sir, if anything hurts you, look for a doctor instead of staying here. I know an excellent doctor. Do you want me to introduce him? He's a little far from here, and he's young, but he's very good. His body weakened. Guak's son's body began to fall forward. No. At that moment, one hand held him by the chest. A soft voice whispered in his ear. No one will take it away from you. So sleep quietly. Hearing the soft voice, Guak's son smiled slowly. No one will take it away. Nobody. With those words, Guak's son was able to close his eyes in peace. Chapter 148. Wi Yeonho stared at Guak's son, who had died, and shook his head. If everyone were less greedy, they could live in peace. That's why they're human, you idiot. I know. Wi Yeonho became angry when he heard the voice of his teacher in his mind. Well then, Wi Yeonho looked at the book that Guak's son had grasped hard to the end, with a strange expression. The treasure of the Sword Emperor. Wi Yeonho looked up at the sky and said with admiration, They say that heaven rewards the good. I did not expect it to reward me for my sufferings in this way. But he would prefer something more useful, like money, or maybe money. The treasure of the Sword Emperor, even if it was a valuable object, was useless to Wi Yeonho. He did not want to learn it, and even if he wanted to get rid of it, he felt it would be a shame. Wi Yeonho took the treasure of the Sword Emperor from Guak's son's hand, kept it on his waist, and loaded Guak's son's body. Brother, what? Wei Suryun, who had gone out looking for Wi Yeonho, saw Wi Yeonho carrying a body and trembled. Did you kill him? Doesn't that sound a little strange? Brother, in these cases you asked did she die, but didn't kill, so you killed him? I didn't kill him. He died. Did he die suddenly when you hit him? I told you I didn't kill him. He started throwing up blood. He staggered and died. Wei Suryun looked at Wi Yeonho with skepticism. Before, I would never have thought that Wi Yeonho could kill someone, but she had seen Wi Yeonho kill the ghost and sword demons. Then, why did he die? Why are you asking me? When Wi Yeonho screamed, everyone inside came out. Seeing the body Wi Yeonho was carrying, they all frowned and spoke. Did you kill him? Did you kill someone else? A demon has appeared. Wi Yeonho shouted with indignation and anger. It's not true. Wait a minute. What did you say? Gong Mujin's expression hardened when he heard Wi Yeonho's explanation. It seems that this man died here as he ran away with a secret book. Secret book? I hope it's not the legacy of a Sword Emperor. Although I was asking, Gong Mujin was almost certain. Wasn't it the only reason someone would die near here? Considering the context and the situation, the conclusion was obvious. This man was probably the last owner of the legacy of the Sword Emperor, and he died here because he could not bear his wounds after a desperate flight. So far, so good. But, no, why did he have to die here? In this vast central plains, there are so many places to die. Why here? Wow. Wi Yeonho looked at Gong Mujin as if he had seen something horrible. What horrible curses? Curses? Gong Mujin was about to explode in anger. Do you understand how terrible it is to get involved in this? We are already suspected of having the secret book. No one will believe us, even if we defend ourselves. Silwa, get ready. We must go to Manhwa. Unlike Gong Mujin, Wi Yeonho was very quiet. Why will we be suspicious? Of course we will. The last person who saw the owner of the secret book was us. So, naturally, they will suspect that we have the secret book. That's true. What? We have it, the secret book. Where? Gong Mujin's eyes turned to Wi Yeonho. Wait a minute. Was that the book that was sloppy in his waist? Is that it? Is that it? You seem to be getting nervous. If it's the book that man had, this is the right one. What was his name? The Treasure of the Sword Emperor? Something like that. Gong Mujin's mouth opened wide. The Treasure of the Sword Emperor. Had he put a secret book with such an obvious name on his waist, as if it were any book from a bookstore? Why do you have it? You keep saying strange things. As it was man's, now it is mine. It's not that. I think one of the worst adult habits is to say, I'll tell you vaguely, so understand what you want. If you explain it clearly to me, I'll understand it better, and you won't be frustrated, so it would be better for everyone. I'm sorry. Gong Mujin just laughed. It should simply ignore what Wi Yeonho does, but by trying to understand it logically, it ends like this. Then, that is the legacy of the Sword Emperor. That's right. What will we do? Soon many will come looking for the legacy. Wi Yeonho scratched his cheek. As it is in my hands, it is mine, isn't it? Many people will not deny that you own the treasury of the Sword Emperor. The problem is that no one will recognize your property in the long term. So what do? They will kill you and take it away from you. What a time. I can't believe there are people who do that in the world. You are a warrior, aren't you? Do warriors have no laws? Did you just kill 2 people and say that? Oh yes. Wi Yeonho barked his head. Can I do it? He had the right of an imperial inspector granted by the emperor, so he had the power to execute those 2 demons who had killed civilians. But publicly revealing that wasn't a good thing, so Wi Yeonho shut up. Then many people will come soon. That's right. I think the best option is simply to throw away the book. Cowards who dare not approach you directly might try to get something from you, but I can take care of it. I see. Wi Yeonho nodded, as if he understood. But seeing that Wi Yeonho seemed willing to obey, Gong Mujin felt a puncture in his chest. What are you planning? Hey, what do you mean? Gong Mujin looked at Wi Yeonho with concern. That look indicated that he was planning something. Luckily, or unfortunately, Gong Mujin didn't have to know what Wi Yeonho thought. Swish! With a silent sound, 2 or 3 people entered at the same time. His eyes turned to Guak's son, who was tied to Wi Yeonho's waist. Guak's son, the master of the flash hand. Finally, he is dead. The price he paid for coveting a treasure that did not belong to him. Gong Mujin's eyes moved before those words. That man was Guak Sunday. He thought he would not be an ordinary person if he had managed to steal the secret book and escape alone, but he did not expect it to be Guak's son, the master of the flash hand, known for his abilities. Sure, someone like Guak's son could have escaped so many. The 3 of them exchanged glances. They had already confirmed the death of Guak's son and the existence of the secret book on Wi Yeonho's waist. It's not. Deliver the secret book. I will not hurt you. This. Wi Yeonho pulled the secret book out his waist and shook it. Yes. You just have to give it to us. Wi Yeonho scratched his head and shook his head. Why should I give it to you? It's mine. We don't want to play. Hand it over or die. Wi Yeonho's choice was obvious. I don't want either. This brat. Stop calling me a brat. I've heard a lot. Of course, aging means having experience, so it is understandable to have pride. But if you continue to despise young people, I will doubt your experience. Therefore, The teacher always said that you have to be careful with words, although he himself hadn't. Insolent brat. Wei Yeonho looked at the three of them and spoke. The treasures are good, but it is inhuman to covet treasures when someone has died. First we should bury it and then talk. What nonsense! That guy died of coveting a treasure that didn't belong to him. Why should we bury him? Stop talking nonsense and hand over the secret book. Wei Yeonho wiped his ears and replied, I said no, but since they are older, they may not remember it. I will tell you again. This object is mine, so they cannot claim it. Then it's okay. The old man in front was about to do something when, haha, older brother, don't you think intimidating a child like him is unworthy of you? You're right. Why is that kid trying to use murderous martial arts? Voices were heard from afar, and more people began to appear. The elder, called older brother, shook his head with a dark expression as more and more people approached. We should have attacked him without contemplation. Do you think it would make you the owner of the secret book? People kept coming around the inn, and there were still plenty of them. Gong Mujin frowned at the scene. So many greedy had arrived. Surely there would be a big problem. He could protect himself, but if he had to protect Aishilwa, it would be difficult. It seems that we cannot avoid the battle. Gong Mujin, who was about to speak with Wei Yeonho, opened his eyes wide and pointed with a trembling hand. What were you doing? Huh? Well, Wei Yeonho, who had left the body and sat comfortably to read the treasure of the Sword Emperor, shook the book. I am reading. Gong Mujin looked into the sky. What is the ghost doing? Without coming to look for him. Chapter 149. Gong Mujin, with an expression of despair, spoke. In this situation, are you interested in the secret book? Wei Yeonho shook his head and responded. Sometimes you say strange things, but isn't it natural for me to be interested in the secret book in this situation? Aren't you curious about why so many people risk their lives for this book? Gong Mujin was about to nod. No, I can't give in here. I shouldn't have fallen into that loafer's tricks. Normally, you wouldn't read it in that place. You could die. I'm fine, so don't worry. Wei Yeonho touched his neck and said, My neck is quite resistant thanks to the blows. Ugh. Gong Mujin decided that continuing the conversation would only irritate him more, so he looked away from Wei Yeonho. When people began to approach, some took a step forward. I am Zhang Lip, the master of the 9 rapid swords, from Hanam. The crowd's attention focused on Zhang Lip. It's Zhang Lip. I cannot believe that Master Zhang Lip, known for his incredible handling of the sword, is here. The crowd began to murmur. Zhang Lip, seeing that the attention was on him, began to speak calmly. If we all jump into the secret book, there will be many casualties. How about we decide on a method? Jeek Ijin, of the 3 Inflexibles, who had found Wei Yeonho first, frowned and responded. Method? What method? Zhang Lip smiled at Jeek Ijin. Master Jeek, you are also here. If I had known I was here, I would not have gone forward. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Jeek Ijin, seeing Zhang Lip speak enigmatically even though he knew he had a plan, seemed to have difficulty keeping calm. The method is simple, isn't it? In the martial world, the strong survives. The strongest takes the secret book. That's right. Jeek Ijin asked with disbelief. How do we show who is the strongest? Are we all going to fight together? That would be appropriate. If the strongest fight each other, they could die at the hands of others while they are exhausted. That is why I make this proposal. Master Jeek, the secret book must belong to the strongest. What if the strongest share the secret book? Suddenly, a spark of interest shone in Jeek Ijin's eyes. Are you suggesting an alliance? You could say yes. You are very skilled at surrounding the issue. But it's not a bad idea. Jeek Ijin nodded slowly. Even for him, taking the secret book from so many people would be difficult. To be honest, he could not even guarantee victory against Zhang Lip. In this situation, having a way to secure the secret book was a great advantage. It's not good to waste time. I agree. So you and I will. It's not like that. Zhang Lip shook his head and responded. If the 2 of us say so, there will be many people who oppose it. There are some who would give us problems. For example, Suk Hyung. You know it well. At the same time as Zhang Lip was speaking, a heavy, bald man stepped out of the crowd and hit the ground with an axe. That butcher is also here. Dude, be careful what you say. Your bones are fragile. You don't want to break. Ji Kijin looked away, as if he did not want to face him. And, to include you, lower that bow that points to my back. Who would dare to exclude the archer murderer? I do not have the courage. When a noise was heard in a tree, they all looked up. One person in hunter's clothing popped his head between the branches. Then I join you. Zhang Lip smiled kindly. With this, we can easily handle the rest. So, let's secure the secret book first. Zhang Lip looked at Wi Yeonho. Young man, given the situation, won't you deliver the secret book? Wi Yeonho sighed. Sir. Shudder. Zhang Lip's expression changed slightly when he was called sir. You heard it. Why do you make me repeat it? I told you I wouldn't give it, it's mine. Zhang Lip looked at Wi Yeonho with a strange expression. He looks good. Do you have a mental problem? Even a 7-year-old boy would understand the situation, but this guy seemed to understand nothing. Zhang Lip was someone who made quick decisions. It's no use talking to him. If it were his nature, he would have already killed Wi Yeonho and taken the secret book, but he was worried about the young man standing next to Wi Yeonho, acting like a restless puppy. They seem to be partners. Why don't they do it in a good way? I don't want to waste any more time. If we can solve this easily before I take it by force, it would be great. Gong Mujin stared at Zhang Lip and said with resignation. Try? What did you say? Zhang Lip thought he heard wrong. But Gong Mujin was already furious. Are you deaf? If you want to take it, take it. You know who that guy is. He doesn't release anything until they put a sword around his neck. Zhang Lip's anger increased. This guy? From Zhang Lip's point of view, Gong Mujin was provoking a fight. By daring to say that in front of me, you're not a nobody, are you? Unless you're a coward who can't reveal his name. Huh. Zhang Lip's gaze was on the man's sleeve. Are those plumflower designs? A coward. Gong Mujin tilted his head. It's the first time they call me a coward. Don't you plan to survive after insulting a swordsman from Manhwa? If you want to know, I'll tell you. I'm Gong Mujin, the plum blossom sword spirit. When the name Gong Mujin was mentioned, the crowd retreated. Wow. Wi Yeonho, surprised to see the scene, asked Isielwa. Is that guy so famous? Isielwa blushed and nodded slightly. He is quite famous. Not just enough. I thought he was an insignificant guy because he was weak. Gong Mujin put a serious expression, hoping that Wi Yeonho's words would not reach the ears of others. Don't say it. Don't say it's weak. He had revealed his name. What if he said he was weak? Cool. Gong Mujin coughed to disguise the situation. I didn't know Plum Blossom Sword Spirit was here. I'm sorry for my behavior. When Zhang Lip bowed, Gong Mujin accepted the apology with an arrogant expression. Look at that expression. Immediately, Gong Mujin changed his expression. No, I'm not like that. Before I met that guy, I was considered the best expert on Mount Hua and a possible successor to the leader. But now I have to worry about what that brat says. Gong Mujin squeezed his teeth with frustration. The presence of Plum Blossom's sword spirit that Mount Hua will join the struggle for legacy. Gong Mujin responded with a serious voice. No. Then. We just stopped at this and on our trip. I'm not interested in that secret book. Mount Hua could change my mind in the future, but I won't touch that secret book. Oh. Zhang Lip's expression lit up. Considering the reputation of the spirit of the sword of the plum flower and the power of Mount Hua, facing Gong Mujin was a great burden. Can I talk to your colleagues? Do what you want. Are you sure? When Zhang Lip continued testing, Gong Mujin sighed and responded. I promise before everyone. Even if there is a fight and I lose my mind, I will have nothing to do with this. You'll lose your mind, though, of course. Gong Mujin looked at Zhang Lip with pity. Don't blame me later. Gong Mujin was severing ties to prevent Zhang Lip from blaming him later. Then, Zhang Lip smiled and looked at Wi Yeonho. Young man, you don't have anyone to help you anymore. Wi Yeonho responded with a serious expression. I never needed help. That guy always takes what he wants and does the misunderstanding when others ask for help. Zhang Lip looked at Gong Mujin after the words of Wi Yeonho. Gong Mujin was already looking away, with an expression indicating that he would not look at others. It doesn't matter. There are more people coming. My patience has a limit, so I'll tell you for the last time. No. Wi Yeonho finally exploded. I will not give it. I will not give it. Are you deaf? I am telling you. I will not give it. No. I will give it. Zhang Lip, who had covered his ears, looked at Wi Yeonho with disbelief at the loud cry. It looked like smoke would come out of his ears if he took his hands off. Who was he? Zhang Lip, the master of the 9 rapid swords. Even Gong Mujin, the spirit of the sword of the plum flower, avoided facing him. And this brat was shouting at him. Good. It's not. Let's see if you can refuse. His sword, symbol of his name, was drawn. When the sword cut the air like a ray of light, the crowd closed their eyes. Even though he was crazy, no one wanted to see that young man's neck cut. Wham! A loud sound, and the sound of a pig being slaughtered rang out. Queek! The crowd opened their eyes, surprised by the sound. There was a sound of a blunt blow and a shout, even though it seemed that it had been cut with a sword. And those who opened their eyes were horrified to see the scene. Zhang Lip was on the ground, grabbing his head and rolling. Is that guy? He using a blunt weapon? Wi Yeonho spit on the floor, took a long stick wrapped in a white cloth, and approached Zhang Lip. Chapter 150. Thwack. If you don't dodge it. Thwack. What are you going to do? Thwack. No, I didn't miss it, but... Thwack. Can I say I avoided it? Thwack. Zhang Lip screamed with his eyes injected into his blood. What does it matter? Stop talking and knock. Thwack. Zhang Lip, hit directly on the head, fell to the ground. Is he dead? It seems so. Will he be dead? The crowd looked at Zhang Lip with sadness. They wanted to believe he was alive, but the sound of the blow had been too precise. I wanted to be nice. Wi Yeonho spit on the ground and started beating Zhang Lip again. Where's your sword? Where? Thwack. Thwack. Gong Mujin, unable to bear it any longer, stopped Wi Yeonho. Hey, what? He seems to have lost consciousness. Stop it. I think it's excessive. Wi Yeonho tilted his head, as if he didn't understand. Excessive. He's unconscious. What do you say? If I were a little weaker, I would be dead. Someone who tried to cut someone else's neck shouldn't complain so much. Gong Mujin nodded distastefully. What a shameless guy. Is that the difference between having murderous intentions or not? Even if he was tied by hands and could only fight with his tongue, he would probably win. Not even a 5-year-old boy who was about to die from a chopstick stroke would feel so much. Actually, after using his sword, Zhang Lip had no right to complain if Wi Yeonho killed him. But why is it so sad? Gong Mujin felt a strange connection to the situation of Zhang Lip. If I had attacked without contemplation, would it have ended like this? Gong Mujin finally understood why Hua Shan had emphasized so much in the etiquette of a duel. If she hadn't kept the minimum label, she would probably be dead on some mountain. I must add more label. Gong Mujin decided to make a suggestion when he returned to Hua Shan. Bah! Wi Yeonho kicked Zhang Lip, who was still unconscious, and dropped a snort. Although the martial world is ruthless, someone who attacks another's neck without contemplation must be punished. Right? Should I cut off his arm? Zhang Lip, who was unconscious, seemed to shudder. No, that's not true. You have taught him enough. Be understanding. Am I not understanding? I kicked it too far. It makes me lazy to go there, so I'll leave it. Wi Yeonho kept the stick wrapped in cloth and read the book again. Wait a minute. I must finish reading this. Are you reading the secret book in this situation? Jeek Ijin felt great indignation, but did not dare to act. Regardless of who it was or how absurd it was, the fact that Wi Yeonho had defeated Zhang Lip in one blow was undeniable. Zhang Lip is an expert who even he could not easily defeat. How can one interpret that someone defeated that expert in one stroke? Gong Mujin had been avoiding confrontation, and now he understood why. What do I do? At the time, someone rescued him. Ha ha ha. This brat is very insolent. A man slowly stepped out of the crowd. Who is that? It is Yi Liang, the master of the magic hand. Incredible. The master of the magic hand has appeared. The crowd shouted, but Wi Yeonho did not pay attention and continued reading. Ha ha ha, brat. Wait a minute. I must finish reading this. You don't seem to know me. Thwack. With a clean blow, Yi Liang fell to the ground, clutching his head. Yi Liang, after a moment of convulsions, started screaming like an animal. Awa. Gong Mujin looked at Wi Yeonho with disbelief. No, he hasn't attacked you yet. It seemed like he was going to attack me. Gong Mujin was disgusted by his own understanding. He should not judge people by their appearance. Wi Yeonho looked at Yi Liang, who was on the ground screaming, snapped his tongue, and looked at the crowd. Wi Yeonho's look stopped. Sukael, the bloody axe master, who was at the end of his gaze, shivered and looked at Wi Yeonho. Looks like you're going to attack. No, I won't. Wei Yeonho looked at Suk Il and frowned. He had a huge body. He only wore long pants and an iron chain around his muscular torso. Besides, she had a shaved head and a huge axe. Would you mind coming here? No. I am a peaceful person. I will not attack. Pacific. Wei Yeonho frowned. You seem very threatening. Only my appearance. I suffer a lot because of my appearance. Wei Yeonho seemed upset, but he could not criticize him just for his appearance. If anyone wants to attack, let him do it now. I will do it at once. No one dared to move forward. In fact, if they made eye contact with Wei Yeonho, they tended to look away. Am I crazy? The master of the magic hand is crying like a child. Look at Suk Il, the butcher, with that docile expression. He seems to have seen his dog. Everyone in the crowd thought the same thing. If you get caught, you're done. Wasn't there 2 victims twisting in front of them? Ileong died in one blow, but Zhang Lip was probably wrecked. Wei Yeonho looked at the crowd, returned to his place, and read the book. This. Iseulwa approached him and offered him some empanadillas he had bought at the inn. Oh, thank you. I was hungry. You're welcome. Gong Mujin could not contain the tears by seeing Iseulwa smiling radiantly. Seulwa, a guy who eats empanadillas cheerfully in this situation, and a disciple who brings empanadillas in this situation. People must have common sense and tact. The 2 dragons and a phoenix, except Wei Suryun, agreed with him. That's when someone powerful causes trouble. Gong Mujin realized again why he emphasized so much the need to use power with care. His affection for Wei Yeonho deepened. Gulp. No one dared to approach as Wei Yeonho read the book, and no one dared to leave. They knew that they could not take the secret book just with the people there. Suk Il, one of the experts present, was wearing a leather hat that seemed to have borrowed or stolen to seem more friendly, and the murder archer, a master killer, was hiding among the silent trees. With what courage would they dare attack Wei Yeonho? But the fact that the legacy of the Sword Emperor was in front of them prevented them from leaving. The great sects will come soon. Even Wei Yeonho could not protect the secret book if the great sects arrived, and perhaps then there is a chance. They knew it was almost impossible, but the crowd did not dare to leave. They had gone through so many difficulties to obtain the secret book. They couldn't give up now. At that time, Wei Yeonho closed the book and stood up. Wei Yeonho's expression was strange. What's going on? When Gong Mujin asked curiously, Wei Yeonho seemed to think seriously for a moment, and then spoke. I don't know how much a fair price would be. How much? What does that mean? I don't know how much money to ask. Gong Mujin's body trembled at the words of Wei Yeonho. Do you intend to sell it? Yes. Wei Yeonho nodded calmly. Sell the legacy of the Sword Emperor. The legacy of the Sword Emperor. Yes. Wei Yeonho responded, as if it were normal. Gong Mujin, unable to understand the situation, opened his eyes like plates and looked at Wei Yeonho. No, this guy's crazy. There's got to be a limit to insanity. He has heard of someone selling a secret book for money. It is not a common sword technique. It's the legacy of the Sword Emperor, and he just reads it and sells it. Did you learn it by heart? Wei Yeonho looked at Gong Mujin as if he did not understand. No, how could I memorize it? I'm not a genius. That's true. Even for a genius, that's impossible. Then why do you sell it? Well, Wei Yeonho responded calmly. It's better to make money. No, that. Before Gong Mujin could say anything, Wei Yeonho looked at the crowd and spoke. An ounce of gold. The crowd opened their mouths. An ounce of gold. Are you crazy? Gong Mujin was surprised and struck over Wei Yeonho. It's an invaluable treasure. Even if you don't understand the value of money, an ounce of gold is ridiculous. Really? So 2 ounces. Who would sell a treasure like that for 2 ounces of gold? Wei Yeonho looked at Gong Mujin as if he did not understand. Sell it. Why should I sell it? Didn't you say you'd sell it? Wei Yeonho smiled. Then he looked at the crowd and spoke. 2 ounces of gold per copy. Quiet. A silence that seemed to swallow the world. By order of arrival. At that moment, the warriors, with their eyes injected into blood, threw themselves at Wei Yeonho. Me first. Get out of the way. I'll buy it. Here's my money. What if I don't have money? Will they wait if I sell my wife? Don't push me. Don't push me. Get away. Wei Yeonho smiled as the crowd approached. That's how you do business. Huh. Saha, the historian, looked at Guang Guzan Guy with astonishment, without saying anything. What, are you surprised? No, it's hard to say, he's just surprised. How can you describe this? Don't be so surprised. You know Wi Yeonho is so? I know, but when Saha looked with a subtle expression, Gwang Guy began to laugh with satisfaction. What did you say at first, that you would write a fair story for posterity, right? That. Well, it's still fine still. Gwang Guy gestured with his hand. This is just the beginning. Chapter 151. Why did you sell it? Because you knew the secret book of the Sword Emperor was false. No, that's not true. Then why did you sell it? TSK. For Wi Yeonho, the secret book, even if written by the grandfather of the Sword Emperor, is of no use. Because he doesn't study it. Baek Muhan was very smart. That guy wouldn't study the secret book unless he was beaten until he learned it, even in his dreams. Think of Wi Yeonho. What's the use of a secret book for that guy? Isn't that a shame? Yes, it is. Well, it's something only he would do. I couldn't do it. Selling the secret book of the Sword Emperor is already crazy, but who would dare make copies and distribute them? That's why it's Wi Yeonho. He does things that no one else could imagine, with total peace of mind. Anyway, thanks to this, Wi Yeonho's reputation began to spread around the world. Although compared to what he did next, this is insignificant. Huh, what did he do next? You want to know? There is also one wounded here. Ugh. Wei Zhonghan sighed when he saw Wei Sanho carrying a wounded man. This way. Jin Yeren ran towards the wounded. Ugh. Wei Zhonghan shook his head when he saw that. When he saw the big makeshift shop and the patients lying under it, he sighed. How did we come to this? It started in a simple way. Immediately after leaving, they found no injuries. But as they approached Luoyang, wounded people began to appear in the battle. At first, they were blindfolded and comforted. But as they approached Luoyang, the situation worsened. There were bodies everywhere, and people were dying on the road. They only started treating the dying because they couldn't let them die. This is becoming a hospital. Shops were growing, and so were patients. Sanho. Yes, father. Wei Sanho, who was bringing the wounded, looked at Wei Zhonghan. What about Yeonho? Wei Sanho also seemed worried. Father. Yes, I'm worried about Yeonho too. Yes. But if I abandon those on the verge of death to look after my family alone, how could I face Yeonho? He wouldn't want that. Yes, you're right. But I also think, if Yeonho is in danger, won't we be making an unforgivable mistake? Wei Sanho looked into the void without saying anything. Even so, we must stay here. That boy is also the son of the Wei family. Even if he is in danger, he will not want us to look for him, leaving so many people who need help. Wei Zhonghan, who had tried to send Wei Sanho first, nodded when he heard Wei Sanho's firm words. Yes, that's what a Wei family man should be like. If your grandfather were alive, he would be very proud of you. Wei Sanho smiled. Then Yeonho would have died. That is also true. They could not let their youngest son die, so that the eldest would receive praise. Wei Zhonghan smiled bitterly as he looked inside the tent. Jin Yeren was busy putting needles, changing bandages, and caring for patients. Wei Zhonghan looked at her with satisfaction. Even so, there is something good. Although Wei Zhonghan doesn't know much about loving relationships, according to Han Sanga, that beautiful woman seems to be interested in Wi Yeonho. Isn't she wonderful? And she is kind. It is good that someone can work so hard for others. Although a lot of compassion can be a flaw for a family leader, Wi Yeonho will not become the leader, and Wei Sanho will take care of home management, so there is no problem. Then, there is only her beautiful personality, her excellent medical skills, and her overwhelming beauty that makes one wonder why she needs those skills. The perfect candidate for daughter-in-law. Severe patient. Some volunteers, who had been helping the wounded, brought an unconscious patient on a stretcher. Jin Yeren, with a hardened face, ran to the patient. It has a lot of pus. I have to get it out. Ugh. Without waiting for the patient's response, Jin Yeren pulled out a small knife. A knife. Wei Zhonghan's eyes opened. Suddenly a knife. Mom. Wei Zhonghan stepped back horrified to see Jin Yeren nail the knife, without hesitation, into the patient's shoulder. Even an experienced swordsman wouldn't dare nail a knife to someone like that. Slash. Slash. Jin Yeren didn't stop there, and she started cutting the meat. Aawa. The patient, who seemed unconscious, shouted. Hold him. Yes. When the patient began to fight, those who were there held his limbs. Slash. Slash. Wei Zhonghan felt as if he was being cut off from his own flesh when he heard the sound of the meat being cut, though she splashed blood on her face. Jean Yeren cut the meat without blinking. How can you describe that? Give fear? Jean Yeren, after pulling out the knife, looked around. He will have convulsions, so hold him tight. Convulsions? Now that she had removed the knife, the patient, who had been screaming, seemed to have regained consciousness. Why would he have seizures? Soon. Start. Jean Yeren grabbed the patient's cut shoulder and began to squeeze the wound. Stop. Wei Zhonghan screamed and couldn't help it, but Jean Yeren didn't stop. Aawa. The patient, who was convulsed by pain, opened his eyes and finally lost consciousness. Wei Zhonghan started sweating. Without paying attention to the patient, Jean Yeren squeezed the whole pus. When red blood began to come out instead of pus, she cleaned the blood with an unexpressive expression and began sewing the wound. Wei Zhonghan looked up at the sky after seeing everything. Flee. Yeonho. What is this? Grandmaster Gongling was speechless before the strange scene. Even when they heard the news of the discovery of the legacy of the Sword Emperor, Shaolin did not move. Even when the righteous martial alliance asked for help, Shaolin did not move. As always, they stayed away from the secular world, only cultivating Buddhism. But when they heard that the secret legacy of the Sword Emperor had been opened and that a massacre had begun, they could not remain on the sidelines. People were dying. Someone had to do something. Although it was something that would stain him with the secular world, Grandmaster Gongling decided to intervene. Shaolin supported his decision and ordered him to take his disciples to calm the situation. So they traveled without rest. But, don't push me. Hey buddy, it's so narrow here. How can I not push you? Do you think I want to be here? Don't hit me. Don't you know what happens if there is a mistake? Attack of madness. Attack of madness. Do you want to have a crazy attack now? Gongling's long white hair trembled. What is going on? The scene before her eyes was unexpected. In fact, it was so unexpected that she wondered if it was right to call it unexpected. It was a scene she had never imagined. Many people surrounded a white carriage. That wasn't weird. If the owner of the carriage had recovered the legacy of the Sword Emperor and the crowd was trying to remove it, it was a normal situation. But if everyone was on their knees writing something, it was strange. Find out what's going on. Yes. The person who received the order of Grandmaster Gongling quickly approached the carriage. Who are you? Will you die if you skip the line? But before he could approach the carriage, he was stopped by those who were waiting. Amida, but I'm Musin to Shaolin. I heard there was a massacre. So I came to investigate. I'm here to ask what's going on. So I would appreciate it if you would let me through. It was a courteous request. But the answer was not polite. Letting you through. Should I break your head? Oh, it's already broken. Hey, what blasphemy. Monk, this is not a place for someone like you, who is dedicated to Buddhism. If you don't want to break your bowl, go. I am from Shaolin. Idiot. Shaolin. What is Shaolin? Even if Darim arrives, you will not be able to pass. So go to the end of the line. With this secret book, Shaolin means nothing. Musin, after receiving many insults, backed back and left at the end of the line. Gongling grabbed his forehead when he saw that. Who are those who don't move even after hearing Shaolin's name? And who is that one who lines up obediently? What's going on? Finally, Gongling couldn't contain himself and shouted. Everyone looked at Gongling. What? A monk? Huh, it's Shaolin. And that was it. People, who had looked curiously at Shaolin's arrival, looked back down and continued to write. Gongling, who had never been ignored that way, did not know what to do. Although he was upset, he could not protest being ignored, as the weight of Shaolin's name was too great. While trying to contain his anger, Gongling was about to ask something when a person in a family uniform came out of the crowd and greeted him. Great Master Gongling, I am Gong Mujin of Manhwa. We met before. Chapter 152. Oh, Grandmaster Gong. Long time. Great teacher is too much. Please call me Gong. Gong Mujin bowed his head respectfully, both for his position and for his reputation in the martial world. Grandmaster Gongling was someone who could not be treated lightly. It's a pleasure to meet a monk so hard to see, but it doesn't seem like the time for friendly chats. Could you explain what's going on? As you see, Gong Mujin pointed to the carriage. As I see, what has happened to the legacy of the Sword Emperor? They're copying it right now? Copying. Yes. Right now? When listening to Gong Mujin, Gongling looked back at the crowd. People had a book each, and they were copying it quickly. And then that's... Yes. Gong Mujin responded with an uncomfortable smile. It is the treasure of the Sword Emperor. The treasure of the Sword Emperor. Gongling could not understand the situation. The treasure of the Sword Emperor was the secret book left by the Sword Emperor. Why were so many people copying it at the same time? Seeing Gongling's expression of doubt, Gong Mujin looked up into the sky. How am I supposed to explain this? Then, after hearing the explanation, Gongling exclaimed with amazement. Do you mean you sold the legacy of the Sword Emperor for money? According to him, as the original preserves, he did not sell it, but allowed it to be copied. It's the same, right? Who is that monk? Great teacher. Gong Mujin, with respect and concern for Grand Master Gongling, gave him advice that he considered essential. I recommend that you avoid any contact with that demon for your own Buddhist practice and for the rest of your life. A demon. Someone who seduces the hearts of men. A demon. Grand Master Gongling looked at Gong Mujin with disbelief. If only he heard the words, it would seem a criticism, but he could see the undeniable affection on Gong Mujin's face. What kind of boy is he? Gong Mujin, the spirit of the sword of the plum flower, was known for his severe and sharp character. Even his companions feared him. Therefore, he should be the next leader for his skill and reputation. But it was said that the current leader was concerned about his lack of charisma. That someone like him showed this kind of affection for someone who wasn't his disciple was something very strange to Gongling. Can I meet that boy? Great teacher. I warned you. Ha! Gongling smiled and said, there are many people in the world, and leading them to a peaceful world is a Buddhist duty. He doesn't seem to be a bad boy, so he's fine. Gong Mujin shook his head. I couldn't stop him if he wanted to. What could be done? One must experience the consequences. Gong Mujin led Gongling to Wi Yeonho. I told you not to push me. Do you want to die? Someone who was copying in a narrow space got angry because someone pushed him. What did I do? Get out of here. I will kill you before you finish writing. Good. Gong Mujin coughed. Kem. The two people who saw Gong Mujin slightly bowed their heads. Have you forgotten that Young Wei said he would drive out anyone who caused trouble? I'm sorry. We will write in silence. Kem. Gongling started sweating. Those people look familiar. If even he, who did not know the martial world much for caring for the temple, recognized them, they should be quite famous. It was strange to see them copying a book on the road, and even more strange that they would obey by just mentioning the name of Young Wei. Has his power subdued everyone? But is that possible? According to what you heard, Wi Yeonho was a young man who had not yet reached the age of majority. Do you mean he accomplished something that even the leader of a powerful sect could not do? Gongling felt even more curious about Wi Yeonho. It's in that carriage. Gongling looked at the carriage with some tension. Young Wei, come. Out. Shaolin's Grand Master Gongling has come to see you. Although Gong Mujin called him politely, there was no reply from the carriage. Gongling waited patiently, but Gong Mujin, upset by Wi Yeonho's laziness, even in front of Gongling, shouted, if an adult comes, you should at least show your face. Hey! Then a head came out of the carriage. Wei, why did you leave the carriage at the top? Gongling was surprised to see the head coming out of the carriage. Although he had heard that he was young, he was a childish-looking boy. He's the same age as Muzin. They said Shaolin's Grand Master Gongling had come. Even your father wouldn't dare just stick his head out in front of Grand Master Gongling. Get down immediately. Wi Yeonho shivered at his father's mention. It's not. I am now above you. Gongling was a very influential figure in Shaolin. Gong Mujin did not want Wi Yeonho to fall badly with Gongling. Although he wanted to kick Wi Yeonho's ass, only he could do it, not Shaolin. That's why he mentioned Wei Zhonghan's name, to make Wi Yeonho more respectful. Ugh. Wi Yeonho jumped off the roof of the carriage and bowed to Gongling. I am Wi Yeonho, the second son of the Wei family. Oh, the Wei family. So, you are the son of Grand Master Wi Zhonghan, the sword of the righteous hero. Wi Zhonghan had a great reputation. Members of the righteous sects tended to show respect and admiration by hearing his name. It's strange. At home, he's a pathetic father controlled by his wife, but out of the house, his reputation increases. I heard you got the legacy of the Sword Emperor. Is it true? Yes, it's true. And it is also true that you are allowing others to copy it. Yes, it's true. Wi Yeonho was respectful. What's the problem? He knows Wi Yeonho isn't used to tagging, but it's not a big problem. He's making an effort to be respectful. Monk, Gongling said seriously. The spirit of not sticking to material objects is very similar to Buddhism. It's something not anyone can do, giving up a treasure so easily at an early age. I'm very impressed. Amida but. Gongling put his hands together first, and Shaolin's disciples did the same, showing respect for Wi Yeonho. Huh, what are they saying? But if this object spreads throughout the world, there will be problems. Huh. Wi Yeonho shook his head, without understanding. You will not give it to us. We will not do it out of greed. We promise to use it for the development and peace of the martial world. No, you don't even understand. At that moment, Gong Mujin ran to Wi Yeonho and covered his mouth. Wei Suryun also shouted and clung to Wi Yeonho's waist, and Isielwa coughed heavily to silence Wi Yeonho. Gong Mujin whispered, Young Wei, with respect. Respect. Adult. Wei Zhonghan. Although it seemed messy, the message of talking with respect thinking about his father was clearly conveyed. Okay. Wi Yeonho nodded and said, Great master. I understand what you say, but this is mine. I can do whatever I want with him. Is he respectful? His posture, with his hands together and his head bent, was very respectful, but his tone was strange. And I'm not selling the secret book. I'm allowing you to copy it, as I have the original. I'm not selling it. I'm offering it at a low price. Gongling's expression changed. How much? 2 ounces of gold. 2 ounces. Gongling's expression got worse. Sell the secret book of the Sword Emperor for 2 ounces of gold. No, he's not giving the original, but allowing it to be copied. So 2 ounces seems fair, and since the copies aren't different from the original, 2 ounces seem too cheap. But if you distribute the secret book in this way, it could spread throughout the martial world. That will not happen. Look, Wi Yeonho pointed to one side. The people who were lining up at the desk were Xiaomon. Dayan was sitting with an empty expression, were writing diligently. What's that? An oath. An oath. Wi Yeonho smiled. Even if I sell copies here, if those who buy them also sell copies, the demand will decrease. That's why they take an oath not to make copies of the book they copied today. I only give the book to people with a verified identity. Really? Gongling looked at Wi Yeonho as if he was seeing something inexplicable. Should I say that he has no desire to possess it, or that he is too greedy? It could be said that he is not greedy as a warrior, as he shares the secret book with others. But asking for 2 ounces of gold per copy is an incredible commercial tactic. But, while Gongling was considering how to interpret the situation, someone approached Wi Yeonho and said, I'm sorry. I'm late. What if I don't have money now? Look to. The man shivered at the place Wi Yeonho pointed. Luoyang branch of the Galactic Bank. Under a large banner, a man with a greedy expression was waving a bag of money. You can borrow there. Yes. The man walked away slowly. A horrible scene where the popular economy and personal loans were increasing. Chapter 153. Grandmaster Gongling silently watched the man approach the improvised counter. What's that? A banking branch. A bank branch. He said that many people would need urgent money, so they came from Luoyang up here. I thought they were using some sort of travel technique. I couldn't get there at that time. Gong Mujin, listening to Wi Yeonho, made a grimace. You can do it, but you don't. People usually say can't do it instead of don't do it. Well, for Wi Yeonho, he probably can't do it. A bank. Yes. Wi Yeonho nodded slightly. Where there are people who need money, there is always someone who lends it. Grandmaster Gongling observed the situation with a strange expression. Welcome, sir. Can I borrow here? Welcome to the Luoyang branch of the Galactic Bank, a financial institution with a long history. The Galactic Bank has branches throughout Central Plains, and we are the best bank in the world. I am Huang Chong, in charge of this branch. The man had heard of the Galactic Bank. It was one of the most famous banks in Central Plains, known for its efficiency in borrowing. Although he hesitated for a moment, there was no other option. I had the opportunity to obtain the legacy of the Sword Emperor for only 2 ounces of gold. Although it was not the method I had imagined, the man looked at those who were copying the legacy of the Sword Emperor. In addition to the 100 people who had already copied, there were more than 30 people copying at that time. No, I can't stay behind. If only one person had gotten it, he could have left it, but if the secret book spreads like this, at some point, those who were on the same level could become legendary experts. It's hard not to do what everyone does. Give me, the man said with tight teeth. Yes, sir. Of course. But first, we have some documents to complete. Documents. What's his name? Zhang Pil. Oh, are you Grand Master Zhang Pil, the master of Shangshi's 9 electric swords? The man. Zhang Pil nodded. I am Zhang Pil. The expression of the employee he was writing was illuminated. Great Master Zhang Pil. I have heard of his glorious name. Someone of his level can pay 2 ounces of gold at this time. Need more money. Today, our branch offers lower interest rates than usual. Take advantage of this opportunity. Zhang Pil began to doubt. What is the interest rate? I hope it's not usury. What an offensive question. The Galactic Bank is officially registered in the Imperial Court. We are a different company from those unlicensed scammers of the dark sect. Huang Chong picked up and opened a book next to him. Here is the interest rate recommended by the Imperial Court this year. His Majesty has ordered that no more than 60% interest be charged on loans this year. We follow His Majesty's orders and charge only 60%. However, Huang Chong continued with enthusiasm. As I mentioned before, in this case, especially, we will only charge 50%, an annual interest rate of 50%. 50%. Zhang Pil's mind began to work. An annual interest rate of 50% means that if you borrow 2 ounces of gold, you will have to pay 1 ounce of interest a year. Loaders. That's an absurd interest rate. Sir, are you trying to rip me off? Huang Chong sighed. Sir, what? We didn't come to offer you a loan. You came to ask for one. It seems like it's your first loan. It's understandable that you're surprised. But, sir, if we give you a loan at the interest rate you want, what will we live on? I assure you that you won't find any place to lend you money at the interest rate you want. Well, there could be, but, Huang Chong pointed down. There is none here. And you need urgent money, right? Zhang Pil backed down. Huang Chong's power was overwhelming. And Huang Chong approached Zhang Pil and whispered, Look, what are these people copying? The treasure of the Sword Emperor, right? Isn't it an incredible opportunity to get this secret book for just 2 ounces of gold? If you learn these techniques, you will become a legendary expert. And what does it matter to pay 3 ounces of gold then? Zhang Pil's expression changed. You should think about it. 2 ounces of gold and 1 ounce of interest could be a lot of money for you now. But will it be a lot of money after you get this secret book? Have you ever heard of an expert who has no money? No, I don't think so. Of course not. Why not? Because it's very easy to earn money once you become an expert. Grandmaster Zhang Pil, although already famous, will get an incomparable reputation and skills after obtaining this secret book. Money will be nothing then. You can get it whenever you want. Zhang Pil began to doubt. Huang Chong's words were very persuasive. Will you give up this opportunity and regret it later? If I had borrowed a loan then, now I wouldn't be worried about 3 ounces of gold, but 30, right? Huang Chong, seeing Zhang Pil doubted, said with concern, Of course, this is from the perspective of someone like me, who earns money from loans. But even if it's not just about money, Grandmaster Zhang, you have the opportunity to become a legendary expert. Will you give up this opportunity as a warrior? Zhang Pil was in conflict. He's right. Everything he says is true. But why do I feel conned? Huang Chong, realizing that Zhang Pil was hesitant, gave the final blow. Pointing to those who were copying it, those people took advantage of the opportunity. Zhang Pil's eyes were directed to those who were diligently copying. Now, Grandmaster Zhang, he is as good as they are, but will he be able to match them within a year? I'll do it. I'll ask for a loan. As if Huang Chong's last words had been the final blow, Zhang Pil nodded quickly. A wise decision. Please complete this document. Write your name, sign here, and seal with ink here. And here too. As soon as he said yes, the document was quickly completed. Huang Chong carefully reviewed the document, smiled, and led Zhang Pil forward. This way, please, the money. I will give it to you myself. Don't worry. Young Wei already paid. Wi Yeonho looked at Zhang Pil and nodded. Sit there. Gee, thank you. Zhang Pil sat in a corner on the ground. Siomun Dayan approached him and handed him a document. What is this? It is an agreement not to divulge the secret book he copied. Why do I need that? Oh, what does it say? We're not selling the secret book? What if he shows it to others? See, true. Sign here. Zhang Pil carefully reviewed the deal. There was nothing important. He just said he wouldn't dare complain if he was killed for selling or sharing the secret book he had copied. Seeing Wei Yeonho's label in the end, his desire to share the secret book disappeared. He could still see the horrific beating Wei Yeonho had given. And he didn't want to end up like this. Not even my family. The family is fine, but not uncles or cousins. Understood. After Jong Pil signed, Seo Mundaeon collected a copy of the secret book, a new book, and a game of ink and paper, and rose. Huang Chong approached Wei Yeonho, smiled, and pulled 3 ounces of gold out of his money bag. Gongling rolled his head when he saw the scene. Was he stunned by the strange situation? Why are 3 ounces of gold? Not 2. Why 3 ounces? Huang Chong took a hand to his mouth as if he asked for silence. Gongling asked quietly, "Why 3 ounces?" Huang Chong smiled and responded, "It's simple. He paid for 2 ounces, and we paid for 1. Why do they give Young Wei an ounce of gold when Jong Pil was the one who asked for the loan? It's a customer acquisition expense. Customer purchasing expenses." When Gongling rolled his head without understanding, Huang Chong snapped his tongue. Gongling blushed when he realized that he looked like a naive rural monk. To them, who were far from the secular world, understanding the financial calculations was difficult. If Young Wei hadn't asked, how could we have lent so much money to so many people? It's an opportunity to make the biggest profits, so it's natural to pay. But then, do you win nothing? Oh, monk, why is he so naive? Huang Chong approached Gongling and whispered to him, "How many of them will be able to pay the 3 ounces of gold within a year? Once a year passes, the interest will be ours. Everyone wins." Grandmaster Gongling put his hands together and muttered, "There's a demon here." A demon. Chapter 154. Don't do that to someone so naive. Go to your post. Yes, yes, what else can I do? Gongling looked at Jong Pil, who was heading for the bank branch, with a stunned expression. Let's see. How many people have already copied the book? About 100. I think. 100. Then, including those present, there would be about 130 people. If each paid 2 ounces of gold, it would be 260 ounces, and if they paid 3, it would be 390 ounces. 390 ounces. Not even Shaolin, one of Central Plain's largest temples and sects, receives 300 ounces of gold in donations a year. This young man won 300 ounces of gold in a single day. It's amazing. Even for Gongling, who was not interested in money, that was a considerable amount. Could he have won 300 ounces of gold if he had sold the secret book? Besides, Gongling saw people lining up, people eager to pay. There will be more. If he continued to allow it to be copied, he could build a gold house. Young Wei. Yes, Grandmaster. Wei Yeonho responded respectfully. As I said before, I am concerned that the distribution of this secret book causes confusion in the martial world. Wei Yeonho barked his head. Confusion. Yes. What if the legacy of the Sword Emperor, a legendary secret book, spreads? What if it falls into the hands of a villain? Wei Yeonho responded respectfully. The righteous will stop him. Gongling's expression was slightly distorted. Of course. Will the righteous intervene easily? What are you worried about? Even Grandmaster Gongling intervened. Do you think he would ignore it if something like that happened? Even if I really ignored it, no one could say that in this situation. Of course, I will stop it with all my might. But it is the legacy of the Sword Emperor. No one knows what will happen if it spreads. This will surely cause a massacre. Wei Yeonho shook his head, without understanding. He will not cause it. He will avoid it. If this had been left like this, a lot of people would have died, wouldn't they? Grandmaster Gongling could not refute it. If Wei Yeonho had not recovered the secret book, hundreds of people would have died in the struggle. And if the struggle had continued, Grandmaster Gongling would have arrived later. And if you're worried about that, you should distribute it even more, shouldn't you? There will be more people who learn it, reducing the likelihood that a single person will cause problems. Does that make sense? While Grandmaster Gongling was stunned, Wei Yeonho continued. One thing I've never understood is this. If there's a good secret book, why not share it? I don't understand why people are desperate to have it alone. Really? He's absolutely right. There was no way to refute it. In short, if the owner wants to sell it, what else can you say? If so many people are watching, if they try to recover the secret book, it will be said that Shaolin is oppressing a child to steal the legacy of the Sword Emperor. Gongling looked at Gong Mujin without knowing what to do. I have no answer. Grandmaster Gongling. Gong Mujin looked at the sky with resignation. The great teacher of Shaolin and the spirit of the sword of the plum flower were desperate for a child. A troubled guy? Who is Grandmaster Gongling? One of Shaolin's elders. In terms of position in the martial world, few dare to challenge it. If a child of Wi Yeonho's age met Gongling, he would be intimidated by his age and position. But Wi Yeonho was very eloquent. If it is said in a good way, it is generous. If it's said in a bad way, it's reckless. Although Gong Mujin doesn't like Wi Yeonho, he likes this look. Even so, not everyone will follow the reasoning of young Wei. Some will try to take it by force. Huh, what do you say? The answer came not from Wi Yeonho, but from behind Grandmaster Gongling. The people who were copying looked at Grandmaster Gongling with disbelief. I can't believe these guys. Normally, before the position of Grandmaster Gongling and Shaolin's name, they would at least pretend respect, but these guys looked at him like he was a beggar monk. Well, that could happen. Wi Yeonho smiled. Well, that's inevitable. Things like that usually circulate, right? If they steal my book before they get to Luoyang, it's my destiny. Are you going to Luoyang? Yes, I will go to Luoyang. Luoyang is a great city. Taking a treasure to a great city is inviting disaster. What do you plan to do in Luoyang? Wi Yeonho sighed, frustrated. What will I do in Luoyang? Keep selling. Selling. Where there are many people, there are many buyers. Gongling felt dizzy. So, you plan on setting up a post in Luoyang and selling the secret book of the Sword Emperor. Are you sure that's okay? Why not? There's no reason it's not right. Gongling ran out of words. I was not sure whether it was by logic or by disbelief. At that time, Wi Yeonho bowed his head. Thank you for worrying about me. But I have no intention of handing this book over to Shaolin or giving it to anyone else. I can handle my business, so please don't worry. Grandmaster Gongling. With that perfect conclusion, Grandmaster Gongling let go of an ironic laugh. I'm sorry. When Wi Yeonho got back into the carriage, Gong Mujin took Grandmaster Gongling, who was stunned, away from the crowd. Grandmaster Gongling smiled, as if he had received a blow. What kind of person is that monk? Even I don't know how to describe it. Grandmaster Gongling was no fool. Among the crowd he was copying, there were people he knew, and among them, there were some who would never stand still and pay to copy. If someone does something they don't usually do, it means they're about to die, or someone's forcing them. The plum blossom sword spirit alone is not enough. He considered the possibility that Gong Mujin would have helped, but he did not believe that the people there would have calmed down just by the names of Gong Mujin and Hua Shan. Can I ask you a question? Of course. Grandmaster. Gongling looked at Gong Mujin and spoke. How would you compare your martial skills to mine? Gong Mujin hesitated to answer the sudden question. Gongling would not have asked that if he had not had any idea of Wi Yeonho's abilities. If someone who did not know Wi Yeonho heard him, he would laugh by comparing a young man to Shaolin's Grandmaster Gongling. When Gong Mujin hesitated to respond, Gongling showed interest. Gongling's question implied that Wi Yeonho was comparable to him. Gong Mujin, who understood that, hesitated to answer because telling the truth would be disrespectful to Gongling. Gongling looked at the carriage with doubt and amazement. At that age, reaching that skill level at such an early age is unusual, and the world has called heroes who have achieved the impossible. The appearance of a young hero is welcome, but the beginning of a turbulent era. Gongling's heart felt heavy. From ancient times, when exceptionally talented young people appeared, a turbulent era began. He could not help thinking that the appearance of Wi Yeonho could mean that, as a Wei family, he is fortunate. If he learned under Grandmaster Wei Zhonghan, a righteous man and a great hero, he should not be bad. Yes. Gong Mujin looked away. Great teacher. I'm sorry. That guy didn't learn under Grandmaster Wei Zhonghan, and he's already troublesome. But Gong Mujin thought there was no need to say that and worry Grandmaster Gongling more. Are you sure you won't need our help on the way to Luoyang? It would be quieter if Grandmaster Gongling were with me, but I can't do anything if he doesn't want to. Actually, I'm also depending on him. Gongling smiled unconsciously at Gong Mujin, bowing his head with apology. They say the plum blossom sword spirit is very severe. The rumors of the martial world are unreliable. Or Gong Mujin changed his personality after meeting Wi Yeonho, realizing how his severity was perceived by others. Either way, it was a good thing. Even a king or an emperor can't force someone to do something he doesn't want to do. Besides, with his abilities, the trip to Luoyang won't be difficult. Yes, Grandmaster. Gongling nodded and bowed to Gong Mujin. Then we retreat. They're leaving already. We are here to stop the massacre. As it is over, we must return. Gong Mujin couldn't help but admire Gongling. Although the great sects use the pretext of maintaining the order of the martial world, they cannot avoid greed. Anyone would covet the legacy of the Sword Emperor, but Gongling returned immediately after the massacre ended, indicating that he did not come for the secret book, but for the peace of the martial world. Shaolin is worthy of his name. I'm sorry we can't enjoy our meeting. Gongling smiled and stopped Gong Mujin, who was about to say goodbye. Gongling, who brought Gong Mujin in, looked around and said quietly, Muzin, come here. Chapter 155. Yes. Do you understand the situation? Yes. I have not forgotten the teacher's instructions not to lose sight of my disciple. Gongling nodded as he looked at Muzin. He was a disciple he had obtained at the end of his life and was still inexperienced, but Muzin was the person he trusted most at the time. As it is the secret book of the Sword Emperor, we do not know what can happen. The monk Wi Yeonho, in my opinion, is too young and lacks the experience to face the difficulties of the martial world. But Grandmaster, I don't know the world well either. Gongling smiled. You may be right, but if you only seek enlightenment within the temple, you will never know the world. If you really want to attain enlightenment, you must know the world. Muzin was moved by Gongling's words full of wisdom. How can I attain enlightenment without knowing the world? Enlightenment is a lonely and desolate path, but the end of enlightenment does not lie only in the individual search. If people's lives are not known, how can their hearts be moved? Yes, Grandmaster. Muzin put his hands together, accepting the words of his master. And I have one more request. Yes. Gongling approached and whispered in Muzin's ear. Muzin's expression went blank when he heard Gongling's words. Yes. Gongling smiled at Muzin. Are you also asking for a loan? Huang Chong and Muzin looked at each other with discomfort. Huang Chong was surprised that a monk from Shaolin was wandering in front of the bank branch, and Muzin was ashamed to have to wander through that place as a monk. Can I too? Oh. Huang Chong felt he ran out of words for the first time since he entered this business. Wait. What should I do? His identity was clear. There is no one with a clearer identity than a monk from Shaolin. With that level of credit, I could lend him 10 ounces of gold. Not just 2. But there was a problem. He is a monk. If Huang Chong had to choose 2 professions in Central Plains that have no connection with money, he would choose without hesitation the monks and beggars. Your affiliation is clear, but although people don't know, Shaolin and the beggar sect are 2 of the richest organizations in the martial world. Shaolin is famous for the large amount of donations he receives, and the beggar sect has so many beggars that even if everyone asks for a small amount, they can get hundreds of ounces of gold in an instant. The problem is that, although Shaolin and the beggar sect have a lot of money, monks and beggars do not. Huang Chong began to reflect. What will happen if this monk cannot pay the loan and ask Shaolin for help? Won't they tell you that suffering is part of life and that you must solve it for yourself? Ugh. Huang Chong shook his head. Shaolin wasn't greedy. They didn't use money for luxury, but to help the needy. But Shaolin is extremely stingy with his own disciples. In addition to giving them clothes and basic food, they do not spend money on them. Hence Shaolin's reputation as a place that exploits his disciples to feed the poor. But monk, Huang Chong sighed and said, as I also believe in Buddhism, doing business with you, it's a bit. I need it, and really. Muzin, seeing Huang Chong surprised, recalled the conversation he had with his teacher. That young man will bring a storm. Even if he does not want to, he will become the center of a turbulent era. Follow him. If you stay by his side, you will be able to witness the turbulent era with your own eyes. If you get anything, it will be your fortune, and if you suffer, it will also be your fortune. So far, so good. The problem was what Gongling added next. Muzin, we need this secret book for Shaolin's development. But unfortunately, I didn't think this would happen, so I didn't bring money. I want to get some money, but there are no suitable temples or sects. Nearby? What should we do? Will they sell me? Muzin trembled. His teacher's words were simple. They needed the secret book, but they didn't have any money, so a person should sacrifice to borrow, and then Shaolin would pay them back. Since Gongling could not borrow for his position, Muzin, the youngest and inexperienced in the group, should ask for the loan. Monk, this is a bit. Huang Chong scratched his head. What a dilemma. The reason I could lend money to others was because they were alone. Even if they were strong, 10 fists could not beat 100. With the power of the Galactic Bank, I could control them even if they were powerful. If they can be controlled, there are many uses for warriors. Even if I sent them to the mines, a warrior could do the work of 10 people. Winning an ounce of gold a year was not a problem. But Muzin was different. Even if they said he didn't belong to Shaolin, Huang Chong and the Galactic Bank wouldn't dare sell a monk from Shaolin. Do you really need to borrow? Yes. Amida, but should not be said here. What would Amida say? Huang Chong looked away, snapped his tongue, and took Muzin. V, come this way. Yes. Huang Chong took Muzin to Gong Mujin, who was resting next to the carriage. G. Grandmaster Gong. Yes. Gong Mujin rolled his head as he saw the two approaching. This monk wants a loan, but his identity is doubtful, so I don't know if I should. Gong Mujin laughed with disbelief. What does this have to do with me? I know, but I have no one else to ask. Gong Mujin sighed and looked at Muzin. As he saw Muzin avoiding his gaze with a blushing face, he felt sorry. What a time. A monk asking for a loan. Even Buddha would turn around. Although it was Wi Yeonho who caused this situation, Gong Mujin covered his face after understanding the situation. I get it. After coming all this way, I wouldn't want to leave empty-handed. And if this is the true legacy of the Sword Emperor, I'd want to get it to study it. Although Shaolin's martial arts are the best, if they do not study the martial arts of other sects, there will be differences in their response methods. I understand, but if another sect were in this situation, it would have tried to convince someone to make another copy. Hearing that Wi Yeonho had them sign an agreement, and that he was making copies honestly, you can say it's Shaolin. That righteousness could be the source of his strength for 1,000 years. Walk the right way, even if it's a muddy road. It should be praised, but the problem is why they sent Muzin. Seeing the blushing face of Muzin, he realizes that this is not right. If you are going to be honest, you should be more honest. Ugh. Gong Mujin shook his head and looked at the carriage where Wi Yeonho was sleeping. Gongling probably sent Muzin thinking that Gong Mujin would solve the problem, and Huang Chong also knew it, so he brought Muzin to Gong Mujin. I cannot withdraw. Considering the relationship with Shaolin, it was best to resolve this matter as cleanly as possible. Young Wei, he called Wi Yeonho, but Wei Suryan shook her head. My brother is sleeping. If an adult calls, you should wake the child up. What am I supposed to do if he says he's sleeping? Gong Mujin looked away. In the distance, there was Guang Dong. Master, how did you raise your children? Although he felt some rivalry, he also respected it, but seeing his children like this made him doubt the education of the Wei family. Did he give everything to his eldest son? Fortunately, Wei Sanho, the demon-expelling sword, was known for his justice and nobility. Otherwise, the future of the Wei family would be hell. Wake him up. If I wake up my brother, he will be angry. Although that implied, why do you ask me if you know? Gong Mujin pretended not to understand. Even so, you better wake him up than I do. Not only had the crowd seen Zhang Lip and Yi Liang be defeated, Gong Mujin had also witnessed the scene. So far, Wi Yeonho was strong, but he didn't seem violent. But seeing Zhang Lip and Yi Liang, he began to worry about Xiao Zhuak. I must be careful. They had developed a friendship, but that friendship could be just their own opinion. Please. When Gong Mujin humbled himself, Wei Suryan also bowed her head, surprised. I'll wake him up right now. Gong Mujin smiled. At least the youngest daughter knew something about etiquette and respect. Why? That guy's the problem. That guy who just looks at his head and complains. Gong Mujin coughed and said, Hey, young Wei, the monk Muzin of Shaolin has come, and it seems he needs a copy of the secret book. Why don't you copy it? Muzin and Gong Mujin exchanged glances. Kim, why would they have brought so much money if they didn't need money? Can't they ask for a loan? When Gong Mujin stared, Huang Chong scratched his head and said with discomfort, putting money to a monk. When Wi Yeonho seemed to doubt, Muzin spoke. I beg you to help me. Currently, I have no money, but if you help me, I will return the favor when I return to Shaolin. Wi Yeonho shook his head listening to Muzin. Then I will give you the book, and when I have money, I don't know when it will be, but when I have it, I will send you the money. Wi Yeonho stared at Muzin, who was silent. Then he looked up, seeing Muzin's shaved head. Wei Yeonho said as if he understood. Did you shave your head because you like free stuff? Insolent brat. Blasphemy. Gong Mujin's furious scream rang out on the street. Chapter 156. Gong Mujin became angry, but Wei Yeonho stood firm. You can't call your father father. What do you say? What did I do wrong? I just said I was bald. You shave your head. You are not bald. A bald is someone who has no hair. Grow up, hair. Fucking brat. Gong Mujin was about to suffer a heart attack. Snotty, don't you have the slightest respect for Buddhists? Why should I respect them? You must respect them. They are people who renounce pleasures and seek enlightenment. Huh. They don't give up pleasures. They live comfortably. They feed them. They teach them martial arts. And people respect them. What better life is there? Huh. Makes sense. Gong Mujin looked at himself with a strange expression, and Muzin denied with his hand. Nervous. The teacher said that the Buddhists of Shaolin, Wudong, Taoism, and others are hypocrites. If they like Buddhism so much, they should read sutras. Why do they learn martial arts to kill people? Gong Mujin looked around several times, knowing Gong Ling was not present. He just hoped those words wouldn't get to Gong Ling's ears. Ugh, you fucking boy. Gong Mujin. As if he couldn't control Wei Yeonho, backed back and told Muzin, I can't help you anymore. Solve it yourself. Thank you for your help. Muzin, sweating, approached Wei Yeonho. This is not a common monk. For him, who had lived under the strict rules of Shaolin, Wei Yeonho, who cursed and spoke nonsense without stopping, was someone he had never met. Is that how hell it would be? Muzin put his hands together and recited prayers. But he had received a mission from his master to Shaolin. He had to resolve this. I know it's a blatant request, but I hope you understand my situation. Is it a petition or a threat? Wei Yeonho rolled in the carriage and fell, just before touching the ground. He turned and landed, looking at Muzin with a serious expression. Monster, that's not something I should say who's asking for a favor. Why should I be the one to understand your situation? Why should I consider your situation? Not my situation, but the situation of Shaolin. No. Why should I consider Shaolin's situation? The richest sect in the world says it has no money and asks for something free, and you want me to understand it. Bah. The beggars are better. Wei Yeonho said something Jang Gil would have enjoyed, and then gestured with his hand. Let's be direct. Wei Yeonho interrupted Muzin and went straight to the point. So, they need the secret book, but they can't afford it, can they? Wow, they are thieves. No, it is not so. I have no intention of taking the secret book by force. Then why do you mention Shaolin? Is it something like, I am from Shaolin, so do as I say? No, it's not like that. Amida, but I never intended that. So this isn't in Shaolin's name, but something you did. How could I represent Shaolin's position? This is something I did alone. If Muzin said he was representing Shaolin, Shaolin would be said to be oppressing a child to get the secret book. I could feel the looks of those who were copying the secret book, hoping that I would give them a free copy. Muzin's habit was soaked in sweat. It seemed like he could fall into the abyss if he said something wrong. I've never been in such a dangerous situation before. Well, that's fine. If it's personal, there's no problem giving you the secret book. Huh. Muzin blinked. You can't give it to Shaolin, but you can give it to Muzin. What kind of person is he? One moment. Before Muzin could finish thinking, Wei Yeonho went to the front of the carriage and took something. Here. Sign here. A deal. I had already seen people sign an agreement not to divulge the secret book. The hand of Muzin, who was about to sign without hesitation, stopped. Just a moment. Wei Yeonho looked at Muzin curiously. If I sign this, won't I be able to show the secret book to other Shaolin monks? Wei Yeonho smiled and responded. That's obvious. Muzin's hand trembled. Then, it wouldn't make sense to get the secret book. If he signed the agreement and took the secret book, he could be accused of staying with it. Monk, didn't you say you didn't represent Shaolin? When Wei Yeonho looked at Muzin with a serious expression, Muzin began to sweat. Are you lying to me? A monk. It seems that modern monks deceive people. I don't think a monk lies, do you? Was the last word truth or speak? Muzin, who was focusing on minor details, shook his head and said, Of course, I don't represent Shaolin, but as a Buddhist, I can't keep something I should share with my peers. Oh yeah? Wei Yeonho nodded. Well, even if it sounds strange, if a Buddhist has to do it, what can be done? There is no other choice. Thank you for understanding. No, I should thank you. Wei Yeonho wrote something quickly and gave it to Muzin. Sign here. What is this? What do you think it is? An IOU. An IOU. Don't worry. I'm not so strict. I heard there are about 500 monks in Shaolin. So, I'll collect half. 500 ounces of gold. What? What? 500. Muzin's head started to get dizzy. 500 ounces of gold. It was a huge amount I had never imagined. Muzin's hand trembled. You want me to pay 500 ounces of gold? I'm giving you a great discount. Monk. Well, honestly, if I give you the secret book, a lot of people will see it, so you should give me half. Don't you think you'll keep it as a thief? Are you from Shaolin? Gong Mujin, who was listening, shouted. This is too much. There is nowhere to sell a copy for 500 ounces of gold. How many are there on Manhwa? I thought I'd give you a discount for our friendship. After a good thought, 500 ounces of gold is a fair price. Gee, Grandmaster Gong. Gong Mujin, his last hope, coughed several times and looked up at the sky. I'm sorry. If he came back without a copy of the secret book of the Sword Emperor, the leader could lock him up for 10 years. It was better to close his eyes to this little injustice. Shaolin has a lot of money, but they only pay 2 ounces of gold. It's because they don't show it to anyone other than their family. Suddenly, something came up to Muzin. All Shaolin's disciples are like a family. Wei Yeonho snapped his tongue at Muzin's final attack. If you weren't a monk, you'd be a scammer. What a scam. There isn't a family of 500. Muzin's head fell. It didn't work. When Muzin recited strong prayers, Wei Yeonho smiled and offered a concession. Well, I think you're right. 300 ounces of gold. I can't go down any further. But, monk, listen to me well. There are no more negotiations. If you try to get the secret book in another way, you will have to kill me and take it away. How could I have such thoughts? Even if the abbot came in person, I will not sell him for less than 300 ounces of gold. The same for other sects. So, bring 300 ounces of gold, or go? Muzin began to doubt. Getting the secret book of the Sword Emperor for 300 ounces of gold was not a bad deal. But I don't have 300 ounces of gold now. Then you will have to sign an IOU. Wei Yeonho smiled and gave him an IOU. In a fair, very just way. Muzin's expression went blank when he saw the promissory note. Monk, the party that says the borrower will be Wei Yeonho's servant until he pays the debt. Isn't it obvious? Who would you trust to lend so much money? I can lend to Shaolin, but 300 ounces of gold is a huge amount to lend to a monk. This is not something I can decide. Yeah, ugh. What a nuisance. There's no choice. One moment. Thwack. As soon as he finished talking, Wei Yeonho disappeared. Hook. Muzin was surprised to see Wei Yeonho suddenly disappear and looked around. What? He heard a click behind him. That's why ghosts can't take it away. It's more elusive than a ghost. What ghost would dare take it away? Bah. Muzin felt like he was possessed by a ghost. How long has it been? Thwack. Wei Yeonho appeared again. With an expression of annoyance, he handed a scroll to Muzin. Here. What is this? A message from your teacher. Message. Wei Yeonho had gone to Shaolin to get a message from Gongling in that short time. It was amazing, but Muzin took the scroll with trembling hands and opened it. Muzin, listen. We do not know what will happen if this secret book spreads. For the martial world, we must bring this secret book to Shaolin as soon as possible to study it. Getting the secret book is the most important thing. So, sign the promissory note and take the secret book to Shaolin. As soon as we get back, I'll convince the abbot to send the money. In the meantime, stay with young Wei. Anyway, that was the plan, so it's perfect. If it's not you, who's going to hell? Damn it. That was the time when Muzin, who would later be known as the Grand Master Muzin, cursed for the first time in his life. Chapter 157. Did you say Mu-san? To Saha's question, Guanggu Sin Guy responded with a smile. You know him. Do you mean the Grand Master Mu-san, known as the Living Buddha? That's right. Guanggu Sin Guy looked at Saha as if he wondered what was so surprising. You know that Mu-san, that monk, is related to Wei Yeonho. Why are you so surprised? I knew it, but Saha the historian sighed. He knew. It was well known that the Grand Master Mu-san, now known as the Living Buddha, the extravagant beggar Guanggu Sin Guy, and the king of the Peng Dojuk swords followed Wei Yeonho, the radiant martial sovereign. So, did the sovereign meet Guanggu Sin Guy while begging, the Living Buddha while selling, and the king of the swords while traveling? That's right. What the hell? When Saha first uttered a bad word, Guanggu Singai laughed. That guy is like that. Saha sighed deeply. But Guanggu Singai did not seem to want to let him go so easily. Do you know why they call him the living Buddha? I do not know. Literally. Huh. Guanggu Singai said with regret. The phrase living Buddha has two meanings. One refers to someone whose Buddhist practice is so profound that he is called Buddha in life. And the other refers to someone with such unwavering patience that he would laugh even in extremely difficult situations. Guanggu Singai asked with a malicious smile, "What is your case?" Saha could not answer. He already knew the answer, but he did not want to say it. Now, as it has been so long, people think, your Buddhist practice must be very profound, but the reason you called it the living Buddha was because you laughed when the secret book room caught fire. Sing. If the secret books were burned, you just have to rewrite them. Does deep Buddhist practice increase patience? What if the real root sutra was inside? Wow. Saha's face trembled. The real root sutra? It was not just a treasure. It was Shaolin's story and soul. He laughed when the root sutra burned. So people said he was crazy or that his Buddhist practice had reached heaven. Hence the name Living Buddha? Saha shook her head. But if we consider that you have a deep Buddhist practice or long suffering, is not that a good thing? Do you think so? Guanggu Singai began to smile. A person's patience is something innate, but it can also be cultivated. Saha, understanding the situation through the words of Guanggu Singai, sighed deeply. He must have suffered a lot. A lot. Guanggu Singai laughed. There is something I do not understand. Although the legacy of the Sword Emperor is incredible, how can you buy it for 300 ounces of gold? That is something you can only say because you know the secret book is false. It is not any secret book. It is the legacy of the Sword Emperor. Many people would pay a fortune for it. People only paid 2 ounces of gold because that was the price. If I had said I would sell it for 300 ounces of gold from the beginning, they would have bought it for that price. Saha thought Guanggu Singai was right. And I think that, yes, Great Master Gongling does not make good sense for money. I do not know what Wi Yeonho and Grand Master Gongling said, but Grand Master Gongling wanted Mu San to be next to Wi Yeonho. 300 ounces of gold is not much for Shaolin. Right. That was the beginning. The beginning. Guanggu Singai nodded with a bitter expression. Mu San, who had a strong character, began to be called the living Buddha ever since. Grand Master Gongling underestimated Wi Yeonho. If he had known that he would ruin his disciple, he would never have sent him with Wi Yeonho. Saha asked with disbelief. But in the end, he is known as the living Buddha and leads Shaolin. Did not everything go well? Ha! Guanggu Singai laughed bitterly. Do you know what nickname he had before he was called the living Buddha? I do not know. The Bloody Arhut. Huh. Saha looked at Guanggu Singai with amazement. Bloody Arhut. How can a Shaolin monk have such a terrifying nickname? Guanggu Singai, the Mendigo, under Saha's inquisitive gaze, said bitterly. He was very angry, very angry. Saha, who understood the cause of that anger, left the ink and paper game and looked out the window. What a sunny day. Has my teacher abandoned me? Why would he do it? But this message. No, it is not like that. Gong Mujin desperately tried to comfort Mu San, but his words were in vain, and the message in Mu San's hands was too real. This is a guarantee. Is there any other guarantee? Nominally, Mu San borrowed the money and Gongling would pay for it, but in reality, Gongling took the secret book and left Mu San as collateral. Mu San signed the promissory note, but could not touch the secret book. Gongling had already taken a copy of Wi Yeonho. That bastard. Gong Mujin looked up with angry eyes. Brother. Saya. Oh. Wei Suryun was standing next to Wi Yeonho, giving him candy. Malvitos. What kind of candy were those? Mu San had run to buy sweets after Wi Yeonho said. Slave. I want sweets. No need to ask how much Mu San had suffered to get them in the middle of the night. But what? As I got a slave who can get candy faster than a red horse. No? It has a value of 300 ounces of gold. I should check that guy's head later. He will definitely have horns. Only a demon could do this. Brother, how much have we won? Oh, how much did you earn, brother? Let us see. Even without counting the promissory note, about 400 ounces of gold, and with the promissory note, about 800. Wow. Wei Suryun trembled at the enormous amount. I have never seen so much money in my dreams. When Wei Yeonho opened his mouth again, Wei Suryan quickly gave him another sweet. Chewing, Wei Yeonho was in heaven. He had a carriage that would take him to his destination, and sweet sweets in his mouth. And now, his pockets were full, so he had nothing to fear. I suffered so much to earn 100 ounces of gold. He was frustrated to remember the effort he had made to build the sacred hand hall. Why did he suffer so much when there was such an easy method? People must live honestly. Look, as I am good, the treasure comes to me. Heaven must have made a big mistake. Brother, can we eat what we want now? There is someone named Nok Mokpung in the palace. Huh, learn to cook with it. You need to learn to control your weight. I will feed you until you become a pig. Head, I do not need that much. Wei Yeonho looked at Wei Suryun and snapped his tongue. His family was not poor, but could not afford luxuries. The family had been impoverished by the absence of Wei Zhonghan, and his lifestyle was frugal. They said that most of their possessions had been destroyed during the demonic cult attack. Wei Zhonghan, who should be making money, was pursuing justice, hunting demons, and participating in duels. Where would the money come from? Families like the Namgung family had a huge fortune, but their family only used swords and needles, and they had no wealth. That is why people have to make money. What is the point of being strong? I have never heard of sword skill feeding you. Did not the teacher say? The sword gives dignity, but food gives life. You are right. Wei Yeonho felt a deep respect for his teacher. Hearing so many stories about Baek Muhan earning money in the martial world, he always wondered if he could make money with what he was doing. If he only reduced his arrogance and violence, he would be a perfect teacher. Oh, when Wei Yeonho opened his mouth, Wei Suryun smiled and was about to give him a sweet. But someone went faster. Huh. Wei Suryun looked up, surprised, seeing who was giving a sweet to Wei Yeonho. Huh. Miss Isielwa, a disciple of Plum Blossom Sword Spirit, blushed and looked away as she met Wei Suryun's gaze. Oh. It seemed that Isielwa had brought food because Wei Yeonho was hungry, as he had dried meat and high-quality snacks. Give that to a man who is not from his family. Wei Suryun nodded as if he understood. She was cute, and as a disciple of Manhwa, she had a good origin. In fact, as a disciple of Plum Blossom Sword Spirit, her origin was excellent. But something is missing. Isielwa was a good candidate, but she was not worthy of her brother. Good look, good family, excellent martial skills. Objectively, her brother was an exceptional man. If he was not so lazy. She sighed when she saw his dirty face for not washing herself. His laziness ruined everything. Finally, Wei Suryun concluded that Isielwa was a good choice, and smiled kindly. Then he discreetly offered him a sweet. Isielwa accepted the sweet in silence, nodded slightly, and began giving sweets to Wei Yeonho. The two women had formed an alliance. But there was someone who could not bear to see that. Do you have no hands or feet? Cannot you eat yourself? Gong Mujin shouted so loudly that it seemed he was going to destroy the carriage, and Wei Yeonho sighed. That is not important now. What are you saying? Oh, you know that. Gong Mujin shook and looked forward. What is that light? Gong Mujin's eyes narrowed. Chapter 158. Torch. Gong Mujin waved his head as he saw the distant lights. They had almost arrived in Luoyang. Just a little longer, and they would arrive, so seeing lights was not strange. But if it was a lot of lights, it was suspicious. If they were the lights of the walls, they would not be so scattered. Gong Mujin sneered at Wei Yeonho. You know what it is. People. Animals also use fire. I learned it today from you. I asked you who people were. Wei Yeonho said with a serious expression. It seems like you have been complaining a lot lately. No. It seems so. No. Gong Mujin squeezed his teeth. He had a lot of complaints, but he knew they were insignificant to mention. What people are they? I do not know. Wei Yeonho narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Can you see that? Gong Mujin could only see small lights, but Wei Yeonho was looking forward with a serious expression, as if he could see something clearly. In fact, there is a difference in martial skill level. Just as Gong Mujin was about to agree, Wei Yeonho spoke. Lights look like rice grains. Damn. Gong Mujin pointed to Wei Yeonho and shouted at him. Why are you shouting? Everyone can see that. Why do you pretend to see it so clearly? No. You asked me to see it. Just as Gong Mujin was about to explode, Musan grabbed him by the arm. Calm down. Ugh. Gong Mujin was always in trouble talking to Wei Yeonho. Why have you gathered there? What is going on? Musan shook his head slowly. All things in this world have cause and effect. If there are people waiting for us, they are probably waiting for someone in our group. Right. Gong Mujin looked at the carriage after listening to Mu-san. It was obvious. What are we going to do? What do you mean? It is obvious that they are waiting for you to attack you. What did I do wrong? You have done nothing wrong. Having a treasure is a crime. You mean people come to steal my secret book because I have a treasure? What useless people. This is the martial world. That is funny. Huh. They are all warriors. If there is something wrong with the martial world, we have to fix it. Why do you say it like it is normal? Gong Mujin was speechless at the direct words of Wi Yeonho. I had never thought about it. I knew it. What? This feeling of being despised. So, what are we going to do? Wi Yeonho seemed to doubt for a moment before responding to Seomun Daeyeon. How about we stay here one day and leave tomorrow? It will not do any good. If we do not go, they will come. Then there is no choice. Let us go? Let us go? Wi Yeonho nodded. If waiting does not solve anything, we must go and face them. I would rather avoid it. But there seems to be no way to avoid it. Seomun Daeyeon nodded at Wi Yeonho's words. Wi Yeonho was right. It could not be avoided. If they continued to Luoyang, they would eventually meet them. One moment. Ian Hyo raised his hand. What if we wait a bit? If the Martial League finds out there are so many people outside the city, they will investigate. Then, they will have no choice but to disperse. No, they will come first. Wi Yeonho reached a conclusion quickly. Well, come on. They will not kill us, will they? Understood. Seeing Seomun Daeyeon rushing the horses, Ian Hyo murmured to himself the words he could not say. Why are we going with them? That was the difference between Ian Hyo and Wi Yeonho. Ian Hyo could not say it out loud. Wow. Wi Yeonho opened his mouth when he saw the crowd blocking the way. Many, not just on the road. The field on both sides of the road was also full of people. Those who blocked the road had something in common. First, they all had menacing looks, and second, they were all warriors with weapons. With just that, his goal was obvious. Seomun Daeyeon stopped the carriage and stared, and Gong Mujin stepped forward. I am Gong Mujin, disciple of Manhwa. Whatever. Huh. He was hoping they would whisper about the plum blossom sword spirit. But the answer was direct and sharp. I do not want to fight with the weak. Make the owner of the secret book come out. Right. Gong Mujin's eyes trembled. Weak. This is Gong Mujin, the plum blossom sword spirit. Since he was a child prodigy, and on Mount Hua, he was considered the most likely candidate for the next leader. He had never been outside the center of attention and admiration. What? Weak? No. This madman. Calm down. Grandmaster Gong. Musen hugged Gong Mujin from behind. No. I understand your frustration, but if you get angry now, the situation will get worse. Ugh. Gong Mujin was about to cry out of rage. Weak. Incredible. When did he get that deal? These crazy people. If I, the plum blossom sword spirit, am weak, what are you? Ugh. Musan covered Gong Mujin's mouth and took him back silently. Gong Mujin did not resist until he saw Wi Yeonho looking at him from the carriage with a mocking smile. Gong Mujin had an attack of anger, but he did not have his sword. Isielwa quickly removed his sword. A swordsman without a sword could not face the monks of Shaolin. Monk, calm down. Wi Yeonho looked at Gong Mujin, who was being led by Mu-san, and stepped forward. There is someone important here, not just weak. Damn. Ugh. A sound was heard from behind, but Wi Yeonho ignored it and continued. What do you want? The man in front drew his sword and pointed to Wi Yeonho. Humph. You do not need to ask. If you want to live, hand over the secret book. Wi Yeonho shook his head like he did not understand. I think I already gave them a chance to get the secret book. Damn. 2 ounces of gold is not a joke. If I could afford that, why would I pursue the legacy of the Sword Emperor? Wi Yeonho looked back. He says you are crazy. Those who had been following the carriage to copy the secret book were angry, and the man at the front was surprised and waved his hand. No, I did not mean you guys. It's not. Do not try to divide us. No, I just told the truth. Wi Yeonho was upset, but decided to ignore him to keep a conversation flowing. Then, people who cannot afford 2 ounces of gold should also have the opportunity to get the secret book. That is why we allow loans. Who would want to go into debt to get it? Wi Yeonho stared at the man in front. So, they do not want to pay, they do not want to borrow. But they want the secret book. Will they try to take it by force? Haha, who said we would take it by force? If you deliver it, we will review it and return it to you. Wei Yeonho looked around. Do you think the same? There was no answer. Wei Yeonho scratched his cheek. Seo Mundaeon came up slowly and said, What will you do? I am thinking. Can you not use your martial ability like before? They have already seen us. If they dare to confront us, it means they are ready to fight. Then, Wei Yeonho's eyes slightly darkened. I do not want to treat those who covet others' things as people, but Seo Mundaeon's body trembled. It is always like that. It was so with the demonic sect and with the ghost and sword demons. He seemed foolish and naive, but when he had to use his sword, he was bold and cruel. Considering Wei Yeonho's abilities, if he really decided to face so many people, there would be a lot of blood spilled. I cannot kill them all. There is no choice. Wei Yeonho snapped his tongue and turned around. Pay attention. The people following the carriage looked at Wei Yeonho. These people do not want to pay, and they want the secret book. What do they think? The answer was immediate. Thugs, do not give it to him. Hey, you guys. I did not ask for a loan because I had a lot of money. Wei Yeonho nodded. I do not want to give it to you for free. So, you have to choose. Choose. Yes. Wei Yeonho explained clearly. We will leave here. But those people will not let us go. They will steal the secret book, whether they have copied it or not. Right. It was obvious. Otherwise, they would not have met. If they had just copied, what did it matter if it was the original or a copy? So choose. If you want to escape, flee quickly. And if you want to pass with us, come this way. Can you come in? Luoyang is near. Even the most daring would not dare cause trouble in Luoyang. People nodded. Luoyang has the martial league, and the governor of Luoyang will not allow it. But the gate of the city will be closed at night. I can open it. After everything was explained, people began to calculate quickly. Passing by would be difficult, but if they did not pass, they would lose the secret book in their life. I cannot go back with the incomplete secret book. They had to finish copying. People ran to Wei Yeonho and stood behind the carriage. Then that is it. Wei Yeonho smiled and looked at Seo Mundaeon. Seo Mundaeon also got into the carriage with a serious expression. That is it. Wei Yeonho climbed the horse and shouted, There are no negotiations. You better step aside if you do not want to die. At the same time, Seo Mundaeon struck the horses, and the horses jumped and ran at full speed. Ian Hyo and the three dragons also ran behind. Ian Hyo screamed with an almost tearful expression. No, why are we going with them? They should at least give us the secret book. Damn it. Chapter 159. The horses ran wild, and the crowd blocking the road began to panic. What is going on? This was not in the plan. They had gathered together thinking that, if enough warriors were gathered together, they could force the owner of the secret book to hand it over. At first, they doubted, but as more people gathered, a large crowd was formed. There is no way he will not deliver it. By bringing together all the participants in the fight for the secret book, the number was amazing. Even they did not expect so many people. That is what they thought. What is that madman doing? It looks like he wants to fight. With so many people, even if they were a flock of sheep, if a wolf is surrounded by a herd of that size, it will end up crushed. That is why the beggar sect is so scary. But those fools ignored that logic and charged without hesitation. Kill him. Do not be scared. We are more. Watching the carriage approach, the crowd drew their weapons and ran to him. Wah! The screams resounded along the way. Later, Gyukum Wonsang, who was in charge, would remember this event as follows. I knew there were many crazy people in the world, but if a madman is also good at fighting, there is no solution. Ha! The madman, who would appear in the memories of Gyukum Wonsang, laughed out loud from his horse. What makes you so happy? Wei Yeonho responded to Seo Mundaeon's cry. Wow, horse riding is fun if I do not drive it. Before, I thought I was going to die riding. Were you thinking about how fun it was to ride in this situation? A monster. Either way, it was unusual. We are going to crash. When Seo Mundaeon shouted, Wei Yeonho shrugged and said, I also have eyes. A sword wrapped in cloth was drawn from Wei Yeonho's waist. The sword spread toward the sky, emitting a glowing glow. The crowd's eyes turned to Wei Yeonho on his horse. What is that? They had already seen Wei Yeonho defeat experts, but he had only used his sword to strike. When Wei Yeonho's sword began to shine, The crowd retreated with horror. Yeah? Wei Yeonho raised his sword and lowered it. Kaboom! A blinding light illuminated the area. At the same time, a dazzling and unimaginable brightness emerged. Gyukum Wonsang, who had closed his eyes tightly, opened them when the light disappeared. Wow! Wonsang's eyes were wide open. A huge hole had formed in front of his feet. Wei Yeonho's attack had cut the ground as if it were clay. Wonsang's body trembled at the scene. And did one person do this? With one strike. It was almost a pond. Even army cannons could not have that power. See how? Wonsang tried to understand the situation, but it was not necessary. Hee. Wei Yeonho's carriage was approaching the huge hole. Huh. Wei Yeonho, riding on his horse, struck Wonsang with his sword. He was too fast to avoid it. Pong! With a sound like a leather drum. Wei Yeonho's sword hit Wonsang in the rear. Wonsang, in unbearable pain, opened his mouth, but could not scream and flew out. Wei Yeonho, without looking back, rushed his horse. Come on. Bang. Pong. Pong. Wei Yeonho struck everyone in front of him. He could not cut them with his sword, but he did not hesitate to strike them with a sheathed sword. And they were people who wanted to steal his secret book without paying. He did not feel any guilt. Hey, step aside. They are coming this way. Do not push me. There is no room. There were so many people that some could not escape even when they saw Wei Yeonho approaching. Attack. If they could not escape, they could only attack. Damn it. I cannot let them take the secret book. We are more. Do not be afraid and take it. The people, cornered, began to attack Wei Yeonho. Wei Yeonho mocked at seeing that. Humph. Wei Yeonho was not afraid that the thieves would attack him. Wei Yeonho turned his sword and shouted. They will not take it without paying. Seo Mundane's expression was distorted. Are you talking about money in this situation? When am I going to talk about money if it is not now? They are trying to steal from me. Keep them bald. Mu San, who heard that, decided that one day he would make Wei Yeonho a criminal of Shaolin. Amida, but now, he had to help Wei Yeonho. Ah, what is going on? They are pushing me. Shaolin's martial arts were the heaviest in the world. They could crush their opponent if they wanted, but they could also push him with irresistible force. Shaolin's supreme technique. When the great power of Prajna was deployed, people who tried to attack the carriage were pushed back. Amida, but I understand your frustration, but coveting others without paying is wrong. So please withdraw. What are you saying, bald? Furia. Mu San's veins swelled in his forehead. I am not bald. I shave my hair. Die, bald. I am not. Thwack. Mu San, without realizing it, threw a punch that sent someone flying. Surprised by his own action, he put his hands together and recited prayers. Amida, but he had a demon inside. Threw a punch without hesitation, even though he was angry. That bald guy is hitting people. Aawa, the legend of the bloody Arhut, whose hands were never free of blood, began. While Wei Yeonho and Mu Sen wreaked havoc, the most prominent person was Gong Mujin. Here is a weak one. Come on. Gong Mujin was using his sword savagely, with a fierce look. A true spirit of the sword. Receive the sword of the weak. The phrase weak had affected him deeply, and Gong Mujin's sword drew plum flowers in the air. People retreated with horror before his overwhelming power, but Gong Mujin's sword did not stop. This is not enough to calm my anger. Gong Mujin shouted and continued to wield his sword, and Isiawa helped him. No, this girl looks pretty. I will not let them take my disciple. You brat. Nobody asked. Gong Mujin even protected Isiawa. Ugh. Ian Hyo sighed as he repelled those who attacked him. Then why? If you have time to mourn, knock down one more. Ian Hyung. They will not let us go. Ugh. Ian Guan's technique was not for this. Ian Hyo felt that his heart was burning, but he had to repel the people around him. At that time, the carriage window opened, and Sang Wenhong popped his head out. It hurts a lot here. Could you slow down? Ian Hyo looked up at the sky with tears in his eyes. Where did everything go wrong? Ah, these beggars. Penniless people without 2 ounces of gold. What do you think? Watch what they say. More than half of the people here asked for a loan. I am sorry. I was reckless. The group of copyists behind the carriage was attacking the remaining people after Wei Yeonho's group had weakened them. Because they did not want to fight with swords, those who had swords used poles, and those who had daggers used dagger poles to beat their attackers. At first, the situation was favorable. Wi Yeonho and his group had weakened the attackers, and the attackers were not very strong. But trouble soon arose. When the carriage passed half the crowd, more people began to attack them from behind. When the carriage had almost crossed the crowd, almost all began to pursue them. They had not noticed at first, but as they were pursued by so many people, they felt as if a great wave were chasing them. As the crowd approached wildly, they all paled. Quick! We will die if we are caught. Forward! Forward! Faster! Faster! Wei Yeonho, seeing the crowd from the carriage, shouted in horror. Brother! Brother! Behind is dangerous. We have to go faster. I cannot go any faster. Why? The gate of the city. Wei Yeonho looked at the huge wall of Luoyang, and the gate closed. No. They had passed easily, but if they slowed down, people would catch up. They could not stop them without shedding blood. What do we do, brother? The door is locked. We will open it. How? The city door does not open at night. Should we change direction? Siomundaeon looked at Wi Yeonho with concern. Can we go on like this? Trust me. Go ahead. Wi Yeonho stood on the horse. Siomundaeon felt a sudden sense of fear when he saw the malicious smile on Wi Yeonho's mouth. What are you going to do? I always wanted to do this. It is the perfect time. Let us do it. Then the door will open. Wi Yeonho girded his sword and laughed. Then, he pulled a small golden knife out of his coat and lifted it up. That. Siomundaeon's eyes were wide open. Guards guarding the door saw the carriage approach and shouted in horror. Stop! Stop! At that time, a golden glow came out of Wi Yeonho's sword. Wi Yeonho, with the golden sword high, looked at the guards with a serious expression and shouted with a powerful voice. I am the secret inspector. I present my credentials. Gong Mujin, who followed them, lowered his sword without strength and muttered, What a guy! Chapter 160. Deoxum, who kept Luoyang's gate, shook his head when he saw the lights. What is all that? Mui ran to Deoxum and popped his head out. They are not just a few. Deoxum felt a stab in his forehead. Should I investigate? There was an incredible amount of lights. The lights, which had increased one by one, now looked like a river of fire. Unless there was a popular revolt, so many lights could not be gathered, but unless they were crazy, who would dare start a revolt in Luoyang? Let us see. No. First, we will inform our superiors, and then we will stay here. If they left the gate unprotected and something happened, they would lose their heads. Their duty was to protect the gate, not to worry about what was going on outside. But, yes, does not it seem like they are slowly getting closer? Deoxum began to see something strange. In the middle of the river of lights, the central lights began to go out. Stranger. It seemed that darkness was passing through the river of lights. The lights, as if fearing the approaching darkness, retreated and began to follow the darkness. They are getting closer. Yes. The darkness was advancing towards Luoyang, crossing the river of lights. There is no worse omen than this. They have never seen the darkness invade Luoyang like this. He wanted to call a shaman to perform a ritual. Report immediately. Report that something is approaching Luoyang. If I report that, bad luck is likely to catch up with me. If the commander finds out, he will challenge me for not reporting correctly. Deoxum's eyes began to tremble. The darkness was approaching, turning out the lights. When the darkness completely crossed the river of lights, the lights began to gather, chasing the darkness. I will never see such a thing again. It was even majestic. What is going on? How do I know? Deoxum trembled. They did not know exactly what was going on, but it was obvious that something huge and unimaginable was coming. Deoxum held his spear firmly. Send someone to report that something is approaching the city gate. Quickly. Understood. Mui called a guard and explained the situation to him, and then sent him off quickly. I had a bad dream last night. Deoxum swallowed saliva and opened his eyes. Seeing the river of lights, it seemed they would arrive soon. At that time, Deoxum, who was watching the dark road, began to see something white. What is it? The points began to grow and take shape. A carriage. Deoxum's eyes opened when he saw a white carriage pulled by 4 white horses. Only the nobles could use that kind of carriage. If a nobleman was rushing into Luoyang, and many people followed him, the situation was serious. What do I do? He should open the gate, but it was impossible to let someone in without checking their identity, and Luoyang forbade opening the city gates at night. While Deoxum doubted, the carriage approached the gate at an incredible speed. Wow! When the carriage approached, the situation became clear. Many people with threatening weapons were following the carriage. What is going on? Deoxum could not understand the situation. Why were they chasing that carriage? Who were the ones in the carriage? Someone answered Deoxum's question. A young man riding on one of the horses stood up and looked at them. Oh! Deoxum looked at the young man with amazement. It was a great skill to be able to stand on a horse running at full speed. Even Mongolian riders, known as the demons of horses, could not do so. Suddenly, the young man straightened out and pulled something out of his coat. What is it? Something yellow shone in the sky, but it was far away, and it was dark, so it could not be seen clearly. There were many people with torches behind, which made visibility difficult. At that moment, a dazzling, golden glow came out of the object that the young man held, illuminating the world. Hook! Deoxum let out a scream involuntarily. When his eyes became accustomed to the brightness, he could see clearly what the young man was holding. A little knife. A small knife with golden engravings clearly appeared before Deoxum's eyes. Deoxum's cheeks trembled. He was too far away to see the engravings, but he knew very well what that little knife was. Gate guards always remembered a legend. If someone shows a silver insignia, let him go into silence. If someone shows a gold insignia, be your servants. If someone shows a golden sword, it means that a demon has descended into the city, so surrender and die. The secret inspector's golden sword. Cannot be. Deoxum shook his head. It could not just be the secret inspector's golden sword. And if it were the secret inspector's golden sword, it would not show it openly. So, just as Deoxum was about to come to a conclusion, the young man opened his mouth and shouted with all his might. Secret inspector. Crazy. I present my credentials. The instant he heard the voice, Deoxum's body turned back. An unthinking order came out of his mouth. Open up. Seeing his confused subordinates, Deoxum cried out with all his might. Open up. Open the gate. If you do not open in time and the carriage cannot pass, we will all die. Quick. Open. It is the inspector. The inspector's symbol has arrived. Peek. Those who understood the situation ran down frantically. If they did not open the gate in time, and the inspector suffered some damage at the hands of those villains, they would all be executed. Some even went down the cords of the wall. Get him. Hurry. Turn. Turn the crank. Quickly. Dozens of guards grabbed the crank and started turning hard. Turn. Turn. If you do not open in time, you will not be able to work anymore. You will rest in your coffins. Buddha. It was chaos, but the crank was spinning at an incredible speed. Everyone held on desperately. Not even 10 oxen could lift the gate at that speed. So, something had to be broken. Crack. When they heard the horrible sound, they all looked at the crank with astonishment. The crank had been broken by the weight. As everyone watched the scene with astonishment, Deoxum ran to them. What are you doing? I told you to open the gate. The crank broke. What? Deoxum pushed people aside and came in. Seeing the crank broken, Deoxum collapsed. We are lost. He had a wife like a bear and a son like a rabbit waiting at home, but he could end up in hell with them. I had a bad dream last night. Tears began to fall down Deoxum's cheeks. But fortunately, the approaching inspector was not a common inspector. Get out of the way. A powerful voice rang from the wall. The intention was good, but the timing was bad. Kaboom. With a loud noise, the gate exploded. A mighty gust of wind entered with the gate. Deoxum was dragged by the wind, turning like a vane, and crying, If I return to work when I have a bad dream, I am not human. Without realizing that he had thrown many people along with the gate, Wi Yeonho was laughing out loud from his horse. Come on. Run. Where are we going? Wi Yeonho responded without hesitation to the cry of Seomun Daeyeon. Anywhere. To the Righteous Martial Alliance. Quick. Run. Seeing the excited expression of Wi Yeonho, Seomun Daeyeon squeezed his teeth. I should not have traveled with this madman. He was definitely crazy. What does that happy expression mean in this situation? Run. Run. Shut up, you brat. Gong Mujin, who was running by the carriage using light martial arts, shouted with anger. Get him. Grab him. People with torches and weapons chased them frantically. The city of Luoyang was in chaos, as if it had been invaded by an enemy army. There. Whoa. Wei Yeonho used his sword to push people who could not dodge the carriage, allowing Seomundaeon to speed up. There. Wei Yeonho looked forward after listening to Seomundaeon. He saw a big building at the end of the road. Wow. It is huge. But, young Wei. Yes. That is not a door. We have to go around to get to the door. Wei Yeonho looked back. It was impossible to turn at that speed. If they slowed down, they would be reached by the crowd. Let us go on like this. Huh. Wei Yeonho smiled, held his golden sword, and drew another. There is a saying. Wait. I do not know what you are going to do, but could not you just not? I will look for the door. Seomundaeon's desperate cry did not seem to reach Wei Yeonho's ears. The Great Way has no doors. If there is no door, let us make one. But not literally. Damn. Gong Mujin's dismayed cry resonated sadly in the darkness of Luoyang. Chapter 161. An intense white glow emanated from Wei Yeonho's sword, illuminating the surrounding area as if it were daylight. Gong Mujin, horrified, stretched out his hand to stop him, but Wei Yeonho was too impetuous. As his sword was waved forward, the white glow was thrown toward the outer wall of the righteous martial alliance at the speed of light. No. Seomundaeon and Gong Mujin shouted with all their might, but they could not stop the brightness. Kaboom! With a huge explosion, the outer wall of the righteous martial alliance collapsed. Hic! Gong Mujin had the hiccups. The outer wall of the righteous martial alliance, which had never been torn down by an enemy since its foundation, was being destroyed, not by an enemy, but by a lazy passerby. Damn! This crazy boy. He had to scream, but he could not. Come on. But Wei Yeonho, delighted that the road was clear, only struck the horses. Seomundaeon closed his eyes tightly and drove the carriage. Since things had reached this point, they had to enter. Damn it, what is going on? Who are those crazy people? Invasion. We are being attacked. Guards. The righteous martial alliance was in chaos. The wall had suddenly collapsed in the middle of the night. It was natural for people to panic. A carriage was fast approaching those who had gone out in pajamas. Behind them, men with menacing glances pursued the carriage. What? Those who had been surprised by the unexpected were bewildered. What was going on? Get out of the way. Seomundaeon shouted at the warriors who were trying to repair the wall. I am Seomundaeon of the Seomun family wind house. Make way. Make way. When Seomundaeon shouted, those who recognized his face shouted, Yes, the house of the wind. Get out of the way. Hurry. Yeonho was not left behind either. From the Academy of the Down Dragon, panting. Oh, I am dying. I am Yeonho. Get out of the way. When the crowd turned away, Seomundaeon pulled the reins hard. Heeing. The horses turned their heads back and extended their front legs. The carriage gradually slowed down, passing through the wall and stopping. Yeah. When the horses stopped, Wei Yeonho jumped off the horse and turned around. The exhausted people sat around the carriage, but Wei Yeonho ignored them and went to the back of the carriage. Meanwhile, those who had been following them did not dare to cross the wall of the righteous martial alliance. The treasure was right in front of them, but they could not cross the wall to get it. There are many ways to die. There was no need to die that way. Wei Yeonho stood in front of the wall and looked at the crowd. Ugh! People trembled when they saw Wei Yeonho. Head. Wei Yeonho scratched his head and said, What a pity. They almost got caught. People who tried to resist were held by others. See, calm down. What are you doing? This guy is crazy. Try to drag us. Get him. Grab him. Wei Yeonho whistled at the scene. Well, that is the way it is. There may be another chance, so work harder. If there is a next time, of course. What was he saying? People stared at Wei Yeonho without understanding. At that moment, thump thump thump, a sound that made the ground vibrate began to be heard. Huh. The crowd looked back. Yeah. A cloud of dust was rising far away. Wei Yeonho smiled and said, Did they expect to leave unharmed after causing so much fuss? It was you who made the fuss, asshole. They all thought the same thing. Soldiers. Luoyang's soldiers were approaching. At the same time, the righteous martial alliance soldiers came out to control the situation. The Great Heavenly Division. People with the character for heaven on their uniforms appeared. The soldiers on horseback with spears also came from behind and surrounded them. A silence fell on the place. Those who had brought the soldiers and those who were at the head of the great celestial division looked at Wi Yeonho with inquisitive eyes. Wi Yeonho, seeing them, slowly drew a golden sword out of his coat. Someone who recognized the golden sword raised his head seriously. What is going on? Well, it is just. Wi Yeonho tapped his cheek with the golden sword and pointed at the people in front. They are thieves. Thugs trying to kill people and steal things in the middle of the night. Right. The soldier's eyes darkened. Then please take care of them. Wi Yeonho bowed and turned around to enter. Then he went to the carriage and opened the door. We have arrived, come out. Ugh. Sangwon Hong, who was unconscious in the carriage, raised his head with difficulty. TSK. Wi Yeonho grabbed Sangwon Hong by the neck, pulled him out, and threw him to Ian Hyo, and then put the roof blankets in the carriage. Now I am going to rest. I have done enough. Thwack. Wi Yeonho, after causing a big fuss, entered the carriage and closed the door. When Wi Yeonho disappeared, a cold silence fell on the place. SHHHHR. The sound of an officer drawing his sword broke the silence. I do not know exactly what happened. The officer hardened his face. The crime of breaking into the city at night and breaking the gate. The crowd looked at the carriage in unison. It was not us. And the crime of disturbing public peace with weapons in the middle of the night. And the suspicion of theft and attempted murder. The officer said with a serious voice, "Arrest everyone." The Great Celestial Division also responded to the officer's order. Cooperate with officers to control criminals. When the situation became urgent, people began to gather in the center. If they get caught, they will not be able to escape. Flee. That was the beginning. Unable to face the officers and the Great Celestial Division, people began to disperse and flee. When warriors who could use light martial arts fled, it was like releasing a swarm of locusts. People jumping over the roofs of buildings and people chasing them caused great chaos. What is going on? Even the people who were in their homes ran away, creating a market-like chaos. Not even a war would be so loud. Gong Mujin looked at the scene with amazement and spoke. Is it over? His voice was weak. Ian Hyo, sitting by the carriage, nodded. It seems so, looking at the sunrise in the distance. Gong Mujin looked at the carriage with resignation. While all this chaos was going on, the man in charge was inside the carriage, without sticking his head out. It even seemed like he was snoring. Gong Mujin, looking alternately at the carriage and chaos in Luoyang, muttered with resignation. Nothing ends well. That was the time when Wi Yeonho, who had caused so much fuss, entered Luoyang. So, the incident in Luoyang, which had been a mystery. I do not know if he was called that, but it is true that Wi Yeonho caused a big fuss in Luoyang. The historian, did not know what to say. He has caused many problems. How come it was not recorded in history? Even if it had been hidden in an organized way, this was too much. How could he hide himself? Hide. Guanggu Sin Guy rolled his head. Hide what? Did not you say that the story of Wi Yeonho, the radiant martial sovereign, was manipulated? No, that was later. Guanggu Sin Guy snapped his tongue with frustration. Think about it. The incident in the imperial warehouse was an act of betrayal. Could you say that Wi Yeonho solved it? No. The Sacred Hand Hall must look like Jin Soa's property. Who would say that the real owner is Wi Yeonho? People only know that a young man swept the game room, but they do not know that that young man was Wi Yeonho. This incident is also similar. Many people persecuted the owner of the secret book, but few know that Wi Yeonho is the owner. Yes, only the Righteous Martial Alliance, Shaolin and Huashan knew. Furthermore, even those who know Wi Yeonho is the owner cannot say it. Revealing the owner of a treasure could bring trouble. Saha nodded. It seemed to make sense. Therefore, Wi Yeonho is much less known than he really did. Even when his name resonated throughout the martial world, few people related him to those previous events. But you said that the Radiant Martial Sovereign gained fame for this incident. He did not gain fame. He gained recognition. There is no other choice. Wi Yeonho did something amazing the next day. Saha smiled. We have heard enough incredible things. No, this is also amazing. It is a different kind of amazing, but no one could match it in doing unexpected things. Saha's eyes trembled. What did you do this time? The Righteous Martial Alliance, is not it? Even if the Radiant Martial Sovereign is powerful, it could not do what it wanted within the Righteous Martial Alliance. The Righteous Martial Alliance is your accomplice. Huh. When Saha's expression went blank, Guang Gu Singai smiled and continued. The sun is already setting. I need to sleep soon if there is no alcohol and meat for the night. After eating so much, have you never heard of having a beggar in your stomach? Beggars are always hungry, even after eating, and thirsty, even after drinking. If you do not like it, go. No, no, I will bring it right away. Haha. Well, how about we talk a little more? Wi Yeonho. That guy did something amazing the next day? Chapter 162. Wi Yeonho caused the incident, but real chaos was experienced by the governor of Luoyang and the righteous martial alliance. Why not? In the middle of the night, almost 1,000 armed warriors broke into the city, breaking the gate. Huh. Was it not Wi Yeonho who broke the gate? What did you hear? Wi Yeonho was a secret inspector. Not any secret inspector, but one whom the chief inspector himself had given his sacred insignia, the golden sword. If a secret inspector like that was persecuted by criminals, it was a serious matter. Huh. Is he a more important secret inspector than the governor? Of course not. Although the secret inspectors have the power to inspect, if they have not committed any crime, they cannot be superior to the governors, who have the military power. That is obvious. But imagine if a secret inspector with the golden sword suffered an accident in Luoyang. What would happen? The anger of the chief inspector, i.e. the crown prince, would be unleashed upon Luoyang. Of course, the governor of Luoyang is an influential figure, but there is someone he cannot challenge. So how could the governor of Luoyang not be angry? And that anger fell on the righteous martial alliance. Why? Come on, buddy. Do not you know that by being a martial history scholar, although the law and the martial world are usually independent, how could the law not hold warriors accountable when they tried to kill a secret inspector? Besides, it was Luoyang. The righteous martial alliance was allowed to settle in Luoyang because it helped maintain law and order, but the warriors wreaked havoc, so the governor had reason to be angry. That is why the righteous martial alliance also suffered a lot to resolve the situation. Huh. What did Wi Yeonho do in the meantime? Wi Yeonho. Why do you ask the obvious? Wi Yeonho, of course. Yeah, that is right, slept. So who solved the problem? Well, Gong Mujin's expression was very complex. The righteous martial alliance of Sungcheon, Manhwa, to which it belonged, was one of the most important forces of the time, which held one of the pillars of the righteous martial alliance of Sungcheon. Even for Gong Mujin, it was difficult to meet an officer of the righteous martial alliance of Sungcheon. Depending on the point of view, the position of an officer of the righteous martial alliance was even more influential than the leader of Manhwa. Gong Mujin swallowed saliva when he saw Zhou Haiyan, the master of divine abilities, an officer of the righteous martial alliance. Zhou Haiyan was known for his nobility and talent. It was said that he was a cold person, that even after his elite soldiers, to whom he had dedicated his life, were killed during the revolt of the demonic cult, he gave the following instructions without changing his expression. No one has seen this expression of yours. But Gong Mujin could clearly see the strange expression of Zhou Haiyan. How many people in the world have seen that expression of Zhou Haiyan? Then, it was not an illusion that Zhou Haiyan's voice trembled slightly. Is everything you have said true? Yes. Gong Mujin felt guilty, though he had done nothing wrong. Zhou Haiyan's gaze turned to Siomun Daeyeon. Siomun Daeyeon nodded frantically without saying a word. I am uncomfortable. Normally, she, a mere member of the Wind House, would never meet an officer, even in her entire life. Being in such an important meeting with only 3 people was something impossible unless she was questioned by the police. Then, Zhou Haiyan, who also did not seem to understand the situation, opened and closed his mouth several times. He sold it. Yes, the treasure of the Sword Emperor. Yes, I understand your feelings, Mr. Officer. But what can be done? That is the reality. To be precise, he did not sell it, but allowed it to be copied. Did he allow you to copy the secret book of the greatest person of all time for 2 ounces of gold? Yes. Then, seeing Zhou Haiyan unable to continue, Gong Mujin tried to contain his laughter. His feelings were very complex. He felt bad for Zhou Haiyan, but he was also happy that someone else had to deal with the problems caused by Wi Yeonho. I cannot be the only one. This is... Zhou Haiyan sighed with resignation. If this continues, in 10 years, the street will be full of the best swordsmen in the world. Of course, not everyone can reach enlightenment just because they have the secret book. As Baek Muhan explained to Wi Yeonho, a secret book cannot contain the essence of martial arts. It is just a guide. Moreover, not everyone becomes experts just because they learn good martial arts. Even in the same sect, learning the same martial arts, some become the best, and others accomplish nothing in their entire lives. So there is no need to worry so much. But, no. Even so, this is too much. People must think before they act. How could they distribute it like that? What was he thinking? He said he made money. People got the secret book, and no one died. So it could not have been better. Ugh. If you think about it, he is right. One might say that a young man solved a problem that the righteous martial alliance could not solve. But no one knows what kind of disaster this secret book will cause in the future. It could be like a bomb that exploded in the martial world. Jo Hyun, after reflecting for a while, raised his head and asked Gong Mujin, "Where is that young man now?" The sun shone warmly, and the bed was comfortable. Wi Yeonho was enjoying his rest. How peaceful. How long had it been since he had felt peace? It was the first time he had a proper rest since he arrived at the Sacred Hand Hall. When someone who is busy suddenly has free time, he usually gets bored, but Wi Yeonho was able to rest perfectly whenever he had time. That is how it was now. When he snuggled into bed and wrapped himself in blankets, he noticed. This is paradise. So comfortable that he was worried about dying of happiness. Wi Yeonho was enjoying his time of peace. Knock knock. He heard that they were knocking at the door. Wi Yeonho frowned slightly and looked at the door. As it was a temporary room provided by the Righteous Martial Alliance, few people knew it was there. Who would visit him? Wi Yeonho opened his mouth after reflecting. If Gong Mujin had come to disturb him, he would not have knocked on the door. Go ahead. The door creaked as it opened. Isielwa was standing in front of the door, holding a large tray. What is going on? Eat. Oh. A warm smile appeared on Wi Yeonho's face. Food. Humans eat, sleep, eat, and sleep. Wi Yeonho opened his eyes to see the food Isielwa brought. If you had to choose the biggest change in Wi Yeonho since you met Baek Muhan, it would be his appetite. In the past, Wi Yeonho lived with the mentality that he could sleep even if he was hungry, but after living in a cave with Baek Muhan for 5 years, eating moss, he realized how wonderful human food was. But the bed was too comfortable. Although he knew he had to get up, his body did not move. It was because of the overwork. He had suffered much traveling from Wuhan to Luoyang. When Wi Yeonho doubted, Isielwa looked around and entered the room, placing the tray in front of the bed. Then, he took a pair of chopsticks, took a dumpling from the plate, and brought it to Wi Yeonho. Wi Yeonho looked at the dumpling with a strange expression. This was, having a dumpling approaching his mouth while lying down was something Wi Yeonho had always wanted. All the lazy people in the world must have thought it was a nuisance to have to eat with their own hands. It would be wonderful if the food came into his mouth. He could do it, but moving food with his martial skills was 10 times harder than eating with his hands, so it was a dream he had to give up. That dream was coming true. But, do I feel strange? He felt that he was giving up his human dignity. But eating with his own hands was the least an adult had to do. Wi Yeonho's mouth opened slightly while he doubted. It would not always be like that. There would not be many days in his life when he could be so lazy. He just had to accept the food this time. When Wi Yeonho opened his mouth, Isielwa gave him a dumpling without saying anything. While he chewed the dumpling, Wi Yeonho realized one of life's truths. The most delicious food is what others make, and the most delicious food is what they feed you. He did not know why Isielwa was feeding him, but what else mattered if he could eat without using his hands? Just crash. At that moment, the door opened, and Gong Mujin entered, opening his eyes wide. He saw Wi Yeonho lying on the bed with his head off the blankets, eating dumplings Isielwa gave him. Gong Mujin and Isielwa looked at each other. Suddenly, Isielwa, who rose quickly, bowed to Gong Mujin and ran out of the room. Seol. Before he could call her, Isielwa was gone. Hey, did she have to go to the bathroom? When Wi Yeonho tilted his head, as if he did not understand, Gong Mujin smiled. Swish. Hey, why are you pulling out your sword? Gong Mujin, smiling, ran to Wi Yeonho and shouted, You will not take my disciple, you son of a bitch. Gong Mujin's love for his disciples was unconditional. Chapter 163. Ugh. Gong Mujin sighed repeatedly in front of the officer, with Wei Yeonho at his side. Who told you to attack like that, drawing your sword? Shut up. Do not blame it on me. I was just the victim. Victim? Who was the victim? Gong Mujin was the victim. But who else? Just as Gong Mujin was about to explode, a voice sounded from within. Come in. Kem. Gong Mujin's eyebrows trembled. He approached Wei Yeonho and whispered, the officer inside is a very important person. Even the leader, whom your father respects very much, respects him, so you must show the utmost respect. Wei Yeonho's utmost respect is probably not much better than normal respect. But he had to say it. This would prevent a senior officer from suffering humiliation at the hands of a young man. You worry too much. Ugh. Just as Gong Mujin was about to say something else, Wei Yeonho spoke. He said to pass, should not we? Waiting outside is not respectful either. Gong Mujin trembled. If only I could not speak. How come he is just saying sensible things? He wanted to see his master. Not to argue, but to ask. How did he get that monster to chicken out? Even if I taught him, Gong Mujin could never do it. Gong Mujin coughed and opened the door carefully. We have brought Wei Yeonho. Zhou Haiyan got up and smiled kindly. Welcome, young Wei Yeonho. Wei Yeonho had a strange expression when he saw Zhou Haiyan pointing to a seat with a kind expression. It was a subtle expression that others would not notice. But Gong Mujin could see that Wei Yeonho was unhappy. It was a skill he had acquired by spending time with Wei Yeonho. Gong Mujin pinched Wei Yeonho's side. Wei Yeonho reluctantly greeted. I am Wei Yeonho. Someone like Zhou Haiyan, of course, would realize Wei Yeonho's attitude. But Zhou Haiyan was curious rather than distasteful. Since he became an officer, no one had shown disgust since the first moment. Those who knew his position were trying to win his favor. But this young man, despite knowing who he was distasteful. It is definitely not common. He had already heard of him, but experiencing him in person was different. Did you say you are from the Wei family? Yes. Wei Zhonghan is a great friend of the leader, and I also admire his justice and passion. Wei Yeonho responded abruptly. Thanks to that great justice. Only cold rice at home. Zhou Haiyan remained silent, looking at Wei Yeonho. Poke poke. Wei Yeonho twisted his head when Gong Mujin continued to prick him. Why are you pricking me? And no, it's not. When Gong Mujin could not continue, Zhou Haiyan laughed and pointed to a seat. Sit down. We need to sit down and talk. Zhou Haiyan looked at Wei Yeonho and said, do you like tea? I was taught that rejecting a grown-up's tea is disrespectful. Oh yes. Huh. Zhou Haiyan could not hold back his laughter. The position of an officer requires calculation, concealment, and strategy. Those who stand before him always try to hide their true feelings, because they know the power their words have. But Wei Yeonho was talking and expressing himself as he wanted. How interesting, really interesting. According to Gong Mujin, this honest young man had a force comparable to that of the leader, even superior to that of Wei Zhonghan. Although there is probably some exaggeration, it is amazing that you have that reputation at your age. Zhou Haiyan asked for tea and smiled at Wei Yeonho. Do you seem upset with me? Gong Mujin's expression hardened when he heard that. That was the normal reaction Zhou Haiyan expected. Even those who were somewhat arrogant were bewildered and left speechless when Zhou Haiyan was as direct as Gong Mujin now. How would Wei Yeonho react? In fact, yes. Ha! Zhou Haiyan laughed out loud. He had hoped for it, but it was a very funny answer. Can I ask you why you do not like me? Wei Yeonho scratched his cheek and said, in fact, it may sound strange. Yes, you are too handsome. Zhou Haiyan's eyebrows shook. Did I hear wrong? Although he knew it was not so, Zhou Haiyan thought so. He could not understand what Wei Yeonho had said. To say you are handsome is strange. Well, you are too reliable. Your flawless white hair, your white beard. Ha! Zhou Haiyan felt something strange. Saying someone is too handsome to be nice often causes various reactions. I see. But I do not think a young man like you is jealous of my appearance. It is not jealousy, it is suspicion. Can you explain it in more detail? Wei Yeonho stared at Zhou Haiyan, frowning slightly. Someone I know said that people must take responsibility for their appearance as they age. Right. There is also a saying that people act according to their appearance. Right. Wei Yeonho shrugged and said, but that is silly. Huh. Zhou Haiyan looked at Wei Yeonho like he did not understand. If a scammer looks like a scammer, no one will be swindled. Swindlers usually seem reliable, and the better they are at cheating, the more they will try to look reliable. It was a strange logic, but it made sense. That is why that person said, "Beware of the beautiful people, and be more careful with the handsome and reliable elders." If an old man is handsome and looks good, it means that he makes a lot of effort to please others, so he is more likely to try to use others. Jo Hyun looked at Gong Mujin with amazement. Gong Mujin smiled ironically and shrugged, as if to say, "Did I not tell you? So, you do not like me because I look too good for my age. It is not that I do not like it. It is that I am careful." Ha! Jo Hyun laughed bitterly. He had never thought anyone would avoid him for that reason. "I do not know who told you that, but not everything he said is right." Yes, that is true. Being suspicious of someone for that reason means you are too suspicious and cowardly. You are absolutely right. I completely agree. Jo Hyun smiled and said, "Well, who told you that?" "My teacher." My teacher." Jo Hyun closed his mouth to Wi Yeonho's response. "Master, did your teacher say that? Why did he not get angry when I told him he was distrustful and cowardly?" But he agreed. Jo Hyun, with his keen mind, could not distinguish whether he himself had humiliated the Wi Yeonho master, or whether Wi Yeonho had done so. "Your teacher said that." Jo Hyun, too surprised, asked a question that could be considered disrespectful. "Did your teacher have a problem with his appearance?" But the answer was unexpected. "No, my teacher is very handsome. Much more handsome than you." "Then why?" "According to my teacher, as you are my disciple, I have no need to deceive you. But if you had known me before, I would probably have deceived you. So beware of people like me. His appearance and personality are very different." At that time, I did not understand why he was saying that. But now I think my teacher was right. "You are not as handsome as my teacher, but you look like him." "I see," Wi Yeonho said like he was thinking. "I wanted to talk business today, but I cannot ignore my teacher's teachings, so I am hesitating. Can I talk to the leader?" "Well, no problem." Jo Hyun realized that he had lost control of the conversation. Incredible. When had he been mastered in this way in a conversation? Jo Hyun thought it was time to stop the conversation. If he gave Wi Yeonho more opportunities, he could not say what he wanted. "If you will trust me or suspect me, that is up to you. I have nothing to say about it." "Yes, right. Then I will go straight to the point." Wi Yeonho looked at Jo Hyun. "You entered Luoyang with the treasure of the Sword Emperor, and the situation has become serious. Our relationship with the authorities has become tense, and the repair of the wall you broke will not be cheap. Have you thought about how to solve this?" Although he was asking, he did not expect an answer. According to Gong Mujin and Seomun Daeyeon, Wi Yeonho was very impulsive. He always acted according to his mood, unplanned. There was no way he would have thought of a solution. Still, he asked this question to pressure Wi Yeonho and ease the situation. Jo Hyun used a clever tactic, but Wi Yeonho responded in a completely unexpected way. "In fact, I wanted to talk about it." "Yes." The corners of Wi Yeonho's lips were slightly curved upwards. "Do you want to make a deal with me?" "You a deal?" The expression of Jo Hyun, the master of divine abilities, was filled with surprise and confusion. Chapter 164. Luoyang has been the capital of numerous empires, but due to repeated fires and reconstructions, few vestiges of those ancient empires remain. After the center of power moved to Beijing, Luoyang became a city with a glorious history but no current political significance. However, Luoyang has regained some of its ancient splendor thanks to the righteous martial alliance of Sungchen, the largest alliance of martial sects in the world. While in the past there were alliances of just sects, the righteous martial alliance of Sungchen, unlike the nominal organizations of the past, possessed real power, becoming the most powerful righteous alliance in history. The main building of the righteous martial alliance of Sungchen grew every day, becoming a symbol of Luoyang. The main entrance of the righteous martial alliance was always full of people, whether they were visitors or those who wanted to see the headquarters with their own eyes. An unusual spectacle was taking place at the main entrance of the righteous martial alliance of Sungchen. "What is that?" Zhangchen Su, who supplied ingredients to the righteous martial alliance, shook his head to see a large tent mounted in front of the entrance. It might be thought that there would be many stalls of merchants around the entrance, but the righteous martial alliance bought all the surrounding land and opened a way to maintain the dignity of the headquarters. Therefore, The main entrance of the Righteous Martial Alliance was an almost deserted square. At first, people opposed this measure, considering it a waste of money, but as the number of visitors increased, people began to recognize its need. But a huge tent was being set up in the middle of the square. The Righteous Martial Alliance will not allow it. There had been many attempts to install posts in front of the Righteous Martial Alliance, but all these attempts were thwarted by the Righteous Martial Alliance guards. Zhang Chen-su, anticipating the same thing this time, looked towards the main entrance, but strangely, the guards did not seem to intend to move. Zhang Chen-su, feeling something was wrong, turned his head, and a banner began to hang in the big tent. Zhang Chen-su's eyes trembled as he read the text of the banner. Sale of the Treasure of the Sword Emperor, the best secret book of all time. That is crazy. Zhang Chen-su, thinking that the guards would tear down the tent immediately, looked at them with expectation. But the guards had only one serious expression, without trying to stop the tent installation. What is going on? As Zhang Chen-su tried to understand the situation, he saw a second banner. Guarantee of authenticity of the Righteous Martial Alliance of Suncheon. Zhang Chen-su's mouth opened. Despite the incredible text, the guards were just arguing about what to eat, without trying to stop them. Wait, did that mean it was true? Even a madman would not dare swindle people at the main entrance of the Righteous Martial Alliance, claiming that the Righteous Martial Alliance guaranteed an item he did not guarantee. And if there was no prior agreement with the Righteous Martial Alliance, the guards would not stand still. Then, is it true? Is there a Sword Emperor treasure there, and they are selling it? Zhang Chen-su, hypnotized, dropped the handle of his cart. Clunk. The cart tipped over, but Zhang Chen-su did not try to hold it, and he simply walked away from the cart and approached the tent. But before he got to the tent, he saw another smaller tent next to the big tent. Branch of the Galactic Bank. Luoyang branch. What is this? A rat-looking man, who seemed very interested in money, was installing the tent with a smile. The God of Wealth. The God of Wealth has arrived. The man set up the tent while saying meaningless words. Zhang Chen-su, feeling a strange feeling, quickly turned his head. He saw the inside of the tent. In the middle of the tent, there was a large bed. He did not understand why they needed a bed there, but that did not matter. Below, there was ink, paper, and mats at regular intervals. What are you doing? Zhang Chen-su's doubt quickly dissipated. One of those who were placing the mats saw Zhang Chen-su looking at the tent, smiled kindly, and approached him. Welcome, sir. Zhang Chen-su felt stunned, but decided to take the opportunity to ask, what are you doing here? Did you not see the banner? This is where you can copy the legacy of the Sword Emperor, the best secret book of all time. Really? Yes, it is true. We cannot guarantee that it is the true legacy of the Sword Emperor, but it is a secret book found in the secret cave of the Sword Emperor, discovered in Nazen. Really? When the man began to explain, people gathered behind Zhang Chen-su. You are not from the Galactic Bank. Seeing the word silver on the man's clothes, people asked, and the man responded smiling. Yes, the seller of the secret book is our client, so we are here to help. Of course, his real reason was to increase the number of clients asking for loans, but there was no need to say it. If they sell a secret book, why do they need ink, paper, and mats? Can you buy the secret book? Zhang Chen-su could not answer. If they really had the secret book of the secret cave of the Sword Emperor, he could not imagine the price. Not even 1,000 ounces of gold would be enough. The seller does not want the secret book to fall into the hands of a single rich person. He is a gentleman of this age who believes in sharing good things. Oh, that was the moment the lazy man became a gentleman. Therefore, instead of selling the secret book to a single person for a lot of money, the seller has decided to allow people to copy it for a price. How much? The man smiled and responded. Only 3 ounces of gold. When they heard 3 ounces of gold, people were surprised. 3 ounces of gold was a lot of money. Having that amount made you rich, but they had to pay that to copy the secret book. You may think it is too expensive, but you should know that someone offered 10,000 ounces of gold for the original. 10,000. 10,000 ounces of gold was an unimaginable amount. 3 ounces of gold is a lot of money. But being able to copy a secret book worth 10,000 ounces of gold for 3 ounces is amazing, is not it? They all nodded. It was a great opportunity to get something worth 10,000 ounces of gold for 3. Think about it. We will not force you or push you. It is not necessary. But for those who want to get a copy, even if they do not have 3 ounces of gold, we can lend you the money under certain conditions. The man turned his head, and Huang Chong, who had finished installing the tint and counter, nodded with a friendly smile. We offer exceptional conditions. If you want to copy the secret book, come in. They all nodded, but no one dared to take the first step. People often hesitate about something new or an offer too good. Also, 3 ounces of gold was a lot of money, which most people could not save in 10 years. That is why no one dared be the first. At that point, the people behind started making noise. Get out of the way. Come out. We have important issues. People looked back, surprised by the commotion. A group of powerful-looking people approached the tent. It is a scam. Zhang Chensu knew right away. Sure, kind of. But before he could finish thinking, the man in front shouted. They said it would not take so long. I am sorry. The preparation took longer than expected. Give me the secret book fast. Those who copied it first must be practicing. Every second counts. We pay a lot of money, and now they make us wait 2 days. Come this way. Menacing-looking people came in and complained. They approached the bed in the center, received a book from the employee, took out their own books, sat down, and started copying. Can tables and chairs not improve? I will. Hurry up. I want to finish soon. When the warriors came in to copy, people's eyes changed. A whisper reached Zhang Chensu's ears. Hey, that person is not Yang Jian, Shanshi's master of invisible fist. There is also Shimyu, the divine sting. It must be true. People's eyes changed when they saw famous warriors copying the secret book. How much does it cost? 3 ounces of gold. It had grown an ounce, but people did not know. The opportunity to obtain the secret book of the Sword Emperor for 3 ounces of gold may not be presented again. I just need to bring 3 ounces of gold. Do they lend money to those who do not have it? Where can I ask? Do not push me. Do not push me. Here is my money. People ran to the tent, and people who saw that also ran to the tent. Wi Yeonho, who was watching the scene from the wall of the Righteous Martial Alliance, whistled. Now start. That was the time when the Sword Emperor Treasure Store opened its doors in Luoyang, which would make Wi Yeonho a rich man. Chapter 165. With the arrival of the crowd, the employees began to organize the process, directing those who needed loans to the Galactic Bank branch, and distributing copies to those who paid, guiding them to their respective places. Is this really the original? Sure. The employee pointed to the sign with his hand. Unless someone wants to die, would they dare swindle like that at the door of the Righteous Martial Alliance? Seeing the guarantee of the Righteous Martial Alliance, they all nodded. There is no guarantee more reliable than this. Not even the Imperial guarantee would be more reliable. There could be nothing more reliable than selling a secret book guaranteed by the Righteous Martial Alliance on its own doorstep. Here are 3 ounces of gold. I brought them. This way, please, sir. The employee guided him with a kind smile. Those who watched felt a growing impatience. No one had imagined that such a precious secret book would be sold in this way. Imagine, would Shaolin allow you to copy the Root Sutra in exchange for money? Would Manhwa sell the Sword of Plum Flower technique for money? As they had never considered such a thing, they could not fully understand the meaning of what was happening. But as more people paid and copied the secret book, reality became evident. They could get the legacy of the Sword Emperor, the best secret book of all time, for just 3 ounces of gold. When people were excited, someone looked inside the tent and screamed with anger. What is going on here? Everyone's eyes were focused on one point. A man dressed in black with a big hat was approaching the tent. He is a Taoist. No one in the place could not recognize the great symbol of yin and yang in the hat worn by the man dressed in black. The Taoist, with his face red, came and shouted, "How dare you swindle here? In front of the Righteous Martial Alliance's door. Remove this immediately. Scam." At that moment, a young man dressed in white descended from the sky. Thud. The young man who landed in front of the tent was Wi Yeonho. What? Songmun Jin-in, the Taoist, looked at Wi Yeonho with surprise. He had not felt his presence. Where did he come from? Does he seem angry? He had seen many faces in his life, but he had never seen one as full of anger as Wi Yeonho's. While Songmun Jin-in was bewildered, Wi Yeonho tried to talk, but sighed and walked into the tent, sitting down on the bed. It is hard to speak up. Monk, do you want to sit down? Song Mun-jinin's face was filled with amazement. But that did not last long. His face was filled with anger again. Are you the owner of this tent? Yes, so what? What a deception. The legacy of the Sword Emperor. Did you just get out of a retreat? Have you not heard that the legacy of the Sword Emperor was discovered in Nazen? Song Mun-jinin began to get nervous. Looking around, they all nodded. Hey, is it? Yes. But there is no evidence that this is that legacy. Wi Yeonho sighed. Monk, you are very naive. What? If I was selling a fake legacy here, do you think the Righteous Martial Alliance would allow it? Song Mun-jinin's eyes trembled. Now what do I think? Does that mean the legacy is real? Then, Wi Yeonho took the secret book out of his waist and showed it. I am not talking nonsense. The best way is to check for yourself. Do you want to get close? Song Mun-jinin, as if hypnotized, approached Wi Yeonho. But you cannot see everything. I will just show you the front. So judge for yourself. Song Mun-jinin began to browse the book with a dubious expression. If this is not true. At first, he read slowly. As usually happens with secret books, the beginning was vague. But then, the essence of the technique began to appear. Song Mun-jinin's hand accelerated as he turned the pages. This. Here it is. He felt. Something was coming. Here is the key. Here was the solution to overcome the obstacle that had blocked his path for years. Deep writing and almost immeasurable technique were contained in this book. As it is said, what is known to some might seem foolish to others, but as an elder of the Taoist sect, he could recognize the high level of technique described in the book. Just a little more. In that instant, thwack, the book closed. Seeing Song Mun-jinin's surprised expression, Wi Yeonho snapped his fingers and said, You cannot expect to see what others pay to copy. See, how much is it? Did you say 3 ounces of gold? That is for individuals. For sects, please consult there. Wi Yeonho bowed and whispered in Song Mun-jinin's ear. By the way, Shaolin paid 300 ounces of gold. 300 ounces. Wi Yeonho spoke quietly so that the others would not hear him. But Song Mun-jinin's surprised question was heard by everyone. You say they paid that amount. They signed a promissory note. It is a very reliable sect. A conflict appeared on Song Mun-jinin's face. 300 ounces of gold was a huge sum. But if he could get this secret book, which seemed to be authentic, for that amount, it would not be a waste. And Shaolin had bought it. If the leader of a rival sect of Shaolin found out that Shaolin had obtained the secret book and they had not, he would surely pressure him to buy a copy. Moreover, although Shaolin is a powerful sect, they are a sect of swords. The secret book of the Sword Emperor would be more useful to the Taoist sect. By the way, I heard that the spirit of the sword also contacted Manhwa. The spirit of the sword. Manhwa, the plum blossom sword spirit. Yes, that is what I heard. That was the final blow. Shaolin had already bought it, and Manhwa was interested. So, the Taoist sect could not stay behind. If Manhwa obtained this secret book and surpassed the Taoist sect, he could never rest in peace. To renounce greed is the path of the Taoist, but if everyone could do so, who would stay in the mountains practicing with herbs? I will sign a promissory note. As an elder of the Taoist sect, my identity is verified. I will sign a promissory note. So give me the secret book? There seems to be a misunderstanding. I do not give it to you, but I allow you to copy it. Sign the IOU and copy there. The time limit is 15 days. If you do not pay within that period, the interest will double. I understand. Song Mun-jinin quickly signed the promissory note and began copying the secret book. No further verification was needed. All Luoyang began to shake. Not only the warriors, but also the civilians began to run towards the door of the Righteous Martial Alliance with money. For the first time since the Righteous Martial Alliance opened its doors, the main entrance was filled with people who had no intention of visiting the Righteous Martial Alliance. Wi Yeonho, lying in bed, looked at the scene and reviewed the secret book once again. How strange. It had begun as a joke. But even though the situation was getting bigger and bigger, no one found it strange. Not even Gong Mujin, nor Song Mun-jinin, who seemed to be a sword expert, doubted the authenticity of the secret book. Wi Yeonho shook his head looking at the secret book. It is not rough, but it was not a fake secret book, but it was not good enough to be the legacy of the Sword Emperor, and he felt a strong sense of bad omen in the book. He could not define it exactly, but evil. Wei Yeonho looked at the secret book, closed it, and lay down. How strong was my teacher? If this was really the true legacy of the Sword Emperor, his teacher was strong enough to defeat the Sword Emperor. Wei Yeonho felt a chill as he realized the greatness of his teacher. It is amazing that I survived. No wonder every blow was so painful. He had survived 5 years of daily beatings from someone who could have killed the best warrior of all time. So Wei Yeonho deserved to be called the best in resistance. Looking at the crowd arriving without ceasing, Wei Yeonho lay on the bed with the expression of a satisfied cat. If I had known there was such an easy way to make money, I would not have bothered Soa. I should have let her live in peace. If Jin Soa and Wuhan had heard that, he would have vomited blood. But Wei Yeonho turned his head slightly, with an expression of restlessness. Why am I so anxious? He felt like he had not cleaned up after he went to the bathroom. For the secret book? Unfortunately, Wei Yeonho was not sensitive enough to feel anxious about something so trivial. Then why? Wei Yeonho, tormented by unexplained anxiety, pulled the blankets to cover himself. Sleeping is the best thing in these cases. When you wake up, that anxiety will disappear. Saha, the historian, served Gwangu Singai alcohol and asked. So it did not go well. Well, in any case, the radiant martial sovereign won money, and others gained the legacy of the Sword Emperor. Although it is not the true legacy of the Sword Emperor, it seems to be worth 3 ounces of gold. Right. Gwangu Singai nodded. Of course, it is true. The secret book was worth a fortune. It is not compared to the secret book created by the true Sword Emperor, but it has a comparable value. So, everything went well. Gwangu Singai smiled bitterly. It should have gone well, but that is the way the world is. If you knew where that secret book came from, you would understand what I mean. Where does that secret book come from? This is not the time to talk about it. There is something more important. Gwangu Singai began to smile mysteriously. Wei Yeonho made money easily, but made a mistake in the process. A mistake? That is right. Saha could not help but shake his head. He had not heard of Wei Yeonho making any mistakes. What mistake? Zhou Haiyan, the master of divine abilities. Gwangu Singai laughed. That guy is not just any guy. Wei Yeonho underestimated him. Thanks to that, Wei Yeonho is having a lot of problems. Saha looked at Gwangu Singai with disbelief. Is there anything that could cause problems for the radiant martial sovereign? Do you want to tell me? Saha made a grimace while listening to Gwangu Singai's strange laugh. Chapter 166. The righteous martial alliance was in an uproar. Zhou Haiyan, the master of divine abilities, summoned Gong Mujin. The meeting room of the righteous martial alliance was large, but at this moment it felt stiflingly small. The faces of the sect leaders and elders gathered there were all grim. The cause was the incident that had just occurred at the main gate. Gong Mujin stood before them, his expression tense. He had anticipated a reprimand, but the atmosphere was more severe than he had imagined. The first to speak was Zhou Haiyan. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable weight. Gong Mujin of Manhwa explained the situation in detail from the beginning. Yes, officer. Gong Mujin took a deep breath and began to recount the events, starting from the discovery of the secret book in Nazan, Wei Yeonho's decision to sell copies, the journey to Luoyang, and the chaos at the gate. As he spoke, the expressions of the leaders grew increasingly dark. When he finished, a heavy silence filled the room. Finally, the leader of the Kunlun sect spoke, his voice laced with disbelief. Are you telling us that a single young man, with no backing, set up a stall at our very doorstep, and is selling what he claims to be the Sword Emperor's legacy, and we are guaranteeing it? In a manner of speaking, yes. Gong Mujin's voice was weak. Another elder slammed his hand on the table. Preposterous. This makes a mockery of the righteous martial alliance's authority. We cannot allow this charade to continue. Zhou Haiyan raised a hand, silencing the room. It is not a charade. The secret book, while not the true legacy, is a genuine high-level martial manual recovered from the Sword Emperor's secret cave. Our experts have examined it. Its value is undeniable. Then why sell it in such a vulgar manner? Why not secure it for the alliance? Zhou Haiyan's gaze swept across the room. Because the young man in question, Wei Yeonho, is the one who retrieved it. According to the rules of the martial world, the finder has the right to dispose of it, and he chose this method. Furthermore, he has offered the alliance a 20% share of the proceeds. in exchange for our cooperation and guarantee of safety. Murmurs broke out. 20%. For simply allowing him to use our front yard? It is an insult. Yet, it is also a significant sum. The financial officers have projected the potential earnings. Joe Hyan paused, letting the number hang in the air. It could replenish our coffers for the next 3 years, without requiring any levies on the member sects. The room fell silent again, this time for a different reason. The alliance was perpetually in need of funds. Maintaining order across the region was an expensive endeavor. Greed and pragmatism warred on the faces of the elders. But the damage to our dignity. An elder from the Amay sect spoke softly. Our dignity is already tied to this. If we revoke our guarantee now, after publicly endorsing it, we will appear even more foolish. We will be seen as capricious and weak. Joe Hyan nodded. Exactly. We are now partners in this venture. Our fates are intertwined. The priority is to manage the situation, control the crowd, and ensure the revenue is collected and distributed efficiently. We must also monitor the distribution of the manual itself. Such a powerful technique spreading wildly could destabilize the current balance of power. We need to track who acquires it. Gong Mujin, you will serve as the liaison with Wi Yeonho. Report any issues directly to me. Gong Mujin bowed. Yes, officer. As the meeting concluded, the leaders filed out, their minds racing with calculations and concerns. Joe Hyan remained seated, lost in thought. A subordinate approached. Officer, a message from the governor's office. They are demanding an explanation for the breach of the city gate and the ongoing public disturbance. Joe Hyan sighed. A rare show of weariness. Send our apologies and a generous contribution to the city's repair fund from our future share, and invite the governor to a private viewing of the manual at a substantial discount, of course. Understood. The subordinate bowed and left. Alone, Joe Hyan allowed himself a small, bitter smile. Wi Yeonho, you have thrown a stone into a still pond, and now we all must deal with the ripples. I wonder, was this clumsiness, or was it genius? Meanwhile, back at the tent, the line of customers showed no sign of diminishing. Wi Yeonho peered out from under his blanket, watching the Galactic Bank employees efficiently processing loans and payments. Huang Chong was beaming, his abacus clicking incessantly. The promised wealth was materializing. Yet, Wi Yeonho's unexplained anxiety persisted. It felt like a shadow, just at the edge of his perception. Something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what. He pulled the blanket back over his head. Maybe a little more sleep would help. Just as he was drifting off, a familiar voice pierced the noise. Wi Yeonho. Wi Yeonho sat up. It was Seomun Daeyeon, her face pale. What is it? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Have you seen the latest batch of people copying the manual? Wi Yeonho shrugged. No, I have been busy resting. Why? She leaned closer, lowering her voice. Some of them, they are not from righteous sects. I recognize a few faces from the Black Wind Mountain Bandits, and I think I saw someone from the Venomous Serpent Gang. Wi Yeonho blinked. So, evil people need powerful martial arts too, right? It is only fair. But Seomun Daeyeon's expression was one of horror. Do you not understand? You are putting powerful techniques into the hands of criminals, murderers. What if they use this knowledge to cause even greater harm? The money you are making, it could be blood money. Wi Yeonho stared at her for a long moment. The lazy contentment drained from his face, replaced by a thoughtful and suddenly very cold expression. He looked out at the diverse crowd, his eyes narrowing. Ah, he murmured softly to himself. That is the source of the unease. It was not about the authenticity of the book or the deal with the Righteous Martial Alliance. It was about the consequences. The stone had been thrown, but he hadn't considered who might be splashed by the ripples, or what they might do with the water. Chapter 167. Is that all true? Yes. Gong Mujin was relieved. He did not know how many times he had said this, but he always faced the same reaction. Even Sima Chance, the leader of the Righteous Martial Alliance, whom he could not normally look in the eyes, reacted in the same way. At that age? Yes. Then, it is not surprising. Gong Mujin understood Sima Chance's reaction. If he himself had heard of Wi Yeonho's actions, he would have reacted in the same way. That expression of, this boy is lying, but I do not think he is lying. Considering his reputation, should I believe him or not? Seeing that expression, Gong Mujin was pleased to have achieved the reputation of Plum Blossom Sword Spirit. Then that boy Wei Yeonho has cultivated unknown martial arts on an unimaginable level. That is right. Have you fought with him? Yes. In response to Gong Mujin, Sima Chance asked with interest. What was it like? At your level? You could not even imagine the limit of his abilities. That is right. But you have fought with other powerful warriors. On Manhwa, there are many warriors who have reached a supreme level, right? There are swordsmen who dominate the world. You must have fought with them. I will tell you the truth. Really? Gong Mujin sighed deeply. It was embarrassing for his sect, so he preferred not to say it. But it was not respectful to stay silent before the leader and officer of the righteous martial alliance. I have fought with the ancient sacred sword, but I did not feel that sense of abyss that I felt when I fought with that brat. It may be my lack of skill. Sacred sword. That word had a big impact. Beyond the level of the sacred sword. Sima Chance could not believe it. Who was the sacred sword? The true best swordsman on Mount Hua, and one of the best swordsmen in the world. One of the 3 best swordsmen in the world, along with the Grand Master Taiji of the Wudong sect and the Sword King of the Namgung family. Beyond the level of the sacred sword, he ate a whole ginseng field. Although he said that, Sima Chance knew that it was not something that could be achieved only with a high level of internal energy. It was such an absurd statement that he was just saying something. At that age, that level. I am sick of hearing that. Yeah, that reaction is normal. If someone should be criticized, it should not be those who have the same reaction, but Wei Yeonho, who makes everyone react in the same way, ignoring their personalities and characteristics. How do you compare to him? How do you compare to him? I dare not compare myself. Gong Mujin said it could not be compared, but he had already given the answer. Wei Zhonghan, this guy, has raised a monster. They say the son follows the father, but this is a dragon. Although he should be upset that a young man would match him in skill, Sima Chance, who admired Wei Zhonghan, only smiled cheerfully. So, what is Wei Yeonho doing now? Is selling secret books at the front entrance. Seeing Sima Chance's surprise, Zhou Haiyan sighed and began to explain the situation. After hearing the story, with his expression changing several times, Sima Chance asked with amazement. There is no problem with that. After thinking about it several times, I do not think there is any problem, but using our name for certification. The secret book is definitely from the secret passage, as the treasure of the Sword Emperor refers to the secret book found in the secret passage called the Secret Cave of the Sword Emperor. It is not difficult to certify the truth. I see. In addition, Zhou Haiyan smiled. He will definitely be a key figure in the martial world. It is good to establish a connection with him. I want to meet him and keep him close. Even if I have to pay a fortune. So much. Even if only a tenth of what I have heard is true. He will be the best in the world in the future. Yes, right. Sima Chance laughed out loud. Even Wei Yeonho, the demon-expelling sword, is a talent that could aspire to be the best in the world. And his brother is even better. Should not we call the Wei family the best in the world? Currently, their power is weak, so we cannot compare them to the Namgung family. But if Wei Yeonho and Wei Yeonho grow, in 10 years, the Wei family will be the best in the world. Excellent, excellent. Sima Chance smiled cheerfully. Well, what are you going to do now, officer? Zhou Haiyan smiled and said, in exchange for allowing him to sell the secret book, he agreed to be an instructor at the Crouching Dragon Academy for a while. Instructor? Sima Chance asked with disbelief. I understand that Wei Yeonho graduated from the Academy of the Down Dragon recently. Do you mean that Wei Yeonho will be an instructor? It seems that his age is similar to that of the students. That is what is important. That. Zhou Haiyan began to explain slowly. That boy, Wei Yeonho, will lead the martial world in the future, but he does not seem to enjoy much interacting with others. That is a problem. Being the best in the world is a symbolic position. Being the strongest does not bestow power, but as warriors seek strength, that symbolic position can influence the world. Therefore, when someone with a strange or evil personality proclaims himself the best in the world, the martial world is always in chaos. It was therefore necessary to meet young people like Wei Yeonho. Of course, the ideal would be for him to enter the academy. Is it not impossible to make a boy stronger than the instructor enter the academy? That is right. Also, If the future leaders of the martial world are inspired by or learn something from Wi Yeonho, it will not be a bad investment for us. I see. Sima Chance did not know if Zhou Haiyan's calculation was correct or not, but as always, she trusted his judgment. He had never lost by following his decisions. Sima Chance was confident that everything would go as planned by Zhou Haiyan. You said he was selling secret books? That is right. I heard you let people copy it. How much does he charge? It says 3 ounces of gold. Sima Chance avoided the look with an uncomfortable expression. Would it not be good if we got a copy? For individuals, 3 ounces of gold, but for groups, he charges proportionally to the number of people. It says we should pay 1,000 ounces of gold considering the number of people in the alliance. 1,000 ounces. 1,000 ounces of gold. Is the annual budget of the Righteous Martial Alliance 1,000 ounces of gold? So we agreed on 500 ounces of gold. Although it seemed necessary, 500 ounces of gold was an amount that made his heart speed up. So how much money is that kid making? I do not know exactly, but I do know one thing. What? In a month, the Wei family will be the richest in the world. Even if it is not the most powerful, they could use gold bowls to feed their dogs. Sima Chance looked down at her simple clothes, and then raised her head slowly. Wei Zhonghan will give me something. The Academy of the Down Dragon was in turmoil over a morning announcement. What does it say? They say the officer has issued an edict. Officer. Has the Master of Divine Abilities, Zhou Haiyan, issued an edict to the Academy. It was natural for students to be interested. Although they were the future leaders of the martial world, Zhou Haiyan was the second most important person in the Righteous Martial Alliance. It was not possible for him to worry about the Academy of the Down Dragon. Although the future is important, today's issues are important. Therefore, many students graduated without ever seeing the leader of the Righteous Martial Alliance. Sima Chance, or Officer Zhou Haiyan. As Zhou Haiyan had issued an edict, everyone was interested in its content. What does it say? What does it say? Wait. A forward-looking student frowned. It looks like a special instructor will come. Special instructor. A new instructor will come, and applications will be accepted for a new class with that instructor. As high-level lessons will be given, students will be selected through an evaluation. Who will it be? It was surprising news. The Academy of the Down Dragon did not use a system of levels. Although there was competition, everyone could apply for any class. Therefore, when the time came to apply for classes, the Academy was filled with students who flew using light martial arts. But for the first time since the creation of the Academy of the Down Dragon, students would be selected for a class through an evaluation. Who will be the instructor? Will you not be the officer? That is absurd, but it is definitely someone important. I will sign up. I cannot miss this. Me too. Ian Hyo trembled at the scene. What is wrong with you? Ian Hyo said in a shaky voice before Peng Do-hyung's question. Hey, Peng Jae. Yes. Hyung, have we not already been through enough suffering? Yes. A lot. Not only Sangwon Hong, but everyone had suffered a lot. But upon returning to the Wi Yeonho alliance, they received no reward for their suffering. But I do not know why I feel so anxious. I also feel strange. Ugh. Ian Hyo shook his head. What will you do? I will sign up. Ian Hyo's eyes shone. Although he did not show it. He was very shocked by Wi Yeonho. Although Sangwon Hong was half a step ahead, he thought he could reach it. But then Wi Yeonho, a monster, appeared. If he was not motivated to see Wi Yeonho, who was younger and had an incomparable skill, he was not a warrior. I must learn as much as I can. If there is a monster in my generation, how could I refuse this opportunity? Right. Hyung. But they did not know. That monster would be their instructor. That would be the beginning of his misfortune. Chapter 168. Are these all the applicants? Ian Hyo looked at the long line with surprise. He had not even anticipated so many people. Even though Officer Zhou Haiyan of the Righteous Martial Alliance had announced and guaranteed the classes. Many. It simply demonstrates the great trust that people have in Officer Zhou Haiyan. Ian Hyo nodded to Peng Do-hyung's words. What will Sangwon Hyung do? He says he cannot attend classes. Right. Ian Hyo shook his head. In the past, he might have been happy to have the opportunity to learn alone, but now he was not. Sangwon Hong was no longer a target for Ian Hyo, more like a colleague. Since he met Wi Yeonho, Sangwon Hong no longer seemed so impressive. It was like seeing a small hill after seeing a big mountain. That does not mean he despises Sang Hong. He just knows that even if he tried his whole life, he could never reach Wi Yeonho. Hyung. Yes. Can we really reach it? Ian Hyo squeezed his lips and nodded. He is human. So are we. If he can reach that level, we too can. But the victory in the martial world is not decided in an instant. Even if it takes 10 or 20 years, the one who strives more in the end wins. I will keep that in mind. When Peng Do-hyung seemed to understand, Ian Hyo sighed discreetly. How did I end up meeting that guy? Although he said it easily, Ian Hyo knew it was not easy. Even Wei Sanho, the demon-expelling sword, who is of a similar age, is already considered a future expert and best warrior in the world. Even Sang Hong cannot be compared to Wei Sanho. Having someone like that in his generation was already a pressure, and now someone had appeared who was above Wei Sanho. They say there are so many geniuses in the world that you stumble upon them. Ian Hyo reflected on his past arrogance. Compared to the true geniuses he had met, he was a fool. Even Sang Hong showed an exceptional skill that Ian Hyo could not reach, and there were people who played with Sang Hong as if he were a child. Even so, will we not easily pass this evaluation? Do-hyung. Yes. Hyung. Sang Hong or Wei Sanho may be thinking the same thing as you now. Just because they are ahead now, do you think they will move forward in the future? Peng Do-hyung seriously lowered his head. I was reckless. Even if we are half a step forward, those who persecute us are not weak. Moreover, the Academy of the Down Dragon is an educational institution. It does not focus on the present, but on the potential. If the rules of evaluation were created by the master of divine abilities, Jo Hyun, it would not be strange for us to fail. Get rid of your arrogance. The most important thing is to give the best of oneself in any situation. Yes, Hyung. It was not just empty words. Ian Hyo really believed that. Just as they could reach Wei Sanho and Sang Hong, others could also reach them. Therefore, they should strive constantly. It was the right attitude for a warrior. But, unfortunately, his prediction of evaluation was only partially correct. While focusing on potential, the approach was different. See, how did I fail? Namgung Joey shouted with disbelief. Who was he? Namgung Joey, a direct member of the powerful Namgung family. Namgung Joey could not pass the evaluation. Although he was not one of the 3 dragons, it was because his record was inferior, not because his ability was inferior. How could he accept that he was not worthy of training? What is the criterion of evaluation? How did I fail? Criterion. The man sitting in the main seat frowned and looked at Namgung Joey. Are you questioning my judgment? Namgung Joey looked at the man in the main seat with a repressed look. Even as a direct member of the Namgung family, he could not challenge him. He had to be careful. Although the Namgung family was the most powerful in the world, this man had a similar origin. Moreover, his reputation was incomparable to that of Namgung Joey. There was no other choice. The man sitting in the main seat was Gong Mujin, the famous plum blossom sword spirit, the special member of the evaluation committee. Namgung Joey did not like this system from the beginning. Although he was called a member of the committee, he seemed to be the chairman of the committee. Did it make sense that someone who had nothing to do with the Academy of the Down Dragon was suddenly a member of the evaluation committee? He knew nothing about his abilities or achievements. I do not doubt it, but the evaluation criteria must be reasonable. Otherwise, people will say that the special committee member made the selection for favoritism. The criterion is simple. What is it? Gong Mujin gestured with his hand. I do not need to explain the criterion to you. I just select who I want. If you have any complaints, you can protest, but that will not change the result. Go. In the face of Gong Mujin's firm words, Namgung Joey trembled and turned around without force. Although he had complaints, protesting against the plum blossom sword spirit, backed by the officer, was impossible. Next, before Gong Mujin's voice, Ian Hyo entered with a pale expression. Namgung Joey failed. Ian Hyo knew that Namgung Joey's ability was not inferior to his. If Namgung Joey failed, they too could fail. Although he had told Peng Do-hyung that they should not be neglected, deep down he believed they would not fail. But right now, that arrogance disappeared. What kind of evaluation is this? They could know the result of the above, but as the evaluation was carried out in secret, they did not know the criterion. Therefore, They could not relax. I know your face. Gong Mujin stared at Ian Hyo. Gulp. Ian Hyo swallowed saliva. Although he knew Gong Mujin, he was not the kind of person who would give a good assessment for friendship. In fact, Gong Mujin was the kind of person who would give a more severe assessment to those he knew well. Approved. Approved. Without doing anything. And Peng Do Hyong is behind you, is he not? Yes. It is here. He is also approved. Do not waste your time. Attend classes. Yes, understood. Even after leaving the evaluation room, Ian Hyo could not understand why he had been approved. Gong Mujin opened 2 documents in the evaluation room. Namgung Joey. He has an explosive temperament. His arrogance and family pride cause frequent conflicts. Ian Hyo. He has a lot of patience, and he is thoughtful and good at comforting others. Gong Mujin snapped his tongue at both reports. You will have to thank me later, you Namgung family brat. Unlike what Ian Hyo and Namgung Joey, Gong Mujin, the special member of the evaluation committee, thought he was not interested in their achievements, potential, or possibilities. There were 2 evaluation criteria. The first was to have a quiet personality. Wi Yeonho, whom he knew, could be ruthless. If he put someone arrogant and tempered next to him, a disaster would occur. Like Sangwon Hong. He had already seen what had happened to Sangwon Hong, and he did not want to ruin another young man. Therefore, he eliminated all those who had a temper. The second was skill. If the personality was quiet, he would select the best. Therefore, the evaluation would be immediate approval, retention, or immediate rejection. Those who had a quiet personality and skills like Ian Hyo would be selected immediately, and then fill the remaining spots with candidates retained according to their ability. Grandmaster Gong. Yes. Suk Muncho, the main instructor of the Academy of the Down Dragon, looked at Gong Mujin with disapproval. Namgung Joey is a promising talent, both in skill and potential. Rejecting him is excessive. Gong Mujin shook his head firmly. No. The most important criterion of this evaluation is to eliminate the problematic ones. Namgung Joey's personality will be a problem, and if there is a problem, we will not be able to handle it. Right. If the Namgung family protests, it will be a big problem. Even with the support of the officer, we will not be able to handle it. Can we not handle it? Gong Mujin fell into his thoughts. What if the Namgung family, the most powerful family in the world, and the Wei family of Wi Yeonho faced each other? Even the Namgung family, with its long history and power, could it handle that Wei family? I would not. It is not about winning or losing. Against Wi Yeonho, even if you won, the Namgung family would collapse. 3 people could cause the fall of the most powerful family in the world. But, could I win? Gong Mujin sighed as he remembered the inhuman face of Wi Yeonho, and Suk Muncho comforted him as if he understood it. The Namgung family is a huge existence. Enormous, huh? It is for a big bump, man. It is no use saying it now. You will understand when you experience it. Leaving behind Gong Mujin, who snapped his tongue with a complex expression, finally arrived the day of the first class. Chapter 169. What is going on? Ian Hyo was experiencing unexplained anxiety. The sky was clear, and he had woken up energetically, but he did not know why he felt so anxious. Breakfast had been good, and there was nothing to worry about. Why am I so anxious? He could not find any reason to be anxious. Today was like any other day. The only difference was that today began the class guaranteed by Zhou Haiyan, the master of divine abilities of the Righteous Martial Alliance. But even if it was a class guaranteed by Zhou Haiyan, it was just a class. There was no reason to be uncomfortable. Although Gong Mujin's subtle look and the incomprehensible results of the evaluation bothered him a little. Do you feel bad? Peng Do Hyong waved and approached him. You seem to look bad. Did something happen to you last night? Nothing happened in particular, but I feel uncomfortable and anxious, so it must be my health. Your health. Peng Do Hyong looked at Ian Hyo with a serious expression. If someone else said that, it could be ignored, but Ian Hyo was a warrior. For a warrior protected by internal energy, saying he does not feel well meant there was a big problem. It does not hurt at all. Ian Hyo also shook his head, without understanding. Are you done getting ready? Yes. There was nothing to prepare. I do not know the subject or who will teach. What am I supposed to prepare? If there was information about the instructor and the subject, as in other classes. I could have studied, but Peng Do-hyung's expression was not good either. Normally, students of the Down Dragon Academy chose their own classes. Although there were differences in classes according to the level, the students chose and prepared for their own classes. Because it is impossible to teach everyone the same way. Ian Hyo and Peng Do-hyung used different weapons. Ian Hyo could do nothing in a class of swords, and Peng Do-hyung could not use what he learned in a class of fists. Therefore, they usually chose appropriate classes for them. But this was the first time they attended a class without prior information. They could not prepare. We will see. Ian Hyo shook his head. He did not know the content of the class, but Jo Hyun was someone he could trust. A class guaranteed by him would definitely take them to a higher level. That is what Ian Hyo thought. Until then, what is that? As he entered the training ground, Ian Hyo noticed two things. First, there were fewer people than expected. There were so few people that the great training ground seemed deserted. Considering the number of people who had tested, it meant that very few had passed. Ian Hyo muttered. Are so few worthy to attend this class, despite the number of talents gathered. Although the ancient sects hardly participated in the Academy of the Down Dragon, there were many talents from the 5 great families and smaller sects. However, only about 100 people were standing on the training ground with uncomfortable expressions. Peng Do-hyung's voice trembled. I saw it too. But, compared to the other thing, the number of people was not a problem. When they entered the training ground, they saw something. A comfortable bed in a corner of the stand. How strange. They had never seen him before. They had never seen him lying on a bed. Even when they stayed at an inn, they did not need to enter his room. They had only seen his way to roll on the blankets of the carriage roof. Why did his face come into his mind when he saw the bed? It cannot be. No way. Ian Hyo tried to get rid of the worst possible thought, but the more he thought about it, the more things fit. The instructor's skills. More than enough. Although he was younger than them. In terms of skill, they could be even weaker than the dirt under his fingernails. Even if Wi Yeonho fought with his hands and feet tied, they could die with just one blow of his tongue. The difference of skill between them and Wi Yeonho was abysmal. It cannot be. Although he was trying to deny it, the fact that this happened right after Wi Yeonho entered the Righteous Martial Alliance, and that Gong Mujin was the member of the evaluation committee, he was concerned. Besides, only that guy would do something as crazy as putting a bed in a classroom. I agree. Ian Hyo could not help but worry. It was not too late yet. Although it was not confirmed, the situation seemed to indicate that it might be necessary to flee. While Ian Hyo wondered what to do, someone approached him. Ian Hyung, Moryong Donghwa, the young master of the Moryong family, approached and said with a smile, "It looks like you will be attending this class too. Hyung, it looks like we will see each other often, so take care of me." It might not be. It was hard to tell someone who was kind. I am sorry. I am planning to escape. Ian Hyo was not someone who said unconfirmed things. I cannot be the only one. Even if Wi Yeonho was the instructor, he had no intention of telling others. They had suffered a lot as they came to the alliance with Wi Yeonho. They almost died in the end. No, it was such an absurd incident that he had forgotten. But if they had made a mistake when they met the ghost and sword demons, they would all have died. If you think so, he is our savior. It was Wi Yeonho who killed the ghost and sword demons, who wanted to leave. And it was Wi Yeonho who caused the danger. What are you thinking? Nothing. Ian Hyo was always confused when he thought of Wi Yeonho. What should I do? What if Wi Yeonho was really the instructor? It would be a great disgrace, but also a great opportunity. On cold thought, hardly anyone Ian Hyo knew could defeat Wi Yeonho, and only about 10 people could compare themselves to him. The one who defeated the ghost demons and sword like dogs. Even his father, the leader of the Jinju Ian family, might not be able to do so. Having the opportunity to learn directly from him was a great opportunity. Hyung, Peng Do-hyung asked anxiously, and Ian Hyo coughed and said, I think. Look there. Hyung. Ian Hyo turned his head before Peng Do-hyung's urgent voice. A man approached them from the place Peng Do-hyung had pointed out. Ian Hyo felt as if the sky was collapsing. Although he had suspected it, the impact of his suspicion becoming a reality was much greater than he had anticipated. Wi Yeonho, with an expression of disgust, was walking towards the training ground, clearly showing that he did not want to be there. If you do not like it, do not. Then everyone would have been at peace. What do we do? Hyung, do not worry. After stopping Pung Do Hyong, Ian Hyo said bitterly, if you think about it, it is a good opportunity. To achieve our goals, we must do anything. Pung Do Hyong nodded slowly. He agreed with Ian Hyo. If he has achieved such skill at that age, he must have a secret. It may be humiliating now, but a man must endure humiliation to achieve his goals. Right. But will he manage his goals by enduring humiliation? Ian Hyo was grateful to have Pung Do Hyong by his side. If Pung Do Hyong was not there, he would be confused and would not know what to do. Thanks to Pung Do Hyong, he was able to maintain his composure. At that time, Wi Yeonho entered the training ground and went on the stand. What? Who is that person? Does she look young? Students began to murmur when a young man went on the stand instead of the expected instructor. Wi Yeonho looked quietly at the students under his eyes. Wi Yeonho slowly opened his mouth. Nice to meet you. I am Wi Yeonho of the Wei family, and I will be your instructor from today. Instructor. Wei family. Wei Sanho. Instructor. What is going on? That child is the instructor guaranteed by the officer. Although Wi Yeonho's age was not very different from that of the students, the age of the students and that of an instructor could not be compared. Wi Yeonho nodded before the eyes of disbelief and amazement. It is natural that you are surprised. I am no better than you. There must have been a mistake, or the officer changed his mind. Ian Hyo opened his mouth. What do you say, asshole? Worse. This was the time to show your ability and calm your discontent. Why is the situation getting? Wi Yeonho looked at the students and said, I do not think it is efficient that I, who am no better than you, teach you. Be my limitations. Wi Yeonho, with his eyes half closed by sleep, summed up the situation. Then study on your own. As it is the first day, study on your own. Train to your liking. Those who want to leave early can leave. While the students were confused, Wi Yeonho approached the bed, took off his shoes and lay down. Ian Hyo sighed deeply among surprised students. I knew it. He did not know what Jo Hyun was thinking. The officer could not have seen someone so useless. Now they will know the meaning of the phrase useless. Ian Hyo looked up at the sky with a grim expression. Chapter 170. Jo Hyun was in a good mood. The sunlight coming through the window was warm, and the aroma of tea was exquisite. I wish it were always like this. The martial world was not free of problems. Internal and external dissatisfaction was about to explode. But was it something new? Since the beginning of the martial world, there has never been a time without conflict. Even in places where people live in peace, there are problems, let alone in a place where sword warriors live together. Therefore, Jo Hyun was not very concerned about future problems. He knew that, to worry or not, the problems would come anyway. What mattered most was that Wi Yeonho had solved Nazen's problem. Like when the dust settles after a storm, the martial world had calmed down after the big problem in Nazen. Jo Hyun enjoyed the aroma of tea as he looked out the window. If it were not for that scene, it would be even better. From his office in the high building, he could clearly see the crowd in front of the main entrance. Wi Yeonho's tent was full of people. The original is authentic. No, even if it was not, it does not matter. The analyses carried out by the Alliance experts had confirmed that it contained at least the essence of a supreme technique of an ancient sect, or even more. Even if it was not written by the Sword Emperor, selling such a valuable secret book for that price was almost giving it away. Copying the secret book did not change its value. Did you plan it, or was it a coincidence? Even for Jo Hyun, who was known for his wisdom, it was difficult to understand how the situation had reached this point. If Wi Yeonho had sold the secret book at a reasonable price, he would not have made that much money. There is a price limit that people are willing to pay for a secret book. Even if the real value is greater, people have psychological resistance. But by selling it openly that way, it sparked competition. Known sects had to pay a high price, even if they complained. They feared that rival sects could improve their skills if they studied the secret book of the Sword Emperor. So, the Wudong sect spent a lot of money, and seeing that, Manhwa also spent a lot of money, and seeing Manhwa, the Gongdong sects and Qingsheng also paid. And when they found out that Shaolin had paid, Amei also came from the Amei mountain to buy a copy. Several families were also sending their agents in secret. What if Wi Yeonho had sold the secret book normally? He is sure he would not have made a tenth of the money he made. He is intelligent. By using the righteous martial alliance to sell the secret book, knowing there could be a violent reaction, it demonstrates his intelligence. But did you really foresee all this? Exceptional martial abilities and an amazing mind. He is a talent, a future leader. If the current generation were to withdraw, the future of the martial world could be in the hands of Wi Yeonho. Zhou Haiyan could not help thinking about how exceptional Wi Yeonho was. Anyway, it was a good decision. Keeping that kid busy making money and tying him up to the Academy of the Down Dragon. What better business is there? The Righteous Martial Alliance lost nothing. If they could get the help of such a powerful expert in exchange for lending their yard, no one would reject that deal. But, in general, it was a very successful deal, and it solved a persistent problem, so it should feel good. Although he felt a strange restlessness. Is there anything I have not considered? At that moment, a low voice rang from the outside. Officer, this is Suk Muncho. Can I come in? Of course. Zhou Haiyan responded with a smile. The door opened, and Suk Muncho entered. Welcome, senior instructor. Is there a problem at the academy? Suk Muncho looked at Zhou Haiyan with an unusual expression. That is why I came. Zhou Haiyan's brow frowned slightly. He sensed that there was a problem with Suk Muncho's tone. Looks like you should go there in person. In person, Zhou Haiyan thought when he had visited the Academy of the Down Dragon for the last time. Not this year. The last time was last year when he gave a greeting speech for the new students. Although the education of future leaders is important, he had more important issues. Do you think I really need to go? Yes. Suk Muncho responded with confidence. I can do nothing for the orders we receive. Hearing that, Zhou Haiyan decided to go to the Academy of the Down Dragon. Their most recent order related to the Academy was not to interfere with Wi Yeonho's teaching method. What have you done? Unfortunately, Zhou Haiyan's thinking was completely wrong. Wi Yeonho had done nothing wrong. He just did not do anything. What is this? What you see? Zhou Haiyan looked at the training ground with astonishment. The Academy of the Down Dragon could be defined in several ways. A place where future leaders of the martial world meet, form friendships and compete, and a place where rival sects, who are always fighting, can interact through their children and reduce their hostility. But the most important thing is that the Academy of the Down Dragon is an educational institution. Its real purpose is to educate the future leaders of the martial world and guide them on the right path. But, in Zhou Haiyan's eyes, total freedom was spreading. Carefully selected talents. Even among them, the talents selected through an evaluation were playing in the training field. See, how did this happen? Some were chatting and laughing in groups. But that was the least bad thing. The students were making up, and in the deepest part of the field, some were playing dice for money. Dice. Dice in a sacred place of education. Are those gold ounce bets? Although some were practicing with their weapons, it would be better if there were no one. It is said that in the beginning there was chaos, and this was chaos. What has the instructor done to make this happen? Look there. Zhou Haiyan opened his mouth when he saw the place Suk Muncho pointed out. There was a large bed on the stand, and a large larva on the bed. No, looking at it closely, it was not a larva, but a person wrapped in a blanket. Why is there a bed there? He said he wanted one. What are you doing in bed? It looks like he is sleeping. Do you think I am asking you about that? Zhou Haiyan composed himself. He had to find out why the class, with the best talents in the academy, had ended like this. Zhou Haiyan walked to the stand. Who is it? It is the officer. The officer. Heek. Realizing the presence of Zhou Haiyan, the students began to clean the place in haste. The blankets flew in the air, and the dice flew out. At least finish what you were doing, you bastards. Zhou Haiyan squeezed his teeth. However, he made an effort not to look at the students. If he did, he would lose his composure. As he approached the stand, he called Wi Yeonho with a rough voice. Young Wi Yeonho. Wiggle. The larva moved. It is me. Zhou Haiyan. What are you doing? The part of the larva's head moved, and a black head came out of the blanket. At least wash your face. Wi Yeonho, with her hair cluttered and her eyes swollen by sleep, responded with her eyes narrowed. What is going on? Zhou Haiyan's heart sank. You mean Zhou Haiyan, the master of divine abilities. That is right. Guang Gu Sin Gai, the Mendigo, let go of a little laugh. Even he found it funny. A hero of this era who accomplished great feats in the battle against the demonic cult and solved the problem of the West with his strategy. But he met Wi Yeonho at the end of his life. It is incomprehensible. What? Gwangu Singai shook his head at the question of Sa, the historian. I have studied the master of divine abilities a lot. Zhou Haiyan. It is said that his wisdom is incomparable. Why could he not foresee this situation? Good question. Gwangu Singai nodded repeatedly. I thought the same thing too. Huh. When I entered the Righteous Martial Alliance, I heard about this incident. I also thought the same thing at that time. After thinking, I came to a conclusion. Please tell me. Why? First, Gong Mujin, the plum blossom sword spirit. Well, it seems that he thought he was giving an objective explanation. As he has affection for Wi Yeonho, he seems to have added some details. He knew that Wi Yeonho had done something absurd, but he did not think it was for his laziness. I do not understand. Think, what did Gong Mujin say? A young man with incredible martial skills defeated the ghost and sword demons and got a secret book, and then sold it. He defeated everyone who opposed it. How about Wi Yeonho? Saha could not help but nod. If it is summed up like this, Wi Yeonho becomes a young man with great martial skills, but a strange temperament. Key information is missing. Right. But Elder Gong Mujin is also right. He must have given his best explanation. But Gwangu Singai smiled. Have you ever seen anyone with wings? No. That is it. Then explain to me in more detail. Gwangu Singai laughed between his teeth. Is not Zhou Haiyan, the master of divine abilities. He is a gentleman and a strategist. Would he have imagined that someone as lazy as Wi Yeonho would exist? The mistake of Elder Zhou Haiyan was not to consider the possibility that the class would not work because the instructor was lazy. So the class failed. No. Then Elder Zhou Haiyan. Neither. Gwangu Singai snapped his fingers and responded. The leash was approaching, the leash. Wi Yeonho did not know. Sa, realizing that Gwangu Singai was being lazy, got up. It was time to drink. Bring some food on the way. Yes. The price of knowing the truth was high. His bag was getting lighter and lighter. Chapter 171. Zhou Haiyan was not an easy opponent. Even in the future, Zhou Haiyan would be almost the only one able to contend with Wi Yeonho. Your family. Let us forget that. Even the most capable person cannot challenge his father. Even the best warrior in the world could get a beating from his father. Did Wi Yeonho get beat up too? Let us forget about that. Either way, the meeting between Zhou Haiyan and Wi Yeonho was not pleasant for either of them. Zhou Haiyan, in particular, was very surprised. Why? This is funny even for me. But someone like Zhou Haiyan, the master of divine abilities, does not need to worry about unconventional people. Think about it. The people he deals with are leaders of sects or heads of regions. Unconventional people usually do not get to those positions. Where would Zhou Haiyan get someone like Wi Yeonho? Me. I am a beggar. Since I have met all kinds of people, I am immune. If I, who have seen everything, was surprised by Wi Yeonho, how much more surprised would Zhou Haiyan be? The problem starts there. When you meet someone you cannot understand or control, it is best to just ignore it. But smart people always think they can understand others, especially someone like Zhou Haiyan. That is how they fall into the trap. Slowly. What is going on? Zhou Haiyan ran out of words. What is it? Do not you know? He wanted to scream, but he could not. He had to keep his composure, and scolding the instructor in front of the students would damage his reputation. Zhou Haiyan, who had not yet lost hope in this class, wanted to avoid that. Have you eaten? No. Do you want to go eat with me? No. I am not that hungry. I am not inviting you to eat because you are hungry, you bastard. He was already furious, but still held back. Hearing the whispers behind his back, Zhou Haiyan felt as if someone had put his hand in his stomach and stirred his bowels. Or, the officer says the instructor should go eat. When he came to give a speech, he rejected the sweets the governor had prepared, saying he was busy. The instructor is really important. No, you idiots. Zhou Haiyan had to seriously think if a human could spit fire when he is really angry. Can we not eat later? We must eat now? Wi Yeonho looked at Zhou Haiyan and sighed. I have heard that there are people who cannot eat alone. But it is sad that someone your age has to eat with others. No, it is not like that. Zhou Haiyan closed his eyes. When did you experience such a thing? Why did I not notice before? He should have noticed it when Gong Mujin warned him. He should have suspected it when the students who had come with Wi Yeonho did not approach him. It is okay if you do not eat. Do you want to come with me and talk? I have nothing to say. I do. I do. Wei Yeonho responded with a slightly stunned expression. If you have something to say, tell me. Why are you shouting? Ugh. Zhou Haiyan clenched his fists. He wanted to hit his chest, but he could not show his frustration in front of so many people. Holding his fists so tightly that his nails dug in was the only thing he could do. You are not going. I will go. My father said it is disrespectful not to follow an older man when he invites you. That is very polite. Wei Zhonghan at least taught his son manners. But did he not teach you that it is disrespectful to cover yourself with a blanket when an older man talks to you? Is he polite or not? As Wei Yeonho did not move, Zhou Haiyan urged him. What are you doing? It looks like it is too cold. Huh. It is hard to get out of the blanket. Creak. Zhou Haiyan was surprised to hear the sound of his own teeth. Calm down. Even when he heard that 1,000 soldiers of the demonic sect would attack the sea, he remained calm while drinking tea, and was called the incarnation of patience. It was incomprehensible that he should be carried away by a child. Something is wrong. There was something in his expression, actions, and tone that bothered him. Enough to break his cultivated calm for years. The place where you will enjoy tea is warm. So get up. I will be cold on the road. Should I take you with the blanket? I cannot go like this. Yeah, he knows he is human. I thought I did not know. Then get up. I was going to get up. You keep screaming. Did I do something wrong? Ugh. Zhou Haiyan looked up to the sky. What a beautiful day. The weather he had enjoyed before seemed annoying to him now. That is the way people are, hypocrite. Wei Yeonho got up with difficulty and put on his shoes. Normally, Zhou Haiyan did not like hasty people. Even if they were warriors. If they hurry, they will make mistakes. That was Zhou Haiyan's belief. But today, that belief was discarded. Did he eat a larva? Thanks to Wei Yeonho, Zhou Haiyan realized how grateful he was to have people moving quickly around him. At least they did not make him angry. Follow me. Yes. Wei Yeonho stretched a lot as he followed Zhou Haiyan. I am. The students were amazed to see Wei Yeonho. It really goes. It seems that the instructor guaranteed by the officer is real. But why does class not start? It must have a deep meaning. Maybe it has been watching us. But does the officer seem angry? Or am I wrong? He is the master of divine abilities and a gentleman. They say that no one has seen him angry. But he seems angry. That means they are very close. Zhou Haiyan squeezed his teeth. I have known him for less than a week, you idiots. Rumor began to spread that the new instructor and Zhou Haiyan were very close. Without Zhou Haiyan knowing, Wei Yeonho felt unfairly treated. His keen instinct told him that Zhou Haiyan was very upset. Wei Yeonho, who had spent 5 years in a cave thinking about how to please Baek Muhan to receive fewer blows, knew it. Although Baek Muhan had ignored his efforts by saying, just shut up. That is the way to avoid beatings. Wei Yeonho knew that this old man was very angry, as it is said that whoever has seen a bear is frightened even when seeing a pot. Seeing Zhou Haiyan angry, he felt the same pressure as when Baek Muhan was angry. The problem is, he did not do anything wrong. Hey, young Wei. Yes. Zhou Haiyan drank the boiling tea in one gulp. Wow. Wei Yeonho applauded seeing that. Incredible. You could make a lot of money doing that. Zhou Haiyan's hands trembled. Normally, people would say, are you very upset? Or, drinking such hot water in one gulp. Your internal energy is amazing. It was an inappropriate action for an old man. But he wanted to impress him. Acrobatics. Better to die. Zhou Haiyan, who had realized that normal was not working with Wei Yeonho, was direct. Hey you. Yes. I hear you. Then. But, are we not going to eat? Zhou Haiyan almost got up to hit Wei Yeonho. It could only be contained thanks to his experience with the demonic sect. If he had not developed great patience during the battle, he would have beaten Wei Yeonho. Answer. Beating a child is inappropriate. But even if only half of what he had heard was true, he could not defeat Wei Yeonho. You said you did not want to eat. I am hungry now. How indecisive. That is not how a gentleman behaves. That is the way people are. Ugh. Zhou Haiyan screamed out. Here. Bring food. Bring something to eat. Yes, officer. The voice of response was strong, showing that they had noticed Zhou Haiyan's sharp tone. The food will come soon. So let us talk. That is why you brought me. I am ready. Why? Why are those petty words so irritating? Why? Did you not promise to give me the best education? Yes, it is true. Did I not give you everything you asked for? I eliminated any unnecessary interference, prepared the training ground as you wanted, and selected the best talents. Yes, right. Then why are you not teaching? Why? Wei Yeonho opened his eyes. His expression was so unfair that Zhou Haiyan thought he might have misunderstood something. Is it not? But his thoughts dissipated with his next words. I am giving the best class. Wei Yeonho smiled. There is no better class than self-learning. As far as I know, Grandmaster Bodhidharma also achieved enlightenment through self-learning, so no one can deny that self-learning is the best class. Or you can go to Shaolin to complain. Zhou Haiyan ran out of words for the first time in his life. Chapter 172. That is, how can I refute that? It was not that he could not refute his logic. It was too absurd. He did not know where to begin. See, how can it be the same? Later, Jangil, hearing about this discussion, would summarize it as follows. Wei Yeonho is lazy, so people tend to get confused, but Wei Yeonho is not dumb. His tongue is the best of all time. If you convince him with words, he will beat you with words. If you convince him with a sword, he will beat you with a stick. But, unfortunately, Zhou Haiyan did not know Wei Yeonho well. The fact that Wei Yeonho's father was Wei Zhonghan made things worse. Had Zhou Haiyan been able to predict that Wei Yeonho, the son of Wei Zhonghan and brother of Wei Sanho, was completely useless, he would have already ascended to immortality. Wei Yeonho shook his head. Great Master Bodhidharma and Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng created their martial arts by themselves. See, true. Although it is a little uncomfortable to mention it, Heavenly Demon also created his martial arts by himself. 3 of the greatest people of all time created their martial arts for themselves. Should not we seriously reflect on that? Perhaps we are wrong. The teacher teaches and the disciple learns, but the disciples never surpass their teachers. What do you say? The disciples do not surpass their teachers. Have you never heard of the disciple surpassing the teacher? Is there anyone in the Wudong sect who has surpassed Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng? No. Even if there were, he would not dare say it. If someone in the Wudong sect said, I have overcome Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng, he would be attacked by 7 swordsmen and his body would split in 2. There are disciples, but no one surpasses his teacher. Then, something is wrong. Great Master Sanfeng and Grandmaster Bodhidharma had already mastered other martial arts before creating theirs. Where? If they learned. There must be a place where they learned. Well, Grandmaster Bodhidharma learned martial arts from the West. So Shaolin's roots are in the West. That is new. I came with a monk named Mu San. May I ask him to confirm? Zhou Haiyan was surprised and waved his hand. No. Did I say that? I do not remember. To say that the martial arts of Grandmaster Bodhidharma come from the West is something that should never be said before the monks of Shaolin. If that information leaked, the Shaolin monks would shout, so are we learning barbaric martial arts? And the Righteous Martial Alliance would go crazy. Then Grandmaster Sanfeng must also have learned martial arts somewhere. Taoist martial arts. Hua. No. Great Master Sanfeng learned completely by himself. The same applied here. Zhang Sanfeng's origin was a sensitive issue. Although Zhang Sanfeng himself said that he descended from Mount Hua, saying that in front of the Wudong sect would cause a similar situation. Then we are a branch of Mount Hua? Damn it. In the martial world, it is common for people not to call their father father. So, that is what I mean. People who never learned other martial arts created their own martial arts and reached the top, but their successors, even with teachers, cannot reach them. What is the point of having a teacher? Zhou Haiyan laughed bitterly. He had never heard anything so absurd, but to point out the error in his logic, he would have to mention the origin of Grandmaster Bodhidharma and Zhang Sanfeng. Ugh, Zhou Haiyan realized this kid was more complicated than he thought. If he prepared this logic because he did not want to teach, this boy is scary. In another way, normally, if you prepare so much, you would just teach. I do not know whether he is lazy or diligent. Zhou Haiyan squeezed his teeth. He knew what Wei Yeonho was saying, but if he went back, he would waste the name of Master of Divine Abilities. Even if he had been overcome in the discussion, Zhou Haiyan had no intention of losing in logic. Zhou Haiyan took a deep breath and spoke. Of course but the food is not coming yet. I think you asked for it a while ago. Should I just beat him to death and destroy all this? They say it is very strong, but is it not an exaggeration? Could I beat him if I attack him? Does the food not come yet? The cook has to prepare it. The cook. I just asked if the food came. But if you scream like that, I will be afraid to talk. Afraid? You. Where is the person who contradicted you a moment ago? Ugh. Joe Hyan realized the meaning of the word anger sickness at his age. Anger sickness is not a disease caused by accumulated anger. When anger is too intense, the neck becomes stiff and you have trouble talking. He wanted to grab him by the neck. But if he fought with that young man, his reputation would be ruined. While Wi Yeonho had nothing to lose. For Joe Hyan, it was not easy to turn this unfavorable battle into his favor, but Joe Hyan moved on. Listen to me well. Yes, Wi Yeonho was respectful. Even that respectful response did not sound right. Those people are geniuses who will hardly appear again. Just because Zhuge Liang created the formation of the 8 doors, you cannot ask other strategists to create similar formations. Right? Everyone has innate talents. It is sad but true. But education helps people to develop their talent to the fullest. Great Master Bodhidharma and Grandmaster Sanfeng would have reached that level with or without a teacher. But others do not. If there is someone who needs protection, there is also someone who needs help. Wi Yeonho nodded with admiration. Right. Do you understand? Besides, you have achieved great martial skills at an early age. If you share that experience, everyone will be able to reach a higher level. Everyone wins. Wi Yeonho nodded repeatedly with admiration. Why do you do that? He expected him to argue. But Wi Yeonho's reaction was strange. Joe Hyan stared at Wi Yeonho with his eyes narrowed. Are you listening? Yes. Of course. I see. Do you agree with what I say? Yes. That is right. Can it not be? Joe Hyan felt anxiety and ended the conversation. Well, I trust you will lead the classes with passion. But there is a problem. Hey, what is the problem? I will figure it out. For example, we have Peng Do-hyung in our class. Right. A descendant of the Peng family, a talented swordsman. His brother is already a great swordsman. Never mind that. If I try to teach you. Joe Hyan felt a puncture. What are you trying to say? You need to know the technique of the Immortal 8. Huh. I have never used your sword technique. How can I teach someone who uses another sword technique? It was a long battle. To teach someone in the Ian family, you need to know the technique of the Ian family. And to teach someone in the Namgung family, you need to know the technique of King's Sword. Joe Hyan had to repeat the explanation several times, containing the desire to shout. Damn. Stop it, crazy. It took him 2 hours to make Wi Yeonho understand that the goal was not to delve into individual martial arts, but to teach the general concepts of martial arts. Meanwhile, Wi Yeonho ordered food 3 times, ordered tea 4 times saying he was thirsty, and fell asleep 5 times. Then it is better to study on your own. How many times do I have to say it? You do not need to teach them individually. Just teach them the basics. So what do you learn for? Faced with the expression of Wi Yeonho, who seemed not to understand, Joe Hyan felt like crying. Whether it is better to focus on individual martial arts or to receive group training is a sensitive subject in the academy. It has its advantages and disadvantages, but as academy students tend to join in the future, people send their children to the academy. But he could not tell Wi Yeonho. In reality, learning at the academy is no better than learning at home alone. But that is life, brat. How do you always find these points? This boy is naturally stubborn. That is why he finds these points. Do you understand? Wi Yeonho tilted his head like he did not understand. Just teach them the basics and refine their technique. That is politics here. What is bothering you? Nothing bothers me. I understand what you are saying. Yes. Joe Hyan raised both hands. He was happier that he did not have to argue with this guy any more than Wi Yeonho understood. Well then. But Wi Yeonho interrupted Joe Hyan and pulled out a sheet of paper. Is it not a contract? Yes. Here it says, do not interfere with Wi Yeonho's teaching method. So I will do whatever I want. Joe Hyan looked at Wi Yeonho with amazement. Then why are we arguing so much? Why did you not do this from the beginning? Wi Yeonho smiled and looked out the window. The sun was setting. Sure. I wanted to hear your opinion. I think the class is over, so I will leave. Please send the food to my room. Bye. Wi Yeonho picked up the paper and left without looking back. Joe Hyan stared at the door Wi Yeonho had gone out, like a statue. After a while, Suk Muncho, the lead instructor, entered after confirming that Wi Yeonho was gone. Officer, the conversation. After that day, rumor began to spread that Jo Hyun, the master of divine abilities, had been drunk and destroyed the governor's office. Chapter 173. The righteous martial alliance was experiencing an unexpected crisis. Jo Hyun, the master of divine abilities, was lying in bed. It is not common for a warrior to become seriously ill. Considering Jo Hyun's age, it was a worrying situation. The concern that Jo Hyun never recovered spread. Although the righteous martial alliance had many members, no one could replace Jo Hyun. His influence on the alliance was immense. When the rumor spread that Jo Hyun, while ill, murmured nonsense like that damned one, the situation became irreversible. There was another strange incident. Gong Mujin, after visiting Jo Hyun, went out with his face covered and locked himself in his room. People tried to visit him, but he never opened the door. With these disturbing events, the righteous martial alliance was filled with tension. But the cause of all this, the lazy, Wi Yeonho opened his mouth. A sweet delicacy entered his mouth. Wi Yeonho looked up at the sky while chewing on the delicacy. This also has its charm. Spending time in his room, surrounded by warm blankets, was nice, but wallowing in an outdoor bed also had its appeal. That is good. Moreover, with Isealwa beside him, feeding him delicacies, it was even better. I should have come sooner. How long had it been since he had enjoyed such a relaxing moment? After leaving the cave, he had lived in a shelter of beggars, then went to the academy and met a woman obsessed with him, and after escaping there, suffered a lot in a ruined hospital. And during the carriage ride to here, he had faced many difficulties. He finally felt that his sufferings had been rewarded. That is why they say righteous martial alliance. Righteous martial alliance. I should have come to the Down Dragon Academy when my brother suggested it. If he had known how comfortable he was, he would not have turned him down. Now he understood why life is called a series of choices. It was a long way, but he finally arrived, so it is okay. With an unusually clear sky, Wi Yeonho closed his eyes, hugging the blankets. Is it not too much? Unfortunately, Wi Yeonho's students were not looking at Wi Yeonho with good eyes. We have endured because the officer guaranteed it. But after 7 days, what have we learned? It looks young, but I have tried to endure. Ian Hyo sighed at public opinion turning negative. It is understandable. Humans always yearn for rest and fun. It is not easy to enjoy learning all the time. Everyone has felt the need to take a break during classes, but that only lasts a couple of days. This is a special place. The Academy of the Down Dragon. It is not a place where people are forced to come, not a place where they are forced to train. Even if parents force them to come, unmotivated students are eliminated quickly, and the students here are the best of the Academy of the Down Dragon. Spending 7 days for them was unacceptable. While they were wasting time, other students were improving their skills. At first, they enjoyed total freedom, playing as if the world were going to end. But as the days passed, anxiety began to fill their hearts. But, cool, the instructor was sleeping in a bed for 7 days. They thought he would stop doing it. They thought someone who had nothing else to do that this class could not keep playing for long. But they were completely wrong. Wi Yeonho was someone who could sleep all year. Even the officer came, and yet he does this. Others did not know, but Pung Do Hyong and Ian Hyo knew why the officer was ill. Anger sickness. The price of getting involved in something that should not have been high. And who are those people that bother me? Ian Hyo sighed deeply. They are Isealwa, the disciple of Grand Master Gong Mujin, and Mu San, the disciple of Shaolin's abbot. He wanted to say it. He wanted to say a lot. But it was better not to say anything. The more he saw them, the more certain he was that he should not get involved with Wi Yeonho. Isealwa, who had been shy at first, was now feeding Wi Yeonho with delicacies with an unexpressive expression, like she does not care that a lot of people are watching her. And Mu San, whoosh. It was a beautiful sound, a cheerful and pleasant sound, as if a sharp sword cut silk. Everyone would be surprised to know that it was the sound of light martial arts. And they would be even more surprised to know that it was the motionless method of diamond, though not perfect, one of the best techniques of light martial arts. But, here it is. Mu San, landing cleanly on the ground, gave a delicacy to Isealwa. Thank you for your work. You are welcome, Amida, but no one would be surprised to learn that technique was used to buy delicacies quickly. They will be desperate. Mu-san, who had been a pure monk at first, had become a supplier of fresh delicacies. Huh. Ian Hyo shook his head when he saw the scene. Both people had a high social position and were leaders of the future martial world. How did they end up like this? Mu-san was always next to Wi Yeonho, but Ian Hyo did not understand why Isielwa was there, knowing Gong Mujin was watching. Oh, Grandmaster Gong locked himself in. Seeing that Gong Mujin had shut himself down after visiting Jo Hyun, it was obvious what had happened. Even though Ian Hyo suspected it, he could only keep it to himself. No one would believe it if he said so. Damn, I need to talk to him. That is why they could not stop those people. Even if Ian Hyo said, "Hey, you are causing trouble. If you get caught, you will be in trouble." Sang-Wen Hong could lose his life, nobody would listen. He would be lucky if you did not call him crazy. And what will you do? Damn it. This cannot last forever. I am not here on vacation. If you are not going to teach, change my class. Do not stop me. Ian Hyo snapped his tongue. He thought everyone here had a quiet personality, but even between them, there was someone with a temper. The man who stepped forward was Wangbo Jungjul of the Wangbo family. The Wangbo family has always been known for its temper, along with the Peng family. To be precise, Hubei's Peng family has a temper, while the Wangbo family has a harsh temper. But as the evaluation went by, it seemed to be quiet, but in the end, it could not contain his temperament. He will have to learn it the hard way. Ian Hyo watched Wangbo Jungjul approach Wi Yeonho and felt sorry for him. Hey, instructor. He did not call it instructor as a sign of respect, and did not call it great teacher instructor to maintain his dignity. But Wi Yeonho did not wake up. Jungjul frowned and shouted, "You cannot sleep during class." Hearing the loud cry, Isielwa covered his ears. Mu-san frowned, and Wi Yeonho jumped. What? Is it a war? Wi Yeonho looked at Wangbo Jungjul with astonishment. As soon as his eyes met, Wangbo Jungjul shouted with a hoarse voice, "Instructor." "Yes. When will you start class?" Wi Yeonho shook his head. "It is already beginning." "Is this a class?" "Yes. Self-learning is also a class, and I have authorized it." Wi Yeonho smiled cheerfully, as if he said not to worry, but Wangbo Jungjul was not convinced. "We did not come here to study alone. Other students are getting better while we are here. What is the point of attending this class?" Wi Yeonho looked at Wangbo Jungjul with surprise. "And, do not you like self-learning?" "No. So you want me to teach you now? What is wrong? It is too shocking. Let a human want to work for himself. How is it possible? There is no need for rodeos. Either you give a class that convinces us, or you change classes. We cannot attend other classes for this class." Wi Yeonho stretched out his hand, and Isielwa quickly handed him a teapot. Wi Yeonho drank the water from a drink and looked at Wangbo Jungjul as if he had finally calmed down. "Do you really want me to teach you?" "Yes. Do others also think the same?" There was no answer, but they all nodded. Ian Hyo was in great conflict. Should I say no? Although he had enrolled in the class with the determination not to give up even in hell to strengthen himself, he had a bad feeling. It is amazing, but we must respect human diversity. I did not know people were looking for suffering. Wi Yeonho sighed and whispered something to Mu-san. Mu-san nodded and, using the method of motionless diamond, ran like a ray to some place. I am not supposed to interfere with the teaching method, but your opinion is hard to ignore. Ugh, I did not expect it. What are you saying? Wi Yeonho sat and stretched. As you want me to teach you, I must. But unfortunately, I have never taught anyone, so I can only teach what I have learned. What have you learned? At the time, Mu-san returned at an incredible speed, carrying a big backpack he did not have before. Rumble. When Mu-san placed the backpack on the ground, many stones the size of a fist came out of it. Wi Yeonho smiled. The first thing I learned from my teacher, well, Wi Yeonho kicked a stone and caught it. It is that stones hurt more than fists. Huh. Be careful. Huh. Suddenly, the stone thrown by Wi Yeonho flew at incredible speed and hit Wangbo Jungjul's forehead. Bang. Chapter 174. The sound was clear and clear. If only the sound had been heard without seeing the scene. One might have thought it was the sound of a craftsman breaking a defective piece of ceramic with a hammer deep down a mountain. In one respect, it was similar, because the forehead broke like a piece of ceramics. Keck. The pain is contagious. Observing unimaginable pain is not as terrible as you think. The most terrible thing is to observe an imaginable pain. At the time when the stone thrown by Wi Yeonho hit Wangbo Jungjul's forehead, all those watching lifted their hands to cover their foreheads. Oh my god. Heek. They felt as if the stone that had struck Wangbo Jungjul's forehead had struck theirs. Everyone trembled. Why does it not break? It should have broken by now. Everyone looked at Wangbo Jungjul with his eyes wide open. And in that moment, Wangbo Jungjul screamed as if his throat were being pulled out. His forehead grabbed and rolled on the floor. The cry was so heartbreaking that everyone looked away. Yeonho looked at the scene with an expression of resignation and snapped his tongue. I should have considered who he was up against. If Wangbo Jungjul had known who Wi Yeonho was, he would not have done that. But unfortunately, he did not know, and Wi Yeonho was too mysterious to be understood by his appearance and actions. Although it cannot be said that Wangbo Jungjul deserves no sympathy. To whom to blame? Peng Dohyong nodded with an expression of disgust. Even for them, who had trained in martial arts and considered a knife in the body to be like a thorn in the harvest, Wangbo Jungjul's blow was excessive. In fact, taking such a blunt blow is not easy. Wi Yeonho shook his head towards Wangbo Jungjul, who was rolling on the floor, and said with pity, "Does it hurt a lot?" You should have dodged it." Yeonho hit his chest. "That only you could do it. If you throw a stone at that distance, only a madman would try to dodge it. He would already be an expert and occupy a position in the righteous martial alliance. Then why are you here?" If he asked for a position now, he could easily get a high-ranking position. Wi Yeonho poked the shoulder of Wangbo Jungjul, who was rolling on the ground. "I am sorry, but I cannot do anything. My teacher said the more pain you suffer, the stronger you become. If you survive, it is experience and skill." Wangbo Jungjul, with an expression of unbearable pain, tried to say something, but the pain was too intense, and he could only groan. "I know it sounds absurd. In fact, I also said it was absurd, and I was beaten several times. But what can I do? That is all I learned." Wi Yeonho stretched out his hand and took another stone from the ground. And my teacher also said this. Do not turn away your gaze from pain. The enemy will not worry about your pain, but will take advantage of your weakness. Understand? Really? Bang. There are people who do what seems impossible. Unfortunately, Wangbo Jungjul did not know, and the price was terrible. A stone that had flown out hit Wangbo Jungjul, who was unconscious and foaming. The stone bounced several times on the ground before stopping slowly. Gulp. The sound of someone swallowing saliva resonated in the silent training ground. What did I just see? Yu Huishan of the Yu family of Shandong murmured with amazement. Even Yu Huishan, who was strong enough to face Wangbo Jungjul, was at a disadvantage. In fact, it was half a step back from Wangbo Jungjul. He was a child prodigy in Shandong, a descendant of the Yu family. Wangbo Jungjul, who was as strong as him, had lost consciousness after 2 stone blows, and it was soaked in foam. We are the same age. He did not hesitate. He thought Zhou Haiyan, the master of divine abilities, would not pick someone at random as an instructor. So this guy must have something special, something that would benefit everyone. But he never thought it was brute force. He thought he was a strategist because he fit Zhou Haiyan. How is this situation described? It is like watching a scholar pull a thick book out of his sleeve and beat a thief to death. Wi Yeonho's head turned slightly back. If I think about it, everyone agreed with the training. Whoosh. A cold wind blew into the training ground. Nobody opened their mouths. As you can see, the training method is a little rough, but it is effective, so let us train. I usually do not do this, but as I get paid, and you want it, I feel a little uncomfortable lying down all the time. He had had enough rest. As Wi Yeonho stretched out, someone raised his hand. Wi Yeonho smiled at the person who had raised his hand. He knew him. How long? What is going on? It was Yeonho. Yeonho's expression was slightly distorted. They had been together for 7 days. They had been in this training ground for 10 days, but he said how long. It means he did not even know he was there. How little he cared about the students. He felt resentment and anger, but it was not time to argue. He was Yeonho of the Jinju Ian family. He had come here with the determination to endure anything to strengthen himself. Yeonho clenched his fists and shouted with a voice that seemed to kill. Can we not cancel? A cold wind blew through the training ground. What happened? He says he entered Luoyang. The second prince asked with amazement. Luoyang? What is so important about that? The governor of Luoyang has requested an identity check. Someone who possesses the chief inspector's golden sword has entered Luoyang and wants to verify whether he is a true secret inspector. Yes. The second prince lay down on the bed and responded with indifference. As I gave him the golden sword myself, if he is a young man, treat him with respect due to a secret inspector. Although he did not want to. The second prince looked up at the ceiling with an expression of suffering, despite his serious voice. To think that Wi Yeonho was living luxuriously using his name made him uncomfortable. It was weird. Just by bringing the governor of Wuhan to his side, the golden sword had already been worth it. He did not expect Wi Yeonho to do anything political, but he exceeded his expectations and got a big profit. Considering the political influence of the governor of Wuhan, bringing him to his side was far more valuable than making a great fortune. Then he should be happy. Why am I so upset? Ugh. The second prince felt that his contradictory feelings were unpleasant. The second prince, who was proud of never having lost objectivity in evaluating someone, felt uneasy every time Wi Yeonho was mentioned. It should not be like that. After sighing and calming, the second prince was about to order the governor of Luoyang to take care of Wi Yeonho as his own son, when the reporting officer said with discomfort, "If he is really a secret inspector." He also said this. Wait. He did not want to hear it. He did not know what he would say. But Wi Yeonho's personality and the officer's uncomfortable expression told him it was not a good thing for him. But he could not ignore it. Who? The second prince nodded slowly after preparing himself mentally. When he got permission, the officer spoke. If you are a secret inspector, ask for compensation. Compensation. The secret inspector destroyed the gate of the city of Luoyang, damaged several buildings, and destroyed the wall of the Righteous Martial Alliance. It seems that the Righteous Martial Alliance solved it by itself, but the governor of Luoyang says that the chief inspector's office must pay for the repair of the city gate and buildings. Then, second prince raised a hand to stop him. He destroyed. Yes. He could not understand the situation. What had happened to destroy the city gate? No. Is it possible that an individual destroyed the city gate? It is the gate of the city to defend itself against enemies. And, is there more? Is there more? The officer nodded with discomfort. The governor of Luoyang says that the secret inspector drew his golden sword in front of the guards and announced his arrival. So his appearance has spread throughout the city. Regardless of his ability, as his identity has already been revealed, would it not be better to recover the sacred insignia and name a new secret inspector? Moon Yuan. Yes. Chief Inspector. Call Moon Yuan. Right now? Chief. It is 3 o'clock in the morning. It is too late. No matter the time, call him right now. Yes. I will go right now. When the officer rushed out, the second prince threw himself into bed and shook his arms and legs. Oh, I will die because of that guy. Oh, he was so angry. He seemed to be throwing up fire. Even if it causes problems, it must be something that can be solved. What is it supposed to do with the sacred insignia that he gave her to use in secret? Besides, he gave it to Wi Yeonho. A man has dignity. It is not something that can be easily recovered. I need a solution. He did not know what trouble it would cause if he left it like that. Second prince decided to send someone to stop or watch Wi Yeonho. Is there anyone? Yes. Chief. Prepare the carriage. I will visit the emperor at dawn. The second prince finally took action. Chapter 175. What happened? The man frowned deeply. He had not heard wrong. His ear was sharp. He simply could not believe what he had heard, for he had never imagined it. Did you say the secret book is being sold everywhere? That is right. The man's eyes trembled. Explain to me exactly what is going on. When the voice of the man became more intense, his subordinate, sweating cold, began to explain the situation. After hearing everything, the man asked with a grim voice. So, the secret book is being sold as hot bread in front of the Righteous Martial Alliance door. That is right. No. What? The plan was meticulous, and you could say that all possible variables were within his calculations. It is inevitable that variables arise in a company of this magnitude. Instead of trying to control variables, man focused on creating a system that could respond to any variable. But this was a situation he had never considered. Who in his right mind would sell such a precious secret book everywhere? It was illogical. Then, the subordinate lowered his head deeply. He swore that he had never seen this man stutter. That meant he was very surprised. Ha! I am speechless. The man grabbed his head and shook it. Although there were many variables, he had never imagined meeting such an absurd variable. There are crazy people in the world, and there are people with great martial skills. But what if that crazy person is also strong? And why did that person get the secret book? Even if someone was manipulating things secretly, this situation would not be so dramatic. Did you say his name is Wi Yeonho? That is right. Wi Yeonho. Wi Yeonho. The man felt a bad feeling. The affairs of his brothers, and his own, began to become strange because of Wi Yeonho. It was as if heaven had sent Wi Yeonho into the world to ruin his plans. That is why I tried to avoid it. The man did not believe in fate, but it was undeniable that Wi Yeonho was ruining his plans. The man nodded slowly. Wi Yeonho. Wi Yeonho. Well, if so, there is no other choice. If I cannot help it, I will have to destroy it. A firm determination appeared in the man's eyes. He knew that doubting at this time would be harmful. Did you say the secret book has spread all over Central Plains? Yes, it is. The man murmured. Originally, he planned to lead the secret book to the most powerful person he could reach. What was happening was completely the opposite of his plan. But if I think about it, it is not so bad. The man touched his chin. If he moved away from the shock that his plan had been completely ruined, the situation was not so bad. It was difficult to handle things in secret, but the scope of the matter had increased. How interesting. That is why the martial world is fun. Still, he could not help thinking that the result of things depends on heaven, no matter how much effort is made. As the proverb says, planning depends on man. Success depends on heaven. The man got up with a soft smile. But my father could even subdue the trials of heaven with his sword. There was no one else to discuss this with. The man went to see his father in the garden. Even after hearing everything, the old man did not respond. He simply caressed the flowers. Although he did not receive an answer, the man could not urge him. The old man seemed so natural looking after the garden that he did not want to interrupt it. As if he were admiring a painting, the man was absorbed by the garden scene and the old man. Is that so? Yes, father. The answer came a little late. The old man turned his head and looked at the man with a warm expression. He then walked towards a pavilion in a corner of the garden. The man followed the old man in silence. Sit down. Yes. When the man sat down, the old man took out a set of tea and began to boil water. The old man prepared the tea. In silence, and the man observed in silence. The old man offered tea to the man and spoke. Chrysanthemum tea. Thank you. Sniff. The man smelled the tea obediently. A soft and fragrant aroma filled his nose. It was not as good as high-quality tea that intoxicates people with its strong aroma, but it had a comforting feeling. The old man turned his head and looked into the sky. A blue sky without a single cloud entered his eyes. Longjing, Bilyuakun, Shueya. I have had a lot of teas, but none is as good as the chrysanthemum I grow and dry myself. Do you know why? Son, I still cannot understand its meaning. The old man smiled. Because I did it myself. If you have power, wealth, and authority, it is not difficult to obtain high-quality tea. But that tea does not impress me. When I sow the seeds myself, I feed them myself, I prune them myself, and then I reap and dry the chrysanthemum flowers with care. My effort is reflected in them. Then, the aroma and flavor will be deeper. The man nodded as if he understood. Everything is the same. If you want to get really good results, you have to do it yourself. In the process, you will experience many mistakes. It is by overcoming those mistakes that we live. I will keep that in mind. The old man nodded with a warm expression. It has been a long time since that day. The world has forgotten the Infinity Sword Clan, also known as the 10,000 Sword Clan, and we are only remembered as legends. We must show the world that the spirit of Infinity Sword still lives. I have not forgotten. The old man slapped the man on the shoulder. I trust you, father. With you behind me, what could I fear? The world will remember the name of the Infinity Sword. That is the way it should be. The elder nodded with satisfaction and continued. I heard that your brothers are going through difficulties. Yes, I gave them different tasks, not to compete for succession, but to work efficiently in their respective positions. But knowing that your brothers were going through difficulties, you simply watched them. The man's body trembled. The man quickly bowed. I was short-sighted. Even if it was not true, if your father said so, it was true. Even if it was not true, it became true. Hui Ming. Yes, father. I called you Hui Ming because I wanted you to get our lost name back. Yes, I have not forgotten. Do not embarrass me. Hui Ming. Bai Hui Ming lowered his head and replied, I will record your words in my heart. Baek Homyeong's body rose slowly. Baek Homyeong looked at his father with surprise. He had not moved a finger. The old man had lifted him up using martial arts. Baek Homyeong was also strong enough to be among the best in the martial world. Being able to move someone like that without touching him was impossible without reaching a divine level. Baek Homyeong looked at the old man with confidence. Did you say Wi Yeonho? Yes, it is. The Wei family. The old man closed his eyes. He was born thinking, and then slowly opened his eyes. It is not yet time to reveal ourselves. Yes. Baek Homyeong licked his lips, a little disappointed. In his opinion, Wi Yeonho should not be ignored. When an age of chaos comes, a hero always appears. And Wi Yeonho had a high probability of becoming that hero. Just to see how he was connected to them. He seemed predestined. But the old man's words were absolute. If the old man did not want to reveal himself, he had to obey. So far, Baek Homyeong suddenly lifted his head. He had understood the meaning of the old man's words. You said that in those days, he broke the sky with his sword. I thought it was an exaggeration. But now that I have come this far, I know it was not a lie. Then, Baek Huiming's body trembled. The old man smiled softly. How could I say that I have reached its level? Its level was so high and deep. But now I understand where it was. Looking. With that, no one in the world can stop the infinity sword. Congratulations, father. The old man smiled softly. It is time to reveal our name to the world. Accelerate your plans. Tell others to prepare to raise the flag of infinity sword. Yes, father. And Baek Homyeong waited anxiously for the following words from his father. That boy, Wi Yeonho, will be an obstacle for us. If we ignore that nuisance, we will end up losing much more. I agree. Delete it. Yes. Baek Homyeong felt as if a weight had risen from his chest. His father, of course, knew what he knew. It is good to be meticulous, but sometimes you lack decision. If you draw the sword, do not hesitate. I will keep that in mind. Father, go away. When Baek Homyeong retired in silence, the old man sat in the pavilion and looked into the sky. It is time for them to pay for their crimes. Is not it, honey? The eyes of the old man, who had always been soft, showed a slight hatred. The flames of hatred in his eyes began to burn, as if they were to envelope the world. Chapter 176. Where did it all go wrong? Ian Hyo was reflecting on the origin of the current situation. Should I have stopped Wangbo Jungjul, or shouldn't I have applied for the new class? But no matter how many times he thought about it, the conclusion was the same. If he could return to the past, he would have fled without looking back the moment he met Wi Yeonho. His decision to approach him because of his friendship with Plum Blossom Sword Spirit was his biggest mistake. That is why he was suffering from this situation. Swish. A sound tore the air. Only when you heard it would you think that someone had fired a powerful arrow. But surprisingly, the sound came from a small stone the size of a child's fist. It is absurd for a stone to produce such a sound, but Ian Hyo could not laugh, because that stone, which sounded like an arrow fired by an expert archer with all his inner energy, aimed at his face. Aeoeoa. Ian Hyo screamed desperately as he twisted. If it hit him head-on, his mother would not recognize him when he returned home. Probably the second option, but 10,000 times more likely. The stone, thrown with great force, grazed Ian Hyo's face by little. Air pressure made his skin tremble. Bang! The outer wall of the training camp exploded as if it had received the impact of a projectile. Ha! Ian Hyo laughed. He could not help but laugh. A stone strong enough to destroy a wall of solid bricks was thrown into someone's face. How could he not laugh? If he had hit him? No, he did not need to think about it. Qualuk. Someone was hit by the stone and flew out like a frog hit by a slingshot. Was it Yoongjin Ian, that guy? Yoongjin Ian, who had seen the sky, would be different. Ian Hyo looked back at the chaos at the training camp. Save me. Please. What a madman this class suggested. Fortunately, Wangbo Jungjul had already received 2 stones and had lost consciousness. If he were conscious, he would have been beaten by other students. Ian Hyo's gaze went to the stand. Wi Yeonho was lying on the bed, with a sweet in his mouth, throwing and catching stones with one hand. Munch munch. Seeing that he was still eating, Ian Hyo felt a growing anger. Now. Bang. When the stone Wi Yeonho had thrown hit a student against the wall, Ian Hyo's anger suddenly calmed down. So much so that he thought, people can be so calm. His anger control disorder was being forcibly treated. Wi Yeonho said with an expression of discontent. Since everyone is so far away, I have to use a lot of force. If they got closer, it would be easier for everyone. It would be more realistic to ask them to stick their heads in the mouth of a cannon or in the mouth of a tiger. If someone is throwing deadly stones, who would approach? As if they agreed with Ian Hyo, they were all stuck to the outer wall of the training camp, with no intention of getting close. The fact that no one fled the training camp was brave enough. Half of the students had already disappeared. Half of the remaining ones were on the ground, and the other half had been thrown somewhere. When Wi Yeonho stretched out his hand again, Muzin, who was watching, handed him a stone. Wait. Ian Hyo screamed desperately. Yes. Wi Yeonho stopped his hand at Ian Hyo's protest. If he had followed, the stone would have thrown someone else into heaven. His body trembled. What kind of training is this? Swipe stones. I did not ask you that. What is the point? Serve. Wi Yeonho rebuked Ian Hyo, who did not understand. Well, it works. But I think there are many better, more effective, and safer training methods. Why do we have to do this? This is all I know. Ian Hyo ran out of words and looked at Wi Yeonho with a silly expression. That is why I said study alone. Right. But those who could not stand it and asked for training were now on the ground, unconscious and drooling. But it was you who asked for training. I am lazy, but I know I must work when necessary. Wi Yeonho knew that if he tried to take the money effortlessly, he was a thief. And this is really effective. I have a question. Yes. If you say that is the only technique you know, does that mean you did this training too? Yes. How long did you do it? Wi Yeonho's expression became serious. Thinking about it, it was not easy to determine the exact time. I think I was beaten for 2 years. Ian Hyo's expression turned to amazement. Was it wrong to hit people with stones for 2 years, or was it wrong to survive that? Survive? Suddenly, he felt that he had discovered the reason why Wi Yeonho was strange. And we will also have to do this for 2 years. Well, how much do you want to improve? Then, after a couple of months, you will get a little better. Later, you will jump 3 meters when you feel something coming in while you sleep. If you get to that level, no one will hit you. Ian Hyo felt deep sadness as he looked at Wi Yeonho. Wi Yeonho had done this for 2 years. That is why he was so strong. Unlike Wi Yeonho, who had faced nearly 100 students, his teacher had only beaten him for 2 years. He is a great teacher. His anger calmed down a bit. Just a little more. There is not much time left. Wi Yeonho looked at the setting sun and took another stone. Be careful. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Your words and actions do not match. Crazy. Ian Hyo twisted desperately as he saw the stone approaching. Good job. Wi Yeonho waved with his hand. When the sun set, Wi Yeonho rose suddenly. Iseulwa picked up the sweets Wi Yeonho had left, and Muzin collected the stones from the ground using the motionless method of diamond. If Shaolin's elders knew that their technique was used to collect stones, they would be furious. But fortunately, there was no Shaolin instructor at the Academy of the Down Dragon. The class will start in time tomorrow. Wi Yeonho said that, and left the training camp. What happened? Ian Hyo shivered at the students moaning on the floor. In one day, more than half of the students were seriously injured. Ian Hyo was lucky not to have been beaten, but if he had been, he would have been in the same situation. Do we have to do this for 2 more months? Hyung. Yes. Peng Do-hyung approached Ian Hyo limping. He had probably been hit in the leg. Gong Hyung and Choi Hyung resigned. Really? Ian Hyo, who had just thought of quitting, looked at Peng Do-hyung with surprise. Does this training make sense? I do not know. Being honest, if it does not work, it is even more strange. Academy theory and combat have no risk of injury. Therefore, tension tends to decrease. But Wi Yeonho's blows were scary enough to simulate a real battle. Then it will definitely work, but we could get sick or die sooner. He wanted to flee, but felt unjust and hurt in his pride. Do-hyung. Yes, Hyung. Before we applied for class, did we not promise to strengthen ourselves regardless of humiliation or suffering? An expression of confusion appeared on Peng Do-hyung's face. Hyung. Wi Yeonho said he had been strengthened this way. If we continue this training, we will become much stronger. He was not sure, though. But Hyung, we will become invalids before. Humph, Ian Hyo said with anger. In the martial world, weakness is worse than being an invalid. I will become strong even if I lose my limbs. Have not you seen what it means to be strong? Pung Do-hyung nodded slowly. He remembered the image of Wi Yeonho defeating the ghost and sword demons, who even the spirit of the sword of the plum flower and others could not defeat without risking their lives. Ian Hyo stated, I will do anything to strengthen myself. If I leave this and the others become stronger than me, I will have nightmares all my life. And the students of the academy, I know, will not give up this training. Right, Hyung? Let us do it. Yes. The eyes of Ian Hyo and Pung Do-hyung burned with determination. The next day, Pung Do-hyung looked at Ian Hyo with a strange expression. Ian Hyo avoided Pung Do-hyung's gaze with an uncomfortable expression. When Wi Yeonho took the stand, he frowned and looked at Ian Hyo. There are many absent today. Only 5. They are not absent, crazy. They quit. Only 5 people were at the big training camp. Almost 100 students had been here yesterday, but they had all resigned and fled. Although we are not many, we must continue training. Wi Yeonho picked up a stone and smiled. They have determination. My teacher said that people with determination become strong. Or, wait, did I just hear, or will you die first? We begin. Wi Yeonho started throwing and catching stones. Hyung. When Pung Do-hyung screamed anxiously, Ian Hyo smiled. The comrades of the Academy of the Down Dragon with determination. The stones thrown by Wi Yeonho began to fly towards Ian Hyo at an incredible speed. Damn. Whoosh. Chapter 177. Officer. Officer. Open the door, please. Ugh. Jo Hyun, the master of divine abilities, sighed deeply when he heard the desperate screams from outside. Seeing Suk Muncho, the main instructor of the Academy of the Aglow Dragon, coming from the morning, it was obvious why he was looking for him. The problem was Jo Hyun did not want to know. So if Suk Muncho mentioned Wi Yeonho, he would want to kick him out of the building. Ugh. But he could not ignore it either. He was partly responsible for Wi Yeonho's actions. It was his fault for assigning him the position of instructor without fully understanding his personality and giving him immunity. Finally, Jo Hyun got up with difficulty. The cold towel on his forehead fell to the ground. Wei. As he got up, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, as if he had swallowed hot needles. The doctor had told him that he had an ulcer and that he should rest. It is anger sickness. It is full of repressed anger. I have been a doctor for 40 years, but I have never seen such a serious anger sickness. Did the members of the demon sect threaten you? The demonic cult is something. At least, even if they were ignorant and violent, they were not cunning. Confronting the 10 elders of the demonic sect simultaneously would be better for their mental health. What kind of suffering is this at the end of my life? Jo Hyun felt a growing anger toward Wi Yeonho and Wei Jonghan, who had begotten him. Anger caused him stomach pain, and stomach pain caused him more anger, in a vicious circle. Ugh. Jo Hyun, showing his frustration, approached the door and opened it. Suk Muncho, with a stunned expression, was looking at him. Officer, what is all this? Jo Hyun's gaze turned to the rolls that Suk Muncho carried in his arms. Requests for class cancellation and petitions. Jo Hyun closed his eyes tightly. Only with those words, it was obvious what was happening. First, come in. When Jo Hyun went to the tea table, Suk Muncho followed him without strength and sat down. He had no strength to make more tea. He served him the tea he was drinking, and Suk Muncho, thirsty, drank it in one gulp and extended the cup again. Drip, drip, drip. Although it looked like a drinking scene, he ignored it and spoke. What kind? Do not you know? And the petitions? Do not you know? Right. I believe this is the first time that students of the Aglow Dragon Academy have filed petitions since its opening. Well, Wi Yeonho, has not he done anything yet? I wish it were like that. Huh, what does that mean? When Jo Hyun showed his confusion, Suk Muncho began to explain with an uncomfortable expression. The students asked for training, so Wi Yeonho started training. Really? Jo Hyun was happy and said, is not that good news? Good news. Jo Hyun was neither foolish nor naive. Seeing Suk Muncho's distorted expression, he immediately knew something was wrong. Especially if Wi Yeonho was involved, something bad was normal. He gathered the students at the training camp and began throwing stones. He told them to dodge them. The first thing he thought was that it was a very primitive method of training. But that should not be a problem. What do you mean? 20 bruises, 12 fractures, 7 complex fractures. All these students were taken to the infirmary. Now they are causing trouble, saying they will protest this unfair treatment. Where do you think these petitions come from? Jo Hyun looked away from the petitions Suk Muncho had put on the table. What did Wi Yeonho say? I told him that many students were injured and that he should be moderated, but, Suk Muncho sighed and said, he said that the youths of now are weak, that in his day they received hundreds of blows a day and continued well. He seemed to be 100 years old. Heek. Jo Hyun grabbed his stomach. Oh, officer. Medicine. Yes. Medicine, next to the bed. Medicine. Suk Muncho rose suddenly, ran to the bed, took a cup of medicine and returned. Jo Hyun drank the medicine that Suk Muncho had given him and finally calmed down and sat down again. When Jo Hyun seemed to calm down, Suk Muncho said with discomfort, he is going to kill all the students. How many are left? Including Ian Hyo and Pung Do Hyong. There are about 10 left. Some have not come to class for days. 90 students have applied for a change of class. Jo Hyun turned his head and looked out the window. Yes, of course. Life is not that easy. He had felt that his life had been too easy until now. I should have lived an easy life to meet that guy at the end of my life. Jo Hyun covered his face. Even so, what crime had he committed for heaven to send that guy? There is another problem. Another one. Yes. To change class, you need the seal of the previous instructor. But Instructor Wei refuses to allow it. Why again? It is just. Suk Muncho seemed to doubt whether he should say it or not, and then sighed and said, it says that the contract states that you must receive 1 ounce of gold per student, and that if you allow them to change classes, you will only win 10 ounces of gold. Crack. That expensive thing. Jo Hyun's hand shattered the expensive rosewood table as if it were paper. What kind of person is he? He is winning thousands of ounces of gold, but he refuses to let the students go for 90 ounces of gold. It is not just 90 ounces. Looks like he has lost his sense of money by handling thousands of ounces of gold while checking documents. 90 ounces of gold is not a dog name. Wi Yeonho. If I see Wi Yeonho, I will cook him. The anger toward the son was moving to the father. What do I do? Phew. My stomach. When Jo Hyun grabbed his chest again, Suk Muncho wiped the tears from his eyes. I never thought I would see the officer like this. Even when the leader of the demonic cult was chasing him, he laughed and said, it looks like my life is over. Fortunately, I do not regret it. If Sima Chance had not arrived with reinforcements, he would have been killed. The person who remained calm in the face of death was now screaming for a child. Is there no way to stop it? If you ask me that, yes, it is my problem. Jo Hyun sat in the chair with resignation. Wi Yeonho. Where is Wi Yeonho? Your son is causing trouble, but where is that carefree man? Although Suk Muncho had heard Jo Hyun say a few days ago, his children are like dragons. Wi Yeonho, you can play chess at home. Ha 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 ha. He tried to forget that memory. Remembering that his superior had said 2 different things was not good, especially if that superior was Jo Hyun. At that moment, a low voice rang from the outside. Officer, come back later. I am busy, but it is something you ordered. Jo Hyun frowned when he heard the voice from outside. What is it? Wei Zhonghan's Wei family group has reached the main entrance. Bang! Before the sentence was finished, the door flew and Jo Hyun disappeared. There are problems. Suk Muncho murmured with amazement among the flying papers. The Righteous Martial Alliance. How long? Wei Zhonghan looked at the Righteous Martial Alliance with emotion. But has it always been so boisterous? He was concerned that there were more people in the tent in front of the main entrance than in the entrance itself. What is going on? When Wei Zhonghan showed interest in the tent, Han Senga rebuked him. Are you interested in other things when your son is here? Ah, you are the guy who abandoned his children to wander the world. How could you be interested in your son? I have committed a great sin, Senga. Wei Zhonghan wiped his eyes when he realized that he had cursed again. When will this torture end? Will I ever be able to escape? It is very busy. It seems that the verification of identity is very strict. When Wei Sanho frowned at the long line in front of the main entrance, Wei Zhonghan smiled. Do not worry. It is me, the leader of the Wei family, the close friend of the leader and officer. It seems that they do not know my status. If I say who I am, the officer will run. Look at him. Wei Zhonghan, after saying that, passed the line and approached a guard. Father. Wei Sanho reached out with amazement, but Wei Zhonghan was already secretly talking to the guard. After speaking for a while, Wei Zhonghan bowed his head and returned. It may be, father. That is who you are. Status. Status. While he received consolation from Wei Sanho and reprimands from Han Sanga, Wei Zhonghan looked up to heaven. When did I become so insignificant? Even after revealing his name and title, he was told to join the line. Although he had not appeared much in the martial world recently, he used to be able to pass anywhere by just mentioning his title. Wei Zhonghan was saddened by the changing world and the title he had lost his power. But at that moment, Wei Jianghan. Oh, Wei Zhonghan turned his head quickly. Someone was running toward him from the main entrance. Huh. Oh, officer. Zhou Haiyan, with a white cloth on his forehead, ran to him barefoot. Guards were paralyzed by surprise. See you, brat. Wei Zhonghan's shoulders widened. It had only been a phrase, but the officer really came barefoot. Wei Zhonghan felt that tears were going away for that warm welcome. I will give my life for martial justice and the righteous martial alliance. Wei Zhonghan extended his trembling arms to receive Zhou Haiyan. A long time without seeing us, officer. And in that moment, Wei Sanho's mouth opened more than he had ever seen to watch Zhou Haiyan jump and hit Wei Zhonghan's face. Chapter 178. Quiakayawiak. It was a scream as if he was being slaughtered. Wei Zhonghan, who had been hit in the face, shouted and flew back. Thud. Wei Sanho muttered to himself at the scene. Is this real? It was too unreal a scene to be real. The master of divine abilities, Zhou Haiyan, the officer of the righteous martial alliance, had lost control, unbuttoning his clothes and running barefoot to beat his father. Since his cheek hurt, it seemed like it was not a dream. Oh, officer. Wei Zhonghan could not believe what was going on either, so he hit his cheek a couple of times. Did you need that confirmation after you shouted from the hit? Wei Zhonghan. No, officer. What? Ha 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 ha. Wei Jianghan. Zhou Haiyan ran to Wei Zhonghan and grabbed him by the neck. What are you doing? Even though he was a flawed husband, he was still her husband. Han Sanga, seeing her husband being beaten, shouted at Zhou Haiyan with angry eyes. But, damn idiot. It is said that you must cultivate yourself before you rule the country and pacify the world. What have you been doing outside so that your family is in this state? Han Sanga, who was about to yell at Zhou Haiyan to turn away from her husband, nodded unintentionally when she heard Zhou Haiyan's words. You are right. Although she thought, what is wrong with my family? Zhou Haiyan was scolding Wei Zhonghan for not caring about his family. Mother, why are you on his side when your father is being beaten? What are you saying, officer? Wei Zhonghan, who had received a blow without understanding anything, looked at Zhou Haiyan with disbelief. It is understandable. Do you even know what your son is doing at the academy? Oh, all of a sudden, he got it. Yeonho had done something. It has not changed, that guy. Although enough time had passed for the world to change, his dear son seemed to remain the same. A son so adorable he wanted to bite him. Until he bled. Please calm down. Calm down. There are a lot of people watching, officer. Zhou Haiyan looked around. Many people were looking at Zhou Haiyan and Wei Zhonghan with their eyes wide open. Zhou Haiyan, feeling ashamed, released Wei Zhonghan's neck and stepped back. The conversation they were going to have was not something that others should listen to. Enter first. At this point, pretending to be serious will not do any good. When Zhou Haiyan came in coughing, Wei Zhonghan and the others followed him. Of course, there was no inspection. They entered without inspection. Wei Zhonghan, feeling that his father's dignity had disappeared, looked to heaven. The sky was unusually cloudy and hazy. Zhou Haiyan, after fixing his clothes, went to the reception room to welcome Wei Zhonghan and his group. What a group! He had not noticed before, but now he realized that the group was a strange combination. Wei Zhonghan, Wei Sanho, and Han Sanga were fine. No wonder a family traveled together. But Jangil's presence made the combination strange. Why was the beggar sect beggar with them? Besides, and that young woman. The woman Zhou Haiyan looked at, smiled, and replied, Nice to meet you. I am Mo Sana, the manager of the Hao clan branch in Kaifeng. Mo. If it was the Mo family and the Hao clan branch in Kaifeng, There was no need to ask any more. When Zhou Haiyan stared at her, Wei Zhonghan shook his head as if he were asking why. He has brought the daughter of the Hao clan leader to the righteous martial alliance. That useless one who only chases demons. Sort of the righteous hero. The hero of this age who sought justice, acted with justice and fought against the demonic cult without hesitation, was being degraded to a useless one. Then that must be Pal Bai. I never imagined that the man who was the shadow of the Hao clan leader would enter the office of the righteous martial alliance officer. Thanks to the Wei family, he is having a lot of strange experiences. Zhou Haiyan knew it was his fault for not having investigated their identities before letting them in, but he could not help but look at Wei Zhonghan. And that young woman. Zhou Haiyan's voice trembled slightly. It is beautiful. He had seen many beautiful women as he traveled through the martial world. But the beauty of the woman in front of him overshadowed all the others he had seen. There was no need to describe her beauty in words. I am Jean Yeren. Oh, then is it you? The Holy Doctor. It is an excessive title. The title of Saint Doctor had been consolidated for Jean Yeren, who had been called Saint for healing patients in Nazan. Nazan's patients strongly opposed the title of Saint, as it did not reflect her medical skills, though they were the ones who gave her the title of Saint at first. They say she has many fanatical followers. The patients praised her almost as a goddess, not just as a doctor. Zhou Haiyan understood the reason. How could they not fall in love with someone so beautiful? Even Zhou Haiyan, who was already older and saw women as being similar to men, could not turn his gaze away. What to say about young people in hot blood? The Wei family, the Hao clan, the beggar sect, the medical saint. What destructive combination is this? He could not understand why these individual people were together. Are they all like that in the Wei family? Wei Yeonho had also brought Xiaomun Dayan, Manhwa, and Shaolin, and also the students of the Academy of the Down Dragon. That combination was also strange. Well, Zhou Haiyan's intention to say, "You have had a long journey," was interrupted by Han Sange's cry. Our Yeonho is here. Han Sange, who had been about to run out to find Wei Yeonho, finally lost her patience. After looking for her son for 5 years, she was wasting her time because of an officer. How could she not be angry? Wei Yeonho is here. Zhou Haiyan, understanding her feelings, did not rebuke her. He was afraid that if he rebuked her, Wei Yeonho would come to his office. Zhou Haiyan was known for his insight, and his insight was legendary. In his opinion, Wei Zhonghan and Wei Yeonho could not get along. He would be fortunate if they did not fight when they met. But a mother is untouchable to her son. Imagining Wei Yeonho attacking him with anger, he felt chills. I must not provoke her. Thinking that this might be the moment when the power of the martial world changed dramatically, Zhou Haiyan continued. Wei Yeonho is in the training camp of the Academy of the Down Dragon. But, at that moment, someone rose suddenly, bowed to Zhou Haiyan, and came out. Huh. Zhou Haiyan looked at the person who was leaving with disbelief. It was not Han Sange. Zhou Haiyan would have understood if Han Sange had run away, but the person who got up and ignored Zhou Haiyan to get out was Wei Sanho. I will go for a moment. Click. When the door closed, Zhou Haiyan groaned. Wei Zhonghan scratched his neck with discomfort. Sanho, as he takes great care of my son. They are very close brothers. That is right. Zhou Haiyan's face flushed. Other people would not feel this, but Wei Sanho was an exceptional talent produced by the Academy of the Down Dragon, and someone in whom the righteous martial alliance had great hopes. Before the appearance of Wei Yeonho, Wei Sanho was expected to become the best warrior of the future. Unlike Wei Yeonho, he was educated, cooperative, and quiet, a true gentleman. But Wei Sanho had gone out ignoring Zhou Haiyan, who was an important figure in the righteous martial alliance. Only hearing the name Wei Yeonho, is it a feature of the Wei family? Wei Sanho, who would lead the Wei family, who had already secured his place as the most powerful family in the future, was so obsessed with his brother. That was not a good thing. And the cause of all this was, why are you looking at me like that? Wei Zhonghan shrunk when he saw Zhou Haiyan's murderous look. But that did not last long. Fidget. Han Sange was restless, and Jean Yeren seemed anxious, tapping her thigh with her fingers. Right. Zhou Haiyan sighed deeply. It was Zhou Haiyan's fault. They had come a long way to see Wei Yeonho. How would they feel to be held in the officer's office? Especially Han Sange, who had not seen her son for 5 years. It was not strange that she was anxious. I was a fool. It seems that his judgment had been clouded by the previous incident. Yeah, it is Wi Yeonho's fault. What is the fault of those who came to see his family after 5 years of being held here? Courtesy depends on the situation. Jo Hyun, realizing that he had been discourteous in not considering the situation of those who had come on urgent business, smiled and said, "It looks like I was rude. Go see Yeonho first. We will talk later." "Thank you." Han Sanga rose suddenly and came out. The others followed her with astonishment. But there was someone who could not leave. "Stay?" "Yes." Wei Jonghan stopped with amazement. Let us talk." Seeing his forehead red and his teeth tight, it was easy to guess the content of the conversation. Wei Jonghan's face paled. "Oh, officer, what did I do wrong?" "What did you do wrong?" That question seemed to irritate him. Jo Hyun approached Wei Jonghan as he growled. Seeing Jo Hyun's tight fist, Wei Jonghan looked out the window with resignation. How cloudy. It was a perfect day for a beating. Chapter 179. There was a positive aspect. The outstanding students of the Academy of the Down Dragon were not as weak as Ian Hyo thought. While only 5 had attended the first day, 5 more joined after recovering from their wounds, reaching a total of 10 students. The fact that the number of students has decreased from 100 to 10 is sad, but the fact that it has doubled from 5 to 10 is encouraging. Why? Whoosh. Quala. Because instead of 2 stones, he only threw 1. Ian Hyo's eyes began to tremble. Peng Do-hyung, who had resisted well so far, had been thrown to the ceiling. Seeing someone fly 50 meters after being hit by a stone, anyone would reflect on the meaning of martial arts. Why does not he die? If all the inner energy is concentrated on a stone, it is possible to throw someone so far away. Perhaps Ian Hyo could also do so. The problem is why the beaten person does not die. If someone flies so far after being beaten, he should die. Why do they make people abnormal? But the stone did not answer. It just kept flying at a terrifying speed. Krala. Ian Hyo planted his feet firmly on the ground. Thud, 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 thud. His legs sank into the ground. His ankles were completely buried. Let us see. He was tired of dodging. There was no explanation for the class, nor had they been told to dodge every stone. Then, he could counterattack. An intense internal energy began to surround his fists. He was Ian Hyo. Ian Hyo of the Jinju Ian family, who competed for the title of the best fighter in the world. Go. His internal energy began to turn violently. Tian Wang Tian Shi. The pinnacle of the Ian family's fist technique was deployed through his hands. When he extended his inner energy, the energy concentrated in his fists was thrown into the stone. Take that. A blow without regret. He doubted that he could again use Tian Wang Tian Shi so perfectly, as he had used all his strength. With a stroke of this caliber, even that stone. At that moment, Ian Hyo's eyes opened wide. Kek. Not only that, but he felt a knot in his throat. It seemed that his heart had stuck in his throat. The stone thrown by Wi Yeonho easily crossed the power of Tian Wang Tian Shi. No, even saying it went through it was an understatement. Its internal energy disintegrated as sand in the wind as it came into contact with the stone thrown by Wi Yeonho. You must be conscious. Consciousness. It was not even a sword technique. No sword energy. A simple stone should not be able to do that. But he did not have time to think. He had to dodge the stone before it smashed his skull. But as he remembered something else, Ian Hyo's eyes began to be filled with tears. Why did I bury my feet? He should have just blocked with internal power. He did not have time to pull his feet out. Aawa. Crack. When he arched his back desperately, he heard a strange sound in his spine. He thought he might end up like Sangwon Hong, but that was better than dying. Wi Yeonho's stone passed by brushing his face. Hack. 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 Realizing that he had survived, he began to sweat profusely, as if he had taken a sweat bath. But the peace of mind did not last long. Wow, you dodged it. An irritating voice was heard, but that irritating voice had a distasteful tone. Racha? Ian Hyo, using only the strength of his ankles, got up and grabbed his back. He felt a pain as if his muscles had torn. You dodged it well. Looks like you just got hit straight. Right. After taking a hit, you would not want to take another one anymore. He thought seeing stars in broad daylight was just an expression, but who could have imagined that he would really see stars? His head was so swollen that he felt like he had another head. Ugh. Ian Hyo looked at Wi Yeonho with fiery eyes. The anger was growing. He was training so hard, but Wi Yeonho was still lying in bed, eating sweets. Even though I am weak. For Ian Hyo, who believed that there were manners in learning and teaching, Wi Yeonho's attitude was extremely irritating. But what could he do? If he told him, "Do not teach like that, sit straight," an incredible fastball would fly to his waist. Throw calmly. Yes. No. Wi Yeonho swallowed the candy and started coughing. Aishilwa quickly served him tea. Wi Yeonho drank the refreshing tea, sighed as if he had revived, and looked at Ian Hyo. Where are we staying? They had not talked about anything. Ian Hyo looked at Wi Yeonho with inexpressive eyes. Wi Yeonho looked at Ian Hyo and around him with disgust. Ugh. Ugh. They were all on the floor or hanging from the eaves. Only Ian Hyo was standing at the training camp. You are incredibly strong. You are not the one who should say that. It does not seem fair to make others do the same training as someone so strong. We should increase the intensity. Do not you think? No. Time is gold. If the results are low for the same training time, it is frustrating. No. Then let us see. Crack. Wait, did I just hear an angry sound? There is no need to scream when you can talk. Ian Hyo pulled his feet off the ground with a pale expression. He could not keep his legs buried on the ground, for he did not know what that madman would do. My teacher said, yes, that training is. It looked like Wi Yeonho was squeezing his teeth. You must feel that you almost died during training, so it is a real workout. Thinking that you can strengthen yourself with repetitions or simple efforts is just self-deception. You must train with the determination to die during training to really strengthen yourself. Excuse me, may I ask who that teacher is? He really wanted to see his face. You would not recognize it. That is too bad. If he were alive, he would go to protest. What kind of person teaches a child like that? That is why he is so strong. It is an extreme training method where only 1 out of 1,000 students survives. The problem is that that person is in front of him. Then, Wi Yeonho squeezed his grip on the stone. Walk well, or block. Before he could answer, Wi Yeonho threw the stone. Heek. Although he took a defensive stance, something unexpected happened. The stone was slow. He expected the stone to fly at the speed of light, but it was unexpectedly slow. Slow is good, easy to avoid. But the fact that the stone did not fall to the ground at the expected speed, but flew slowly, was not a good sign. Hey, did I throw too hard? That is not a good sign either. At the time Ian Hyo was about to say something, the ground began to tremble. It was not a sensation, the ground was really shaking. Rumble. The solid earth beneath the training ground began to break like sand and was absorbed into the flying stone. Incredible. Ian Hyo snapped his tongue at that incredible scene. The absorbed stones and gravel began to turn around the small stone. It was like a large horizontal swirl. And inside that swirl, you could see a stone the size of a fist swinging violently. Anyone who has practiced martial arts, or anyone who has eyes, would know the amount of inner energy contained in that stone. Even if Ian Hyo was the leader of the Jinju Ian family, he could not block that stone. I must dodge. He was about to move thinking, it is slow, so I can dodge it, when the stone suddenly accelerated toward him as if it exploded. Mother. The instant Ian Hyo saw his life pass before his eyes, something strange happened. Rumble. Spinning. The stone was spinning at an incredible speed in front of his face. But the stone did not reach his face. As if it were trapped in an invisible net, it moved wildly, but did not cross a certain line. What? A new training to overcome fear. While Ian Hyo doubted Wi Yeonho's unexpected consideration, he heard light steps behind him. Ian Hyo realized someone was coming from behind, but he could not turn around. He had a stone about to smash his skull. Who could look away? Swish. One hand stretched out behind his head. A man's hand. It seemed a little long, but not thin. Thick knuckles, scars and calluses on the palm of the hand gave a strong impression of a man's hand. Not a man in the sense of gender, but a man in the sense of a true man. Crack. That hand grabbed the stone in front of his face. The stone full of inner energy shook like a beast caught in a net, but could not escape the man's firm hand. Fizzle fizzle. The stone calmed down as if it had never agitated, and disintegrated like sand. The man shook his hand in the air a couple of times to remove the sand, and then patted Ian Hyo on the shoulder. Like he said he did it right. Ian Hyo, strangely comforted, sat on the floor. The surprised voice of Wi Yeonho was heard. Huh. At the same time as the surprised voice of Wi Yeonho was heard, the owner of the hand that had been hitting Ian Hyo's shoulder began to walk forward. An imposing back. The back of a man with muscles that seemed to burst under his white robe entered Ian Hyo's sight. Who is it? Wi Yeonho answered his question. Hyung. Ian Hyo's mouth opened wide. Hyung. If it is Wi Yeonho's brother. Wi Sanho, the demon expelling sword. And at that moment, Yeonho, Wi Sanho said softly. Ian Hyo was filled with expectation. What would be the first thing these incompatible brothers would say? And an answer that satisfied his expectation in a strange way reached his ears. First, let us fight. Huh. What? Chapter 180. Wi Sanho is strong. Ian Hyo also admitted it. He could not deny it. After breaking all the records of the Academy of the Down Dragon, he had graduated as the best of his class. Not only did he graduate as the best, but he occupied an incomparable position among all the graduates of the Academy, something even the instructors recognized. Wi Sanho was said to be an unparalleled genius in martial arts. He was the clear favorite to be the best warrior in the world, and the only question was when he would get that title. He was the best candidate ever. Before Wi Yeonho appeared, if Wi Sanho was the promising candidate, Wi Yeonho was already a warrior who could compete for the title of the best in the world. If anyone else listened to him, he would say he was crazy, but Ian Hyo, who had seen with his own eyes how Wi Yeonho had defeated the ghost demons and soared like dogs, knew it was true. That is why he could not understand what was going on. Even if he was his brother, Wi Sanho's martial skills were not compared to those of Wi Yeonho. Never. Even if the sky collapsed. Then why did he want to fight? Wi Yeonho's reaction was also strange. Brother. I did not mean to. What? It was like seeing a cat shaking in fear of a mouse in a corner. It is not strange that there are shy cats who are afraid of mice. But, if that cat is normally not afraid of anything, the situation is strange. That is exactly what was going on. Wi Yeonho, who normally treated instructors and officers as friends, was sweating cold when he saw Wi Sanho. Brother. Wi Sanho approached Wi Yeonho. No, I did not mean to. Wi Yeonho tried desperately to explain, but Wi Sanho did not seem willing to listen. Wi Yeonho tried to explain with gestures, but words only work if someone is listening. His words made no sense to someone who did not want to listen. Wi Sanho approached Wi Yeonho and looked at him. No me. Bad. Bang. Wi Sanho's fist struck Wi Yeonho's head mercilessly. Quiet. Wi Yeonho grabbed his head and knelt. Did you hit him? Ian Hyo looked at Wi Sanho and Wi Yeonho with his heart beating hard. It was not a particularly strong blow. Wi Yeonho could have dodged it. Why did he not dodge the blow? You managed to solve. Bang. Your problems. Bang. You should have gone home first. Bang. You should not be wandering. Thud. Is he nailing it? Aoak. Wi Yeonho shouted. I wrote a letter. I had trouble coming home, so I wrote a letter. Bang. But the beatings did not stop. How dare you yell at your Hyung? You. Did he calm down? He was seeing something strange. It was like watching a wild beast calm down in front of his tamer, sit down and get beaten up. It seemed that the beast could kill the tamer at any time, but obediently obeyed. Honestly, why you hit me? Right. A wild beast would not keep quiet getting beat up. You left me. I told you not to leave. You said you would come back soon, but you did not come back, and I ended up trying to escape the storm. How dare you? Wi Sanho narrowed his eyes and raised his hand again. Heek. Wi Yeonho covered his head with both hands and bowed his body. I am sorry. It seems that childhood habits do not disappear, even after becoming strong. But Wi Sanho did not hit him. Thump. Wi Sanho strongly embraced Wi Yeonho, who was leaning. I am sorry. Wi Yeonho's body trembled. He had never heard those words. He never thought Wi Sanho would say that. Why? I am ashamed. He tried to move away uncomfortably, but felt something damp on his neck. Wi Yeonho, realizing what it was, sighed. I am sorry, Hyung. I should have been where you told me to be, even if it rained. He knew it. Wi Sanho was someone who could do anything. He thought Wi Sanho would find him no matter where he was. It was silly and naive. Welcome home. Wi Yeonho felt an unexpected heat as he felt Wi Sanho's hand on his back. This is family. It was a different heat from what he felt for his teacher. Just when he was about to feel something strange, a problem arose. Yeonho. Huh. He heard a voice calling him from afar. Mom. Wi Yeonho raised his head at once. He could not forget his mother's voice, no matter how long it would have been. Mama Aya? When Wi Yeonho released him, Wi Yeonho turned his head to find the source of the voice. Han Sanga was running towards Wi Yeonho, jumping over the wall of the training camp. Mom. Wi Yeonho extended his arms and ran to Han Sanga. It was her mother she had not seen in 5 years. How could she not be happy? Mom, I missed you. Han Sanga, who quickly approached, grabbed Wi Yeonho's cheeks. This naughty boy. Oh, my son. My son. Han Sanga seemed to have lost control. After tightening, stretching, and turning Wi Yeonho's cheeks, she hugged Wi Yeonho and patted him on the back. Where were you? Where were you? Mom, be careful. Thwack. Thwack. The slaps got stronger. Bad. 5 years without contacting me. Evil. Hey. With one hand she hugged him and caressed his head, with the other beating his back as if he were a dry fish. Hang me or hold me, do one thing. Bang. Wi Yeonho, who had been watching from behind, struck Wi Yeonho's head mercilessly. How dare you yell at your mother? Ugh. Let us see, my son. Your face is badly damaged. You must have suffered a lot to be so ugly. Mom, is that an insult? Before you were as handsome as Sanho. That is not true. Compared to him, he had always been like an octopus. It seems that her memories had been distorted during their separation. Wi Yeonho clearly remembered what her mother had said when she finally understood her. Why are my children so different? Wi Yeonho was not ugly. In fact, he was handsome enough to be considered handsome. If he was not next to Wi Yeonho was simply handsome. He had a very masculine face. Suddenly, I feel emotional. Stretch. Han Sanga stretched Wi Yeonho's cheeks. Look at your flaccid skin. Mom, if you stretch it any longer, I will not be human anymore. Oh, my son, you have suffered so much. Although she seemed worried, Wi Yeonho felt something strange for a while. Che. He was about to complain, but feeling his mother's hand caressing his brother's back and hand caressing his head, he stuck out his tongue and sighed. I deserved it. He could take 1,000 more hits. No, just 100, just 10. How did you get here? I heard you were in the Alliance, so I came right away. Oh. He did not know how he had arrived, but it seemed that he had been actively looking for him. In fact, he had spared no effort to find him, even offering a reward. And Dad, your father. Han Sanga turned his head. Where did he go? Wi Yeonho, who had arrived first, also did not know where Wi Yeonho was. I heard you were at the academy training camp, so I came without looking back, thinking he would follow you. Wi Yeonho and Han Sanga barked their heads, but Wi Yeonho did not care. Anyway, I will see you soon. Although he wanted to see his father, his desire to see his mother was much greater. Anyway, Wi Yeonho saw something strange. Is not that person Dad? Your father? Han Sanga looked where Wi Yeonho pointed. Yes. It was a strange answer, but understandable to Han Sanga. In that short time, he had appeared with bare hair and half-torn clothes. How could she recognize it immediately? What happened to you? Han Sanga and Wi Yeonho looked at Wi Yeonho with amazement. Cook. Wi Yeonho approached them, laughing non-stop. Wi Yeonho instinctively retreated, feeling a bad feeling. It was a strange scene for a rendezvous between father and son after 5 years. You damn it. Wi Yeonho ran to Wi Yeonho with rage. Wi Yeonho fled without understanding anything. No. Why are you doing this? Come here. We must share our feelings after 5 years. You do not seem to want to share feelings. Do not stop, you brat. Wi Yeonho screamed with rage. If I catch you, you will die? Yeonho, who had been watching the situation, smiled and wiped his nose. What chaos. So he came home. House. Gwang Guzengai smiled at the question of Saha, the historian. House, of course. Wi Yeonho wanted to go home. But he could not. I thought he had a curse on his body. I see. But what if I did not have that curse? Could I have gone home? Gwang Guzengai hit the ground with his finger. Do not you understand? I do not understand what? The stories you have heard. Why these stories have not been told? Saha nodded. Gwang Guzengai had said that the story of Wi Yeonho was not worthy to be told, that he was too lazy and useless. But Wi Yeonho, according to what he had heard, was lazy and useless, but also an interesting person. There was no reason not to tell it. The stories you have heard are just the beginning. Now the real story will begin. Listen to it and think. Can you tell this story to future generations? Saha was seriously unresponsive. Chapter 181. While Wi Yeonho has caused a number of problems, it cannot be said that these problems have had a major impact on the martial world. Wi Yeonho causes trouble, but he is someone totally passive, so no matter what happens, his reaction is extremely passive. For the martial world, that was lucky. Imagine if that guy was causing trouble everywhere. That would be a catastrophe that could not even be described in words. So it is not a lucky thing. Yeah, well, he is lucky, but if things had gone so well, would Wi Yeonho have gotten the extravagant and absurd title of Radiant Martial Sovereign? At best, he would have been known as the Parisian King of Guangdong. I do not know if it was a misfortune or a fortune for Wi Yeonho, but the martial situation of that time was not peaceful. As you know, the demonic cult was beginning to show its presence in the darkness. In Sichuan, the Righteous Heavenly Alliance was growing in power and was ready to face the Righteous Martial Alliance. And in the east, the Fortress of the 100 Swords was spreading its influence. A powder keg about to explode. Yeah, that is the perfect description. There was too much tension. If Wi Yeonho had existed or not, the martial world would have fallen into chaos eventually. Nazen's incident was an omen. But why was there so much peace? The reason is simple. It was thought that the cult, having lost its leader, would take a long time to find a new leader. It was thought that the Righteous Heavenly Alliance, even if it united its forces, would not rival the Righteous Martial Alliance, and the 100 Swords Fortress was considered a new organization that would only have a brief period of glory. At the time, they did not know how long the cult had been preparing, how strong the Righteous Heavenly Alliance was, and who was behind the 100 Swords Fortress. What? Is not it the beggar sect that collects that information? Incompetence. Do not you want to hear the story? Can you not keep your hands up properly? Wi Yeonho was kneeling in a corner of the room, with his hands raised above his head. What have you been doing so that this gentleman, Zhou Haiyan, has fallen ill because of an illness from anger? What? Wei Zhonghan rebuked him. I think this happened before I left home. He felt a sense of déjà vu, but it was not that this had happened before he left home, but that this always happened when he was home. He had suffered for 5 years, but nothing had changed. But, Wi Yeonho spoke timidly. What? Then, father, you do not know what I did wrong either, so you are just scolding me. No, I am not protesting. I just thought about that while listening. It is not that I do not want to be punished. So, Wei Zhonghan's body trembled. His son, whom he had not seen in 5 years, was 5 times as clever as he used to be. Ugh. Wei Zhonghan rubbed his face. His cheeks hurt where Zhou Haiyan had hit him. That gentleman. Normally, one would be angry with the person who hit him, but seeing Zhou Haiyan, his oldest and dear friend, so angry, felt sorry instead of anger. Where's mother? Your mother went to a room to rest and wash. And brother? Your brother went to find the students. Well, it is a shame, but that means there is no one in the world who can help me now. It is lucky. Wi Yeonho scratched his head. Can you not keep your hands up properly? Wi Yeonho raised his hands again and yawned. Should I pretend to be tired? Although he was receiving the same punishment as before, the difference was that Wi Yeonho now had a body that did not get tired even after having his hands raised for 7 days. Before, he felt back pain and his arms trembled after only half an hour, but now his body was too resilient to feel pain and regret with this punishment. Why did you come here? Can you leave the house like this? I came to catch you. You. Wei Zhonghan opened his eyes. The father's heart, who had to pursue his son instead of having a touching reunion after 5 years of searching, was not at peace. Ugh. Wei Zhonghan covered his face when he saw Wi Yeonho yawning with his hands up. This was not what I planned. When his son disappeared, he had promised that he would embrace him with love even if he did not get out of bed for a month. But scolding him and punishing him immediately after seeing him was not correct. Put your arms down. Wi Yeonho lowered his arms, smiled, and looked at Wei Zhonghan. As they say, you cannot scold someone who is smiling. It seemed like he was back to being adorable. What have you been doing all this time? I would prefer to count it when everyone is here. Everyone must listen to it. Wei Zhonghan nodded. Then, as I have already been punished. I will sleep until everyone arrives. Please call me for dinner. Wei Zhonghan smiled kindly, and Wi Yeonho smiled back. It was the first time father and son smiled like that in 5 years. Hold your arms up again. Yes, Wei Yeonho had never had a good relationship with his father. Although it would not be made public, Wei Yeonho's riot at the Righteous Martial Alliance, called Wei Yeonho's Alboroto in Zhou Haiyan's mind, was over. Zhou Haiyan was finally able to get out of bed and get back to work. Who? Zhou Haiyan's expression changed as he enjoyed the aroma of tea. He was about to think that it was all over, but a feeling of restlessness grew in his heart. Can I control it? Wei Zhonghan could control it now, but there was no guarantee that he could do it in the future. First, although Wei Zhonghan is Wei Yeonho's father, he cannot follow and care for him. That would be difficult for Wei Yeonho, but also for Wei Zhonghan. In addition, Wei Zhonghan, the sword of the righteous hero, should be at its peak. He had already lost 5 years due to the disappearance of his second son and could not waste any more time chasing Wei Yeonho. Second, Zhou Haiyan realized that Wei Yeonho was someone Wei Zhonghan could not control. Now, as they had met after a long time, and there was a pre-existing relationship, Wei Yeonho obeyed it, but there was no guarantee that it would continue. A son who has overcome his father often wants to free himself from his father's control. What to do? His head hurt. He wanted to get rid of Wei Yeonho by sending him to Guangdong, but considering his power, he could not just ignore it. That would be the worst decision. Officer. Zhou Haiyan turned his head when he heard a voice from outside. What is going on? The leader wants to see you. Zhou Haiyan rose immediately. Please invite him. As he said that, his body moved toward the door. When Sima Chance, the leader of the Righteous Martial Alliance, entered, Zhou Haiyan bowed his head. If you have something to say, you can send me a message. I feel ashamed that you came all the way here. Sima Chance smiled kindly. Ha ha ha. Everyone knows that the officer is more busy than me. A lazy man cannot give orders to someone busy. Sit here. Zhou Haiyan offered Sima Chance the best seat and served tea. Sima Chance smelled the tea, took a sip and left it. Well, how do you feel? It is not a serious illness. I heard the officer was recovering, so I came right away. Officer, the Righteous Martial Alliance still needs you. Your body does not belong to you alone, so you must always take care of it. I will keep that in mind. Well then, Sima Chance smiled and said, how about I hear why our officer got sick? Zhou Haiyan sighed when he saw Sima Chance looking at him as if he already knew everything. That boy, that is right. How strange. If we consider Zhonghan and Sanho, the Wei family tends to be serious. Although Zhonghan is a bit carefree, it is strange that two brothers of the same mother have such different personalities. It is not a unique case. In addition, the Wei family is a famous warrior family in Central Plains. Although Zhonghan is careless, they must have a family tradition. It is hard to understand that his son is so lazy. You cannot judge that guy with common sense. Zhou Haiyan sighed repeatedly. I had not been careful in judging Wei Yeonho. Interesting. So Wei Zhonghan is in the Righteous Martial Alliance. Yes, it is. Sima Chance's eyes began to shine like a child's. Zhou Haiyan smiled bitterly at seeing that. He seemed to be planning a prank. Sima Chance, despite his imposing title, still retained his childish nature. Or perhaps, thanks to that childish nature, he was the leader of the Righteous Martial Alliance, where so many geniuses competed. Let us make an excuse. I want to meet him in person. Do you need an excuse to meet Wei Zhonghan? Wei Zhonghan, I can see it whenever I want. Then, it looks like it is going to be fun. I want to see Wei Yeonho. Then I will know the answer. Should not you think again? Have you ever seen him change his mind? No. Zhou Haiyan closed his eyes tightly. Well, maybe it is a good thing. Who else could control it? Although he thought this decision could lead to a bigger problem, Zhou Haiyan did not give up his last hope. Chapter 182. There is the expression irritating. It is used mainly when someone's actions are annoying and unpleasant. Wei Zhonghan had never felt that in his life. This is because he was a man with strong convictions and did not care for others. If he did not like something, he just ignored it. Or if it was too much, he eliminated it. But the person who now irritated him could not be ignored or eliminated. He could not eliminate his son. Good. Eat a lot. How could you lose so much weight? Yes. I am thin. Well, eat fast. Wei Zhonghan's eyes began to move. Delgado. Although the perception of the human body varies from person to person, Wei Yeonho was not thin. In fact, he had an enviable body for a warrior. Compared to the plump Wei Yeonho of the past, who would have rolled if he was pushed down a hill, It could be said that he had lost weight. But instead of saying that he had lost weight, he should say that he looked healthier, but Han Sanga seemed to see him as someone consumed by an incurable disease. Otherwise, he would not act like that. The dishes that Wi Yeonho was eating peacefully, such as the palbafan, the nakiang hazam, and the sirala yapian, were dishes that he had not even tasted when he was in the Righteous Martial Alliance. Why? Because they are expensive. The Righteous Martial Alliance operated a dining room for its members, but it also operated a high-cooking restaurant for high-ranking and wealthy members who did not want to eat the dining room food. And all the dishes at this big table came from that restaurant. A single spoonful of what Wi Yeonho was eating probably cost the same as a full meal for Wei Zhonghan. That guy is eating expensive food without appreciating it. His body was shaking. He felt sorry for looking for his son for this. But, eat more. This is delicious too. Have you tried it, Mom? It looks delicious. Yes. After 5 years, he was constantly cleaning, adjusting, and oiling his son out of fear that he would break or wear out. He could not say anything when he saw Han Sanga acting like this. There are many ways to die. There is no need to die in the most painful way in the world, dying from his wife's constant complaints. Besides, tap 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 tap. While Wi Yeonho ate what his mother gave him, Wei Sanho, at an invisible speed, used his chopsticks to build a food tower on Wi Yeonho's plate. The sense of balance and spatial perception of the world's best warrior future were incredible. Although there was a food tower on the plate, there was no sign of it falling. Huh, what is this? Wi Yeonho was surprised to see the food tower, but Wei Sanho replied calmly, "You must eat a lot. Your body is growing, and it is time for your body to develop completely. Eat a lot, and in a balanced way. I do not like vegetables. It is important for a warrior to have good nutrition. Do not be fussy." Ah, I see. Han Sanga fed Wi Yeonho from the right, and Wei Sanho built the food tower from the left, in a perfect combination. "Brother, drink tea while you eat." Wei Yun, who had been waiting for the opportunity, was filling a cup of tea. Why? Wei Zhonghan could not help but wonder. Why does that guy get so much love? Although he had returned after 5 years, it did not seem to be simply for the joy of meeting again. It was incomprehensible. As they say that even a porcupine loves his own children. Wei Zhonghan admitted that Wi Yeonho was adorable, but not to that point. Objectively, Wi Yeonho was almost useless. Someone with Wi Yeonho's personality would normally not have social relationships. Indeed, it would be impossible for him to be surrounded by people. But, let us have a drink, senior. Yes, junior. Wei Zhonghan could not help but show an expression of indecision when he saw Gong Mujin, the master of divine abilities, offering him a bottle of alcohol. Why is he here? Gong Mujin was someone he could not ignore. Even without considering his origin on Manhwa, he was someone who deserved respect as a swordsman. Why did he connect with his son? Drip, drip, drip. Gong Mujin served alcohol in his cup and offered the bottle to Wei Zhonghan with a smile. Wei Zhonghan served alcohol in Gong Mujin's cup and looked around. The result was strange and regrettable. On one side, Musin of Shaolin was eating vegetables among the delicious delicacies, with Isiwa and Siomun Daeon sitting next to him. Jangil and Imo Sana were on the other side. Manhwa, Shaolin, Mendigo, and Hao. What a strange combination. If Jean Yeren, who had gone out for an invitation from the infirmary, were here, there would also be medicine. It was incomprehensible that so many people had gathered around Wi Yeonho. Wi Yeonho, according to what he knew, was someone who would even make the people around him flee, not someone with the charm of attracting so many people. Hyum, you have an amazing son. It is an exaggeration. Wei Zhonghan understood Gong Mujin's feelings. Even if he were sincere, he could not say that he had a good son, at least not for someone who knows Wi Yeonho. I have always admired the senior. The fact that I have connected with the senior's son and can drink with you is a great honor. Ha 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 ha, you are flattering me. I have admired the name of Plum Blossom Sword Spirit for a long time. I am delighted to meet you. They both smiled, lifted their cups and drank. Han Sanga's gaze became sharp. She did not like seeing her husband drinking with someone who spoke of swords in the reunion with her son after 5 years. But as she had heard from Zhou Haiyan that that person had taken care of Wi Yeonho, she remained silent. She could not complain, especially after hearing that he had taken care of Wi Yeonho. Although Wi Yeonho would have protested if he had heard it, saying that it was not he who had cared for whom. What happened all this time? Wei Yeonho swallowed what he had in his mouth and drank the tea Wei Suryun had served him. Kia. Wei Yeonho left the cup as if he had drunk alcohol, touched his stomach, and said, "It is a little long. No matter how long it is, count it." Wei Yeonho, seeing the eyes of those present, realized that he could not help himself and began to speak. "Well, when brother chased that demon, you must lie in moderation." Wei Zhonghan looked at Wei Yeonho with disgust. "You accidentally found a cave that turned out to be the hiding place of an ancient master. No one could open it, but you did, and you found the old master who had left his consciousness in his inner energy core, and you learned martial arts." Wei Zhonghan scoffed. "Boy, you better say you fell off a cliff and found the inner energy core of a dragon. What nonsense is that?" Wei Zhonghan's reaction was normal. It was a very logical reaction. The problem is that when someone with 2 eyes goes to a place where everyone has 3 eyes, he becomes the strange person. "Oh, my son, you must have suffered a lot." Han Senga was crying, no matter whether it was true or not, just because Wei Yeonho had suffered. "No, husband. Do you believe him?" And Gong Mujin, the plum blossom sword spirit, nodded repeatedly. "That is impossible without a reason. Who is this guy? How can you nod with indifference after hearing that story? It would be more credible if he said he went to Songshan and met Grand Master Bodhidharma, who accepted him as a disciple. It is fate. Damn, I have begged. I have hunted wild animals. I have traveled all the mountains. Why did not it happen to me?" Mo Sana and Jan Gil agreed. "I am sorry for your suffering." How? Seomun Daeon was relatively calm, but Aishilwa was about to cry when he heard the story of Wei Yeonho. Why does everyone believe it so easily? Crack. At that time, the sound of Wei Sanho was heard squeezing his fist. "Oh." Wei Zhonghan looked at Wei Sanho with a cheerful expression. "As I expected from my son. No, he is also my son, our eldest son." Although his son, Wei Sanho was one of the coldest and most insightful people Wei Zhonghan knew. Wei Sanho would not believe that absurd story. So, now he would teach Wei Yeonho a lesson for his nonsense. "Where is that old man from?" "No, where is your teacher from?" "I think he said something about the Beck family." Wei Sanho said in a cold voice. "Even if it is someone from the past, teaching martial arts that way is wrong. If something had gone wrong, you could have died. I must investigate this thoroughly." "Brother, calm down. He will not be there anymore." Wei Zhonghan looked at Wei Sanho with amazement. When did he become so protective? No one can be trusted in this world. Anyway, although it was difficult, everything is fine now. "Oh, my son, I am proud of you." "Yes, that is my brother. Our brother." Gong Mujin laughed out loud. "It is a really good family. It makes me regret not getting married and having children." "Great Master Gong, you have better disciples than children." Ha 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 ha. Just when the atmosphere was getting nice, a noise was heard outside. "Wei Zhonghan, is Grand Master Wei here?" Wei Zhonghan was about to respond when he heard a voice that paralyzed him. "The leader has arrived." Chapter 183. Wei Zhonghan rose suddenly, horrified. Who has arrived? But he did not get an answer. The door opened slowly. Behind, a huge man, big enough to fill the space where 2 people could easily pass, was smiling. Leader, how long have you been?" Wei Zhonghan looked at Sima Chance with amazement. Why was Sima Chance here? Who was Sima Chance? The heaven of the righteous martial alliance, which could be said to govern the world. The leader of the righteous martial alliance, who ruled the alliance. He had ascended to the position of leader decades ago, and had brought peace to Central Plains by breaking countless problems with his steel fists. He was a legendary warrior. He had the highest rank in the martial world, and his martial skills were enough to compete for the title of the best warrior in the world. Why had Sima Chance suddenly appeared? Even if they had a personal friendship, Wei Zhonghan should have gone to visit him first. This is a little uncomfortable. At the words of Sima Chance, Wei Zhonghan was surprised and ran to the door. "I should have gone to visit him." Ha ha ha, what does that matter? Sima Chance smiled kindly and patted Wei Zhonghan on the shoulder. Wow. Wei Yeonho opened his mouth when he saw the scene. Sima Chance's hand looked bigger than Wei Zhonghan's head. "Although I am busy, I am not so insensitive as not to invite someone to meet with your child after 5 years. I know I should not be here, but I will be busy in the next few days, so I will not have time later. Please understand." "That is absolutely correct. Please come in. Ha 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 ha, fine. Thank you. When Sima Chance entered, the room seemed to be filled. I do not think I can sit in a normal chair. Sima Chance smiled at the words of Wi Yeonho. That is why I bring his with me. Suddenly, the servants brought Sima Chance's chair and placed it in the best place. Sima Chance smiled and sat down. I seem to be an intruder at your family reunion. I have never been in the Wei family, leader. Sima Chance looked at Gong Mujin with surprise. You were here too? Yes. So, it is no wonder I am here too. Let us see, people here are. Wei Zhonghan introduced the people present one by one. Sima Chance knew no one but Gong Mujin, the plum blossom sword spirit. Wei Zhonghan introduced each person, and then that person greeted Sima Chance. This is Wi Yeonho. The look of Sima Chance, who had been doing compliments, looked at Wi Yeonho. Is this the guy? Sima Chance looked at Wi Yeonho. He does not look like his father. Compared to Wei Zhonghan and Wei Sanho, who were handsome and stout, Wei Yeonho had more delicate features. If he had to compare it, he looked more like his mother. Are you Wei Yeonho? Yes. Wei Yeonho bowed his head. Ha ha ha. I have heard a lot about you. Thank you. Wei Zhonghan blushed when he heard I have heard a lot about you. Zhou Haiyan had told him in detail about Wei Yeonho's mischief, so Wei Zhonghan knew what it meant. I did not educate him well. At that time, Han Sangua's eyes sharpened. Normally, she would have shouted, it is not that you did not educate him well, but you could not educate him because you were out. But she was the wife of a warrior family. She knew Sima Chance's position in the martial world. The problem is, not everyone knew. Why is he so big, leader? Huh. Wei Zhonghan opened his mouth at once. What are you doing? Who do you think is in front of him? Shut your mouth, Yeonho. Wei Zhonghan felt as if Wei Yeonho had a bomb in his mouth, a bomb that could explode at any time. Ha 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 ha. Well, I do not even know why I am so big. Have you always been so big? I think I have always been great. I have heard that the Wangbo family is big, but seeing you, leader, I think that statement is no longer valid. Ha 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 ha, it is not like that. I have always been great, but I have become even bigger thanks to the martial arts I have practiced. If we talk about my natural constitution, the Wangbo family people are bigger than me. Ah, I see. Sima Chance smiled at seeing Wei Yeonho nod. What an interesting child. The only thing he lacked was the vivacity in his eyes. The young, those who are between child and adult, have a vividness in their eyes that gladdens the heart. But Wei Yeonho's eyes were empty, like those of a rotten cod. I came to see you. Did you not come to see my father? I can see Zhonghan whenever I want, but not you. I do not know what to see in me. Wei Yeonho scratched his head. Since you showed up, the officer has not stopped talking about you. He is not someone who talks much, so I was curious. I am just a lazy guy who likes to be under the blankets. But you are also a very strong sloth. Gong Mujin nodded. There are many sloths, but there is no one as strong as Wei Yeonho all over the world. Is that important? Of course. Sima Chance smiled. In the martial world, force is the most important thing. Even if they say no, everyone thinks it in secret. I do not think so. Have you never heard that unbelief kills? When Wei Yeonho murmured, Sima Chance smiled. This is the martial world. Although many principles and just causes are shown, if surface layers are removed, force is the most important thing. It is a cruel world. But is not it? Yes. If you do not like it, just do not participate in the martial world. The world is not just the martial world. There is a bigger world where you do not use swords. Is it not hypocritical to come to the martial world and say that force is not important? Wei Yeonho nodded. It was a logical statement. Although it is true, I do not think it is something the righteous martial alliance leader should say. It sounds like something the demonic cult leader would say. Heek. Wei Zhonghan covered his mouth with both hands. That crazy man. Ha! But Sima Chance laughed loudly despite the rudeness of Wei Yeonho. That is why I do not show up in public. The officer told me not to talk much. So people think I am quiet. Is it not just your appearance? Yes, it could also be that. That is why I like these private meetings, where I can speak freely. Sima Chance reached out, and the bottle of alcohol in front of Wei Zhonghan floated and approached. Thump. But the bottle did not reach Sima Chance's hands. Wei Yeonho got up and caught it. My teacher said that filling a major's cup is the duty of a subordinate. Letting a senior drink is just disrespectful. Oh, I do not know who your teacher is, but know the art of drinking. Well, why do not I try the alcohol of the most famous character now? Wei Yeonho held the bottle with both hands with respect. It was a serious attitude that had never been seen in Wei Yeonho before. It was not for Wei Zhonghan or the Wei family. It was respect for one of the few absolute masters he had known since leaving the martial world. Drip, drip, drip. The alcohol served by Wei Yeonho filled Sima Chan's glass. Sima Chan took the bottle from Wei Yeonho and extended his empty glass. Have a drink. One moment. Wei Yeonho lowered the glass and said, "Since it is a good occasion, please do not make jokes. Like putting internal energy into alcohol to make it heavy, or break the glass. Do I look like the kind of person who would do that?" Older people seem to enjoy that kind of joke. It is hard for those who get the joke. It is normal for older people to have more internal energy, but try to test a young man's inner energy. How do you say it? Like a grumpy old man. Wow, you know that expression? Ha! Sima Chance liked this young man more and more. He could not understand why the officer complained so much. The expressions of those sitting around him were strange, but the atmosphere was pleasant. You are right. I do not like those jokes either. Then have a drink. Yes. When Wei Yeonho lifted his full cup, Sima Chance lifted his glass and touched it with Wei Yeonho's. It is not common for me to serve alcohol, so think and drink. If you had not said it, I would have. Ugh, you must be quiet. Sima Chance and Wei Yeonho smiled. Well, everyone, have a drink. Yes, leader. They all lifted their glasses and drank. That is good. Sima Chance left the cup empty on the table and said, "Well then." Yes. Sima Chance smiled at Wei Yeonho. I do not like those jokes either, but after hearing so many stories, I was curious. Did you say you killed the ghost and sword demons? Yes. Wei Yeonho responded calmly. Did you say you broke the city door in one blow? Yes. I see. Sima Chance nodded repeatedly and said, I like clear things. I do not like ambiguous evidence. So I will tell you directly. Yes. Sima Chance smiled. Let us fight. Chapter 184. And no? Wei Zhonghan rose suddenly, horrified. There it is again. The leader of the powerful righteous martial alliance must be cunning, calculating, calm, and agile. That is how people usually think. But people often overlook that the position of leader of the righteous martial alliance does not involve much work. Although the righteous martial alliance represents the martial world, it does not exercise real power, so its work is limited to mediating disputes and training future leaders. If the demonic cult attacks, he will take over the real work. Unlike kings, who must consider many factors and make optimal decisions, the leader of the righteous martial alliance does not need to be such a calculator. So what does the leader of the righteous martial alliance need? It is the ability to generate harmony, the ability to win the favor of many people to participate in righteous martial alliance affairs. In an organization like the righteous martial alliance, where restrictions are flexible, it is more important that the leader has a wide network of contacts and can influence many people. Zhou Haiyan can handle field work. Therefore, Sima Chance, considered the best leader of the righteous martial alliance in history, was more sociable, human, and impulsive. Sima Chance believed that warriors can only be known through combat. Wei Zhonghan had also heard that in the past, and he got carried away. An overwhelming power, an unlimited internal energy, and a simple personality that was not arrogant even after the victory. It was an irresistible personality in the martial world. One could say that the number of people who joined the righteous martial alliance for his personality was the largest in history. The problem is your son heard that. In terms of age and status, your son was not at the level of fighting with the leader of the righteous martial alliance. Considering the age difference, it would not be strange to say that the leader was acting inappropriately, although that lack of consideration was part of Sima Chan's charm. The problem is that my son heard that. Wei Zhonghan observed the situation with anxiety, unable to intervene. If I were the Wei Yeonho I knew, things would not go well. Indeed. Wei Yeonho smiled at Sima Chance. I do not want to. Sima Chance looked at Wei Yeonho with an expression of surprise. Do you not want to? No. Why? Why not? Do you not know who I am? You are the leader. But do you not want to? No. Sima Chance looked at Wei Yeonho with disbelief. Who is he? Sima Chance. Even without the title of leader of the righteous martial alliance, Sima Chance was unquestionably the best fighter in the world. Many warriors dreamed of fighting him. Some of those who visited the righteous martial alliance, knowing it was unlikely, asked to fight Sima Chance. All warriors want to learn from someone stronger. But a young man, who should be anxious to fight, was rejecting Sima Chan's proposal. Sima Chan was offended. Why do you not want to? Because there is nothing to gain by fighting. Why is there nothing to gain? Gong Mujin looked at Sima Chan with concern. I went through that too. Everyone agreed that Sima Chan was an exceptional warrior who had survived an era of chaos. But that guy was not in that chaos. There was no one like him in the world. Especially someone like Sima Chan, who had survived on a fierce battlefield, had never seen a sloth like him. Sima Chan probably could not understand someone who did not want to fight for laziness. It is hard, weary, and painful. But there is something to gain. What do you earn by fighting? You are only hurting yourself. Sima Chan's mouth opened slowly. Are you saying there is nothing to gain by fighting with me? Yes. With me? Yes. With Sima Chan? Yes. Wei Yeonho leaned on the chair and stretched. Do you think there is only one or two people who would come running if I told them I would fight them? If you fight them, you win and they win. It is a win-win situation for everyone. There is no need to fight me. Sima Chan ran out of speech. It was true. But I am the leader of the Righteous Martial Alliance. Being modest is good, but when the leader of the Righteous Martial Alliance offers a fight, there should be an enthusiastic response. But this was like offering candy and saying, I do not like candy. No, I am the leader of the Righteous Martial Alliance. Should not there be an enthusiastic response if I offer a fight? 2. Wei Zhonghan spit out the tea he was drinking to calm his frustration. If Gong Mujin had not picked up the tea that flew out, the food would have been wet. What combination is this? Wei Yeonho, who was too tired for his age, and Sima Chan, the leader of the Righteous Martial Alliance, who was too frank and simple for his position, had a strange conversation. It is not good. How can it be good? Why is it not good? Because it is not good. Ugh. Sima Chan shook his head. No. If I say we do it, you must do it. You must fight me. I do not want to. Even if you do not want to, if I want to, you have to. What law says that? If you do not like it, become the leader of the Righteous Martial Alliance. Do you think I would be in this boring position if there were no benefits? You are right. Wei Zhonghan sneered to see if there was anyone outside. He was hoping that this conversation would not reach anyone's ears. Wei Yeonho was a problem, but the dignity of the Righteous Martial Alliance leader was being damaged. Do it. I do not want to. Let us fight. I do not want to. If we fight, I will give you whatever you want. Not fighting is what I want. Cough. Sima Chan served alcohol in his glass and drank it in one gulp. Wei Zhonghan. Yes, leader. Try to convince your son. He says he does not want to fight. Why does this affect me? He is my son, but I have not controlled him in a long time. Ugh. Wei Zhonghan looked at Wei Sanho and gave him a sign. Wei Sanho nodded. Leader. Sima Chan looked at Wei Sanho. Wei Zhonghan also looked at Wei Sanho with hope. Wei Sanho was the only person who could control Wei Yeonho. Although Yeonho has practiced martial arts, he is still young. Considering his status and abilities in the martial world, a fight between Yeonho and the leader is unrealistic. Wei Zhonghan opened his eyes wide. He did not ask him to say that. But Wei Sanho was pushing Sima Chan with a defiant look, as if he were saying, will you take responsibility if my brother gets hurt? Pressure. Although it was a subtle resistance, the two sons of the Wei family were challenging the leader. The leader of the Wei family, facing this frightening situation, collapsed in his chair, feeling that his soul was escaping. Oh, my destiny. Your children did not consider your position. Where did these men come from? That is a misunderstanding, young Wei Sanho. Gong Mujin smiled. The young Wei Yeonho I know is strong enough to fight the leader. I am not saying he wins, but he can fight. Wei Sanho opened his eyes a lot. Is it true? I have heard everything. Look at him as a warrior, not as a brother. Young Wei Yeonho is already an independent warrior. Wei Sanho's eyes narrowed. Is it true? No. That guy is lying. Answer me correctly. Ugh. Wei Yeonho groaned. He did not mean to say he was weaker than his brother, but if he said yes, he knew what would happen. It seems to be true. Then prove it. No. Brother, there are many ways to prove that. There is no need to fight with him. If you want to see him, tomorrow. Enough. Wei Sanho interrupted Wei Yeonho. I know what you are saying, but if you have the ability, rejecting the leader's fight proposal is disrespectful, especially considering that the leader has shown you a lot of consideration, and he has also been very kind to our father. He even said he wanted to be your best man when you were a child. Will you reject his request for your own comfort? No. Wei Yeonho's shoulders sank. One must be grateful and respectful. If you are not grateful or respectful, you are worse than an animal. I do not think you are an animal. Is not that right? Right. Wei Yeonho nodded with resignation. Then answer correctly. I will fight. Ugh, I will fight. Wei Yeonho looked at Sima Chance with burning eyes. He came to bother him while eating, and now forced him to exercise late at night. How could he look at it with good eyes? We will really fight. Sima Chance said with amazement at the changing situation. Did I do something wrong? Wei Zhonghan and Gong Mujin sighed at the same time. Let us go? Wei Yeonho rose suddenly. We must seize the moment. Let us go to my training camp. There is no one, so we can play freely. Gong Mujin smiled bitterly. I hope you can play freely, leader. Sima Chance would probably experience the most amazing day of his life. Chapter 185. Sima Chance took his group to his own training camp. Although he was the leader of the Righteous Martial Alliance, he was also a warrior in his heyday. He needed to train to maintain his sharp abilities. So, there was a special training camp for the leader. A magnificent training ground. Gong Mujin exclaimed upon arrival at the training camp. He saw a wide open space with a solid stone floor. Most people would not know that there was this training ground behind the Righteous Martial Alliance. The strangers cannot come in. So do not worry, Sima Chance said, hitting his chest. But Wei Yeonho's response was abrupt. If I wanted to, I could see everything. Ha ha ha, that could be true. But few would dare enter here without my permission. What if someone dares? It would be a good show. Wei Yeonho tried to find any excuse to cancel the fight, but Sima Chance was not going to let Wei Yeonho escape. I am curious. According to what he had heard, Wei Yeonho's internal energy level was already exceptional, but his skill level and age did not coincide. Teachers tend to perfect their martial arts after the age of majority, but that only happens in legends. Also, it is not known how much of that is exaggeration. Even if only half of what Wei Yeonho had done was true, it would be the appearance of a young master unprecedented in martial world history. Then Wei Yeonho's influence on the martial world would be immense. The martial world admires the strong. The title of the best warrior in the world is an illusion without real power, but it also has an immense influence that no one can ignore. A single word from someone without status can override someone's words in a position of power. That is the meaning of force in the martial world. Yes. It does not matter. Sima Chance licked his lips. Wei Sanho, who was next to Wei Yeonho, drew his attention. As a warrior, he was a role model, and someone who could bring harmony to the martial world with his influence. But why had his younger brother, and not him, reached that level? Why are you looking at me like that? When Wei Yeonho tilted his head, Sima Chance smiled uncomfortably. It is nothing. Did you feel anything strange? It is nothing. Wei Yeonho pouted. What is wrong with my look? It looked like my father's gaze. Is not that good? Do you think it is good? He did not think so. Sima Chance looked at Wei Zhonghan. Wei Zhonghan nodded as if he understood. We did not come here not to fight. Yes. As we are already here, there is no choice. Fine. Prepare yourselves. Sima Chance moved away from Wei Yeonho. Return. Gong Mujin, with a tense expression, caused people to retreat. Go back more. Wei Zhonghan looked at Gong Mujin with amazement. More? Yes. You must go further back. A shadow appeared on Wei Zhonghan's face. Gong Mujin, who knew well the skills of Wei Zhonghan and Wei Sanho, was making them retreat so much, which meant that the impact of their fight would be greater than Wei Zhonghan had anticipated. That much. Sima Chance was an invincible warrior for Wei Zhonghan, but he had never imagined that Wei Yeonho, his son, would show enough power to make them retreat so far in a fight against Sima Chance. How many know the Wei Yeonho skill level 5 years ago? Even if Wei Yeonho had dramatically improved in 5 years and consumed inner energy cores of dragons or snakes as if they were food, it would be impossible for him to match Sima Chance. But Gong Mujin, who had witnessed the power of Wei Yeonho, was saying it was possible. How much has improved? A strange mixture of tension and expectation filled Wei Zhonghan's heart. Wei Sanho, who seemed to feel the same, was looking at Wei Yeonho with an expression of anticipation. When they moved away from the training camp, Gong Mujin spoke. Protect others, Grandmaster Wei and Sanho. Jangil, you too? Understood. Yes. Han Sanga looked at Wei Zhonghan with concern. You are not trying to kill your son. I do not understand the leader's actions. Although your son has improved, how could he face the leader? He is not someone who does not know his limits, so he will control himself. Do you think he would use all his strength against the young man? But, do not worry. He is Sima Chance. Gong Mujin, after organizing the situation, looked at the two who were facing with a strange expression. Controlling. If he thought so, he could get into a big problem. Have you learned the martial arts from the treasury of the Sword Emperor? Wei Yeonho shook his head. No. You seem to have had enough time. No, it is just... Wei Yeonho scratched his cheek. It is hard enough to master my current martial arts. I do not need to learn that. It is too annoying. Even the martial arts of the Sword Emperor. Have you seen him? Yes. Have you learned that? I am a fist master. Wei Yeonho nodded, but a doubt appeared on his face. Do you think I should learn it? It was not that he was weak or in trouble, but it seemed like a technique with many flaws. Why should he learn it? I should see other techniques later. He needed to find out if there was a problem with that technique, or if all the martial techniques were like that. But later, much later, Sima Chance rewrote and smiled. It does not matter. I heard your level is not low. Today I can exercise a little. I have been bored without using my strength. Before you said there were countless people who wanted you to teach them a technique. Nonsense. Sima Chance snapped his tongue. Do you know how difficult it is to fight carefully against someone who could die with a single blow? Strong people do not want to fight seriously for their reputation and status. In the end, I can only train with young people whom I can easily beat. How could I not be bored? If the students you have trained listen to that, they will be angry. If you did not listen to him, that is fine. Sima Chance smiled and raised his fist. But I think you can get my fist. I hope at least half of your rumors are true. Do not worry. I will not hurt you. The goal of this fight is to verify your skill level. Wei Yeonho stretched out his hand toward his waist, took his sword, and removed the holster. Swish. Without saying anything, he drew his sword and nailed it to the ground. Oh. Sima Chance nodded repeatedly, impressed by the position of Wei Yeonho, who was looking at his opponent with his sword in his hand. Well, are you ready? I do not know if I should say this. Yes. My teacher said something, and I think the leader should hear it. What is it? Faced with Sima Chance's question, Wei Yeonho said quietly. Even a powerful warrior like a tiger is dead if he underestimates his opponent. A warrior must accurately assess his opponent's abilities in any situation. Sima Chance's expression hardened. And another thing. What? No warrior in the world can relax in front of my sword. My sword is unique in the world and deserves the respect of all. Sima Chance let go of a laugh. Who is your teacher? At that moment, rumble. Wei Yeonho kicked the ground, and the solid stone floor crumbled like mud and flew out. And with that momentum, Wei Yeonho threw himself into Sima Chance with incredible strength. What? Sima Chance, seeing Wei Yeonho approaching at an incredible speed, instinctively extended his fist. Goo! A blow with immense internal energy tearing the air pushed Wei Yeonho. But Wei Yeonho was Wei Yeonho. Hap! An intense light came out of Wei Yeonho's sword and cut Sima Chance's fist in two. Swish! With a sound as if a cloth had torn, Sima Chance's powerful fist split in two. Sima Chance's eyes were wide open. Then, thump! Wei Yeonho's sword, which had crossed Sima Chance's fist like a tent, struck Sima Chance's right shoulder. Sima Chance said nothing and looked at Wei Yeonho's sword on his shoulder. The anger filled Sima Chance's face. His red face seemed about to explode. Several emotions seized him, but then his face showed resignation. Sima Chance, who had been looking at Wei Yeonho with amazement, finally resigned. I have lost. The atmosphere got cold. Saha, the historian, could not speak. He won. Well, there were several reasons. Guang Guzhengai continued calmly. Two people with similar abilities, or even with a small difference, fought. But if one underestimated the other, the result could be that way. Right? Even the most cautious people would not think that a young man who has not lived a quarter of his life would have the same skills as them. Can you say that the leader was neglected? No. Saha shook his head. Anyone would have been careless. That was the problem. Anyone who had been there would have had the same result. The leader is amazing. Although he lost to young Wei Yeonho, he accepted defeat. At that moment, I thought, This person is really a giant. Certainly. Saha urged Gwang Guy, who was looking at the roof with nostalgia. That is how it ended. Of course not. Gwang Guy smiled. The leader is not an ordinary person. It would not end like this. Chapter 186. Without considering the kind of person he was, no one doubted his abilities. At least, not at that time. But back then, it was different. No matter how many times it was said that Wi Yeonho had the power to destroy mountains and divide rivers, people laughed. Why? You would not do the same thing. You do not seem to understand this because you are not a warrior. But if I told you that my 3-year-old grandson can break rocks with his fists and uproot trees with his hands, what would you think? Yeah, that. You would think I was lying. But if a lot of people had seen him, you would start to doubt. If more than 20 people had seen it, you would have no choice but to believe it. But even if you believe it, does that mean you understand? Even seeing it with your own eyes, it is hard to believe. That is where the discrepancy arises. You have heard enough testimony about Wi Yeonho's abilities, but when you meet Wi Yeonho, with his eyes like a rotten sardine, everything you have heard seems false and illogical. That is where people get confused. Of course, warriors should not trust each other, but you would not think a 3-year-old boy would kick your head while you fight with him. Would you? If it happened to you, could you safely say that you did not trust him and that you could have blocked him? Yeah, that is right. That is why trust is dangerous. Everyone thinks they do not trust each other, but when faced with an unexpected situation, a logical response becomes confidence. The leader probably felt that deeply at that time. I have lost. Sima Chan's voice was extremely bitter. Why not? A man of almost 100 years, known as the best fighter in the world, had been defeated by a young man without even being able to defend himself. It would be more strange if he had remained calm. Of course, he felt resentment. If he had not trusted himself, the result would have been different. But he, who had fought countless battles, knew that trust is part of the skill. If it had been a real battle, he would have been killed without even being able to speak. Trust is something only survivors can mention. The dead cannot speak. Regardless of reason, the fact that he had lost did not change. The only way to maintain his pride was to accept defeat without excuses. Do you really admit it? I must. When Sima Chance smiled bitterly, Wi Yeonho withdrew his sword from Sima Chance's shoulder. I have lost. Seeing Sima Chance admit his defeat again, a strange smile appeared on Wi Yeonho's lips. You are a man. Thank you for the compliment, but I cannot consider myself a man now. Victory and defeat are inevitable in war. Sima Chance sighed without responding. I was too comfortable. Although he did not believe it, after living so long in a peaceful world, he seemed to have become less acute than in his days of glory. If this had happened 10 years ago, he would not have lost so easily. But they are just excuses. No reason can change defeat. Losing is losing. You are strong. Thank you. Unbelievably strong. I have heard that before. Hee. Wi Yeonho scratched his neck. I thought it was inappropriate to do this, but I thought it was what I had to do. Right. Sima Chance stepped back 2 steps, then put his hands together, bowed to Wi Yeonho and bowed. I have received a great lesson from young Wi Yeonho of the Wei family. Thank you for teaching me that even with the name of warrior, one can lose his warrior spirit. Wi Yeonho was surprised and bowed back. In an uncomfortable position, Wi Yeonho said, Why are you doing this? Sima Chance raised his head and responded firmly. If it had not been you, I would have kept living without realizing my own decay. My abilities would have diminished, and I would have been left behind. It was a painful lesson, an extremely painful lesson. Thank you again. I just thought it was the fastest way to end the fight. Sima Chance let go of a soft laugh. What an interesting boy. At his age, with his abilities, it would be normal to be arrogant. It would be normal, and people would not criticize him. It is funny when an untalented person acts arrogantly, but who would criticize someone talented for boasting? Humility only works in normal situations. If someone like Wi Yeonho were humble, the others would have to bury their heads on the ground. But this guy was not humble. He seemed indifferent to his abilities. He became a master without even wanting it. Even looking in the history of the martial world, there is no one your age with your abilities. Why are you doing this? I do not know if you are a genius or a talented person, but no genius or talent can compare with you. I feel uncomfortable, and you have defeated me. No one has defeated Sima Chance before, and no one will in the future. Wi Yeonho said with resignation. I see. Tell me what you mean. Sima Chance, with an uncomfortable expression, said with a trembling voice. Let us fight again. I knew it. Wei Yeonho got angry. Admit defeat. If you wanted to fight again, why do you admit it? No. No. I admit. I admit it. I lost the previous fight. I lost. You can say you defeated Sima Chance. But, Sima Chance shouted loudly. There is no need to fight. You must give me a chance to take revenge. As I lost the previous fight, let us fight again. Enough. No, please. Sima Chance was getting desperate. You must consider my reputation. If there is a rumor that I lost against you, what a shame. I will not be able to show my face. I can understand that, but it is not easy to say it openly. You are amazing. Then let us fight again. No, thank you. No. We must fight. Sima Chance extended his arms and shouted. If you do not fight again, I will not let you go. I am the leader of the Righteous Martial Alliance. I will surround this place. Gong Mujin looked at the training camp with astonishment and then looked at Wei Zhonghan. Wei Zhonghan was the one who knew Sima Chance best. So he is. One must experiment to know. Gong Mujin's face blushed. He had also pleaded for a rematch after being defeated by Wi Yeonho, but he had not acted so desperately. I understand your feelings, leader. He had also felt the sky coming over him. How much more the leader of the Righteous Martial Alliance? Do you really need to fight? Yes. What will you give me? Huh. Wei Yeonho smiled. You have to give and receive. You fought with me, and if you want to fight again, I also need something. I have already shown you enough respect as an elder. What do you need? Come here for a moment. Wei Yeonho and Sima Chance approached and began whispering. Gong Mujin looked at the scene with concern. What are you doing? Every time Wei Yeonho made that expression, something bad happened. After that expression, he started distributing secret techniques, and then put a tent in front of the Righteous Martial Alliance. After deceiving the officer, he is now deceiving the leader. Fortunately, he is from the Wei family. If he were from the demonic cult, the martial world would be in chaos. And that is it. Yes, I should consult with the officer. If you do not do it now, I will leave. Consult it, and come later. And no, I am the leader, who I would consult with. I will give it to you right now. Really? Yes. Wei Yeonho pulled out some documents and a portable writing game. Gong Mujin snapped his tongue at the scene. He always wears that. Smart guy? He had probably not anticipated this situation. He definitely wore it to prevent his opponent from retreating. Signature. Well, Sima Chance wrote something on the paper with an uncomfortable expression, sealed the document, and gave it to Wei Yeonho. Wei Yeonho smiled, picked up the writing game, and, with his sword in his hand, stopped at a distance from Sima Chance. Let us start now? Of course. Do not trust yourself this time. Ugh. Sima Chance sighed and looked at Wei Yeonho. Do not trust me. That is an interesting phrase. Although he was surprised, it was Sima Chance. He had practiced martial arts for almost 100 years. Even if it was an instinctive blow, it contained all his experience and wisdom. Trusting to face a swordsman who had cut his fist. It would be better to ask him to kill me. Actually, he did not care about his reputation. If there was a rumor that he had lost to Wei Yeonho, people would say, ha ha ha. It looks like the leader was playing. The truth is only true if it is within the understanding of the one who listens to it. Something that surpasses understanding becomes a lie. The reason he wanted to fight again was not to regain his reputation, but because he wanted to fight Wei Yeonho for real. This feeling. There was a time when he felt that passion. After the battle against the cult, he had felt that passion again. Be careful. Sima Chance smiled. It will be different from before. I am Sima Chance. I will show you my true power. At the same time, incredible power began to emanate from Sima Chance like a storm. Wei Yeonho's face began to be slowly distorted by the overwhelming power that paralyzed him. Chapter 187. Is that my son? Wei Zhonghan could not shut his mouth. Even if he had trusted himself, the guy who had made Sima Chance surrender in one stroke was his son. Trust. Can a rabbit kill a tiger by trusting himself? The ability to take advantage of that confidence was skill. The explosive speed and powerful internal energy Wei Yeonho had shown by pressing Sima Chance, and the ability to split his fist in one stroke, were something Wei Zhonghan could not even dream of achieving. Incredible. Wei Sanho, also shocked, could not speak. If an egg incubates a lizard, one might laugh, but if one incubates a dragon the size of a house, one would run out of words. That was the situation for both of them. No, that. It is good that he has been strengthened. Your son's strength is a good thing. But even if someone gets stronger, he must do it conscientiously. What is this? The leader let him win. Han Sanga, who did not understand the situation, asked, but Wei Zhonghan was unable to respond. How could he answer something he himself did not understand? Gong Mujin, not Wei Zhonghan, answered Han Sanga's question. No. Then, Wei Yeonho is stronger than you think. The leader did not use all his strength, but he did not let him win. What does that mean? Gong Mujin responded with a bitter smile. It means that Wei Yeonho is 10 times stronger than the leader initially thought. While he answered, Gong Mujin's gaze was fixed on Sima Chance. He must be surprised. He had probably never experienced something so amazing. Who would experience something so amazing? When he first experienced it, he felt so surprised that he almost lost his mind. Therefore, Gong Mujin is the only one who can imagine Sima Chance's feelings. Wei Yeonho and Sima Chance stood in front of each other. At that moment, a stormy power began to emanate from Sima Chance. Kayak. Isielwa could not resist the burst of internal energy and flew back. So up. Gong Mujin jumped to catch Isielwa and left her on the ground. Gee, thank you. Do not look away. Gong Mujin whispered to Isielwa. The fight you will see now could be something you will never see in your life again. Remember every breath, every move. Yes, master. Wei Zhonghan was hugging Han Sanga and saying something to Wei Sanho. Jan Gil and the others had serious expressions and did not turn away the eyes of the two. It is not easy to see absolute teachers fighting with all their strength. Everyone was tense, waiting for what was going to happen. Gong Mujin's mouth opened slowly. Incredible. Gong Mujin looked at the scene with horror. What is that? He was also a disciple of Manhwa. Manhwa did not lack warriors who could rival Sima Chance. Among the elders he knew, there were swordsmen who could face Sima Chance. But Gong Mujin had to realize something. When the strongest swordsmen on Mount Hua fought against him, did they need to use all their strength? No. I thought I knew, but I did not know. He had heard countless times that the warriors who had reached the flower level exceeded human boundaries. But this was the first time Gong Mujin saw him with his own eyes. The internal energy emanated from Sima Chance as a mist. At first, it seemed that only some energy emanated, but the mist began to form a flow, completely enveloping Sima Chance's body. Inner energy is materializing. It was not an artificial internal force or energy. The energy that emanated while using its internal energy began to materialize and envelope Sima Chance's body. It was a phenomenon never seen before. He has become stronger. But Wei Zhonghan seemed to have seen this before. Senior, what is that? It cannot contain all its inner energy within its body. Its powerful inner energy is coming out. It thinks that every particle of that mist has the power to destroy a mountain. The explanation confused him even more. How can anyone have so much power? Gong Mujin's gaze looked at Wei Yeonho. He himself felt that pressure. How much pressure would Wei Yeonho feel, who was receiving that energy directly? Gong Mujin saw Wei Yeonho with a distorted expression. This is no joke. Wei Yeonho squeezed his teeth against the pressure that seemed to crush him. Is this the power of inner energy? Wei Yeonho had made incredible progress thanks to Baek Muhan's love teachings, but he could not fill his inner energy with wisdom. If he could absorb all the internal energy contained in Baek Muhan's inner energy core, which was firmly fixed in his body, he could outperform Sima Chance in internal energy. But that was somewhat distant. Therefore, Wei Yeonho could feel the power of internal energy. Baek Muhan could have crushed him with even more internal energy, but he did not need to use his superiority in internal energy against Wei Yeonho. Whoa! Wei Yeonho's body began to retreat slowly. An incredible pressure was pushing him. What should I do in this situation? The answer was in the words of his teacher. Do not be afraid, even if your enemy is superior in some way. You must have your own strengths. Do not use your enemy's strengths to fight. Strategy and martial arts are the same. Use your strengths to attack your enemy's weaknesses. That is mastery. It does not seem to help much. I should retract what I said about your teacher's words containing all the answers. Although most of the answers were there, sometimes there was no answer. Wong, the stone floor, unable to withstand the pressure of Sima Chance's internal energy, rose. As if the dust rose in a big storm, large pieces of stone flew up. Wei Yeonho's expression became serious. No, even if you have lost, this is too much. You must keep your composure. He did not get an answer. It would be strange if I could hear it in the middle of chaos. Ugh. Wei Yeonho sighed and pressed his sword. I made a mistake. He should have received more. He said not to trust himself, but Wei Yeonho had trusted himself. No one knew that this old man was so strong. Although he was not sure, he seemed to be the strongest person he had found since he entered the martial world. Wei Yeonho's cheeks swelled. Although he was lazy and did not like to fight, once he started a fight, he did not think of losing. It was his nature, and the result of Baek Muhan's constant training. He should not lose once he wielded his sword. My sword is invincible. I know. A smile appeared on Wei Yeonho's lips. Even though Sima Chance was strong, he had already seen the limit of a sword. He could not lose to someone like that after having fought against his master's sword. Wei Yeonho slowly lifted his sword. A smooth move. He only raised his sword, but it seemed majestic. Wei Yeonho's sword, without unnecessary movement, stopped in front of his head. Superior position. It was the basic posture of all swords. Well, let me show you. He was to show them to those who had forgotten him. That his master's sword was here, that a technique that dominated the world, a technique that no other sword could match, had returned to the world through Wei Yeonho. Is that? Sima Chance's eyes opened slightly. It was a common superior position, but it was different from a normal superior position. He had only lifted his sword, but the inner energy that had been pressing Wei Yeonho could not approach. What kind of sword is this? His knowledge of martial arts was incomparable in the martial world. He had seen many techniques and had experienced them personally, but Wei Yeonho's sword was different from any other he had seen. You will know when you experience it. His competitive spirit grew. Thinking of the sword emanating from that natural posture, he felt an emotion running down his feet. He had abandoned his contempt. He was not thinking about his superior status. The one who was here was not the leader of the righteous martial alliance. He was Sima Chance, the fist master who had dominated the world with his fists. Well, get it. Let us see how strong you are. The internal energy flowing through Sima Chance's body concentrated on his internal energy. Sima Chance put his hands together in front of his chest. Bang! A sharp sound resonated, and Sima Chance's left foot took a powerful step. Rumble! Sima Chance's body turned using his left foot as an axis. And no, Wei Zhonghan's eyes were wide open. It is not a fight. Li dear. But his scream did not reach Sima Chance. Sima Chance, twisting, through his inner energy like lightning. Whoosh! A very small sound resonated, overshadowing the great noise that had been ringing so far. But the result was terrifying. The power emanating from Sima Chance's internal energy was initially the size of a fist. But that power grew larger than a person, and eventually expanded to the size of a large mountain. Tian Wang Xian Shi. Wei Zhonghan's eyes were wide open. How many teachers had fallen to that invincible power? The supreme technique representing Sima Chance had been revealed at the Righteous Martial Alliance training camp. A heartbreaking scream came out of his mouth without him noticing. But Wei Yeonho, in Wei Zhonghan's gaze, was looking at the power that was approaching with a calm expression. Sima Chance's power was incredible. But, my sword is invincible. I know. Wei Yeonho slowly lifted his sword and extended it. And a dazzling white light began to emanate from his sword. A sacred and impressive white light illuminated the world, and finally filled everyone with a white light. Chapter 188. Gong Mujin looked forward with a stunned expression. An immense power, sufficient to destroy everything around it, emanated from Sima Chance, while a blinding white light, sufficient to cover the whole world, emanated from the other side. How far do martial arts go? Although he was also a warrior, the scene before his eyes was enough to break his understanding of martial arts. He was surprised that a simple human could show such power. While he watched the scene, majestic and sublime, Gong Mujin clenched his teeth. This is no time to admire. The scene before his eyes was not an illusion or a dream. It was reality. And since it was reality, it was a place that he also had to come to one day. He could not stay paralyzed as if he were dreaming. He had to record every moment in his mind. It was obvious that this scene would become the goal to which he should aspire in the future. He wanted to say the same thing to Isilwa, but he had no strength to speak. Even a small distraction could cause him to miss something. So he had to concentrate with his mouth shut. The white light emitted by Wei Yeonho struck over the blue power of Sima Chance. And With a flash that seemed audible, the world was filled with a blinding light. The light that had covered the world as an illusion disappeared, and Sima Chance with his arms down and Wei Yeonho with his low sword looked at each other as if nothing had happened. Quiet. You only heard the wind brushing your ears. No one opened their mouths. No one spoke. The silence, which seemed eternal, was broken by Sima Chance. What is the name of that sword technique? Wei Yeonho shook his head. It has no name. You mean he does not have a name? No. It is just. Wei Yeonho seemed to reflect before speaking. My teacher said there is no need to learn the techniques he created. You just need to understand the flow. You do not need to follow the exact form of water. It is not that I do not have a name. It is that I do not have techniques. That is it. Sima Chance nodded slowly. Incredible, in many ways. Techniques are the framework that defines martial arts. Martial arts develop by adapting the body to a frame and eventually breaking it. But Wei Yeonho did not fit any frame, displaying his sword freely. An incredibly solid trust relationship. It was a blind faith, both in Wei Yeonho, who followed a method that could be considered heresy, and in his teacher, who taught a method that could lead to loss of direction, but believed that his disciple could dominate him. If anyone else had said that, they would have called it a reckless adventure. The results proved the process. His Tian Wang Xianshi had never been defeated so easily, a force that overcomes common understanding. Not to mention his age, Wei Yeonho was already an equal opponent. Sima Chance smiled. Zhonghan has been very lucky. I never thought your father was an insufficient man, but seeing you and your brother, I cannot help but think that your father has exceptional children. Wei Zhonghan was heard saying from a corner. What does that mean, leader? Exceptional. But Sima Chance ignored his words. He felt uncomfortable receiving an unexpected compliment. Wei Yeonho twisted and continued. Are you going to go on? I would like to, but... Sima Chance pressed his trembling hands. I think it is better to stop here, before things get ugly. Sima Chance licked his lips. His body wanted to move when he found someone who could face him, but if he fought seriously with Wei Yeonho, one of them could not walk later. It would be unfortunate for either of them. That young man. He had confirmed that he was a talent that would lead the world in the future, but Sima Chance's heart was not happy. When the time needs a hero, it gives him a great responsibility. Sima Chance, who had been at the top and had borne the greatest responsibility, knew that Wei Yeonho's responsibility would be even greater. But Wei Yeonho probably would not want to take that responsibility. It is not something you can escape simply because you do not want to. Sima Chance's gaze turned to Wei Sanho and Wei Zhonghan. Could they ease Wei Yeonho's burden? Why are you looking at me like that? No, nothing. Sima Chance smiled and approached Wei Yeonho. Then he stroked the head of Wei Yeonho, who was surprised. I never thought I would envy Wei Zhonghan. I wish I had a son like you. You can take it. I will consider it. Sima Chance withdrew from Wei Zhonghan's words. Wei Yeonho was an interesting boy when he was someone else's son, but if he were his son, he would drive him crazy. Well, instead of this, Sima Chance grabbed Wei Yeonho's shoulder. Let us have another drink. I am in a good mood. Ha! You are very impulsive. Yes, I am. Wei Yeonho shook his head as if he said he could do nothing and walked towards Wei Sanho. Sima Chance laughed at the scene. Is it over? Sima Chance nodded to the question of Wei Zhonghan, who had approached. Yes. Did you let him win? Did it look like that? Sima Chance smiled bitterly. Zhou Haiyan, you will have a lot of work in the future. I have enough work already. Right. Take the others first. I have something else to do. I will go soon. Yes. Wei Zhonghan looked at Sima Chance with astonishment and ran towards Wei Yeonho. When the group left the training camp under Wei Zhonghan, Sima Chance's expression hardened. This martial technique. Looks like he has seen him somewhere. A bright light that seemed to cover the world. And the extremely practical techniques hidden behind that bright light. Sima Chance shook his head. It cannot be. According to the information he had received, there was no connection between Wei Yeonho and his memories. He could not connect the vague techniques of his memories with the techniques Wei Yeonho had shown. Sima Chance suppressed the doubts that arose in his heart. I think I am getting old. Thinking he was worried about minor things, Sima Chance followed the group. The next day, did he say to leave him alone? Zhou Haiyan looked at Sima Chance in horror. Is there any reason not to? But Sima Chance smiled bitterly as she received Zhou Haiyan's bewildered gaze. Zhou Haiyan. Yes, leader. It is not easy to find such a talent at that age. Both you and I have lived in the martial world all our life, but it is the first time we have seen someone like that. Right? So you will want to use it. You will want to find it. It is natural to want to find a way to use it. Yes, but that is just the opinion of a mortal. Zhou Haiyan shut up. He had also ruled the world. He could not understand the words of Sima Chance. A needle in a pocket will always come out. Someone with that talent will not be ignored by the world. A cruel destiny could be waiting for that boy. So leave him alone. But, oh, a serious expression appeared on Sima Chance's face. The righteous martial alliance lacks talent to the point of needing that boy. No. Good. Then it is okay. Zhou Haiyan sighed. There was a gap in the way Sima Chance, a born warrior, and Zhou Haiyan, an officer, saw the world. Even if they understood each other well, they had different perspectives. It is better to retire. When there is a conflict of opinion, it is better to follow the leader's opinion. That was the way Zhou Haiyan ensured that his opinion was imposed. I will follow the leader's orders. But I want to confirm something. What is it? Wi Yeonho. Zhou Haiyan said with a serious expression. Is it strong enough for the leader to say that we should do nothing? Not just as a future leader, but as a great teacher. Sima Chance slowly caressed his beard. I do not know what to say. Zhou Haiyan became serious about Sima Chance's response. Does it? Come on, man. I have lived 4 times as long as that kid. Do you think I would lose? I did not doubt it. Only that. Yes. If it were now, I would definitely win. I should win. But I am not sure I can control it without hurting it. And he is not sure he can get out unharmed. Sima Chance swallowed the last words. There was no need to say them. But is that all? What do you mean? It is strange. He cannot hide his skills from me. But I feel like I have not seen his real power. I thought he had something hidden, but there was nothing. But even after seeing him, I still feel there is something else. Zhou Haiyan got serious. If he did not really show all his power, he is someone very clever. Someone who can hide his skills from me. He did not seem so clever. Did you not overvalue it before you met him? Yes. Perhaps we have not all seen its true power. Although it does strange things, those strange things always end well. Perhaps it is someone very clever. Zhou Haiyan nodded slowly. However, leave him alone. If he really was born for this age of chaos, he will do what he must do, and he will not be able to avoid it, no matter how much he resists. An adult's duty is to ease his burden, do not add more. Understand? Yes. You cannot argue with Sima Chance when he has that expression. When Zhou Haiyan nodded calmly, Sima Chance looked out the window with a grim expression. Dragon or snake? The world will judge that boy. Sima Chance confidently said. Check all central planes carefully. If my intuition is correct, something must be happening. If we do not solve it soon, an uncontrollable fire will reach us. I will follow your orders. Sima Chance nodded heavily when he saw Zhou Haiyan bow. Chapter 189. Wi Yeonho's family felt a mixture of emotions when they saw him. After 5 years, seeing your son and brother again should have been immense joy. But that son, the guy who seemed so useless that he did not even serve as fertilizer for the garden, had returned as an absolute teacher, without having wasted those 5 years, which was incredibly satisfying. Wei Zhonghan's satisfaction was even greater than that of others. Crash. Wei Zhonghan opened the door to the room where Wi Yeonho was lying, looked at him with his eyes closed. Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? Ah, no. Wi Yeonho rose with difficulty. Before, Wi Yeonho always fell asleep, and only woke up when Wei Zhonghan turned the bed. Considering that, Wi Yeonho had greatly improved. Sleeping is good, but one needs to eat for energy. I bought sweets on the way. Eat them. Huh. Wi Yeonho trembled at the sweets Wei Zhonghan offered him. Why are you shaking? Because I am not sure if you are my father. In his memories, Wei Zhonghan was a demon who always wanted to catch him, but he was now offering him candy. Is that why one must succeed? Phew. Wei Zhonghan coughed, left the candy on the table, and turned around. Since you have not eaten well, you must eat well. For a warrior, the body is his fortune. Yes, but Wei Zhonghan's concern was in vain, because there was someone who expressed his affection for his son in a completely different way from Wei Zhonghan. Mom, I think this is too much. Wi Yeonho trembled at the large amount of food on the table. You must eat. You are very thin. Before you left home, you were robust and manly, but now you are emaciated. Really? Although the idea of being robust is to be manly is questionable. It could be considered a matter of taste. What Wei Yeonho could not understand was not that, but the food at the table. What is this? It is ginseng stew. Eat this. It is bittersweet eel. And this. It is a very rare ingredient. It is famous because the emperor enjoys it. It has a strange shape. It disgusts me. What is it? Just eat it. Is nothing normal? Do not be fussy. Wei Yeonho could feel her mother's determination to feed her grandson in the large amount of food. What is the reason for giving this food to her child, who is not even married? For Han Sanga, it was a coincidence to find this food, but for Wei Yeonho, it was torture. Mom, I do not need to eat this. It will help you in the future. I do not think it will help me. Eat, eat. Ugh. Wei Yeonho trembled when he saw the food strangely. Is this a new form of torture? At times, affection can manifest strangely. Although there were some problems, Wei Yeonho was enjoying a wonderful time. He had nothing to do except to go to the training camp once a day to disturb the students. Wei Yeonho was able to enjoy his laziness for the first time in a long time. After 7 days, something changed. Crash. Hey, brat. The sun is high. You entered your room before sunset. How can you sleep until noon without getting out of bed? You do not even need to go to the bathroom. If I do not drink water, I do not need to go. Kwaluk. Wei Zhonghan ran to Wei Yeonho and grabbed the bed. Hey, why are you doing this? Damn it. You became a teacher, but what does it matter? Do not leave the room. What good it is to be a teacher? I have always been like this. Yes, it is true. Wei Zhonghan squeezed his teeth. He had forgotten for a moment the joy of seeing his son after 5 years, and that his son had become a teacher who could face Sima chance. Your child was like a natural medicine to increase blood pressure, just by looking at him. If a man has so much power, he must have ambitions and dreams. What are you going to do in the future? Father. Wei Yeonho sat on the bed. Wei Zhonghan released the bed when he saw his serious attitude. Yes, I am not someone without dreams. Who would be? Oh. Wei Zhonghan looked at Wei Yeonho with expectation. So what are you going to do? In fact, I have earned some money. Right. According to Wei Yeonho and Zhou Haiyan, Wei Yeonho was accumulating an incredible fortune. Even if he collected all the wealth of the Wei family, he could not match what Wei Yeonho earned in 3 days. People have many dreams, but you cannot ignore money. You need money to live. Right. Wei Zhonghan, as the leader of a family, could not ignore the importance of money. So, I have already achieved my dream. I have made enough money to live, so I want to live comfortably using that money. Wei Zhonghan's head began to bow. Did you say you had dreams? No, exactly. I had dreams, and I made them. Wei Yeonho smiled. I have achieved a dream that most would not achieve in their entire lives at an early age. Is it not a successful life? Wei Zhonghan also smiled at Wei Yeonho. Then, using all his strength, he turned the bed. Damn it, you brat. Wei Zhonghan's resounding cry in the Wei family also echoed in the righteous martial alliance. An emergency family reunion was convened. Wei Zhonghan, Wei Sanho, Wei Suryun, and Han Sanga were sitting at the table with serious expressions. Why do I? Gong Mujin, who was forced to attend the family reunion of another family, looked away with an uncomfortable expression. And you why? Although he was forced to attend, why was I Sealwei here? She was not called. And who is that woman? The woman sitting next to Han Sanga was so beautiful that even Gong Mujin was impressed. Did they say it was Jean Yeren? By now, he was not sure if it was a family reunion or an emergency meeting. The first to speak was Wei Zhonghan. Unfortunately, Wei Zhonghan said in a bitter and sad voice. Unfortunately, we have realized that Yeonho has not changed at all. They all nodded. How can anyone be so stubborn? I understand what righteousness means. If I had studied with that attitude, I would have passed the imperial examination. Keeping that laziness was something most people could not do. If they asked a normal person to live a day like Wei Yeonho, he could not bear boredom. His laziness is not surprising, but the problem is that he accomplished something incredible while he was away. They all agreed with Wei Zhonghan. But, bang, Wei Zhonghan hit the table. Even a sharp sword rusts if it does not hold. Although Yeonho has achieved something incredible for his age, if we leave it like this, it will deteriorate. It will not only deteriorate. Wei Sanho spoke. Even a valuable sword is useless if it is only stored in a box. That is also true. Wei Zhonghan sighed deeply. I was so excited that my son would have become a teacher, but if he were, it would have been better if he remained useless. At least he would have had no expectations. When criticism of Wi Yeonho began, Han Senga showed her discomfort. But Yeonho has suffered a lot. We should let him get some rest. He will end up resting forever. Han Senga could not refute that and remained silent. Great Master Gong. Yes, Grandmaster Wei. Wei Zhonghan looked at Gong Mujin urgently. What should we do with Yeonho? Why do you ask me? He is my son, but I do not know him well. When he was little, I was out of the house, and when he grew up a little bit, I just saw him being lazy. And after 5 years without seeing him, I am ashamed to say it, but I do not know my son well. But Grandmaster Gong, did not you spend much time with Yeonho? Gong Mujin smiled with resignation. It is how you see it. What can I do? Ugh. And if so, it would be better to ask Sir Yun, who spent so much time with him. She spent as much time with him as I did. Wei Zhonghan looked at Wei Sir Yun after Gong Mujin's words. Dad, it is exactly the same as before. It is just my brother, only stronger. You ugh. Wei Zhonghan groaned and knelt on the table. They say raising children is the hardest thing in the world. People would say it is wonderful to have 2 famous children, but Wei Zhonghan felt a pain in the stomach just thinking about Wi Yeonho. No, I cannot leave it like this. If I die like this, my father will hit me in the underworld. I cannot shame the name of the Wei family. Wei Zhonghan rose suddenly and shouted. Fine. We must find a way to correct Yeonho's laziness. Somehow, Wei Sanho, who had been watching the situation, spoke at the loud cry of Wei Zhonghan. Father. Yes, I think I have a solution. Oh, Wei Zhonghan's eyes were wide open. Wei Sanho was the best handler of Wi Yeonho. Everyone looked at Wei Sanho, who spoke slowly. Chapter 190. As you know, Yeonho is a boy with a strong sense of duty. Huh. Wei Zhonghan looked at Wei Sanho with amazement. Did I hear wrong? After cleaning his ears several times, Wei Zhonghan asked Wei Sanho with a stunned expression. Can you repeat it? Wei Sanho nodded calmly. As you know, Father, Yeonho is a boy with a strong sense of duty. I did not hear wrong. I think you did not wake up well. This is no time for jokes, Father. You are the one who is kidding, crazy. Feeling of duty. Wei Zhonghan finally discovered the least fitting word for Wi Yeonho. There is no word worse for Wi Yeonho than the sense of duty. Yeonho has a strong sense of duty. Although he tends to avoid work, once he has a job, he will do his best to complete it. Wow. Wei Zhonghan began to think about how to refute this absurd statement. But before he could do it, more strange reactions appeared. It seems so. It was Gong Mujin's words. No. Just as Wei Zhonghan was about to refute, Wei Suryun also agreed. Although he refuses to work, if it is something he must do, he will. What have these people seen? While Wei Zhonghan was surprised, Jin Yerin spoke. He is the most responsible and kind person I know. He is someone who helps others even if it is not their responsibility. Wei Zhonghan looked at Han Senga, who was sitting next to him. Wife? Yes. We have to do something. What does that mean? If you were not blinded by love, you would not say that. I think you are completely blinded by love. So before you miss it, we should marry that useless one. Oh. Wei Zhonghan shouted, forgetting his composure, when Han Senga pinched him mercilessly. I cannot help but agree. Jan Gil came in and agreed. Wei Zhonghan looked at Jan Gil with his eyes squinted. Where have you been? No, before that. Why do you have to agree? With the fact that Wi Yeonho has a strong sense of duty. Is that something a beggar sect beggar should say? Just as Jan Gil was about to explain, Gong Mujin spoke. Senior. Gong Mujin said with an uncomfortable expression. I have been thinking a little while away from Yeonho. Tell me, when I am near Yeonho, I get angry, frustrated, irritated, and want to strangle him. But he is my son. It is not fitting that you insult him like this before his father. Please listen to me. Ugh. When I am near Yeonho, I get so angry that I cannot think clearly. But after thinking about it, what Yeonho has accomplished in a short time is incredible. Wei Zhonghan ran out of speech. Why was everyone doing this? Since I met that guy, he has done many things. First, he defeated the ghost and sword demons, and easily solved the Nazan incident, which would have plunged the world into chaos. In addition, he defeated those who wanted to steal the secret techniques without losses, entered the righteous martial alliance, and confronted the leader. Wei Zhonghan's expression became increasingly unpleasant. But that is not all. Jan Gil continued with Gong Mujin's words. Before that, he captured a member of the demonic cult and saved young Seoman and Wu Han. When Jang-gil looked at Jean Yeren, she nodded. He saved our family, right? And although I am not sure, there is a rumor that he saved the second prince, who was involved in a conspiracy, in the warehouse of the Harem Grand Academy. Then the golden sword. Right. Gong Mujin hit the table. He wondered where Wi Yeonho had gotten the golden sword he had used to pass through the door. If he was connected to the prince, that doubt would be resolved. If we consider that he saved the prince's life, is that not his greatest achievement so far? Right. Jang-gil nodded enthusiastically. In short, Wi Yeonho, as soon as he appeared in the martial world, saved the prince's life, revived the sacred hand hall in Wuhan, defeated the cult, defeated the ghost and sword demons, and resolved the Nazan incident. What incredible achievements! Wei Zhonghan opened his mouth wide open. Only when he heard it seemed normal, but hearing it all together, it seemed inhuman. That loafer! While Wei Zhonghan struggled with the discrepancy between the real Wi Yeonho and the Wi Yeonho of his memories, Wei Sanho spoke. It is natural. Yeonho is the most responsible boy. He is kind and has a pure heart. Wei Zhonghan grabbed his chest. No, it is not like that. He could not explain it, but he was not. Although he was his son, Wi Yeonho should not be described that way. That is, even his mother, who had taken him for 10 months, denied him with an uncomfortable expression. Although he is my son, I cannot see him like this. See, a strange situation was developing where people praised Wi Yeonho while his parents desperately denied him. Those who knew Wi Yeonho best were underestimating his courage. It is better to accept the truth. Wei Zhonghan grabbed the back of his neck at Jang-gil's words. What nonsense! Finally, he screamed. Is my son responsible? Did he have a son I did not know? Sanho, are not you talking about you? Are you talking about Yeonho? Even if you want to deny it, it is the truth. Ha ha ha. Wei Zhonghan laughed with resignation. How could this happen if the Wi Yeonho he knew was different from the Wi Yeonho they knew? Perception is strange. If you want to evaluate someone correctly, look at their actions. Based on their actions, Wi Yeonho is an active, diligent, responsible man who does not let any detail pass. Of course, it is not easy to accept. Wi Yeonho, because of his arrogant attitude, irritates others, so it is hard to see his true nature. I have been surprised more than once by the discrepancy between the Wi Yeonho I see in the documents and the Wi Yeonho I know. Is it useless as a person, but incredible as a warrior? Something like that. Jang-gil said with an uncomfortable expression. As someone who evaluates the information and value of people through documents, I cannot help but agree with Sanho that Wi Yeonho has a strong sense of duty. The world is lost. Wei Zhonghan murmured resignedly and lay down on the chair. He felt his legs and back weakened. May Wi Yeonho have a strong sense of duty. Everyone is crazy. It is your son. Is there anyone who knows him better? The guy who did not get out of bed until he was beaten when he was asked to train. Let us go back to the main theme. Wei Sanho, who had won cleanly without saying much, spoke again. Yeonho has a strong sense of duty and always completes his tasks, but he has great laziness. That does not make sense. Wei Zhonghan shouted, but Wei Sanho ignored his words. What we can see here is, when Yeonho acts responsibly, it is when he has a clear task. Gong Mujin nodded in agreement. Right. Although Wi Yeonho was lazy, the fact that he always did what he had to do was evident when he met the ghost demons and sword. He stopped the ghost and sword demons, who wanted to leave, and he killed them himself. If Wi Yeonho were just lazy, he would not have tried to defeat the ghost and sword demons. He seemed to have changed. Wi Yeonho was amazing when he fought Sima Chance, but if he had to choose the moment when it was most incredible, it would be when he faced the ghost demons and sword. Wi Yeonho, without his playful and serious attitude, was someone who approached the essence of a warrior, something that impressed Gong Mujin. At that time, Wi Yeonho seemed several times stronger. Although his skills were much better in the fight against Sima Chance, he felt that, if I always showed that attitude, people would not suffer so much. The discrepancy between Wi Yeonho as a person and Wi Yeonho as a warrior was too great. Then the conclusion is simple. If we want Yeonho to continue to improve instead of stagnating or getting worse, we must give him tasks. Wait, young Wei. Gong Mujin interrupted Wei Sanho. That is the hardest thing. The Wi Yeonho I know will not create tasks for itself. Until now, he had experienced several incidents as he headed for the righteous martial alliance. But creating tasks for Wi Yeonho, who had locked himself in his room, was not easy. If you do not believe them, we must create a situation in which you must do so. Wi Yeonho's expression was firm. What are you going to do? I think it is hard on the righteous martial alliance. There are not many incidents here that require Yeonho's intervention. The first thing is to get Yeonho out of the righteous martial alliance. Gong Mujin scratched his cheek. That is not easy. But the answer to Gong Mujin's words came from elsewhere. I do not think it is a problem. Jan Gil intervened. You will probably have to act soon. Why? Jan Gil laughed sinisterly. Something has happened that clearly requires Wi Yeonho's intervention. They are probably talking about it in the leader's office. Wei Zhonghan looked at Jan Gil with amazement. What is going on? Chapter 191. Baek Homyeong nodded while receiving the report. No trouble. We have been preparing for more than 10 years. We have reviewed the plan countless times. Baek Homyeong's expression hardened. The world changes. A plan 10 years ago would no longer be relevant. If we do not adjust it to the changes, those 10 years will have been wasted. I will remember it, and I will remember it again. But Baek Homyeong's expression did not change. It was a very important task. It was the first time they would reap the fruits of their secret work. The success of this task would determine their next movements. Have they arrived? Yes. They say they are about to arrive. Baek Homyeong nodded slowly. Father was right. The most important thing is the family, and how we will reap the fruits of our work. But I neglected my brothers under the pretext of protecting the family. Embracing my brothers should have been my priority as a leader. The subordinate did not respond, only bowed his head. But he heard Baek Homyeong's words. As a leader, those words had great meaning. It meant that Baek Homyeong no longer saw his brothers as rivals. It is natural. The position of Baek Homyeong and his two brothers within the Baek family was very different. If Baek Homyeong made no major mistakes, his position as a future leader was assured. Although the current leader prioritized merit and skill over the line of succession, if Baek Homyeong continued to work hard, his position would be immovable. So this time, at that moment, a loud voice rang from the outside. Young leader. Baek Homyeong's expression hardened. Who was looking for him in the middle of a meeting? What is going on? The great elder has arrived. My uncle. Baek Homyeong opened his eyes a lot. Invite him. Baek Homyeong rose suddenly and ran toward the entrance. The door opened, and an old man with white hair and well-groomed entered. How long? Greetings, great elder. Ha ha ha. Yes, young leader. The old man, with a kind expression, patted Baek Homyeong on the back. Uncle, do not use such formal language. I feel uncomfortable. It is not like that. You are the future leader of the family, and I am just a useless person who depends on the family to survive. How could I not use formal language? Young leader, do not talk about this anymore. But, ha 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 ha, instead. I am thirsty after a long trip. Why do not you pour me a cup of tea? Yes, please come in. Baek Homyeong, surprised, invited the old man in. He indicated the best seat, but the old man laughed and sat elsewhere. Baek Homyeong, with an expression of regret, sat in the best seat, served tea, and offered it to the old man. Uncle, I know what you mean, young leader, but this is natural. Family rules are maintained when everyone fulfills their duties. My place is here, so I hope the young leader understands my feelings. Understood. Baek Homyeong nodded slowly. He could not insist more if the old man was so firm. Are the preparations going well? We are doing everything we can. Although you are the young leader, you must think that you are the leader of the family. The leader cannot take care of everything. Can he? I remember. The old man smiled. The work the leader is doing now should be my job, but I feel guilty about causing you discomfort. That is absurd. No one ignores the work he has done for the family. I am also grateful. Who would dare to despise his hard work for the family? It is the only thing I can do. The old man smiled and continued. However, there should be no mistakes this time. The first step is important. Yes, I will do my best to avoid mistakes. The old man looked at Baek Homyeong with a satisfied expression, took his cup of tea and drank a sip. And the children. Baek Homyeong immediately understood who the elder was referring to. They are on their way. They are the most important to this task. You are not going yourself. My age is a problem. Besides, they can do it. The old man looked at Baek Homyeong with surprise. You have learned tolerance. I have been a bad leader, unable to lead my brothers on the right path. The leader taught me. That is good. Very good. The old man nodded repeatedly and continued. I thought you lacked tolerance, but now you seem to have matured as a leader. I am very satisfied. I am working on it. After smiling with satisfaction, the old man slowly savored the tea. Baek Homyeong waited for the old man to finish his tea and spoke. How was your trip? Ha! The old man left his cup, wiped his mouth. Controlling a toothless tiger is easy. In the past, we could not control them at our whim, but a headless tiger is not scary. Everything will go according to the leader's plan. Oh, Baek Homyeong looked at the old man enthusiastically. Although the elder was powerful, they were not easy opponents, so he was relieved to hear that everything had gone well. Everything is fine. Ha! The old man frowned at Baek Homyeong's words. But, young leader. Baek Homyeong straightened himself by noting that the old man's voice was harsher than before. I heard things did not go well. What happened? I am sorry. He did not need to ask what he meant. The only failure in recent years was the treasury incident of the Sword Emperor. While everything was going well, Wi Yeonho intervened. Wi Yeonho. Baek Homyeong asked again, feeling that the old man's reaction was strange. Do you know him? Ha 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 ha, Wi Yeonho. The old man caressed his beard. I thought he was not a normal boy, but I did not expect him to interfere so much with our plan. If I had known, I would have eliminated him that day. You have known him. The old man nodded. Yes. I found him on the way to see them. What was he like? Well, how do I put it? The old man scratched his cheek. I do not know how to describe it, but considering his age and level, I thought it would be a good opponent for young people. Then you saw him well. They have already received a hit. I also got a hit, so I cannot make fun of them. All of them. To my shame, yes. Ha ha ha, what a surprise. The old man looked at Baek Homyeong and spoke. What do you think? What are you talking about? Do you think Wi Yeonho will be a problem? Baek Homyeong shook his head. Our judgment is like the flow of a mighty river. Some rocks at the bottom of the river will not change the course of the river. Do you really think so? But, Baek Homyeong said seriously, I know there are countless cases in history where insignificant things change the course of history. Once or twice it could be coincidence, but 3 times it is no coincidence. You are right. That is why I would rather eliminate it, but there is no good way. The old man caressed his beard and said, how about we involve him in this matter? In this matter? Is not he qualified? Baek Homyeong nodded. Good idea. They too will want revenge on him. Ha! The elder nodded with satisfaction and said, if this goes well, the world will remember our name, with more certainty than before. Of course, man. The old man and Baek Homyeong looked and smiled. You could not beat him. No. Why? Wi Yeonho pouted at Baek Muhan by looking at him severely. He knows. Baek Muhan is not the true Baek Muhan. It was an illusion created by Mungnyeonggong, dream fighting art, and his memories. Baek Muhan's questions were his questions, and Baek Muhan's answers were his answers. But, even though I know, it bothers me to see it. Wi Yeonho said abruptly. The difference in internal energy was too great. I had to use 10 times more force to face it. It is amazing that I was able to maintain balance. But master, you are scolding your good disciple. That is because you are dumb. Ugh. Wi Yeonho grinned and shouted. There are not many people as smart as me. I am a child prodigy. A child prodigy of laziness. That did surprise me. Baek Muhan scoffed and slowly lifted his sword. Difference in internal energy. You mean you could beat me if I used only 1/10 of my internal energy? No. Wi Yeonho honestly admitted. Even if he did not use internal energy, his teacher could easily defeat him. Look, his master's sword began to move slowly. Chapter 192. The sword was like an illusion. It moved without moving, flowed without flowing. It was impossible to distinguish whether the master moved the sword or whether the sword moved alone. Naturality. It is a common word. But seeing that sword, Wi Yeonho realized how illusory the word nature he had been using was. They were not words like the sword is alive or it is full of vitality. It was just, the sword was naturally where it should be. It seemed that the world fit the sword. Many words and phrases came to his mind, but there was none that could accurately describe that sword. It is a trap. A sword without internal energy moved smoothly, but had no flaws. What if Sima Chan's fist hit that sword? Wi Yeonho smiled. By the time he touched the sword, Sima Chan's fist would break like silk cut by a sharp sword. and Sima Chan's body would suffer the same. A sword that moved with the greatest naturalness of the world, where the inner energy, spirit, and body joined together. That sword was terror. The master slowly lifted his sword and kept it, then asked, "Did you see it?" "Yes." "What did you see?" "I do not know." When Wei Yeonho shook his head, Baek Muhan snapped his tongue. "What a fool." "Ugh." Wei Yeonho trembled and shouted, "I am barely 20 years old. I cannot match the abilities of my teacher, who has wielded a sword all his life, in an instant. I reached this level at your age. There are exceptions in the world." Wei Yeonho sighed. "It is amazing." The more he experienced the world, the more he realized how incredible Baek Muhan was. Although Wei Yeonho was arrogant, if he had known someone as his teacher, he would not have behaved so brazenly. Is it really the best of all time? After seeing the secret techniques of the Sword Emperor, he realized the depth of his master's skills, and after fighting Sima Chance, he realized the greatness of his master. Sometimes that made him proud, but sometimes he also felt an insurmountable distance. "Master, what? Can I ever overcome the teacher?" Baek Muhan smiled. "Do not even dream it, lazy." "Ugh." Wei Yeonho trembled. "It is an illusion. He is not my true teacher." Even though he knew it. Why was every word of his so irritating? Baek Muhan smiled at Wei Yeonho, shaking. "Do you want to get over me?" "Of course." "Why?" Wei Yeonho ran out of words. Why? Why did he want to overcome his teacher? Even if he could not get over it, he would not change his life. But why did that lazy man make so much effort for something that would not change his life? When Wei Yeonho seemed confused, Baek Muhan replied, "It is natural for a warrior." Guerrero. Wei Yeonho could not help but wonder. Was he a warrior? If a warrior is someone who has learned martial arts, then he was a warrior. But if a warrior is someone who dedicates his life to martial arts and seeks a higher standard, Wei Yeonho was not a warrior. Was he a warrior or not? Thump. Before he could think more deeply, Baek Muhan's sword hit Wei Yeonho's head. Whoa. Wei Yeonho grabbed his head and knelt. "Why are you hitting me?" TSK, what a fool." Baek Muhan snapped his tongue when he saw Wei Yeonho with his eyes squinted. What is a warrior? A warrior is someone who wields a sword, and a spear, a fist, a foot technique. If you do not want me to hit you with everything you have said, shut your mouth. Yes. Wei Yeonho closed his mouth quietly and put his hands together. His teacher was someone who did what he said. "The only thing I regret about you is that you are too smart." Oh, is that a compliment? Smart people tend to solve everything with their mind before they experience it. Like you now? You do not try to feel what a warrior is, but you define it and you adjust to that framework. Is not that the case with everyone? You are especially so? Baek Muhan looked at Wei Yeonho with a frown. You are already smart, and you are lazy by nature, so you are just looking for the easiest and least exhausting way. Is not that efficiency? What would you do if there was a river in front of you? I would avoid it. What if there was a mountain behind it? I would go around it. Yes, you would do that. But what if you always avoided mountains and rivers? You would have to take a big detour. Would not someone who crossed the mountain and river, even if it was harder, get there faster? Efficacy is like that. If you try to solve things easily, even if it seems quick at first, it will take longer in the end. You must not look only at the present, but at the future, and you must be willing to endure difficulties. It is hard. Yes, especially for you. Because you try to live life too easily. You mean I cannot get over you like that? I do not know that. Wei Yeonho barked his head. I do not understand. Baek Muhan smiled. It is natural that you do not understand it. A person's level is not defined that way. If 10 people climb a mountain, their paths will be different, and no one knows who will get to the top first. Wei Yeonho pouted. Do you mean that I can or cannot overcome you? As I do not understand it, please answer me clearly and concisely. I will beat you up so you understand. I will do my best to understand it. Baek Muhan smiled and said, My way is not your way. You must find your own sword. Are not you seeing the world for that? Yes. Wei Yeonho nodded seriously. His master's sword is invincible. If you follow your teacher's path, Wei Yeonho could also become invincible. But he will not be able to beat his teacher like that. There is a way to get closer to the level of your teacher, but you will not be able to overcome it on that path. There is another path that seems difficult to reach, but there might be a chance to overcome your teacher on that path. Wei Yeonho chose the second way without hesitation. He could not define his potential in advance, even if that path was full of difficulties. 999 of 1,000 attempts will fail, although the result seems obvious. Yeonho. Baek Muhan called Wi Yeonho in a soft voice. Yes, master. Do not get obsessed with getting over me. The important thing is not to overcome me, but to find your own sword. That seems harder. I do not understand what you mean. I do not know myself well, so it is hard to know what kind of sword I want. No, everyone knows you. Why do not you know yourself? You really do not know? That is not important. Boy, boring. Baek Muhan walked towards Wi Yeonho and caressed his head. That tickles me. It is better than pain, is it not? I am good at tickling. TSK. Baek Muhan looked at Wi Yeonho and said, It is not about finding your own sword. You said I should find his a moment ago. You are changing your mind. Is it age? Do you want me to change my mind? Head, it is a joke. Wi Yeonho shrunk when Baek Muhan looked at him severely. Insensitive old man. Even in his dreams, he is strong. If it were his dream, he should let him win to be fair. An old man who attacks someone in his dreams. It is about creating your own sword. Imagine the sword you want in your mind. And think about what you need to create that sword. Wi Yeonho looked at Baek Muhan with an expression of confusion. Baek Muhan sighed and patted Wi Yeonho in the head. It may be too early for you. In time, when you are better, you will understand. A sword is another way to define you. What you are saying sounds like the nonsense of Shaolin or Wudong that master hates so much. What? I will always remember your advice, master. In that sense, let us fight hard today. Today too. Baek Muhan nodded enthusiastically. You were afraid of that young man last time. Young man? You mean Sima Chance. Compared to Baek Muhan, Sima Chance is young. Who would be afraid? That disciple who received my training and fought with me was afraid of that type and could not show his true power. And I, his teacher, cried in secret. Master, calm down. You are already dead. Or rather, you died before you met me. I think I have spoiled you too much. Crack. The sound of Baek Muhan's bones was heard colliding as he grabbed his sword. If I had fought with you more often, you would not have trusted yourself. It is not a skill problem, but an attitude problem that hurts me more. Cursed Mungmyeonggong dream fighting art. Wi Yeonho looked up at the sky with a sad expression. This is the world of dreams created by Baek Muhan. As it was created based on his consciousness, nothing could be hidden, and there was no escape. And the stronger Wi Yeonho became, and the more he understood the martial arts, the more vast and deeper Baek Muhan's martial arts became. In other words, the Baek Muhan in Wi Yeonho's dream became stronger as Wi Yeonho learned about the real Baek Muhan. I will show you hell. No, I will train you so that you will never trust a real battle again. It seems that you are showing your true nature, master. Master, shut up. Baek Muhan's sword covered the world and fell on Wi Yeonho. Wi Yeonho muttered at the scene. This does not make sense. Rumble. Chapter 193. Wow wow waya waya. Wi Yeonho kicked the blankets and jumped up. Hack, 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 hack. Wi Yeonho wiped the cold sweat off his face with his sleeve and grabbed his head. Dizzy. That old man is amazing. He understands it with his mind. The dream Baek Muhan is a creation of Wi Yeonho. The reason Baek Muhan becomes infinitely stronger is because, as Wi Yeonho improves, he begins to understand and experience the martial techniques Baek Muhan has shown him. What can a child understand by seeing the poems of Du Fu or by Ji? As you study and learn about poetry, you can understand the great level reached by the great poets. In the same way, as you increase your understanding of martial arts, you realize the meaning of every little movement your teacher has shown you. Therefore, the Baek Muhan of his memories also becomes stronger. And the fact that Baek Muhan pressed him meant that Wi Yeonho himself felt anxiety. Baek Muhan of his dreams is Baek Muhan, but he is also Wi Yeonho. Even though he knows, he understands. But this is too much. Oh. Wi Yeonho sat down and twisted. His whole body hurt, as if he had been beaten with a hammer. It is funny, but after being hit in a dream, he also felt pain in reality, and after suffering in a dream, he felt tired even after waking up. If Wi Yeonho had not improved his martial arts and strengthened his body, he would not have been able to overcome this constant fatigue. Sleeping and resting did not relieve his tiredness. Ugh! Wi Yeonho groaned, and took the kettle next to the bed and drank water quickly. 2. Wi Yeonho spit out the water and shouted, "Who traded this for hot tea?" Fortunately, he was a warrior, Otherwise, he would have suffered burns. Someone tried to murder him in this way while he slept. Just as Wei Yeonho was about to get angry, the door opened, and someone came in. Wei Yeonho's eyes were wide open. He was someone he knew well. Now that I think about it, he seemed to have seen his face recently. But why are you here? It was kind of weird. Wei Yeonho tilted his head when he saw Jin Yerin coming in with a tray 3 times bigger than him. It was strange, but he was used to seeing Jin Yerin come in with such a large tray. Jin Yerin left the tray and smiled. Greetings, benefactor. Oh yes. Nice to see you. What brings you here? I had the opportunity to travel with your family. Oh, I see. What about this? Jin Yerin said with indifference. I owe you a lot. How could I just look at you? Although it is not a great meal, I prepared it carefully. Please eat it. Wei Yeonho scratched his neck, embarrassed by the gesture. You did not have to do that much. If it had not been you, I would be selling songs and alcohol in a brothel. Do not exaggerate. I could have sold my body. Hey, you are a virgin. Wei Yeonho denied with his hands quickly. I owe you a lot. Besides, you opened a new way for me. Even if I rewarded you all my life, it would not be enough. Ugh. Wei Yeonho scratched his head. This was not what he wanted. Wei Yeonho had been insulted all his life. Everyone who knew him was eager to catch him. His family and his teacher. He was not used to this deal. Eat it before it gets cold. Oh yes. Wei Yeonho clumsily came down from bed. Wei Yeonho and Jin Yerin looked at each other. Jin Yerin looked down, blushing slightly. Wei Yeonho felt his heart sink and trembled. It is really beautiful. Although Wei Yeonho believed he had traveled a lot since he left the cave, he had not seen anyone as beautiful as Jin Yerin. She is the most beautiful in the world. Even Sima Chance as a warrior could not be compared to Jin Yerin as beauty. Sima Chance is one of the strongest, but Jin Yerin is the undisputed beauty. Wei Yeonho sat clumsily. Well, I am going to eat. At that moment. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Yes. When Wei Yeonho responded, the door opened slowly. And behind the door, all 3 remained silent. Wei Yeonho looked at Isilwa, who was standing behind the door with a small tray. Isilwa looked at the big food table, the food, Jin Yerin, and his own tray. And Jin Yerin stared at Isilwa with a serious expression. Come in. Creak. The door closed slowly. Then soft steps were heard moving away. Wei Yeonho looked at the door closed and said, If you leave, eat, benefactor. It will be cold, so eat. The intruder is gone. Yes. With an unusually harsh tone, Wei Yeonho began eating without saying anything. It was weird. Although he was eating delicious rice and a roast duck, the rice looked like sand and the duck was hard. I am going to choke. I am definitely going to choke. Feeling a strange feeling of déjà vu, Wei Yeonho drank from the kettle next to him. 2. He spit out the water. It is hot. It is okay. I am used to this. Wei Yeonho cleaned the water and began to eat slowly. Jin Yerin, seeing how he ate, rose up and approached him. Then he grabbed the tray with both hands. No. Wei Yeonho shouted, grabbing Jin Yerin, who was about to lift the tray. Why are you doing this? You do not seem to like food, so I will bring a new one. Please wait a bit. No. What do you say? It is delicious. It is delicious. Really? Yes. I am eating it. Wei Yeonho started putting food in his mouth with a frenzy. I am glad to hear it. It is delicious. Eat it slowly. You must let me eat slowly so I can eat slowly. Wei Yeonho wiped Jin Yerin's tears with his sleeve. We do not get along. Strange things always happened when he was with Jin Yerin, and it seemed like strange things always happened. Is this what they call compatibility? Wei Yeonho thought, when the door opened at once. Yeonho, eat. Han Senga entered without hesitation, stopped, and looked at Wei Yeonho from top to bottom. A great food table. And Wei Yeonho and Jin Yerin. Han Senga, who immediately understood the situation, covered his mouth, smiled subtly, and shook his hand. Oh, I am so clumsy. I will leave, eat calmly. Mom, it is not that. All right. You are old enough for this. It is okay. Mom, it is not that. But Han Senga ignored Wei Yeonho's words, laughed, and went out. Hey brat, the sun is on. Quiet. Senga, what are you doing? Senga. Someone tried to get in, but screamed in despair and was dragged by Han Senga. In the room, where a strange silence reigned after the storm, Wei Yeonho took a spoonful of rice and began chewing. Death is better than suffering. Eat, eat. While Wei Yeonho ate in cold sweat, Gong Mujin was having a strange experience. Eat. Seolwa. Tears of joy sprang from Gong Mujin's eyes. His disciple had prepared a meal for him. Gong Mujin had always told Aishilwa not to cook because she was a warrior, not a woman, but since he began to love her disciple, he was delighted to see her feminine side. But she had prepared a meal for him. She is the perfect wife. But Aishilwa looked at Gong Mujin with a serious expression. Her eyes seemed to ask for something. Do you want to say something? Aishilwa nodded and knelt. This disciple has something to tell you. Get up. The floor is cold. Let me speak first. I will listen to you, but get up. Get up. Gong Mujin, who had become a teacher who loved his disciples, knelt to lift Aishilwa. He could roll on the ground, but could not see his disciple kneel. What is it? I am sorry, but Aishilwa said firmly. This disciple needs money. Gong Mujin tilted his head. Money? Yes. No. Why do you need money? I give you food and a place to sleep. That is not enough. Gong Mujin, surprised by Aishilwa's firm voice, asked with an uncomfortable expression. So what do you need? Ingredients. Makeup powders and paint. Clothing. Gong Mujin's back began to sweat. She is a disciple who has always been grateful for your help. But an enemy has appeared that I cannot face alone. Really? Why do you need paint and makeup powder if an enemy has appeared? That is why I ask you this. I need money. I will give it back 10 or 100 times. Please trust me. Good. Gong Mujin clumsily took out his money bag and asked. How much? Aishilwa stared at the bag of unresponsive money. Seolwa. The intense look of her pressed Gong Mujin. Gong Mujin looked at the money bag with trembling eyes. I give you food and a place to sleep. Why do you need money? When Gong Mujin's weak hand extended the bag, Aishilwa bowed his head and received it. I am grateful for your help. Eat well. When Aishilwa came out with a cheerful expression, Gong Mujin raised the spoon without strength. He felt like he was going to cry. Thus, for the first time in the history of the righteous martial alliance, two men ate with tears in their eyes. Chapter 194. The reason why Wei Yeonho could not participate, mentioned by Jan Gil, came to Zhou Haiyan's hands. Zhou Haiyan, with the letter in hand, went immediately to Sima Chant's office. Sima Chant, who received Zhou Haiyan in his office that morning, read the letter that Zhou Haiyan gave him and sat down. A martial arts tournament. To be exact, it is a camaraderie tournament and enhancement of the skills of future leaders. Why is the name so long? Names must sound important. Anyway, it will shorten. The longer the original name, the better, right? I do not understand the way people think. Although he had complaints, that was not important now. What was important was the content of the letter. Sima Chant unfolded the letter, read the contents, left it on the table, and laid down on the chair. Is anyone out there? Yes, leader. Bring tea. Yes. Sima Chant did not wait for his tea to be brought. His reaction was immediate. What do you think? Have not you seen it? Man, what can I understand by just seeing it? To me, black is writing and white is paper. Zhou Haiyan smiled bitterly. You cannot keep postponing decisions, leader. There are hundreds of people in the righteous martial alliance with more intelligence than me, and the smartest person is right here. Why should I think? You think I act. Is not that right? Zhou Haiyan laughed. Although not expected from a leader, Sima Chant's attitude had helped the righteous martial alliance grow. If someone has power, they will try to use it. Even in his high position as leader of the righteous martial alliance, Sima Chant recognizes his limitations and delegates decision-making completely to his subordinates. That is something most cannot do. The righteous heavenly alliance has drawn its sword. You just want a friendly tournament, is not it too much? Zhou Haiyan shook his head. With its current power, the righteous heavenly alliance cannot stand up to us. That is natural. But what will happen in 20 years? 20 years. Sima Chant's expression was slightly distorted when he heard 20 years. When the current generation is to withdraw, will the righteous martial alliance be able to maintain its superiority over the righteous heavenly alliance? Man, I do not know what will happen in 5 years. How am I going to know what will happen in 20? We will see that then. Is not it? Yes, it is. But there is a way to predict the future of the martial world in 20 years. Watching future leaders. It is true. The righteous heavenly alliance, and we are both fair organizations. There may be occasional conflicts, but a total war is difficult. So, the important thing is who has more talented leaders. It is hard for them to face the righteous martial alliance today, which has many famous warriors thanks to the battle against the demonic sect, but they could be better than the righteous martial alliance of the future. The basis for that is the future leaders. Sima Chant scratched his head, but I do not understand it. Unless we have a clear advantage in future leaders, the future leaders of the righteous martial alliance are not inferior. Zhou Haiyan responded with a bitter expression. It is not like that. We have talents like Wei Sanho. Demon expelling sword, Wei Sanho, is a talent that can compete for the title of the best warrior in the world. Right. But what about the others? Sima Chance could not answer. Can we compare young people like Sangwen Hong or Peng Do Hyong to the leaders of those days? Comparing them, they are weak. Exactly. Zhou Haiyan sighed. It is not just a matter of memories. We cannot accurately assess whether the current generation is bad or whether Sima Chan's generation was good, but compared to the generation of the demonic sect crisis, where many talents emerged, today's generation is weak. Wei Sanho maintains his reputation, but at the time of Sima Chan's, there were many talents like him. Although saying it is a generational difference is an understatement. To be exact, Sima Chan's, Wei Zhonghan, Gong Mujin, Wei Sanho, and Wei Yeonho each represented generation. Normally, there should be a natural generational change, but due to the rise of the demonic sect, the generation that should have withdrawn remained active, and the future leaders of that time, like Wei Zhonghan, were eclipsed by the previous generation. Zhou Haiyan knew that that era was over and that a new era was beginning, and the righteous heavenly alliance had taken advantage of that weakness. They have attacked a weak spot. People admire the strong, but they also expect the strong to be replaced and a new generation to emerge. After the rise of the demonic cult, the martial world stalled for 20 years. It was an era of peace, but also an era where the previous generation eclipsed the current one. He knew that would be a problem in the future, and someone had attacked that weak spot. Who is the new leader of the righteous heavenly alliance? There are several people who come to mind, but they could never attack Zhou Haiyan this way. Then there must be a new leader in the righteous heavenly alliance. Zhou Haiyan caressed his beard and decided to reinforce surveillance of the righteous heavenly alliance. So, you are sure their future leaders are much stronger than our young people. Otherwise, they would not do so. So how should we respond? As you say, this is not a tournament beneficial to us. There are no benefits, at least not until recently. Sima Chant scratched his head. Man, what does that mean? Explain it clearly. I had no intention of confusing you. Literally. If we had received this letter recently, we would have had to think a lot. But now there is no need to think. We just have to send those we want to send. Send them out. Did you say the odds of winning are slim? It is possible to have a winner. But if all the other participants are from the righteous heavenly alliance, what will people think? Victory will mean nothing. Right. But, Zhou Haiyan smiled with satisfaction. What if 2 people from the righteous martial alliance came to the final? Overwhelmingly. Sima Chance nodded at Zhou Haiyan's words. Future leaders who can reach the final with an overwhelming victory. The righteous martial alliance has talents that can achieve a victory that no other faction can guarantee. Monsters that cannot even be called future leaders. I understand why there is no need to worry. I was worried about how to introduce this guy to the world, but this is perfect. We have been given a chance, we just have to take it. Besides, we can present this guy, who has no sense of belonging, as a member of the righteous martial alliance. As expected of an officer. It is an exaggeration. Sima Chance looked at Zhou Haiyan with satisfaction and said, then there is only one small problem left. Yes, how to convince that lazy man to take part in the tournament. That is why I wanted to talk to the leader. No, wait a minute. Yes. Sima Chance smiled uncomfortably. You came all of a sudden and I could not tell you, but I have something to do. My wife is sick. Zhou Haiyan responded with amazement. Leader, you have been a widower for more than 10 years. Even my second wife. How did you find a new wife when you are always in the office and in your residence? A man can do it if he has the strength to lift a spoon. I can lift a pillar, so it is natural for him to look for flowers. No, what are you saying? Stop it. That is what I am saying. Are you challenging me? What nonsense. If I go out now, many beautiful women would line up to see me. Even 60-year-old grandmothers are young to the leader. What, man? No, it is just. Is it necessary to kill someone? Zhou Haiyan was speechless when he saw Sima Chance pressing him with a murderous look. Sima Chance coughed and, with a slightly blushing face, said, "Anyway, I am busy, so I will leave this to you. You already have a solution. Make sure everything goes well. Leader, this is something the leader must do." Using his authority and friendship with Wei Zhonghan to pressure Wei Yeonho. "I told you I am busy." Sima Chance suddenly rose and shouted, "Anyway, I will. I think it will take a few days. Do not look for me. Make sure everything is ready by then." Leader, leader, Zhou Haiyan screamed at Sima Chance running away, but Sima Chance did not look back. "You said he was like your grandson. Where is that energy? I should not have said that if I was going to run away." Ugh, Zhou Haiyan groaned and covered his face. Thinking about seeing Wei Yeonho again, he felt a pain in his stomach. For the martial world, Zhou Haiyan has always lived with the determination to sacrifice himself for the peace of the martial world and the righteous martial alliance. But sacrificing himself is easy, but asking Wei Yeonho for a favor is different. To be beaten would be better than to try to convince that loafer, who enjoys bothering people. Thinking of the humiliation he would have to endure to convince that lazy man, he felt the sky turning yellow. "I should retire. I am sick of this." Zhou Haiyan shook his head and stood up. He looked 10 years older and walked slowly toward the residence of Wei Zhonghan and his group. Chapter 195. Although he could not say it openly, Zhou Haiyan thought that the work of an officer was very similar to that of a con man. Both officers and scammers trick people into making profits. From the point of view of others, a good officer is a great con man. The difference is that scammers cheat people for their own benefit, while officers manipulate people for a greater cause. In short, the qualities of a good officer are similar to those of a good con man. He must be able to speak convincingly and understand the needs of others. He must be especially skilled in flattery. He must be able to make a situation seem beneficial to all and to gain benefits in secret. Zhou Haiyan considered himself a great scammer. The fact that he was recognized as an excellent officer showed that his self-assessment was correct. But Zhou Haiyan looked forward with a sad and desolate expression. What kind of person is the hardest to cheat on for a con man? Someone smart. No. Smart people know they are smart, so they do not suspect someone trying to trick them. It is easier to fool them than fools. So someone meticulous. Gentle people are very suspicious, so they do not change their minds easily unless they see a weakness in the other. Although they are difficult to deceive at first, once deceived, they are easy to manipulate. So who is really hard to fool? Until recently, Zhou Haiyan thought that the most difficult people to deceive were those who always distrust others. It is difficult to deceive someone who seeks faults in everything you say, even if you tell the truth. But right now, Zhou Haiyan's opinion was changing. The hardest person to cheat on is this lazy bastard. "I will not go. I will not go." Wei Yeonho was lying in bed, denying with his hand. "At least get your head out." Seeing an arm come out of the wrapped blanket and deny with his hand made him feel like he was seeing an insect. It is not that Wei Yeonho is an insect, but that his appearance resembled an insect with tentacles. "Listen at least." "Even if I listen, it will not change anything. It is a waste of time." "You are a busy officer. Seeing how you waste your time makes me feel guilty." "I am not that insensitive." "I see. It seems that your concept of insensitive is different from mine. I do not think it is insensitive to listen to an adult trying to convince you while you are lying in bed with the blanket rolled up." Zhou Haiyan drank tea to control his anger. He was proud to have prepared a tea kettle. "I understand, but this is important to me. It is not a waste of time." "Really?" Wei Yeonho took his head off the blanket. Then he smiled slightly. "Ugh, what is the difference between a smile and a mockery?" Zhou Haiyan was seriously reflecting on something he had never considered. If the person receiving the smile does not feel it like a smile, is it not a mockery? Although Wei Yeonho was smiling sincerely, Zhou Haiyan did not feel that way. How can a smile be called a smile that clearly conveys the intention of, "As you say it is so important, tell me." Although nothing will change. The ability to excite others with just one smile is a unique talent of Wei Yeonho. It is a skill confirmed by Zhou Haiyan. "I think it is a waste of time, but if you think it is important, it is okay. Tell me." Zhou Haiyan looked out the window. "Why am I doing this? Should I convince this young man?" I am so busy that I cannot even take good care of my son, and now I have to convince a boy younger than my grandson. This is a tragedy. Then this is not bad for you. Oh, Joe Hyan clenched his fist. Although the situation is sad, you must convince Wi Yeonho to participate in the tournament organized by the Heavenly Alliance. Somehow. Think well. What do you think is the most important thing in the martial world? Force. What an insensitive person. How can someone educated in a noble family respond without hesitation? A normal future leader would say justice. All right, it is an expected answer. Force is important, but there is something more important than force. What do you think it is? Money. Joe Hyan ran out of words. Well, at the moment, I could not shout, snot. How can a warrior say money is the most important thing? That was Joe Hyan's sadness. Joe Hyan, who had run the righteous Martial Alliance finances for decades, could not deny that what Wi Yeonho had said was partially true. See, true. Money is important. It is very important. But people cannot live on money alone. Cannot they? No, they can. Joe Hyan could not lie. Of course they can. Money can do almost anything. In fact, it would be more correct to say that there is almost nothing money cannot do. Did you come to tell me to work and earn money? No. When did I get into this? Who? Joe Hyan took a deep breath. When I was talking to this guy, I felt like I was losing control. It happened earlier, and I could not let it happen again. If he was still manipulated by this young man, he would lose his title. Is a master of divine abilities credible that cannot control a child? But people cannot live on money alone. Money is important, but people must know honor. Honor. That is right. Honor. Joe Hyan, the master of divine abilities, clenched his fist and responded. And honor is important, but reputation is also important. That is strange. What? I thought someone like you would say something old-fashioned, like righteousness is more important than honor or reputation. You are a scholar. Joe Hyan smiled bitterly. I have never considered myself a scholar. I am someone seeking benefits. Although Confucian study is not completely separate from the benefits, I am not interested in following the teachings of the ancient sages. You are very different from the scholars I know. Then, continuing, do you know how important reputation is in life? Well, you started talking about honor. Where is the honor? Although I wanted to ask, friendly Wi Yeonho did not want to cause trouble to an adult. It was not just because I was lazy to lengthen the conversation. Imagine you are fighting someone. I am very peaceful. I do not fight. An example. I said an example. I was just telling the truth. Why are you angry? You are scary. Ugh. I am about to fight you, you fucking brat. Joe Hyan repressed the urge to run and scream, and said, if you fight with someone, you will have to use force, persuasion, or money to solve it. Any of those options is exhausting. Right. Wi Yeonho nodded as if he did not want to imagine it. But what if the leader fights with someone? You do not need any complicated process. The moment you say, I am Sima Chance, everything gets resolved quickly. The other side will beg your forgiveness and offer you compensation. Where do you think that difference comes from? Of his appearance. Joe Hyan looked at Wi Yeonho with amazement. It is true. If you fight someone with that look and that size, you are crazy. Even a tiger would look like a cat. No one in his right mind would fight him. Suddenly, a wave of persuasion hit him. It is true. No one in their right mind would fight Sima Chance. I used a bad example. Let us use your father. Imagine that your father fights with someone. What if your father says, I am Wi Yeonho? What would happen? If anyone knows Wi Yeonho, they will try to resolve the conflict without violence. They will not want to be at odds with Wi Yeonho. Wow, is my father's reputation so high? That is not important now. It's not. No, why are you angry? When Wi Yeonho frowned, as if he did not understand, Joe Hyan realized his mistake. He had to calm him down, not scold him. Your father's reputation is much greater than you think. Did not you know? Wi Yeonho frowned. But, yes, you said it is good to have a good reputation, but our father, who has a good reputation, is always scolded by mom, beaten and kicked out of the house. What is good about that? Joe Hyan covered his face. Wi Yeonho, how did you live? Joe Hyan wiped the tears that sprung from the pity he felt for his absent friend. Chapter 196. Joe Hyan coughed to change the subject and continued. At home, reputation is not worth much. But outside the house, it is different. Have not you seen how your father is treated outside the house? Yes. What is he like? Wei Yeonho seemed to reflect before answering. The officer hit him, and he has a black eye. Enough. Zhou Haiyan raised his hand to stop Wei Yeonho. Then, without saying anything, he served tea in his empty cup. They say fate is unpredictable, and unthinking actions have consequences. The irritation toward Wei Yeonho and the new guilt toward Wei Zhonghan were making Zhou Haiyan feel powerless. Let us get back to basics. After calming down with tea, Zhou Haiyan clenched his teeth and continued. Anyway, reputation is important. Even if you do not feel it yet, reputation is very useful in the martial world. That is why warriors do their best to gain reputation. Understand? More or less. Zhou Haiyan smiled with satisfaction. Although he cleverly dodged the questions, everyone knew that Wei Yeonho was not a fool. Since he was intelligent, he could not pretend not to understand the main point of Zhou Haiyan's words. You are lazy, are not you? Yes. Wei Yeonho responded with confidence, showing no shame for his laziness. Laziness is not good. But in your case, it does not make sense to talk about laziness anymore. No matter what you say, it will not change, and you do not think your laziness is a problem, do you? Although I am useless, I think my laziness is a problem. Oh, really? I just do not have the will to change it. That is worse, brat. Although he felt the need to scream, Zhou Haiyan was a good student. He could already control himself. Yes, right. Anyway, you are lazy. Lazy people tend to avoid annoying things. Right. Wei Yeonho nodded, as if he agreed. Although he only popped the head of the blanket to nod, he was not sure if he really understood it. Think. If you have a reputation, your life will be easier. If someone without a reputation is lazy, it is useless. But if someone with a reputation is lazy, it is the relaxation of a powerful. Really, if you are lazy, there is no difference. The ability to say something different than what you feel is a quality of a good officer, and Zhou Haiyan was a good officer. He kept a gentle smile, despite what he felt. Of course, if you are lazy, people will point you out. But what if the leader were lazy? They would say, he must be looking for a new level, or he must be trying something new. Wei Yeonho nodded, as if he were convinced. Although he had been lazy, it is also true that he had received unfair criticism because of his lazy image. Would people see it the same way if they had a reputation? It is working. Zhou Haiyan clenched his fist. Finally, he saw a weakness in the seemingly invincible idler. If he could seize this opportunity, he could control this idler. Even if you are lazy, in fact, because of your laziness, you need even more reputation. If you get reputation, your life will be much easier. Wei Yeonho's eyes opened slightly. Zhou Haiyan was sure that that reaction meant he was convinced. But it was time to strike the final blow. Zhou Haiyan, determined by a hunter who kills his prey without giving him a chance to resist, rebuked Wei Yeonho. If getting a reputation was easy, people would not want it that much. That is true. That is right. Reputation is something that comes with success, but it is also like a mirage that you cannot catch if you deliberately seek. Getting reputation intentionally is very difficult. Normally, you need status and achievements. But status and achievements take time. Wei Yeonho had a stunned expression in the face of Zhou Haiyan's persuasion. Zhou Haiyan clenched his fist in secret. That is the expression of someone who is being deceived by a con man. The expression of someone who realizes that there is a world he does not know, and that if he had known before, the result would have been different. Zhou Haiyan thought he had already won and gave the final blow. But you have an easy opportunity to get a reputation. It is as if the world told you, take a reputation. What is it? The martial arts tournament. When Wei Yeonho was about to say something, Zhou Haiyan quickly continued without giving him a chance to respond. Think. In a normal tournament, you could try your best in vain. You could meet a teacher like the leader in the final. But this is a tournament for future leaders. Future leaders. Do you think there is anyone your age who can compete with you? I do not know. No. Zhou Haiyan cut the conversation. I am sure of that. If you do not believe me, I assure you with my name. I assure you with the name of Zhou Haiyan and my position as an officer of the Righteous Martial Alliance. There is no one your age who can compete with you. What if there is? I will fulfill your wish. Wei Yeonho trembled. Wei Yeonho could not refute Zhou Haiyan's frantic words. Winning a tournament where victory is guaranteed will give you a lifetime reputation. In addition, this tournament has the potential to be the largest future leaders tournament ever, with the participation of the Righteous Martial Alliance, the Righteous Heavenly Alliance, and other organizations, including the old schools. The reputation you will gain by winning that tournament will surpass your imagination. You could become the best warrior in the world. What do you think? Wei Yeonho nodded enthusiastically. It is amazing, right? Zhou Haiyan smiled and said, then you must participate in this tournament. You must get a reputation and make your life more enjoyable. If I do not like you, I would not tell you. Understand? Zhou Haiyan thought the food was ready and took the spatula. So what do you say? Will you participate in the tournament? Wei Yeonho nodded frantically. Then, with an anxious and excited voice, he shouted, no. Crash. The cup of tea Zhou Haiyan was holding broke. Tea splashed Zhou Haiyan's beard. Are you okay? But you nodded. Your words were so convincing that I got carried away. I am sorry for the misunderstanding. Zhou Haiyan looked at Wei Yeonho with amazement and said, unable to understand. Why do not you want to participate? I have thought about it. Good. Wei Yeonho smiled and said, to gain reputation, I must participate in the tournament. Right. If I participate in the tournament, I must fight. Of course. It is a martial arts tournament. You cannot decide the winner by throwing marbles. Yes, that is the problem. I do not like fighting. Huh. Zhou Haiyan looked at Wei Yeonho with an uncomfortable expression. What had this donkey understood from all that he had said? Do not you understand? If you tolerate a little discomfort, your future life will be easier. Do not you know it is a better choice for you to be lazy? Do not you understand? I understand. I understand what you are saying, and I understand that it is more beneficial. Then, you are a little strange, officer. Huh. Wei Yeonho smiled and said, if I were such a calculator, I would not be lazy. It is obvious that it is better not to be lazy, but I am like that. If I knew it would be easier later, I would not be lazy. I prefer immediate comfort. There are many sloths in the world. There may be someone as lazy as Wei Yeonho, but Zhou Haiyan was sure he would never find someone so logically lazy. I understand what you are saying, but I want to live like this. I do not think getting a reputation benefits me. Hey, why? Because I do not leave home. To relate to people and fight, I have to go out, but I do not have much chance to meet other people. So I think it is better to live like this. What do you gain from that? Do not pretend you do not know. It is comfortable. People must live the present. If you sacrifice the present for the future, you will only suffer. I am not dissatisfied with my current life, so I want to live like this. Zhou Haiyan got up. What am I doing? He felt sad to realize that, despite his high position as an officer of the Righteous Martial Alliance, he was cheating and convincing a lazy child. You are leaving. Yes. I will not accompany you. Be careful. I do not need it. Bang. Zhou Haiyan came out suddenly and looked around him. He needed something to calm his growing frustration, or he would scream and be accused of being crazy. Oh, officer. At that moment, someone approached him with an innocent expression. Zhou Haiyan smiled at Wei Zhonghan, bowing and smiling. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Lord, why are you approaching? Lord, no. You think just by begetting them is enough, you fucking brat. That day, the dust from the eaves of the building where the Righteous Martial Alliance guests were staying fell to the ground. How noisy. I cannot sleep. And Wei Yeonho, who had caused all this, threw away the blankets without knowing what was going on outside. Chapter 197. Is that what you meant by something that can't be avoided? Jan Gil nodded to Wei Sanho's question. With Wei Yeonho's status, he can't help but assume the position of representative of the Righteous Martial Alliance. True, but besides him, who would dare be the representative of the Righteous Martial Alliance? You could also be beaten. Who will be beaten? Jan Gil snapped his tongue when he saw the veins on Wei Sanho's forehead. Admit what you must admit. It is true that you are considered one of the best future leaders in the history of the Righteous Martial Alliance, but that was before Yeonho appeared. If you are an unprecedented future leader, Yeonho is a monster. No, a phenomenon. Can you exchange blows with the leader now? Wei Sanho coughed without responding. TSK, what brothers? Even if the brotherhood is strong, if a younger brother is superior, the older brother will feel uncomfortable. Even if they do not show it, they cannot feel completely happy. But the reason Wei Sanho coughed was not to hide his discomfort, but to hide his smile from the elders. Jang-gil shook his head when he saw the smile behind the fist that covered his mouth. Are you so happy? Even if it's your brother. According to what he had heard, they had barely spent time together, except when they were children. How do they maintain that brotherhood? Jang-gil, an orphan who joined the beggar sect without brothers, might never understand it. Although if he had brothers, he might not understand it even more. Did you say a martial arts tournament? The exact name is. Stop it. What does that matter? Sima Chance interrupted Zhou Haiyan with irritation. He had tried to avoid it, but in the end he had been caught by Zhou Haiyan and brought here, so it was unpleasant. The righteous Heavenly Alliance proposed a martial arts tournament. But those stingy ones want only future leaders to participate. Gong Mujin scratched his cheek. These encounters seem to be becoming more frequent. It is a meeting to discuss the important issues of the righteous martial alliance. In a meeting where the leader and officer participate, the leaders of the different factions should meet to discuss. But it seemed that all related to Wi Yeonho had been summoned. Wi Yeonho's family, Jang-gil, and even Imo Sana, who should not be here, were present. The fact that the daughter of the leader of the house sect was at the Righteous Martial Alliance countermeasure meeting showed the absurdity of the situation. Is it okay? Is it really okay? As Zhou Haiyan said nothing, it was uncomfortable for him to speak. Zhou Haiyan began to lead the meeting, which should be called Meeting of Countermeasures for Wi Yeonho. Future leaders. Wei Zhonghan rubbed his face and said, what are the criteria for being a future leader? The 3 best disciples of each faction. Or if they are less than 30 years old, they will be considered future leaders. When Wei Zhonghan seemed to reflect, Gong Mujin waved his head and asked, but, senior, who hit you? Your face is swollen. Hugh. When Zhou Haiyan and Wei Zhonghan coughed at the same time, Gong Mujin snapped his tongue. He was beaten again. If he's upset with his son, he should hit him himself. Why does he hit the father? Both Zhou Haiyan, who strikes, and Wei Zhonghan, who receives the blows, are incomprehensible. Is that the sword of the righteous hero? It may sound strange, but the name of the sword of the righteous hero is equivalent to death or a demon among the practitioners of dark martial arts. For those who follow justice, it is a hero, but for those who have something to hide, it is like a demon who appears without warning to strike, threaten, and destroy. That way Zhonghan is being beaten by his son by an officer of the Righteous Martial Alliance. Zhou Haiyan, who strikes, is a problem, but Wei Zhonghan, who receives the blows, is too. Wei Zhonghan could avoid the blows if he wanted to, but he gets them. It's good that I didn't get married. They say raising children is the hardest thing in the world. Who could have imagined that a guy like Wi Yeonho would come out of a hero like Wei Zhonghan? Considering the father's personality, Gong Mujin smiled at Wei Sanho. Yes, someone like him should come out. But fate is cruel, and someone like Wi Yeonho would even come out of Wei Zhonghan. I don't need to get married. I have Sealwa. Although she is not my daughter, a disciple as beautiful as Sealwa is 100 times better than a son like Wi Yeonho. The problem is that Sealwa. Well done, you bastard. Hey, what did you say? Nothing. Gong Mujin squeezed his teeth. He should take better care of his child, but he cannot control his child and is seducing his beautiful disciple. Does anyone who cannot control his child deserve to be called the sword of the righteous hero? Why are you looking at me like that? I told you it was nothing. Is your tone a little unpleasant? It's not. Gong Mujin looked away. However, it seems that we should send future leaders. It's a little embarrassing, but our young people are not superior to theirs. We could be ashamed if we participate. Wei Zhonghan asked with disbelief. So, don't we participate? Zhonghan. Yes. You should think before talking, or just not talking. Try not to talk. People get angry. When Wei Zhonghan lowered his head, Han Sanga put his hand on his shoulder to comfort him. I told you, you're not well treated outside the house. Are you going to mention the dead again? Zhou Haiyan shook his head and continued. If we don't participate, we can avoid immediate embarrassment, but we can't stop the Righteous Heavenly Alliance from saying that the Righteous Martial Alliance is avoiding the fight. Sima Chance frowned. We can ignore it. It's not that easy. The fact that there have not been big events recently is a big factor, and the tournament itself attracts a lot of interest. If we avoid fighting, people will believe that the Righteous Heavenly Alliance will be the center of the martial world in the future. Since you say it. I can't believe it. Sima Chance seemed not to understand why the conversation was going that way. So, the conclusion is, We must send forward future leaders, and we must win so as not to embarrass the righteous martial alliance. If we can get anything else by winning, it would be even better. Zhou Haiyan, shut up. There is a clearer reason. It was not something I could say in front of Sima Chance, who had a strong temper. Before coming here, the ancient schools had contacted the righteous martial alliance to send their disciples separately. Sima Chance, who already distrusts ancient schools, would explode by hearing that. If old schools get better results than the righteous martial alliance, the righteous martial alliance's role as a union will weaken. What's the point of a union that is worse than its individual members? Then the conclusion is, Wei Zhonghan said quietly, we must send Yeonho. Jan Gil smiled bitterly. We've been going around a lot. In the end, it all started with that one sentence. Wei Zhonghan looked at Sima Chance and Zhou Haiyan and said, I am sorry to cause you trouble for my son. Ugh, TSK. Zhou Haiyan looked at Wei Zhonghan with a murderous look. Wei Zhonghan felt unfairly treated, but he could not say anything. All this was the fault of his son, who had brought the leader and the officer to the meeting room. Isn't there another way? Wei Zhonghan scratched his neck. He's my son, but he's been out of my control for a long time. You must speak clearly. When have you controlled it? Wei Zhonghan jumped at Han Sengu's sharp voice. As my son is already out of my control. Zhou Haiyan shook his head when he saw Wei Zhonghan correct his words. Ha 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 ha, don't get so depressed. Although Wei Yeonho is a bit whimsical, having a child like this isn't easy. It's a blessing. Leader. Tears filled Wei Zhonghan's eyes. After returning to the righteous martial alliance, Wei Zhonghan had been scolded, criticized, and even beaten for the way he raised his son. Sima Chance's words were a great comfort to him. It is a blessing. Yes. Since you have that blessing, you should solve this. A great blessing carries a great responsibility. Shouldn't it be a great power carries a great responsibility? That's what I heard. That's what I think now. Wei Zhonghan ran out of speech. So isn't there another way? Zhou Haiyan, realizing that the conversation was shifting, changed the subject. Wei Zhonghan looked at Wei Sanho for help. Wei Sanho nodded and spoke. Leader, officer. Leave us alone. We have something to discuss. Zhou Haiyan looked at Wei Zhonghan, who no doubt nodded, and dismissed the people. When they all left, only Wei Sanho remained, and Zhou Haiyan spoke. Well, is there really a way? There is a very easy and simple way. If we use this method, even if Yeonho resists, he cannot refuse. I don't understand. Yeonho never moves, no matter what they do. For us, yes. But there is someone Yeonho fears. Your father said he was more afraid of you. Fear is different. Yeonho finds me upset, but he does not fear me. He does not fear me, but our mother. Mother. Zhou Haiyan shook his head. Han Senga does not want to make Wei Yeonho suffer. Han Senga had remained silent with a serious expression. How can we make her act? The method is. Zhou Haiyan's mouth opened when he heard Wei Sanho's words. Chapter 198. Hey, Yeonho. Heek. Yeonho felt something on his back and turned around, throwing a blow. Kuyakeowiak. The person who had put his hand on Yeonho's back screamed and fell to the ground, hitting the wall. Hook. Yeonho, without realizing it, had used his inner energy to throw the person and ran to him with horror. Is he dead? He was concerned about the life of the person embedded in the wall, but fortunately, it seemed that he had not died. What are you doing? Yeonho sighed when he saw Wangbo Yung screaming from the wall. It is you. How dare you hit me like that? I'm sorry. I'm not in my right mind lately. Yeonho sighed deeply. If the person who had received the blow had not been Wangbo Yung of the Wangbo family, known for having giants among their ancestors, a tragedy could have occurred. Why are you so distracted? I wasn't distracted, I was too tense. Ugh, I'm sorry. He had been dodging Wei Yeonho's stones for a long time. He had been about to die 5 times, and had gone to the hospital 6 times. He lived on the brink of life and death, so it was not strange that he was so tense. But, now that I think about it, it's strange. Even if Wangbo Yung had trusted himself, he wasn't someone who would get hit so easily. Just as Yeonho was about to think more, Wangbo Yung spoke again. Concentrate. How can you get good results in the tournament like this? Tournament? Don't you know? Wangbo Yung snapped his tongue. There will be a martial arts tournament. The future leaders of each school will gather to compete and strengthen their ties. Have you chosen me? Yes. The announcement was published. You will participate as a representative of the righteous martial alliance. Just me? Of course not. I think it's 10 or 15. Ian Hyo waved his head at Wang Bo Young's words. Even if they are future leaders. Although he is known as one of the three dragons, considering that there are two previous leaders, it was unthinkable that he was the representative of the righteous martial alliance. How many of our leaders will participate? You and Sangwon Hong, and is there more? Yes. Young Jong Miria, that is, Mubong. Mubong. Ian Hyo rubbed his face. At the academy, it was not yet known that Jong Miria's real name was Wei Suryun, and that she was Wei Sanho's sister. Wei Suryun had asked him. Being Wei Sanho's sister is already important. If we knew she was Wei Yeonho's sister, it would be chaos. People still don't know Wei Yeonho, but soon everyone will know him. Having such talented brothers was a disgrace. 3 leaders have been elected, but it was strange. Wei Suryun instead of Peng Do-hyung. It is true that Wei Suryun, known as Mubong, showed exceptional talent. It was natural considering her brothers. But she is still young, and is not superior to Namgung Hai or Peng Do-hyung in terms of skill. If Namgung Hai finds out, he will be angry. It was strange that he and Sangwon Hong were chosen, but it was even more strange that Wei Suryun was also chosen. Perhaps. Ian Hyo shook his head. It can't be. No way. The Wei Yeonho you know would not give your sister preferential treatment for laziness. Even if he were strong, it is hard to think he has enough influence to participate in an official righteous martial alliance event. Then why? Ian Hyo felt a bad premonition. He did not know why Wei Suryun had been chosen, but he had the bad premonition that the tournament would not be normal with her participation. I hope not. Mom, then. Wei Yeonho trembled at seeing Han Sanga with a serious expression. If there is anyone you fear in this world, it is Baek Muhan. Memories of being struck by Baek Muhan are deeply etched in the soul of Wei Yeonho. That's why he feels hostility even when he sees Sun Pungdagal's old man. But Baek Muhan was already gone, and if there's anyone Wei Yeonho fears in this world, it's Han Sanga. Han Sanga has always loved Wei Yeonho. Wei Yeonho preferred Han Sanga, who loved him, to Wei Zhonghan, who always scolded him, or Wei Sanho, who always wanted to control him. But the anger of someone you love is more scary. Wei Yeonho was worried about how to get out of this situation when he saw Han Sanga angry. Mom, what I mean is, enough. Han Sanga interrupted Wei Yeonho mercilessly. So you don't want to go? No. Mom, listen to me. It's not that I don't want to go. I don't need to go. My older brother will go. And then, Wei Yeonho grumbled as his mother's voice became colder. Why are you treating me like this? It seemed like everyone in the world wanted to catch him. Is your only sister in danger, and as an older brother, you're not going to protect her? Danger, Mom. They're on the same side. If they are not on our side, they are enemies. Wei Yeonho finally understood why Han Sanga had married Wei Zhonghan. Although Wei Zhonghan is extreme, Han Sanga also lives with the mentality of a warrior. Mom, it's an era of harmony. Yes. When Han Sanga smiled kindly, Wei Yeonho smiled without understanding. Yeonho. Yes, Mom. Mom doesn't expect anything from you. Yes. Mom doesn't expect anything from me. I once thought it would be good if you were less lazy, but I realized when you disappeared. The best thing a child can do for their parents is live healthy. Yes, Mom. I'm healthy. But Han Sanga's hand was slightly curved. Wei Yeonho, realizing that it was someone's movement about to scratch, grabbed the blankets tightly. At least show affection for your sister. Your sister is on a distant journey, and you're just going to leave her. I was wrong about you. The Yeonho I knew was a loving boy who threw himself like lightning to protect his sister, even if he said it was annoying. Wei Yeonho ran out of speech. If he said something, it would make things worse. Sometimes, silence is the best answer. You seem to have changed a lot. I thought that even if you said it was annoying, you would still take care of your sister. Han Sanga sighed deeply. Wei Yeonho shrunk. Although he had been called useless and other insults, no insult had made him feel as small as Han Sanga's sigh. It was such a powerful sigh that he thought, I must have done something wrong. You can make mistakes. Yes, Mom. You can correct them. Yes. Han Sanga said in a cold voice. Kneel. Yes. Wei Yeonho knelt in a corner and raised his hands, although he had not been asked. There's no son who can beat his mother, even if she gets strong. Please. Wei Yeonho cried with tears in his eyes. Let me go with her. Please. It's not about the tournament. If he could escape this scolding, he would go to the Hanrim Grand Academy store even if asked to look for Buddhist scriptures. He does not know how much Sun Wukong suffered, but it would be insignificant compared to his current suffering. He had heard so many scoldings that he felt his ears bleeding. But Han Sanga didn't seem to want to stop. I'm not scolding you because you don't want to go. I'm disappointed that you don't worry about your sister. Think. How long do you think we'll live, Mom and Dad? When we die, you'll only be left. Will you be able to take care of your sister with that attitude? Of course, your older brother will worry, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't. Understand. I wish he could turn back time. If I could, I would have said, I will protect Sir Yun with my life, and I would have gone with her. Then he wouldn't have had to go through this. When Wi Yeonho trembled, Han Sanga sighed. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, Mom. I understand. I understand perfectly. What does that mean? Then, Han Sanga sighed again when he saw that Wi Yeonho could not respond correctly. I will explain it to you again. Listen to me well. Mom. I will protect Sir Yun no matter what it costs. If someone touches her, I will send him to the sea. Well, it looks like you finally get it. So, will you go with it? Yes. Please let me go. Put your hands down. Wi Yeonho's hands came down clumsily. Han Sanga approached Wi Yeonho and caressed his head. You are a good boy, my son. Tears sprang from Wi Yeonho's eyes. If all mothers were like this, everyone in the world would be good. But it seemed that the others were not as lucky as Wi Yeonho. Okay, let's talk again at dinner. Are we going to talk about this again? Do you have any complaints? No, not at all. Wi Yeonho denied with his hand. Han Sanga looked at Wi Yeonho and left. Ugh. When Han Sanga disappeared, Wi Yeonho rose up with difficulty and fell into bed. I won't forget it. Wi Yeonho is no fool. He knew what had happened. Zhou Haiyan, who wanted him to participate in the tournament, had included Wei Sir Yun to force him to participate. A fire burned in Wi Yeonho's eyes. Do you think I'll give up so easily? He wanted to go to the officer's office and cause trouble, but he couldn't do it while Han Sanga looked at him severely. Since we're like this, Wi Yeonho shouted in a voice full of resentment. I will make you repent. Wi Yeonho, who could not say anything to Han Sanga, was showing his anger toward others. At that time, Zhou Haiyan, who was drinking tea in the officer's office, felt an unexplained chill and called a doctor. I think I need a vacation after this. It seemed that Zhou Haiyan's desire would not soon be fulfilled. Chapter 199. What's going on? Sukmuncho, the lead instructor at the Aglow Dragon Academy, sighed with an uncomfortable expression when he saw Namgung Hai with a serious expression. My stomach hurts. My stomach hurts. Sukmuncho used to make fun of those suffering from minor illnesses, saying it was because of lack of training. But he had recently realized that stomach pain was not related to training. Since Wi Yeonho appeared in the Righteous Martial Alliance, Sukmuncho had suffered from chronic abdominal indigestion and pain, and was recently diagnosed with an almost terminal peptic ulcer. He was gradually recovering by avoiding Wi Yeonho, but when he saw the severe expression of Namgung Hai, he felt pain again. What is it? He knew why she had come, but he couldn't show it. Don't you know? I know. But I couldn't say, I know why you came, but I can't decide that. You should go with the officer. People need formalities and processes. You better tell me what's going on. I'm busy. Namgung Hai's face blushed at Sukmuncho's kind response. It's amazing. Someone looking beautiful even when angry is amazing. They say Namgung Hai is a beauty that can compete for the title of the best beauty in the world, and it seems to be true. Why is my name not on the tournament list? It's natural. Your ability is insufficient. My ability is insufficient. What else can I say? Then why is Zhang Miria on the list? Sukmuncho scratched his nose, thinking this was going to happen. I had no excuse. Do you think my ability is inferior to Zhang Miria's? I ask you for a formal answer. Well, I have nothing more to say about that. Why? It was not I who made that decision, but the officer. This is how responsibilities are delegated. If I had made the decision, I could have given you an explanation, but as the officer was, I have nothing to say. I should tell you in advance. I have not given my opinion about you or Mubong. I only followed orders. Did the officer choose Mubong instead of me? Yes. Namgung Hai lowered her head. Sukmuncho smiled at that. Even if the Namgung family is powerful, the officer's name is even more powerful. Although everyone should be the same in the academy, they could not completely ignore the family. Although they try to be fair in evaluating performance, protests by the descendants of famous families do not have the same weight as those of others. Sukmuncho could not be free from that pressure either, but Sukmuncho could not. But Jo Hyun could press with the name of a family. But Sukmuncho realized that today's youth were bolder than he thought when he heard what Namgung Hai said next. How can I see the officer? Sukmuncho trembled when he saw Namgung Hai asking with her head up. The officer is very busy. Namgung Hai looked at Sukmuncho and said, I know that my brother, Jo Y, was also rejected. Yes, my brother, Namgung Jo Y, is not one of the 3 dragons, but his ability is comparable, and I am definitely stronger than Mubong now. The fact that we have both been rejected on different criteria is unacceptable. If this continues, I will file a formal complaint with the Righteous Martial Alliance on behalf of my family. Sukmuncho grabbed his stomach. His stomach hurts. His stomach hurts. So you brought her. I had no choice. When did the post of officer of the Righteous Martial Alliance become a position that should address children's complaints? It was a soft question, but it contained an overwhelming force. Sukmuncho bowed his head deeply and answered, I am incompetent. Jo Hyun sighed when he saw Sukmuncho without knowing what to do. Rebuking Sukmuncho would not solve the problem. The Namgung family. The Righteous Martial Alliance is a collection of older schools, families, and smaller schools. The martial world, which often fights external enemies, such as the demonic sect and other external forces, created the Righteous Martial Alliance to unite its forces. But due to the long peace, the need for the Righteous Martial Alliance has diminished. Old schools have already separated. Although formally still under his command, the ancient schools no longer send their successors to the Academy of the Aglowed Dragon. It means they value their own way more than the authority of the Righteous Martial Alliance. Sima Chance and he are doing everything they can to prevent division. But if this continues, the old schools will be completely separated from the Righteous Martial Alliance. If the Namgung family, the most influential family of the 5 large families, is also enmity with them, the influence of the Righteous Martial Alliance will be further weakened. Sukmuncho knew that, so he could not reject Namgung Hai's application immediately. As it has come this far, we cannot simply reject it. Tell her to come in. Yes, officer. Sukmuncho bowed deeply and went out. After a while, a beautiful woman entered. Sukmuncho did not enter. Greetings, officer. I am Namgung Hai of the Namgung family. You are the supreme sword. Although I'm weak, people call me that. She is educated. Although it is natural, after dealing with someone as rude as Wi Yeonho, Namgung Hai seemed very polite. Jo Hyun looked at Namgung Hai with satisfaction. Did you come here for something? First, I apologize for finding you this way. If my behavior has bothered you, it is for my immaturity. Please have mercy. Well, I won't blame you. Tell me what you need. If she maintains that attitude, Jo Hyun could laugh, even if she had come to kill him. I feel relieved. To receive the respect he deserves was a joy to him. Jo Hyun realized how much suffering Wi Yeonho had caused him. I wasn't chosen for the tournament. I see. But Mubong was chosen. Jo Hyun nodded without saying anything. I don't understand. I'm stronger than Mubong. Why is she participating in the tournament instead of me? I don't understand. That's why I came to see you. Don't you understand? Yes. Jo Hyun snapped his tongue. You're smart, so you can't not understand. Tell me what you really want. When Namgung Hai hesitated, Jo Hyun spoke again. You and Mubong know you won't get good tournament results. Namgung Hai bit her lips without responding. You're stronger than Mubong now. But what will happen next year? Can you make sure you'll be stronger than her in 2 years? Namgung Hai was unable to respond. The friendly tournament of future leaders is like this. Those who will get good results are already decided. And the others? It's to give experience to young people with development potential, even if they can't get good results now. Namgung Hai raised her head at once. Do you mean Mubong has more potential than me? Yes. Jo Hyun responded immediately. It may sound cruel, but if it is not done clearly, everyone will suffer. I don't understand the criterion. You haven't seen Mubong and me. How can you make that decision? It's simple. Just look at your performance when you were the same age as Mubong. It's easy to see that someone with better results at the same age has more development potential. Namgung Hai's body trembled. Jo Hyun sighed when he saw Namgung Hai without being able to speak. It's not nice to tell the truth to a young woman with many dreams. Although that's not really why. If it were for performance, Peng Do-hyung should have been chosen instead of Wei Yeonho. The reason Wei Yeonho takes part in the tournament is to attract Wi Yeonho. We can't say he didn't have a chance. Peng Do-hyung is better in terms of performance, but it would not be easy for him to get a good result. In that situation, Nam Gung-hai could have taken the last place. Remembering that, Jo Hyun said, "But it is understandable that you feel unfairly treated." Huh, what do you think? You want to go with me? Nam Gung-hai raised her head at once. Jo Hyun smiled at Nam Gung-hai, surprised. All participants are already chosen, but it's a long trip, so anything can happen. It's not bad to have an alternate in case of an accident. Also, even if nothing happens, watching the Future Leaders Tournament will help you a lot. What do you think? Nam Gung-hai nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I want to go. Please let me go. Good. She liked her attitude to actively take advantage of opportunities, whatever the reason. But I don't know whether it will be a blessing or a curse. Since he's already been with Wi Yeonho in the Righteous Martial Alliance, I think he'll be fine. But Wi Yeonho isn't someone you're getting to know. It's even more annoying because you know him, and it's even more worrying. Anyway, get ready. Yes. Thank you, officer. Jo Hyun smiled at Nam Gung-hai, running away. I think everything is ready. The Namgung family will accept this, and all participants are determined. In addition, victory is assured. We should thank the Righteous Heavenly Alliance for giving us this opportunity. But why do I feel so restless? Jo Hyun trembled at an unexplained restlessness. I must be weak. Jo Hyun tried to forget the face that kept appearing in his mind. Chapter 200. Nam Gung-hai looked at the group with a strange expression. What strange combination is this? The composition of the group was strange for a martial arts tournament. Sang-won Hong and Ian Hyo are understandable. They should be there. Wei Yeonho is also understandable as she is a tournament participant. But why are Wei Jong-han and his wife here? And is that person Wei Sanho? Nam Gung-hai felt her heart pounding. Emotion? No. For the future leaders of the time, the name Wei Sanho, the demon-expelling sword, was an idol. She had been at the Academy of the Aglow Dragon and knew how amazing the achievements of Wei Sanho were. It was not easy to see someone considered the best candidate for the title of the best warrior in the world so closely. Even when she and Wei Sanho were at the Academy of the Aglow Dragon, they rarely met because of the class difference, and when it seemed they could meet, Wei Sanho was often out of the academy. It's different. It was different from what she had seen from afar. Wei Sanho, up close, seemed to show why he was considered the best warrior of the future. Oh my god. Why do I have to go? Damn it, a martial arts tournament. If someone like me goes, they will kill me. Nam Gung-hai opened her eyes wide. At first, she thought Wei Sanho had spoken. But unless Wei Sanho had learned ventriloquism, he would not speak with his mouth shut. The complaint came from behind Wei Sanho. Jang-gil. Nam Gung-hai's mouth opened slightly. Is that guy going too? Jang-gil, the dog of the beggar sect, is one of the best future leaders. But, shut up. It's not. Even a dog from the beggar sect should not complain so much. Does Grandmaster Gong go too? Nam Gung-hai seemed indifferent to seeing Gong Mu-jin scolding Jang-gil. She did not understand why someone from the old schools was involved. That was already a problem. Even that person, Nam Gung-hai saw Wi Yeonho, who had lost all his motivation and was looking to heaven, and could only pray that the journey would end smoothly. Is everyone here? After a while, Sima Chance and Jo Hyun approached. I am very pleased to see the warriors who will bear the name of the Righteous Martial Alliance. As you know, this tournament is not a normal tournament. Although they say it is to strengthen ties between future leaders, it is more sinister and serious than they believe. Therefore, they must remember that the name of the Righteous Martial Alliance is in their hands, and they must do everything possible. At that time, Wei Yeonho raised his hand. Why? We already know everything. Can we just do it? If we keep listening, we will lose more motivation. Sima Chance ran out of words, but Wei Sanho didn't. Slap. Wei Sanho slapped Wei Yeonho in the head. Oh, why are you hitting me? How dare you speak to the leader like that? Don't you know that every word of yours is a criterion for judging our family? Did I say something wrong? Sometimes, you must know when to shut up. Sima Chance licked his lips. If you say it's true, what a shame for me. Wei Yeonho was a problem, but Wei Sanho was a problem. Sima Chance looked at Wei Jong-han, who was avoiding his gaze, and sighed. Do it right. That's it. Wah. Wei Yeonho shouted. Should I have hit him? Just once. Sima Chance regretted not beating him during the last fight. If he hadn't then, there would be fewer opportunities in the future. Wei Yeonho was growing rapidly. In time, you will have to strive not to get punched rather than hit. When Sima Chance retreated, Zhou Haiyan stepped forward. Questions. Zhou Haiyan wanted to leave as soon as possible, so he spoke clearly and concisely, but he could not escape Wei Yeonho. Wei Yeonho raised his hand. Zhou Haiyan looked at the others. Is there a question? I have a question. Well, tell me. There are only these people. I heard there are more than 10 participants. Zhou Haiyan nodded. The future leaders of the Righteous Martial Alliance are training. Although they graduated from the academy, those who meet the requirements will meet at the destination. Oh, I see. I thought only these people would go. Is there any other question? No. When Wei Yeonho nodded, Zhou Haiyan sighed and continued. Since you arrive in Shangxi, don't forget that you represent the Righteous Martial Alliance. Please don't cause trouble and behave until you arrive. Please. It began as a warning to all, but ended up as a plea for one person. But the person to whom he made the plea was cleaning his ears and pretending not to listen. Ugh. Zhou Haiyan shook his head and approached Gong Mujin. Take care of them. It's okay. Gong Mujin smiled bitterly. Things are getting complicated. The martial arts tournament is good. Manhwa's communication about the tournament and the request for immediate return were also good. But why is it celebrated on Manhwa? Doesn't the Righteous Heavenly Alliance have a training camp? Reuniting people in Sichuan is difficult. It is convenient for us. Yes, but Gong Mujin shook his head. The elders have taken the bait. Although it cannot be said publicly, Manhwa feels a subtle inferiority. They say they are the best swordsmen in the world, but they have to admit that they are inferior to Wudong in terms of reputation and status. If the martial arts tournament is held on Manhwa, your reputation will increase. It's a good opportunity, but it's a dangerous opportunity. Gong Mujin looked at Wei Yeonho with concern. The winner is already decided, and it's Wei Yeonho. If everything goes well, it will be fine, but if it goes wrong, it will be a historic tournament, but in a bad way. I must stop that guy from causing trouble. Gong Mujin and Zhou Haiyan exchanged views. Their interests coincided. Please, I will support you. When the two nodded, someone was showing their sadness. Why me? Sukmuncho, the chief instructor of the Academy of the Aglow Dragon, seemed about to cry. Why? Why me? Officer. Zhou Haiyan smiled and replied. It's an event for young people. Young people in the academy must participate. Who else would? I can't control it. They weren't young, he was a young man. Zhonghan and Gong Mujin will do everything they can. They even added Sanho and others. Don't worry. Even if you say don't worry. Zhou Haiyan patted Sukmuncho on his shoulder. I trust you. Yes? Sukmuncho wanted to cry, but the decision was already made. Well, let's. Zhou Haiyan was about to say leave, when he saw a carriage approaching from afar. A big carriage pulled by 4 white horses. Xiaoman Dayan was in the coachman's seat, and a bald man with the symbol of Shaolin was on the roof. What is that? It's my carriage. Huh. Wei Yeonho smiled at Zhou Haiyan's look. I can't ride a horse. Zhou Haiyan looked up at the sky. Is this correct? Zhou Haiyan began to doubt whether it was right for Wei Yeonho to represent the Righteous Martial Alliance. He'll win. But if something goes wrong, it could turn into a joke. Wei Yeonho smiled at Zhou Haiyan. I know it is you who sent me to the tournament. I will give you good news. Don't worry. I'm worried. I'm so worried I'm sweating. What is this brat planning? When Zhou Haiyan stretched out his hand to stop him, Wei Yeonho climbed into the carriage. Mom, get in here. Good. When Han Senga also went up into the carriage, Wei Yeonho looked at his head and said, See you. Hee. Seeing that bum leave so happy made him feel like something was wrong. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. And Wei Yeonho popped his head out again. Take good care of the business. Just in case, I put up a poster that says the officer is in charge. Ugh. Bye. Bang. Wei Yeonho closed the door. Zhou Haiyan closed his eyes, trembled, and looked at Sukmuncho. Let's go. Let's go? Yes, then. When Sukmuncho rode his horse and stepped forward, the others also rode and followed him. Zhou Haiyan grabbed his stomach when he saw the group leave. Huh. What's going on? My stomach hurts a bit. Sukmuncho also said his stomach hurt, and now you. TSK, you must take care. Zhou Haiyan nodded with a grim expression. The cause of his stomach pain was moving away. Why did his stomach hurt more? Zhou Haiyan, sure that in addition to stomach pain, would also suffer from chronic insomnia, muttered as he watched the carriage move away. Please make it all right. The image of someone making a wish that will never be fulfilled was devastating. Did you say Manhwa? Yes. Are you talking about the Battle of Manhwa? Guang Guzengai nodded. Where Wi Yeonho, the radiant martial sovereign, recorded his name for the first time in the world. Then, yes, a tournament is not important. It all started there. Neither I nor the master of divine abilities knew that that tournament would be the beginning. Saha, the historian, nodded seriously. The biggest problem is, it was already too late. They had been preparing secretly. It was Guang Guzengai's expression disappeared for the first time. It was terrifying.